Chapter 151, Choose one to take care of you. Slater blew gently. Very light, very gentle, the wind blew out with a fragrance. Okay, it's okay, Slater said, just about to go back. One hand has already been placed on her waist. Slater's face became even more rosy, like a little tipsy after drinking. What's wrong? Slater looked at her with a puzzled look. You are so beautiful today, Wu Hung said softly. Slater's face became even redder, lightly hit. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Hung saw that the other party did not break free and left, so he put his hands around her waist. With a gentle pull, she sat directly in his arms. Hiss! The leopard next to him immediately jumped up, baring its teeth and making a biting motion. Slater glared and winked. The leopard jumped off the sofa, went around to the back, and laid down to rest with its eyes closed. I'm so much older than you. Slater turned his head and said, We are not much different in age. This is not an excuse, Wu Hung said. Slater's neck had begun to turn red. She naturally knew what Wu Hung wanted to do. The two of them talked more directly in the letter than in person. She came all the way here, partly for work. Moreover, she also came to see him. She was actually prepared, but at this moment, she was a little worried. As the other party whispered in her ear, her body began to soften gradually. That's it, otherwise it would be a waste of time to come so far. Wu Hung held her head and gently pressed it to his lips. Slater also gradually got into the mood, raised his arms, cooperated with the other party to take off the breastplate. When he felt that the other party was clumsy and couldn't untie the corset, she raised her head and took a breath, and said with a smile, Okay? Sister will do it by herself. You are not an adult yet. She lowered her head and untied the corset from the side. Wu Hung took advantage of the situation and stripped her clean. Why is it like this? Wu Hung dragged one side of the roundness and looked at the concave in the middle. Slater, sitting in his arms, stroking the other's hair. It will come out by itself in a while. Kid, you are too much. Heh. Go to your room. Not here, Slater said softly. Wu Hung stood up. Slater exclaimed, and hung on him. He carried her into the bedroom, and with the help of the dim light, he looked at her graceful body. Don't look at me. Come up quickly. Slater opened his eyes and opened his arms. Yes, I'm coming. It was late at night. Wu Hung hugged him from behind, stroking his proud body. How many days will you stay here? Slater arched back. Go out with me tomorrow, and go back in the afternoon. So urgent? I've been here for 5 days. If I don't go back, there may be problems. I'm a deacon after all. Slater looked back at him. Why? You can't bear to leave me? Who would be willing to leave such a charming beauty like you? I didn't realize before that you are so good at coaxing women. Before, you always said that I cheated you out of money, Wu Hung said. Now I also suspect that you are here for my money. Wu Hung said, You are probably losing both your money and your life. I admit it. Turn around. Slater and Wen Mansha, both young women, give people completely different feelings. Wen Mansha is more clingy, like a fairy who is eager to show herself, while Slater is a bit strong. In this regard, he looks and speaks like a sister teaching her younger brother. That kind of attitude of, I want to conquer you on top. By the way, is there any way to not have to do the missions? Wu Hung continued to ask. Slater got out of the quilt, glanced at him. If you don't do the missions, what are you doing as a captain? Just to get an identity. You know me. I'm never willing to care about these things. As a captain, it's impossible for you not to do the missions. Unless you can reach the level of deputy deacon. Then you can do nothing. Which is easier than being a deacon. Slater continued. How can I become a deputy deacon? 5 third-level merits. Or 1 second-level merit. If you have enough reputation in the local area, you don't need the first 2. And you can become a nominal deputy deacon. Slater said softly. The deputy deacon of Rantam City, I heard he is a shaman of the orcs. He rarely shows up, and he will not lead a team to do any mission. He represents an identity. When a shaman is in a city, the orcs of this city will abide by the rules of the city and will not cause any big trouble. It is like an honorary identity. Wu Hung grasped the other party's heavy object and fell into thought. Slater asked, Do you want to be a deputy deacon? Well, just a title, and you don't have to do any missions. Why don't you stop doing it, go back to Blackstone Town, and your sister will support you. Wu Hung smiled, tugged lightly. I have money too, it's not certain who will support whom. Okay, have a good rest. Lie down and don't move. Slater lifted the thin blanket and lay on him. The next day, in the morning, the carriage creaked forward. In addition to Slater's carriage, there were several trucks behind, escorted by Slater's personal mercenary group. It seemed that, in addition to looking for me, he really came to buy some goods. In the carriage, Wu Hung asked, "Are you really not staying for a few more days? If you have time, you can go to Blackstone Town. I will also arrange someone to clean your house there." Slater said, "Actually, it's not bad to go back to Blackstone Town and be supported by you. I was talking nonsense yesterday. After you left, Blackstone Town was very quiet." At this time, the carriage slowly left the city and entered the outer area of the city. It started to get noisy outside. There were stalls selling all kinds of goods on both sides of the road, as if the whole area was a market outside the city. "Deacon, we are at the location you mentioned." The mercenary approached the carriage and said, "Yes." Slater straightened his clothes, opened the door and walked out. Wu Hung followed behind him and got off the carriage. There was a 3-story building in front of him, and there was a sign that looked like a rope hanging at the door. "Slave shop. You can buy slaves here. There are both men and women. After the transaction is completed, the slaves will become your personal property. Since we are here, let's see if there are any good girls. They should be popular in Blackrock Town." Slater explained softly. "The Golden Cat is not a brothel. It does not rely on sex to make money. It mainly provides singing and dancing performances. Alien girls are always popular in human cities. Even if you bring back a tall female orc with a huge mouth and fangs, you can attract many customers to watch." Enter the store. A middle-aged fat man in a white robe and a gem ring on his hand came out. He glanced at the people who came in, and his eyes fell on Slater accurately. "Madam, sir, do you need some slaves?" Slater nodded. "Anything better?" "Of course, madam. Please come in. You can choose for yourself or make a request. I will recommend for you." The man made a gesture of invitation. Slater walked in directly. Wu Hung also followed behind him and entered a courtyard inside. The fat boss clapped his hands and shouted, and more than 20 people came out of the other rooms one after another. There were both men and women. In addition to humans and beast men, there were also rabbit people, fox people, and cat people with some animal features. They were called slaves, but they did not wear any shackles to restrict their movements. They were talking and laughing when they came out, and they looked more like people waiting to find a job. "Here are young women and strong men. Which one do you need?" Slater looked at them one by one and said directly, "Women, under 25 years old, and it would be better if they have some talents." The fat boss waved his hand, and all the men and some older ones retreated. Slater walked over and picked around. He selected 8 young girls, except for the human race. The fat boss praised Slater's vision, and assured that his slaves were obedient and honest, and had no ambitions. Slater asked about the price and paid a total of 1,200 silver coins. The price was indeed not cheap. The fat boss took the money with a smile on his face, and then scolded the slaves for a few words, and then let Slater take them all out. The carriage stopped outside the city. Slater glanced at the slaves with his beautiful eyes, and then looked at Wu Hung, and said, "Pick one to take care of you. The room is a mess." "No need." Wu Hung hesitated. "I'll help you choose." Slater still looked like a leader assigning tasks. Wu Hung glanced at the slaves who were looking over with their heads down and cautious. He said, "The person I choose needs to sign a slave contract. Think about it, and come out if you can accept it." Seeing that no one spoke, Wu Hung continued to ask, "Who can cook?" After a while, a young-looking rabbit girl with black rabbit ears stepped forward carefully. Slater glanced at her and said, "How is it?" Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, "I need one more." "Don't be too much. One is enough." "No, I really need one more. I can pay for it myself." Slater glared at him again and said, "Pick it. Who can do the accounting? Who has business experience?" Wu Hung continued to ask. There was another short silence. Slater said, "Looking for someone to settle accounts. What are you looking for here?" "I can." Another voice sounded. A girl with white hair and animal ears, and a somewhat indifferent expression, squeezed out from the back. "White hair. This is really rare. Can you settle accounts?" Wu Hung looked at her. "Yes," the girl said softly. Wu Hung nodded. "Deacon, I want these too." "Okay, from today on, you two will follow him, be obedient, and take good care of him," Slater said softly. The two girls nodded. Slater continued to say to Wu Hung, "Okay, I'm going back too, work hard here, and when there's a chance, I'll apply to the association to transfer you back. Outside, he looked like a deacon instructing his subordinates. You're not the same person as you were last night. Wu Hung nodded, took the backpack from Bassin's back, took out a stack of comic books, and a jewelry box. He handed it to her and said, the books are Yuli's, the jewelry is yours, be careful on the road. Slater looked at him deeply with her beautiful eyes, nodded, tapped the wall of the carriage. Let's go! The carriage slowly moved. The mercenaries escorted them away. Returned to the residence. Wu Hung looked at the two maids standing in front of him. What are your names? The girl with rabbit ears lowered her head and said softly, Master, my name is Minnie. How old are you? 16. Minnie was a newly bought rabbit man. She was about 168 centimeters tall, had long brown hair and black rabbit ears, had a childish face, was a little thin, and her long legs were eye-catching. Her body proportions were completely reflected in her legs. Well, Minnie, you will be responsible for the food and drink in the future. Yes, Master. Minnie nodded carefully. Wu Hung continued to look at the other person. This was a girl with long white hair, animal ears, and a fox tail. Her gray-white hair fell to her waist, and she had a pair of animal ears on her head. Her eyes also implied a kind of vigilance and indifference. It seemed that her whole spirit was tense, as if she had a heavy responsibility. What's your name? How old are you? After a silence, the other party said, and we're 22 years old. You said you can count. Is it no problem to manage a store? No problem. I'll take you to the store tomorrow. If there is no problem, I'll let you run it. Yes. The white-haired orc hummed. I need to sign a slave contract with you, as I said before. The two did not speak. Wu Hung directly took out 2 contracts, and let the 2 drip blood. 2 soul powers sunk into the 2 people's eyebrows, and their faces became paler. The contract was completed. The 2 looked at Wu Hung, and their previous vigilance was gone. There was more respect and obedience. Okay, there are 2 rooms on the 2nd floor, you can choose one, and then Minnie will prepare dinner. Okay, Master. Minnie agreed happily. The other one still nodded somewhat coldly. After dealing with the 2 maids, Wu Hung returned to the zombie world through the gate. Outside the community, trucks were parked on the roadside. Many people were loading supplies onto the trucks. Someone saw Wu Hung from a distance, and quickly walked into the repair shop. Li Yong came out and ran over here. After approaching, said, we brought a lot of people this time. Some people will continue to transport supplies to the prison tomorrow, and some people will start collecting various daily necessities in the community. Well, I will also arrange some skeletons to assist you then. Li Yong nodded, and then continued, by the way, there is a small gathering place of survivors in the west. It is said that there are zombies moving, and it is suspected that there are level 2 big-headed zombies. Chapter 152, Everything is ready. Big-headed zombie? The characteristic of big-headed zombie is that it can lead the zombie group. The name given by the main station is called Commander. Compared to other second-level zombies, this kind is more difficult to deal with. When it appears in an area, it is more dangerous for the survivors. Are you sure? Wu Hung asked. No, but judging from the other party's description, there is a high probability that it is this kind of big-headed zombie. Li Yong thought for a while and answered. Somewhere in the west. In Changjingzi district. Changjingzi district is still a distance away from here. It will take a while for the army to get there. In addition, it will take more time to deal with zombies on the way. After thinking about it, I feel that I should go there. Other level 2 zombies are fine, but this kind of big-headed zombie is of great help to me. In addition to serving as a messenger, I can also lead a patrol myself, or escort Li Yong and others to the prison. It is still a very useful skeleton. Let's prepare first. We will go there in the next 2 days. Wu Hung said. What do I need to prepare? Li Yong asked. She usually just goes with him. Prepare the truck, and bring some spare gasoline. Oh, okay, I will prepare it as soon as I get back. Yeah. The two briefly talked about the situation in the prison. Wu Hung suddenly remembered something and said, let someone try to do some javelin throwing. Javelin throwing? What is that? Similar to javelin, the kind thrown at sports events. Wu Hung briefly explained. Any requirements? Thinking about the javelin he saw in the weapon shop, he said, it should be about 1.45 meters long, and one end can be sharpened. Li Yong nodded, indicating that she understood, and continued to ask, can we use steel bars? Last time, We brought back a lot of steel bars from the warehouse, so we should be able to make some. Okay, try it first, and then improve it if it doesn't work. Okay, I'll go back tonight and ask someone to make it. This one is simpler, just cut it, and we can get a lot in one night. Well, you've worked hard. Li Yong smiled and moved closer. What's the hard work? Compared to other people, we're already very happy. The two stood together and chatted for a while. Li Yong returned to her residence and arranged work and rooms for the people she had brought from the prison. The entire community behind the auto repair shop was cleaned up by the skeletons. There were enough rooms to accommodate any number of people. It was mainly a task assigned by Wu Heng. People still had to be arranged to make the javelin. Li Yong left, and Wu Heng returned to the community to check on the skeletons' training. After confirming that everything was fine, he also passed through the boundary gate and returned to Rattan City. Return to the residence. Read a book in the study. Minnie's cautious voice came from downstairs. Master, dinner is ready. Wu Heng got up and went downstairs. Dinner was already on the table. This was the first time that real food was put on the table. It was different from the stir-fried dishes in the modern world. The food here was more like the type in the ancient West. There were vegetable soup, steamed eggs, fruit pancakes. There were not many ingredients, but there were a lot of preparations. It seemed that the little maid he chose had good cooking skills. Wu Heng sat down. Two maids stood aside. Wu Heng glanced at them and said, "Don't stand, sit down and eat." The two still looked a little reserved, standing aside without moving. Their eyes, but still looking at the food on the table, quietly swallowing saliva. Wu Heng frowned, pointed to the left, and ordered Minnie. "You sit here where? You sit on the right." Seeing Wu Heng say this, the two carefully sat down. It is difficult for slaves to control their own fate. If you meet a kind buyer, your life may be better. If you meet a bad temper, it is common to be beaten and scolded. "Eat," Wu Heng said. Wei looked at him vigilantly, picked up the food and put it in her mouth. Minnie saw that Wei had eaten it, and she also ate it in small bites. She ate for a while. Wu Heng continued to ask, "Have you chosen the room?" "Yes. Sister Wei chose the left one, and I chose the right one," Minnie said. Wu Heng nodded and continued to introduce the situation on his side to them. "Well, my profession is a necromancer. Some skeletons will appear in my house. They won't hurt you. Don't be afraid if you see them. You can ask them for help if you need any heavy work." When they heard about the skeletons, they looked at the figure with a round helmet on his head standing at the door. At that time, they were surprised that these two people never spoke and just stood at the door without moving after entering the house. It turned out to be skeletons. "Oh, okay," Minnie agreed in a low voice. Wu Heng continued also. "When I'm at home, you are not allowed to go up to the third floor. If you have anything to say, call me downstairs. If I don't respond to you, you are not allowed to go up to the third floor." "Yes, Master." "Where?" Wu Heng looked at the white-haired fox girl on the other side. "Yeah," the other party said subconsciously. "Tomorrow I will take you to the store to have a look. If there is no problem, you will be in charge of it in the future," Wu Heng said. The white-haired fox girl raised her head, a pair of white eyelashes, and looked at him suspiciously. "Okay." The three of them chatted briefly, and the atmosphere was no longer so depressing. Bunny Minnie wiped the biscuit crumbs from the corner of her mouth and asked, "Master, are you from the merchant group?" Those who open shops in the city are basically from the merchant group. Otherwise, they don't have the financial resources and ability. They also have a house in the inner city, so they thought they were from the merchant group. Wu Heng shook his head. "I am the captain of the association, and I was just transferred here. You can call me whatever you want at home. Call me captain outside, or just call me by my name. In fact, being called master by a group of cute girls, I feel quite comfortable. But from the outside, it would feel very ashamed. Wow, the master is the captain of the association." Minnie's eyes widened a little. Another fox girl was also a little surprised. Mercenary groups can be seen everywhere in the city, but the people of the association all live in the inner city and have certain law enforcement powers, which gives people a sense of status. In fact, their own power is not as great as they think. By the way, some time ago, there was a wanted criminal in the outer area of the city who specialized in killing women and bleeding them. "Master, do you know about this?" Minnie suddenly said. It seems that Minnie has a more cheerful personality. After all, she is young. Wu Heng nodded. We killed the blood cult and saved a few girls. Wow! It's really you. Master. Minnie was in there. You are Minnie's savior. Minnie stood up from the chair suddenly, her face full of excitement and joy. This. Wu Hung didn't expect that the maid he'd bought would be related to the previous mission. It was team member Marta who released the girls locked in the cellar. At that time, he was still searching for spoils from the bodies. I didn't pay attention to whether there was a little bunny girl inside. How did they catch you? I had just arrived here, and it was raining and I got lost. So I was caught by them. Minnie was scared at the time, and her eyes were crying uncontrollably. After she was rescued, her eyes were swollen for several days. Minnie continued. Slaves were not always imprisoned. Just like when they were bought, the management inside was a little lax. But no one ran away. It was more like an agent finding a job for someone than selling slaves. The orcs are different from humans. The tribes and city-states are complex. And the battles and poverty make many people want to get out of there. The slave trade is also a good way. When you go out in the future, I will arrange someone to follow you, so you don't have to worry about any danger. Wu Hung said while eating. Thank you, Master. I have a good eye. I chose you. Minnie's face was full of happiness. She felt that she had a great fate with the Master in front of her. Not only was she saved by him, but she was also bought back. What could be more destined than this? Wu Hung glanced at the other fox girl, who was eating with her head down, and said, Wei Er, I'll arrange someone to follow you when you go out. The city is still quite chaotic. Yes. Thank you. After dinner, the two of them were not so restrained. Minnie was even happier. While packing up, she told Wei Er about the situation when she was rescued. In fact, the killing of the blood worship cult was quite a big deal in the outer area of the city. After all, when Wu Hung went there, many people had died. And they were all women. The residents raised money to catch the man, and were disappointed with the gang in charge. The matter was resolved, and the story had been circulating for a while. Wu Hung brought some daily necessities to the two, and went up to the 3rd floor. The two girls sat in the living room, chatting in a low voice. The next day, in the morning, Wu Hung took the fox girl Andwire and entered a shop on the commercial street. The shop was called Green Chui Shop, and it mainly sold some daily necessities. The shop owner was a human, wearing a black dress, tall and thin, with his hair tied back. Seeing this outfit, Wu Hung narrowed his eyes slightly. The sunlight was so bright just now that he almost mistook him for the butler of the pit. Yawned. There were not many customers here in the morning. The store was filled with various daily necessities, including glassware and pottery. The boss glanced at the two people who came in and looked them over. He still asked, What do you need? Let me take a look at the glassware. Wu Hung walked to the shelf on one side and looked at the glassware on it. Basically, it's glass cups and some glass vases, or animal-shaped ornaments. Wu Hung's attention is mainly on glass cups. There are two types of prices, the ordinary ones, the ones with a little dirt on the glass body and impurities inside, sell for 95 copper. And the ones with slightly better appearance are more than 1 silver. Wu Hung feels that this price is a bit outrageous. This is even more outrageous than the price in Blackstone Town. The low-quality glass products in Blackstone Town are around 70 copper, but here they are directly 95 copper. The price has doubled. Customer, do you want to buy? If not, please do not touch the fragile items. The tall and thin boss wiped the things and warned lightly. Wu Hung looked at himself, and then looked at Ware and Basson and Bottom behind him. Although he looked a little strange, he didn't seem so poor. He put the glass back. Take Andwire with him, and continue to look at the pottery area. This area mainly sells pottery jars and plates. It's not ceramics, but coarse pottery. The price is also in the range of dozens of coppers. Wu Hung glanced at the fox girl beside him, and she nodded, indicating that she had seen enough. The boss at the counter no longer cared about their thoughts. Wu Hung took out a modern glass cup, put it on the counter, and asked, Boss, do you want it? The boss looked back and his eyes fell on the transparent brown glass cup. This color, with the current technology, is difficult to produce. Not to mention this level of transparency. Where did you get it? Will you take it? Wu Hung asked. The other party glanced at the others and said, I'll take it. I'll give you 50 coppers. Boss, the lowest price is 95 coppers. Isn't that too low? Wu Hung said. The store also needs to make a profit. If I keep this price, how can I make money? Then if the quality is the same as the lowest price. How much will you take? 40 coppers. Let's talk about yours. If you tell me where this glass is made, I can give you a higher price. The boss continued. I'll think about it. Wu Heng put away the glass and turned to leave with the others. Behind him, the boss chased out of the store. He shouted to talk more, but he couldn't catch up with the others. Crossing 2 streets, Wu Heng brought Anwar and came to the store where he bought the goods. The door of the store was open, and the dust had been cleaned. The floor was clean, and there was a sign in the corner, which read Casualite Grocery Store. He went straight to the backyard. He checked the warehouse. According to Wu Heng's request, 2 doors were added to the warehouse. In addition to the iron door outside, there was another door inside. The reason he gave was double insurance. The real purpose was to avoid being discovered when transporting materials through the boundary door inside. At this time, Andwire also came over from behind. Master, how do we decide the price? Andwire asked. Well, we can also divide it into several types. And the price is lower than his, Wu Heng said. After all, there is no need to consider the transportation costs. They are all free, so it is easier to sell them at a lower price. Moreover, modern products have better craftsmanship. Okay, master, go down and prepare. Okay. Andir went to the front. Wu Hengbason and Bodong stood guard at the door, using the bronze key to open the door inside, and commanded the skeleton to move in boxes of various supplies collected by Li Yong and others. When Anvir came back again, she looked at the goods that suddenly appeared in surprise. But he didn't say much. Space props are also the means of transportation for the big merchant group. All sorted out? Well, I'll leave the opening to you. Wu Heng said to the skeletons he brought. Sword 1 and Sword 2, you stay and listen to Andavil's instructions. The 2 skeletons walked to the other side very obediently. They stood beside the fox girl. Wu Heng was in the store, watching her busy for a while. After giving instructions, he returned to his residence. Returned to the zombie world. Alchemy number 1 came out, with a dry palm, and brought up 2 bottles of potion. Strength Enhancement Potion. Description: a potion developed by extracting energy from deformed creatures, which has a strong improvement effect on living creatures, and has a small chance of awakening bloodline power. Chapter 153, the carriage must be full of supplies. Strength Enhancing Potion? A potion that he had never seen before was brought to him. Wu Heng frowned and read the description below the potion. The potion was developed by extracting the energy structure of the deformed creatures. In other words, it was made using corpse cores. Is this a first-level corpse core, or a second-level corpse core? Wu Heng asked. On the side of the skeleton alchemist, there was a total of 1 second-level corpse core and 3 first-level corpse cores. I haven't made an antidote before. Wu Heng thought that it was because the work was too heavy. After all, there was only alchemist number 1 at that time. He had to make common treatment potions, mental potions, and take care of the wounded. Now it seems that he is developing new potions. And he has succeeded. Alchemy is really a magical profession. I wonder if he can make an antidote for the zombie virus. The skeleton alchemist brought the organ jar and opened the top of the jar. Wu Heng took a look inside. A blood-stained second-level corpse core, and 2 other first-level corpse cores. In other words, this potion was made from first-level corpse cores. Well, put the lid on. Number 1 put the lid on and put it back on the shelf beside. Wu Heng picked up the potion. After thinking for a while, he opened the cork and drank it straight up. The slightly bitter taste filled his mouth and he swallowed it into his stomach. Strength +1, agility +1. The system prompt appeared, and the attributes were improved. Name, Wu Heng. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 6, 7325/23,000. Attributes, Strength 24, Agility 25, Constitution 25, Intelligence 26, Perception 15, Charisma 19. Feats, Short Spear Mastery, Basic, Sword Mastery, Entry Level, Light Armor Mastery, Basic, Arcane Training. Abilities, Grey Eagle Swordsmanship, Entry Level, Strengthening Willpower. Skills, Bone Serving, Corpse Serving, Dancing Lights, Acid Splash, Grease, Weakness Ray, Corpse Preservation, Talking with the Dead, Evil Explosion, Fireball, Life Support, Pathogenic Ray, Feather Fall, Mist Cloud, Dead Warfield. The attributes have indeed been improved. Moreover, this time, there were no side effects of swallowing corpse cores. That is to say, This medicine completely avoids the process of swallowing corpse cores and being infected by the virus. If this news spreads, I am afraid that the entire surviving human society will cause a big sensation. At least, this is an absolute wealth. Other survivor bases, and even the headquarters do not have wealth. If the second-level corpse core is also developed, then it is only a matter of time to unlock more superpowers. It is still very satisfied with this potion martial arts. Give the pharmacy bottle to number 1, continue. This kind of potion is very good next. According to this production, same, the secondary is also developed. Alchemy number 1 salute, holding a potion bottle back to the room in the building. Nympho. After taking the potion, Wu Heng walked out of the community, pressed the walkie-talkie. After a while, Li Yong kicked a tricycle and rushed over. On the cardboard, putting hundreds, cut into a sharp steel bars at one end. Can you take a look at this one? Li Yong picked up one and handed it to him. Wu Heng shook it in his hand and felt that it was a bit heavy. It should be this one. If there are any aspects that are not right, improve it. Okay. Li Yong nodded and then continued, the work of collecting daily necessities and transporting them has been assigned, and everything is going on normally. Wu Heng nodded. Collect them and pile them at the entrance of the community, and I will arrange for the skeleton to move in when the time comes. Okay, when will you go to change Yingzi? Li Yong continued to ask. Tomorrow. Prepare a truck, fill it with oil, and prepare some spare gasoline. Okay. After chatting, the two parted ways. Li Yong rode the tricycle back. Wu Heng also returned to his residence, commanded the skeletons, and distributed the javelins. Choose an open space, and start practicing long-distance javelins. Wu Heng stood aside and watched for a while. Opened the boundary gate, and returned to his residence in Rentan City. Dusk. Wu Heng walked down from the upstairs. Minnie the bunny girl heard the footsteps and rushed out quickly. Master, do you want to prepare dinner? Let's prepare. Okay. Minnie walked down the stairs with her long legs, taking 3 steps at a time, to prepare dinner. The 2 maids she had just bought had completely different personalities. Minnie was 16 years old and had a lively personality. Even though she was almost killed by the blood cult last time, she could still talk about it with a smile and share it with others as a topic of conversation. Later, after knowing that Wu Heng had saved her at that time, she felt that all this was a kind of fate. I was destined to come with him. I was very willing to accept my maid's identity. Minnie went to prepare dinner. Not long after, Anweir, who was in charge of the store, also opened the door and came back. She didn't bring Jian-E and Jian-Er with her, so she must have stayed at the store. Seeing Wu Heng sitting in the living room, she immediately said, Master, the store has been open normally in the afternoon, and there are not many customers entering the store. It has just opened, and there is no publicity. People will come in slowly, so there is no need to rush. You will be in charge of that. Don't worry about the gangs or anything like that. I have already told everyone. Wu Heng said. Okay, Master. After answering, he went to the kitchen to help Minnie prepare dinner. Soon, dinner was served on the table. The 3 of them sat down at the table and started eating. Minnie asked about some things she was curious about, and Anweir listened attentively and ate quietly. After finishing dinner, they returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Heng took Weir and Minnie to the store. After sitting in the store for a while, a few scattered customers came in to ask about the prices of the items. It was different from what I imagined. Some people did ask about the prices of glass cups and porcelain, but more people bought plastic basins, which were piled up in grocery stores. Everyone came in, after asking about the price and use, would buy a few to take away. Wu Heng sat for a while, said hello to the 2 girls, and went back early after the end. Then he left directly, and returned to his residence. He opened the gate, and returned to the zombie world. Today, he made an appointment to go to Changjingzi with Li Yong to catch the big-headed zombie. Wu Heng commanded the skeletons to start dividing the troops, leaving about 200 soldiers to patrol nearby and protect the rest of the people in the auto repair shop. The remaining skeletons all moved and filled the entire street. With the current number of skeletons, it has reached more than 13,000. The big-headed skeletons have the ability of long-distance intelligence, and they also need to issue orders in batches and multiple times. In the distance, people from the auto repair shop stood there and watched, and there was some horror in each other's eyes. Now the number of skeletons is already more than the general zombie tide. In the main station, some powerful superpowers were introduced, but in the eyes of everyone, No matter how powerful the superpowers are, they can't resist such a dense army of skeletons. They can also wear armor and hold weapons. Beep. Soon, Li Yang also drove a military truck over. The skeletons made way for a road, and the military truck slowly entered the middle position. Wu Heng took Basin, Botting, and the big-headed skeleton to the truck. He gave the order directly. Forward. Hula la. The skeleton army began to move, escorting the truck in the middle, and moving forward slowly. Li Yang said, "Last night, I contacted the Changjingzi district again. They said that in addition to the big-headed zombies, they also found other types of second-level zombies and first-level zombies. The number of zombies is also around 2,000 or even 3,000. More than one second-level zombie? Yes, that's what they said. It may be a little dangerous." Li Yang was a little worried. As time went by, not only did the survivors gather together, but even the zombies began to gather together. Who can you reason with? It's okay, it's not a big problem. If there is real danger, we can leave. Wu Heng comforted. Well, they will also evacuate today, and they won't be able to provide us with any detailed information at that time. It's okay, we pass through, and those zombies will come to us. The truck continued to move forward slowly, maintaining the same speed as the army. The two chatted about the radio station and the situation of some survivors' bases. As time went by, the survivors gradually gathered together and began to keep each other warm. Similarly, every day, there were bases that lost contact inexplicably. Most of them were broken into by zombies and died inside. The truck drove out of the cleared area. On both sides of the road, more and more zombies began to be attracted, rushing out from the community or shops, and rushing towards this side in groups. After walking a distance against the zombies rushing over, passing by a residential area, zombies poured out of the community like a river and gathered on the road, rushing towards this side. Stop, and the skeletons also stopped moving forward. Wu Heng immediately ordered. The truck slowly stopped. The skeleton army also stopped directly and entered the battle state. The view on the truck is good, and you can see farther. Wu Heng calculated the distance of the zombies and said directly, "Prepare to throw spears." Hula la, a large number of skeletons pulled out the steel spears they carried and prepared to throw spears. Throw. Whoosh, the dense steel bars, with the whistling sound of the wind, were thrown directly out. Ding, ding, ding. Then, the steel bars fell into the range of the zombies, like raindrops. Some zombies were pierced by the falling steel bars, and more steel bars, more like falling iron bars, knocked down a large area. Wow, the effect is so good, Li Yang on the truck said with some surprise. The road is originally affixed with. Hundreds of spears were thrown down, and the zombies fell down like wheat being cut. Although many zombies stood up again, the effect they showed was still very obvious. When the spear throwing is well practiced and the specialization is unlocked, it will also be a means of killing the enemy. The zombies who stood up charged again. Wu Heng continued to give orders. Spear formation. The skeletons lowered their bodies and pointed their spears forward, and then the zombies directly crashed into the spear formation. The sound of puff-puff piercing the flesh was heard. Dirty blood splashed everywhere. A large number of zombies were pierced through the body, and they fell directly to the ground. Watching the number of zombies decreasing rapidly. Push forward. Whoosh, the spearmen stood up, like a wall full of steel nails, and began to push the zombies back. The zombies that were not dead fell to the ground, tried to crawl forward, and bit the skeletons' ankles. They were trampled into pulp by more skeletons behind them, or they were chopped into a pool of rotten meat by the knife-wielding skeletons. In the fierce battles, the number of zombies was decreasing rapidly. With the current level and number of skeletons facing the zombies in front of them, it can be said that the situation was crushing. More skeletons, protecting around the truck, had no place to play. The battle gradually ended. The area became quiet again. All the skeletons, all stood in place, and began to enter standby mode. Clean up the battlefield, move all the bodies to both sides of the road. Wu Heng continued. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield. They picked up the steel spears that had been thrown, and threw the bodies to both sides of the road. There were also scrapped cars blocking the middle of the road. After everything was settled, they continued to move forward towards the army. The team moved forward while killing zombies along the way, and the speed of advancement was slower than expected. In addition to dealing with the small waves of zombies that kept appearing, the scrapped cars piled up along the road. had greatly affected the advancement. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the team began to approach Changjingzi district. Several obviously iconic buildings could be seen from a distance. Speed up the advance. Wu Heng was about to give an order. Suddenly, a black SUV came out from a side road and entered the main road. It was very fast. However, just after it appeared, it saw the huge army of skeletons approaching. Squeak! The harsh brake sound was heard. The car body began to shake violently. And with a sharp turn, it crashed into the street lamp on the side of the road with a bang. The violent collision shattered the glass plate above the street lamp, and a piece of it fell on the roof of the car. The person in the front passenger seat was half hanging on the car body from the front windshield. The airbag on the driver's seat popped open, and the person was seriously injured. Then, the person who smashed the front glass in the passenger seat began to turn into a zombie, crawled back into the car, and tore and bit the driver in the main seat. Wu Heng and Li Yong stared at the scene in front of them with their eyes wide open. This was too sudden. They didn't even have time to react. The two cars crashed into the street lamp, and both of them turned into zombies. Before they could react, behind them, another small van rushed out from the same path. Squeak! Facing the army of skeletons, the car also stepped on the brakes, leaving 4 clear black tire marks. The van turned a corner and tried to reverse and drive in another direction. But from behind, there were screams and howls of zombies. A large group of zombies, following the van, appeared on the main road. The van and the SUV with black smoke were like obstacles sandwiched between the two armies, unable to move forward and unable to move backward. It should be a survivor who escaped, Li Yong said. Wu Heng nodded. Their driving skills are not very good. The other party's car was not modified. Even the van behind only had a few newspapers pasted on the windows on both sides. Modification is not something that anyone can do. What should we do now? Those people seem to be stupid. And the car is parked there, Li Yong said. Wu Heng looked outside through the gap in the steel bars of the car window. He turned around and said to the big-headed skeleton behind him, "Prepare to throw spears." Crash! The skeleton team immediately made the action of throwing spears. Throw! Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded again. A large number of steel spears fell from the sky like raindrops. They fell on the asphalt road with a clang. As the spears fell, the zombies fell in groups. Cleaner skeleton, attack! Whoosh! Cleaner skeleton squeezed out of the team and headed forward. He collided with the zombies rushing forward. Inside the van, several people watched the battle happening around them in horror. The whole car body was shaken back and forth by the collision, and the roof also sounded the bang-bang of trampling. It looked like someone was fighting on the roof of the car. "Mr. Chen, these skeletons don't seem to attack us," one of them said. The skeletons were closer to them. If they wanted to attack them, they would be basically overwhelmed in one wave. It seemed that they really weren't attacking them. What the hell? The man called Mr. Chen cursed. Look, the modified military truck in the middle of the skeletons. This is the superpower mentioned on the radio. Who can drive this kind of truck? And the zombies can rush out. Behind the car, there must be supplies. Really, if we have them, we can get a share of the spoils no matter which base we go to. Mr. Chen lowered his head and looked at the truck in front. There was a flash of hesitation in his eyes. The battle ended quickly. All the zombies were killed, and the skeletons stood scattered in place, like statues. Motionless. Go and talk to those people, and be careful. After thinking for a while, he said, "Bassin, you go with her." Okay. Li Yong tied the straps of her protective suit tightly, and jumped off the truck directly. Bassin and several other skeletons followed behind, and walked towards the van. Dang dang dang. Li Yong knocked on the door twice. "Open the door, I am also a survivor." The door at the back opened a gap horizontally. Whoosh! Suddenly, a short spear with a fruit knife tied to it, through the gap of the open door, stabbed Li Yahong's throat. Chapter 154, Changjingzi Caravan. A cold light suddenly pierced out from the gap of the door. Li Yahong's pupils suddenly shrank, and a bone-chilling coldness suddenly rose from her spine. She realized the danger and wanted to dodge, but her body couldn't keep up with the speed of reaction. At this time, Bassin made a quick move, drawing his sword to chop at the spear. Dang! A crisp sound. The spear deflected downward, and the sharp tip of the spear hit the chest of Li Yahong's stab-proof suit. A force pushed her back to the ground. Li Yong got up in a panic, hid behind the skeleton, and kept touching her neck and body with her hands, checking if she had any wounds. Apparently, the stab-proof suit still worked. A mark was left on her chest. But she was not pierced. But this feeling of fear still made her back cold. She never thought that she went there with the idea of helping the survivors. But the other party actually wanted to kill her. The look in her eyes when she looked at the van was also full of anger. Inside the van. Fuck. Fuck. It was so close. Mr. Chen, who had a gold chain around his neck, cursed in a low voice. At such a close distance, he actually missed. The skeleton following the other party drew his sword too quickly. Otherwise, he would have stabbed the other party to death with one blow. It would have been good if he could kill the other party. But now that he is not dead, it is a bit difficult to deal with. He glanced at the other people in the car. He put the short spear in his hand directly into the hand of a young woman with a somewhat wooden look, and said, "You stabbed because you were too nervous. Did you hear me?" The woman's hands were shaking, and she subconsciously took the short spear. "Did you hear me?" The man scolded. The woman nodded stiffly. "Don't forget that I saved you. If anything happens to me, I'll take you with me. Behave yourself." Mr. Chen snorted coldly. Several people echoed him. Outside the car, Li Yong no longer wanted to communicate with the people inside, and retreated to the back. A large number of skeletons surrounded the van tightly. As long as the order was given, the van would be overturned and everyone inside would be killed. At this time, the doors of the van were all opened. There were 6 people in total, 4 men and 2 women. The leader was over 1.8 meters tall, strong and sturdy, with a gold chain around his neck. He didn't look like someone who had been hungry in the apocalypse at all. He shouted, "We are also survivors, don't do it, don't do it, I just overreacted." As he said that, he pulled a woman behind him out directly. "Why don't you apologize to her?" The woman avoided his eyes, looked depressed, and said tremblingly, "I'm sorry, I was too nervous just now, I apologize to you." With a clang, the short spear in his hand fell to the ground and rolled far away. His knees weakened, and he sat on the ground. The man with the gold chain looked at the skeletons around him warily, and said carefully, "My lady, we have no other intentions. We were hiding in a farmyard before, and just escaped today. We are a little too nervous." Li Yong did not speak. The skeletons surrounding them still stood in the same place, surrounding them in the middle. The man glanced around again, slapped the woman on the back of her head, and scolded, "Keep apologizing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The woman lowered her head, crying. Li Yong didn't know how to make a decision. The other party didn't do it on purpose, and nothing happened. Now she was short of manpower. She looked at the truck behind her. With a creak, the door of the truck opened, and Wu Hung walked down slowly. At the same time, several strange-looking skeletons followed. Seeing that there was still one person, the faces of the other survivors became even stranger. The truck was originally sealed very tightly, and the windows were all made of steel bars, so it was difficult to see how many people were sitting in the truck from below. I thought the woman who came down was controlling this skeleton army, but it turned out that the real master was someone else. Fortunately, I didn't kill her. Otherwise, everyone in the car would not have a chance to explain. Seeing the other party coming over, the man smiled. He took out a wrinkled cigarette from his arms, knocked on the cigarette box to take out the cigarette, and walked over. "Brother, my name is Chen Yongdong. Thank you for saving us." Halfway through, the skeleton stopped him directly. Wu Hung stood not far away and looked at him, saying, "Which big brother?" "Hey! What big brother or not? Just an ordinary survivor," the man said. Wu Hung continued to look at him, and asked, "You stabbed me with a spear just now, didn't you? You don't have the courage to kill zombies, but you want to kill people?" The man's pupils contracted, and his face immediately returned to a normal smile, saying, "No, no, it's not me. It's her. A woman is timid, and has some nervous reactions." Wu Hung looked at him, and said directly, "Kill him." "Ah? Not really." The man thought he was going to kill the kneeling woman. He was still talking, and the sound of breaking wind was heard on the side. A huge fist came from the side. Bang! The sound of hammering sounded, and the cervical vertebrae broke. His eyes were wide open, and he spat out blood, mumbling, "It's not me." His body fell backwards, and he fell to the ground completely dead. Several people in the distance watched this scene in horror. This man was more decisive, and he killed people directly after roughly identifying them. Wu Hung glanced at the others. 3 men and 2 women. "Kill all those with weapons," Wu Hung said directly. Crash! The skeleton instantly knocked down several people beside the van, and the kitchen knife fell on their heads, and chopped them into a pile of meat paste with wailing. The only one left at the scene was the woman, who was pulled out to take the blame. She hugged her head with her arms, not shouting or screaming, but her body kept shaking. Weak and helpless. The state of these two people was completely different from those men. In essence, they didn't seem to be together. Wu Hung didn't say much, and directly released talking to the dead to the corpse. The corpse sat up and looked over here. Wu Hung asked, "What is the relationship between this woman and you?" The corpse replied, "One person went to stay at the farmhouse. And because she looked good, she was kept." Wu Hung nodded and dispersed the magic. The corpse lay on the ground again. Wu Hung looked at the trembling woman on the ground and said, "I know you are not together with her. Now you can leave by yourself. Or you can go with us." The woman raised her head blankly and glanced at the corpse on the ground. She looked up at Li Yong again and asked, "Do you want to live on your body?" Li Yong understood what she meant. She glanced at Wu Hung and said, "We are a regular shelter. If you want, you can go with us. No one will force you. But you still need to do the labor you can. Then, I am willing to go with you. In the current environment, if she goes alone, she will die. As long as she doesn't want to die, she can only go back with you." "Let her sit in the back seat of the car?" Li Yong asked. "In the truck." Li Yong was driving. Wu Hung was the co-pilot. In the back row were Bassin, Botting, and a big-headed skull in the middle. Actually, you can squeeze in the back row. But in a woman's current state, sitting in the middle of the skulls, it would be scary. Sit in the truck bed. There's a canvas tent anyway, Wu Hung said. Yes. Li Yong nodded. Asked the other party to take off her coat. Checked her from a distance to see if she had any weapons. And then arranged her in the truck bed at the back. She curled up in a corner. Silent. Wu Hung looked inside the van. There were many daily necessities. He moved all the skeletons onto the truck bed, and took off the gold chain from the neck of the man surnamed Chen. He sat back in the car. The truck started, and continued to drive forward. Li Yong held the steering wheel with both hands, and touched the stab mark with one hand. Fortunately I wore it, otherwise I would have died here. In this situation, there can't be even a wound. Otherwise, it would be easy to be infected by the virus. In addition to the position enforced just now, if Bassin hadn't changed the position with a knife, or if he hadn't worn a stab-proof suit, I would have died directly. Just like what Wu Hung said about Xiangzi and the others last time. They didn't die at the hands of zombies, but died in such a small matter, and they all blamed themselves for their death. After we go back, we will honk a horn on the car to make announcements, so that no one will need to get off the car, Wu Hung said. The situation just now really scared Wu Hung. Who would have thought that? These people were mentally ill. They would kill people directly. Honk the horn, and it might attract zombies. We are not afraid of ordinary zombies. We should install one when we go back. I remember there are some on the urban management vehicles. We will find one and take it down. Okay, we will install one when we go back. The truck continued to move forward, and the large number of skeletons still escorted it on the left and right, and it began to move forward. On the other side, Changjingzi district. In a semi-underground garage. More than 30 people in total, both men and women, were constantly moving things onto several vans. Everyone was pale and thin, with a dead and solemn look on their faces. Zizizizi. The intercom hanging on the waist suddenly rang. A low and urgent voice came. The group of corpses is approaching this side. There are a lot of them. It's too late if we don't leave now. Without waiting for an answer, the intercom urged again. It's really too late if we don't leave now. Everyone will die here. In the crowd, a man in his 30s, with disheveled hair and a dirty face, pressed the intercom and said, "Get down, let's get ready to go." Hang up the intercom, and continue to say to others, "Everyone get in the car, don't take the rest. Get in the car immediately, don't waste everyone's time, hurry up." People got in the car under the urging, with faces full of worry and uneasiness about the unknown. "Boss, everyone is in the car," someone in the convoy shouted. The middle-aged man looked at the time, and continued, "Send a signal to Wang Dong." Okay. As the order was issued, a thick smoke rushed into the sky from outside the garage. Not long after, boom, a deafening roar sounded from a distant direction. Then, there was the sound of collapse and falling, and the strange sound of various objects breaking. In the intercom, another voice came. "The zombies have been led away. You come down." Soon, a figure climbed down from above, and got directly into a car. "Let's go! Let's go!" Rumble. The convoy started, lined up and drove out of the garage, entered the road that had been cleared in advance, and drove away. Behind them, the dense zombies rushed to the location of the explosion and smoke. Even so, the sound of the convoy still attracted the attention of a large number of zombies. Zombies from all directions rushed towards the convoy. Above the residential building, zombies smashed the glass one by one, and jumped onto the roof like dumplings. Bang bang. Squeak. As the number of corpses increased, some cars began to lose control and crashed into the sides of the road. Thick smoke rose up, and was directly submerged by the surrounding corpses. The faces of the people in the other cars were grim. The children and women were sobbing softly. The man's voice was still heard in the intercom. "Keep the convoy, the out-of-control and damaged cars, don't block the road, give others a chance." Whoosh! The remaining vehicles continued to move forward, and the drivers took a deep breath and stepped on the accelerator tightly. Whether they can get out depends on this one time. More zombies in the back realized that they were deceived, and began to move away from the explosion area and chase the convoy in the direction they left. The number of zombies filled the entire street. A huge crowd, roaring and roaring. On the other side, Wu Heng and Li Yong drove slowly closer. They must have been frightened. Li Yong didn't say anything, and her face looked a little ugly. "How is it?" Wu Heng asked. "It's okay." Li Yong smiled, and continued, "I'm just a little scared. If it weren't for Bassin, I would have died in the hands of the other party. Not to mention being stabbed to death. Even if it was just a cut, and it happened that this weapon had killed zombies, it would also be the result of infection. So, at that time, I was terrified, and now I'm scared. The more I think about it, the more scared I am. It's okay. If that's the case, I will turn you into a skeleton." Li Yong widened her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. "Thank you so much. You are not going to give up on me." "Just kidding. Be careful next time." "Yeah." The two chatted briefly and continued to rush forward. Boom! Suddenly, a huge and deafening explosion sounded. I only felt the ground shaking slightly. Li Yong stepped on the brakes directly. The two opened the car door, stick their heads out, and looked forward. On a distant building, thick black smoke rose, and dense black shadows gathered around the explosion site. "Did the army bomb?" Li Yong asked. "No, a residential building exploded." Wu Heng answered, quickly analyzed it in his mind, and continued, "It may be intentional, to lure away the zombies." Before he finished speaking, in the distance, the convoy was seen speeding. Cars were constantly being surrounded by zombies. They crashed into the sides of the road and were submerged by zombies in the next second. Zzz. At the same time, the intercom in the car emitted a harsh electric current sound. Then, there were intermittent calls from inside, urging the convoy to move forward, and for damaged vehicles to clear the road and attract zombies. This was the frequency band being captured. Li Yong looked up. Wu Heng said, "See if you can contact them. They will make way for them, so that they can pass normally." Chapter 155, It Can't Be the Auto Repair Shop. Li Yong got back into the car, picked up the intercom and said, "This is the auto repair shop, the motorcade of Changjingzi district. Can you hear me?" After that, she waited on the side. But there were still urgings and some orders from inside, and no response from here. It seems that there is a problem with the frequency band. The other party uses a fixed short frequency, and this side is a military device, which can receive the other party's content, but the other party cannot receive the content from this side. Can you hear me? The convoy in Changjingzi district can move forward normally. We will make way for you." Li Yong continued. But the other party still did not respond. Then, the convoy approaching quickly, suddenly began to slow down. The car body swayed, and almost had an accident. But the zombies chasing behind forced them to move forward, and they did not dare to stop. In the convoy, the people in the first car looked at the army appearing in the distance in horror, wearing ancient leather armor, holding spears, neatly arranged in the middle of the road, like an army from ancient times, appearing in the modern world. What is frightening is the exposed skeleton faces, and the endless skeleton army behind. What kind of ghost soldiers are borrowing the road? Moreover, they blocked the road at this time. If they had not experienced the Doomsday for so long, seeing this scene, they would be scared to death. "Brother, what should we do?" the driver asked anxiously. The convoy was moving fast. If it continued like this, it might hit the skeletons in front. The man in the co-pilot seat also had an ugly expression on his face. He hadn't expected such a problem to occur at this time. There were skeletons in front, zombies behind, and the alley was impossible to enter. Once the convoy entered, the crowded road would not even allow them to move forward. Find a building, park, and hide inside the building, the man said. He took a deep breath, picked up the intercom, and continued to ask, "There is danger ahead. The road is blocked. Prepare to pull over. The combat team will get off the car to clean up the zombies and cover the rest of the people to enter the corridor." Squeak! The convoy began to slow down collectively. The car door opened, and the men who had taken simple protective measures rushed out with weapons in hand. They chopped the zombies that pounced on them to the ground. The others in the car took some necessities and rushed into the corridor on one side under cover. With a bang, the green iron door was closed. On the other side, Wu Heng and Li Yong watched the convoy parked on the side, and then rushed into the corridor. The road that they had asked the skeleton team to make way for did not play any role at all. For those survivors, facing the zombies, hiding in the corridor on one side, it just delays the time of death. The corridor door can't stop the zombies, let alone the second-level deformed zombies. But it's understandable. Facing the skeleton army, all the survivors are afraid. The people in the auto repair shop have gradually accepted the skeletons. But when talking to the skeletons, there is also a rather strange way of expression. For example, Big Head Brother, Spear Brother, and so on. Able to express the name, and with a respectful title. Don't worry about them for now. Li Yong also put down the walkie-talkie, and her eyes fell forward again. A huge group of zombies began to rush here from a distance. The number was definitely more than any previous battle. Wu Heng's eyes quickly swept through the group of zombies. This number was probably the zombies in the entire area, which were integrated. With this group of zombies, other local shelters would find it difficult to resist. The number is quite large. Li Yong's face was uglier than when she was stabbed just now, and her hand holding the car door began to tremble. Wu Heng did not speak, but kept his eyes on the distance, calculating the distance the zombies were running. Prepared to throw the spear. Crash! The skeleton took out the steel bar and prepared to throw it upward. Seeing the target approaching quickly, Wu Heng continued to give orders. Release. Whoosh! The steel bar whistled with a sharp sound, like an iron net, and fell into the group of running zombies. Large groups of zombies were knocked to the ground. The zombies running behind were tripped by large groups, like a rolling snowball, rolling into a piece. The bloody zombies that fell down quickly got up. They rushed over quickly, with a foul smell. Spear formation. The spearmen quickly stepped forward, squatted down, and thrust their spears forward. Puff, puff, puff. The zombies suddenly crashed into them, their bodies were pierced, and they died instantly. But there were too many zombies behind them, and the corpses were pushed to the front like a string, one after another. The dead corpses, and the skeletons holding spears, were tightly attached to each other. The skeletons began to thrust their spears non-stop. He attacked again and again, killing the target. Wu Heng held the edge of the car door with one hand and leaned out, looking for the target among the zombies. He quickly scanned the zombies. In the zombies, several types of second-level deformed zombies can be seen. These include the big-bodied tanks, the geckos that climb walls, and some fast-running deformed dogs. The zombies are indeed developing towards a higher level of intelligence. They gathered together, forming a more terrifying force. After looking around several times, he did not find any trace of the big-headed zombie. But in the current situation, it is impossible that there is no big-headed zombie. It is possible that it is short and is hiding in the middle of the zombie group. With a thought, the ghost flew out of the body. Shukong supported his chin with one arm, as if half-lying, and said, "Uncle, what's wrong?" Wu Heng said, "This time, there is a very important task for you. Tell me, do you see the zombie group over there?" "Ah." In the zombie group, there is a zombie with a particularly big head and a short body. Find it out. Wu Heng stretched out his hand and compared it with his head. "You mean big-headed skeletons?" Xiao glanced at the big-headed skeleton sitting in the back row. "Yes. I forgot, there are examples around me. Okay, I'm the best at finding these," Xiao said. After turning in the air, she flew towards the group of corpses, and her body slowly faded and disappeared. In front, the group of corpses was still surging like a wave. One wave after another rushed towards the skeleton. Large swathes of zombies died, and the skeletons also began to lose. Zombies are coming over there too. Li Yong pointed to the distance. Wu Hung looked over and saw groups of zombies swarming out from the paths on both sides of the road, intending to attack the skeletons from the flank. From this point of view, there must be big-headed zombies in the zombie camp. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the zombies to make such a formation change. Send out 2 waves of kitchen knife skeletons to block the zombies on both sides. Wu Hung continued to give orders. More than 1,000 skeletons holding kitchen knives were sent out from both sides, heading towards the zombies on the path. Like 2 ant colonies charging at each other, they collided directly. They fell and rolled over. Whoosh, bang. Shared bicycles were thrown over by the second-level deformed zombies. They smashed into the skeletons, and instantly turned into scattered skeletons. The big guy and the second guy did the same, throwing bicycles on both sides of the road, or some objects in the trash cans, to the other side. They knocked down zombies one after another. When the 2 sides fought together, it was like they were in a war of attrition. It depends on who has more people, whose people will die first. On the other side, everyone in the Changjingzi shelter closed the corridor door, killed the zombies in the corridor, rushed all the way to the top floor, looking at the iron door locked with a padlock. Immediately, someone took out the crowbar hanging on the side of the backpack, insert it into the ring and pry it hard. With a sound of snap, the old padlock broke, and the iron door was pushed open directly. Everyone quickly rushed to the roof. You can hear the roar of the zombies below more clearly, and the sound of chopping vegetables. There is no time to check the situation below. The leader's man quickly gave orders. Xiaolong, go check the zombies' movements. The rest of you, follow me to build a rope ladder and prepare to go to the other side. Everyone separated and began to act according to the order. A team of people began to throw ropes to the guardrail of the next building, planning to build a rope ladder that could pass through. It was a little dangerous, but there was no other way. The man called Xiaolong, then lay on the edge. Looking down, just a glance, his brows frowned. After confirming several times, he whispered, brother, if you have something to say, don't shout. Come and see, the zombies are not chasing us, there is no need to worry. The others paused, immediately approached the edge, lowered his body and looked down. The whole road was densely packed with figures. On one side were ferocious and roaring zombies, and on the other side were white and hollow skeletons holding weapons. The 2 armies fought in the middle. Blood and broken bones were flying everywhere. The corpses under their feet had piled up into a small mountain. They started fighting, and no one cared about us at all. One person said, yeah, I was wondering why there were no zombies knocking on the door. It turns out that they are not in the same group as the skeletons. Huh? We don't have to be too anxious. They may fight for a while. The middle-aged man also nodded and said, everyone take a break first. After resting, while they are fighting, we will leave from the back. Okay. Several people gathered in a circle and simply replenished their food. Some people were sobbing softly because of the companions they lost on the way. This world is like this. People die on the way to looting supplies every day. But the rest of the people still have to live. Brother, you see, the one in the middle of the skeleton doesn't seem to be a scrapped car. It seems that someone got off just now. Xiaolong shouted again. The middle-aged man frowned and looked over. There was indeed a modified truck in the middle. The whole road was full of scrapped cars, and at first, I really didn't notice it. After a careful look, I saw a woman in stab-proof clothing, climbing onto the truck and taking down plastic barrels. There really is someone. Could it be someone from the auto repair shop? The one who contacted us was a woman. The rest of the people also widened their eyes, and each other's eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. The auto repair shop is so powerful? They can control skeletons and directly confront the zombies? Gasoline barrels, Wu Hung said. I'll get it. Li Yong jumped out of the car, got into the back compartment, and looked at the woman who was hiding in the corner with her head in her hands. Take down the soybean oil barrel filled with gasoline. Wu Hung called the big guy and 2 guys over. Let them throw it directly in the direction of the zombies. Bang, 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 the plastic barrel broke. The strong smell of gasoline instantly spread. Mixed with the fishy smell of zombies, it formed a disgusting smell. Wu Hung aimed at the position in the sky and directly released the fireball technique. The fireball turned into a sky-high flame, fell into the zombies, touched the gasoline, and ignited a sky-high fire. Zombies in the middle area were covered by the fire, forming a vacuum isolation zone. At the same time, Xiao Xiao also flew back from the air in the distance. Surprised? He said, "Uncle, I found it. The big head you mentioned is hiding in a car over there, not outside." Chapter 156. Soul Energy Sensing. The fire was rising, and the air was twisted in the burning. Wu Heng looked in the direction pointed by Xiao Xiao, and in the gap between the fire and the smoke, he could vaguely see a green bus. A tourist bus that didn't need to worry about men's health. Around the bus, hundreds of zombies could be seen. He shook his head and stood there, like a guard, guarding nearby. "Let me take a look," Wu Heng said. "Oh," Xiao Xiao agreed, and went straight into the body. At the same time, the scenes of Xiao Zhao's flight also emerged in his mind. First, there were dense zombies along the road. Then the scene changed, and he got into the bus directly. Inside the bus, there was blood. Rotten meat and broken limbs were hung on the luggage rack of the bus. The big-headed zombie that Wu Heng was looking for sat in the main driver's seat. His head was abnormally bloated and huge. Sitting in the driver's seat, he looked at the battlefield in front through the oily glass. When the fire started, the body of the big-headed zombie shook, and he stood up and ran out. After finding that the fire was just fierce and there was no danger, he sat back in the driver's seat. He continued to observe the situation in the distance ahead and controlled the zombies to fight. After watching, Wu Heng released Xiao Xiao again and asked her to be alert to the surroundings and inform him in advance if there was any danger. He began to look at the bus in the middle of the zombie group and began to think about how to deal with it. With the current number of zombies, if he let Bodong go in stealthily to kill them, there might be a risk of being surrounded and beaten. By then, even if the big-headed zombie is killed, it would not be a good deal to sacrifice Bodong. After thinking for a while, he said to big-headed skeleton, "Let Lie come over." Ta-ta-ta. The tall orc skeleton came over with a sniper rifle on its back. The tall skeleton dog followed at its feet. Wu Heng pointed to the bus in the distance and said, "Inside that bus, there is a zombie with a huge head. Find a way to kill it." Lie glanced at the target location and pointed to the roof of the apartment building beside him, meaning that he needed to climb to the roof. Wu Heng nodded and said to several orc skeletons not far away, "Protect Lai." Several orc skeletons walked directly to Lai's side. Then several skeletons quickly approached the apartment building on one side, opened the iron door, and went in directly. Soon, they climbed to the roof, raised their sniper rifles, and pointed them far ahead. The battle on the main battlefield continued. The zombies and skeletons kept colliding with each other. Like two waves, they kept fighting and entangled. Bang! A deafening gunshot suddenly sounded from the rooftop. Pop! In the distance, the front windshield of the bus suddenly shattered. The bullet penetrated the head of the big-headed zombie, and the bloated head exploded like a broken watermelon. The juice splashed everywhere. The body of the big-headed zombie lay backwards. It hit the back of the driver's seat, and then rebounded and hit the steering wheel. The zombies guarding outside began to become irritable and restless, looking for enemies everywhere. The thick water on the big-headed zombie's head flowed down, but he still raised his head slightly, trying to leave the driver's seat and escape. Bang bang. Then, two more shots were fired. They hit the head and the relatively thin body respectively. This time, the whole body collapsed, and the zombies guarding outside, as if they had lost control, followed the rest of the zombies to attack. The zombies in the front also began to become scattered. They lost their minds and began to walk directly through the sea of fire. They were covered by the blazing fire, struggling and roaring, and fell into the sea of fire. Dead. If it were other level 2 deformed zombies, they might be hit by bullets, but they would not die so easily. But the big-headed zombie is different from the normal deformed zombies. Its characteristic lies in the control of the zombie group, and its body and mobility become disadvantages. It was shot twice in the head before it died, which can be regarded as an amazing vitality. Before Wu Heng could react, the direction of the zombie group became chaotic. The other level 2 deformed zombies that were wandering around ran quickly towards the location of the bus at the same time. The giant zombie smashed the front windshield and took the body of the big-headed zombie out. Before he could make any move, his body was knocked away by another giant zombie. The corpse of the big-headed zombie also fell to the ground. At this time, a gecko-like zombie called the Horror Claw Monster came out from a distance, holding the corpse in one hand, and climbed up the outer building wall again. The two giant zombies roared angrily, grabbed the ordinary zombies beside them, and threw them upstairs, trying to knock them down. Wu Hung widened his eyes, watching everything that happened. I originally thought these zombies were going to rescue. Now it seems that they are looting the corpse of the big-headed zombie. The gecko zombie climbed directly to the 6th floor, twisted the head of the big-headed zombie off, and reached into the neck with its sharp claws. After searching for a while, it grabbed a large bloody mass of flesh and threw it directly into its mouth. It chewed it twice and swallowed it. It was looking for a corpse core. Seeing the other party's action, Wu Hung finally understood what they were looking for. They were not fighting for corpses. The only goal was the corpse core in the brain. Damn, the corpse core. It was eaten by zombies. It was the corpse core of a big-headed zombie. You ate the monster you killed. The civil war among the second-level deformed zombies made the entire zombie group more chaotic. The crazy tank zombies ran rampaging in the zombie group, chasing the zombies on the wall. Wu Hung directly ordered, "Attack!" Clatter, the skeletons began to attack more fiercely. In the front row, the skeletons buried under the pile of corpses crawled out with difficulty and began to kill the zombies in front. Without the big-headed zombie leading the zombies, their behavior was closer to that of crazy beasts. Simple traps and obstacles could cause them to be killed and injured. More than 10,000 skeletons began to counterattack, pushing the zombies to kill. On the rooftop, the light of dusk reflected on the bodies of several survivors. No more sobbing and chatting. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the battle happening downstairs. From their position, they could observe the changes in the situation of the entire battlefield. From the initial blind defense, then changed to throwing gasoline barrels and shooting fireballs into the sky. In the end, a tall skeleton sniper climbed onto the roof and shot and killed the second-level deformed zombies with a few shots. And now, the entire skeleton group began to counterattack. Like a huge wave of bones, the zombie group was instantly knocked down. They fell one by one. What kind of mixed tactics is this? Cold weapons below, hot weapons above. Are they from the auto repair shop? If they keep fighting like this, the battle will be over soon. Should we escape? It is certain that they are the survivors. But I don't know if they are from the auto repair shop. I remember that the people from the auto repair shop said that their leader was called King Yin Luo, which might refer to the ability to control skeletons. This ability is too scary. Yeah. Chasing after the zombies is too abnormal. Should we leave? The skeletons are counterattacking, and the zombies are attracted over. Someone asked. Now is the best time to evacuate. The original plan was to evacuate at this time. But after seeing the fighting power displayed by the skeletons, the people began to wonder again. If they were from the auto repair shop, they also have a shelter over there. They are not afraid of such a large group of corpses. They should be safe over there. Several people looked at the middle-aged man, who was the leader at the same time. He looked at the military card in the group of skeletons below, and then looked at the women and children in the team. He said, "Everyone evacuate according to the original plan. Xiaolong and I will stay and see if we can contact the other party. No matter what the result is, we will meet at the planned location. Wouldn't it be too dangerous? Just the two of you? If something happens to you, we won't be able to survive either. It's better to die together." The man continued, "Do as I say. We have already lost a lot of people. We can't lose any more." The others hesitated, but they nodded and agreed. Turned around and started to pack up their belongings and went downstairs. Jumped down from the window behind the second floor and leave to a distant place. Night falls. The battle has continued. The orange flames illuminate the surroundings. The skeleton team has killed most of the zombies, and the remaining zombies are still fighting with the skeletons without fear. Your level is increased to level 7, Intelligence +1, Charm +1. Unlocked feature, Soul Energy Sensing. Soul Energy Sensing, your soul has been enhanced. You can sense the soul energy within a certain range. Invisibility, ghosts within the close range, will not be able to escape your perception. Upgraded. The number of corpses this time, I directly upgraded myself to a higher level. At the same time, I also unlocked a feature Soul Energy Sensing. According to the introduction, you can use the perception of the soul to increase the sensitivity of the surroundings. This feature, Wu Hung seemed to have seen it in the Book of the Dead. It seems that it is an ability that can only be unlocked by necromancers, who are above level 3 and major in soul. Level 1 to 5 is considered the first level, level 6 to 10 is the second level, level 11 to 15 is the third level. Have I unlocked this skill now? Wu Hung tried to close his eyes and stare. The next second, The surroundings were blank, and a series of firelights appeared in his mind. In addition to the large number of undead skeletons, he could also sense Li Yong in the truck, the woman curled up in the car, holding her head and shaking, the little one floating in the distance, and some flying insects. It's really a powerful skill. It can actually capture all of these. But the distance is obviously limited to a certain extent, about within 5 meters around the body. For farther places, you still need to see with your naked eyes. In the future, you can completely rely on this skill to see and explore the surroundings. Open your eyes again, and continue to pay attention to the battle on the scene. The big guy, and the second guy and the 2 giant zombies, fought together. Fists blasted against each other, bang 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 bang. The gecko zombie, and its own gecko skeleton, are also chasing each other on the outer wall of the stairs. And still on the roof, Lai, who had a sniper rifle, shot bullets from time to time. Suppress and support the scene. Wu Hung looked at the scene, smoke billowed, corpses and broken bones covered the ground. The whole battle, from day to night. It felt like a protracted war. Luckily, the participants were all zombies and skeletons. Otherwise, the battle of ordinary creatures would have been exhausted, and both sides would have withdrawn. Bodong, you go help the big guys, and end the battle as soon as possible, Wu Hung said directly. This kind of deformed zombie has intelligence. If it is confirmed that it cannot win, it will choose to escape. At the moment, the skeletons have an absolute advantage. If they continue to attack, they can completely eliminate the zombies. By then, even if the deformed zombies want to run, it will be difficult to catch them. They have all lost a big head corpse core, so these few must be left behind. But Wudong nodded, kicked his feet, and directly jumped over the zombies, rushing towards the big guy. He took a run up, jumped up, and punched in the air. Bang! A punch hit the giant zombie's temple. The air wave exploded. The giant zombie's head bent strangely to one side. The body staggered 2 or 3 steps sideways, and fell to the ground with a thud. The big guy saw the right moment, and his huge fist with an iron glove kept falling down, like an angry gorilla. Bang! 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 The muscles of the giant zombie burst like a tumor, lying on the ground, struggling and fighting back. Bodong also kept hitting the deformed zombie on the ground. He beat it to death. After killing one, he continued to shuttle among the zombies, smashing the zombies that rushed over, and continued to approach the second giant zombie fighting with the 2-block guy. Attack together. On the other side. Bang! The deafening sound of gunfire sounded again from the roof. The fast-crawling gecko zombie was hit by a bullet in the back of the head again. It instantly fell from the outer wall. The skeleton gecko jumped directly from the wall and fell on it with a bang. At the same time, a dense crowd of skeletons rushed forward, wrapped it into a glutinous rice ball. The kitchen knife in his hand kept chopping at his body. The situation seemed to be stable. Wu Hung fired another fireball at the zombie-dense area, smashing it into the zombies. He continued to give orders. Attack with all your strength. The skeletons sped up their attack, killing the remaining zombies. The battlefield fell silent again. Only the still-burning flames could be heard crackling. Wu Hung looked at the corpses on the ground and continued to give orders to clean up the battlefield. Under the light of the fire, the skeletons moved quickly and piled the corpses aside. The black blood gathered into streams on the ground, flowing into the sewer. Wu Hung looked towards the sky at this time. Xiao Xiao slowly appeared, pointed to the side and said, "Uncle, someone is coming over there." Wu Hung looked up. He saw 2 figures standing at the entrance of the corridor in the distance. If the firelight was not bright, they would not be able to see each other's position. Perhaps because they were afraid of the skeleton, they did not dare to approach, standing in the distance anxiously. They kept waving something towards this side. "What do they want to do?" Wu Hung asked. "I just eavesdropped. They want to join you, but they are afraid that you are not a human being and will kill them." Chapter 157. Who are they? Not human at this time. The key position cannot be omitted. Wu Hung corrected. "Oh, he slightly smiled. Wu Hung continued to look into the distance. The other party was waving the rag in his hand, trying to attract attention here. I didn't dare to approach directly. Wu Hung knocked on the car door. Li Yong poked her head and looked down. "What's wrong?" "There are 2 people over there who want to join us. You go and talk to them. If you want to stay, you have to be obedient," Wu Hung said. Li Yong followed his gaze, and saw the figure in the darkness. "Arrange a few skeletons for me." "Yes." Wu Hung waved his hand. and several tall orc skeletons came to her side and protected her directly. Li Yong nodded, and after confirming that she should be safe, she walked to the opposite side. She stopped at a distance, stood in the middle of the skeletons, and said, "Come out. Throw all the weapons aside." The two people in the dark hesitated, took off their backpacks, iron pipes and knives, and threw them aside, raised their hands, emphasized that they were not in danger, and walked into the firelight. Li Yong looked at the two of them warily and asked, "Who are you?" "We are from the Changjingzi shelter. We talked on the radio. If you have heard us, you should know us," the bearded man in the lead emphasized. "Are you the ones in the escape convoy?" "Yes. We were chased by the zombies, and we were a little panicked." "Where are the others?" Li Yong glanced at the residential building next to her. "They didn't come down. We came to talk to you first," the man said vaguely. Li Yong nodded, and continued to ask, "What do you want to talk about?" Before, Li Yong would definitely think that the more people, the better, and that he would have enough manpower to do anything and complete the tasks assigned by Wu Hung more efficiently. But the previous incident made him change his mind. It is difficult to manage a large number of people. Some ambitious people, recruited into the team, will bring hidden dangers to the team. Even bigger problems may arise. So he no longer blindly demands the number of people, but at least confirms whether the other party is willing to listen to him, and whether there are any problems with his character. "Are you from the auto repair shop?" the man asked. Li Yong raised her eyebrows, but did not deny it. The man was a little embarrassed, smoothed his messy hair, and said, "If you are from the auto repair shop, I want to bring the people from the base to join you." Li Yong still looked at the other party, showing a hesitant expression. The two people on the opposite side were also a little nervous. Before, they were considering whether to join, but now it seems that whether the other party can agree or not is another matter. "How many people are there?" Li Yong continued to ask. "There are probably more than 20. "What's the ratio?" Women and children account for about half, and the rest are men who have experience and courage in killing zombies and will not be a burden to the shelter at all," the man said quickly. It seemed like he was back to the interview scene in peacetime. "You need to talk about your advantages to win the other party's recognition." Li Yong looked at the two of them and said nothing. The other party went from being worried to being a little embarrassed. It seemed that there was nothing he could show off. But the truth is similar. The other party's ability to control skeletons can completely provide a safe place. They went there, and it seemed that they really couldn't show any value. After thinking for a while, he added, "Driving, machine tools, repairing some wires and water pipes. We have people who can do it." Li Yong nodded slightly. "Are you their leader?" "Not really a leader, just barely recognized by everyone, and let them live together." "Well, we do have a very safe shelter, but not everyone can join." Yes, we understand. If you want to join, first you have to listen to us. The original leaders, or big brothers and sisters, are useless here. Everyone needs to complete the tasks we assign. If someone wants to make trouble or have other ideas, the end is not very good," Li Yong said. The two looked at each other, and neither spoke. Li Yong continued to add, "Correspondingly, we will provide a safe environment, sufficient food, and no need to worry about danger and hunger. You can consider it. If you can accept what I say, you can stay." The two turned their heads and discussed in a low voice. The middle-aged man turned around again. "We want to join." "Okay. Remember what you said today?" Li Yong looked at the other party. "Okay. Let your people come down, and throw away all the weapons in your hands." "Well, they evacuated to the original planned location during the day, and I will bring them back," the man said. Li Yong didn't say much. She glanced at the sky and said, "We will wait here until dawn." "Okay. Then we will go find them first," the man said. Li Yong nodded and walked back to the group of skeletons under the protection of the skeletons. The two people from Changjingzi district also disappeared into the darkness. "How is it?" Wu Hung asked. Li Yong shook her stiff neck and said, "The people from the previous convoy want to join our base. Have you agreed?" "We have told them the conditions and what needs to be done. They are willing to accept it. There shouldn't be any problems," Li Yong continued. "Their people left before and are expected to come back here in the morning. These people were also going to find a new shelter. Seeing the strength of the skeleton army, it is very likely that they will choose to stay. Well, wait for them until dawn. I'll go see that woman." Li Yong took out a blanket from the car and walked to the back. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield. Several bodies of deformed zombies were also dragged to their feet. There were 4 in total. The commander zombie with its head and body separated. That is, the big-headed zombie, 2 tank zombies, and a gecko horror claw zombie. On the contrary, none of the deformed dogs seen before were left. After the big-headed zombie died, they immediately fled without a trace. At that time, the zombie tide was in chaos, and the deformed dogs could not be found at all. Wu Hung released bone service one by one. In an unstable prompt, several skeletons stood up one after another. Skeleton Spirit Demon, level 12. Skeleton Warrior, level 12. Skeleton Warrior 13. Skeleton Horror Claw Monster, level 14. The levels of Skeleton Spirit Demon and Skeleton Warrior have been improved. Wu Hung focused his attention on the level 14 Skeleton Horror Claw. After all, this guy directly swallowed the corpse core of the big head zombie. After repeated comparisons, the basic attributes of the Horror Claw, intelligence and perception have all reached more than 20. In other words, after these zombies swallowed the corpse core, their own attributes are also rapidly improving. It is similar to the effect of humans absorbing corpse cores. Just after swallowing it, it was killed. Otherwise, the level should be higher. From now on, you will be called Big Head number 2. You will be called 3 blocks. You will be called 4 blocks. And you will be called Horror Claw number 2. Wu Hung gave them random names one by one. Several tall skeletons walked out of the pile of mincemeat. Wu Hung took out a stick and rummaged through the mincemeat on the ground. He found 3 second-level corpse cores. And the corpse core of the Horror Claw monster had more blood threads, and the color began to turn purple. He found a plastic box, packed all the corpse cores, and put them into the space ring. Then, he said to Big Head number 2, "Go," led some skeletons. "Clean up the battlefield over there, and move all the corpses here." Skeleton number 2 took action. The densely packed skeletons, under the silver moonlight, began to move the corpses. The sky gradually brightened. Wu Hung and Li Yong, sitting in the truck and waiting. All the skeletons carried a corpse on their shoulders, and it was covered with blood. Not long after, in the distance, a small group of people waved towards this side. The skeletons made a path, and the middle-aged man in the lead came with about 20 people. They had no weapons on them, but were carrying some clothes, food and other necessities. Li Yong nodded and said, "Your cars are still parked there. Let's go back together." "Okay." Everyone passed through the group of skeletons. He boarded the car parked on the roadside and followed the truck carefully. He drove all the way to the car repair shop. "What should we do here?" Li Yong asked. "Today, I will accompany you to search Changjingzi, mainly the shops and grain stores, and take away everything that can be taken away," Wu Hung said. "Okay." He returned to the area where he lived. Li Yong immediately called the original truck team. Wu Hung followed with a part of the skeletons and began to search the area cleared last night. Truckload after truckload was transported back. At dusk, Wu Hung returned to the community, passed through the gate, and went directly back to where he lived. Bringing Basin, Ba Wudong went downstairs, and the bunny girl Minnie ran out from a room on the side. She looked at Wu Hung coming down from upstairs, and then looked at the first floor. "Oh, master, you are at home," Minnie said in surprise. Wu Hung nodded. "Have you prepared dinner?" "Oh, I'll prepare it now." Minnie ran quickly to the first floor. Humming a song, he was busy in the kitchen. Soon, the fox girl Wei also opened the door and came back. Seeing Wu Hung sitting in the living room, she bowed slightly. "Master, well, how is the store?" There were not many customers in the past 2 days, but today the number of customers has gradually increased. Some people asked about ordering and hoped to get some discounts. Wei said, standing in front. Wu Hung thought for a while. "If the quantity of goods reaches a certain level, you can give a suitable price. See how much discount is appropriate, and let's discuss it together." "Okay, master." The two chatted briefly. Minnie brought dinner to the table and asked everyone to sit down. Just as they were about to start eating, someone knocked on the door again. Minnie hurried to open the door. She saw one man Shaw wearing a cloak standing in front of the door, with an expectant look on her face. Seeing each other, they were both stunned. "Who are you looking for?" Is Captain Wu Hung at home?" When Manshaw tightened her collar and asked in a low voice. "Oh, the master is at home." "No, the captain is at home." Minnie said. The door opened, and when Manshaw walked in, she looked at Wu Hung, and then looked at the two extra orc girls standing at the door. She said, Master, who are they? Chapter 158, The Lady in the Basement. Before opening the door, Wu Hung knew that it was when Manshaw who knocked on the door. The newly unlocked soul energy sensing could clearly sense the person outside the door, as well as the connection between them due to the contract lock. In the zombie world, I didn't think too much about it. Now that I think about it carefully, this feature is really good. Whether it is for reconnaissance, or preventing others from attacking, it can play a very good role. Master, who are they? When Manshaw frowned, and her face instantly turned cold. Minnie and Andeville. When they heard each other call each other Master, they also showed surprise. Wu Hung introduced Minnie. Andeville, the new maid? You will live here from now on. Then he pointed at Manshaw. Manshaw, the leader of the Spike Gang. You can call her sister. The three looked at each other. Minnie spoke first. Sister Manshaw. Andeville also stood up and bowed slightly. In terms of age, Manshaw is the oldest, and she is also the leader of a gang. In Ratam City, gangs represent power, which is not a shameful thing. On the contrary, it represents a very high status, which is a huge difference from slaves. When they heard that it was the gang leader, the two of them looked at each other quietly for several times. The master seems to be more powerful than imagined. The leader of a gang are all servants. Manshaw raised her head slightly, with a cold look, and said him softly, hanging her coat on the rack at the door, wearing brown leather armor, slowly walked into the living room. She turned back into the dignified and majestic gang sister-in-law. Manshaw, have you eaten? Wu Hung asked. No. Sit down and eat together, Wu Hung said directly. Manshaw came over and sat down beside Wu Hung. Minnie brought a plate from the kitchen and placed it in front of her. How old are you this year? Manshaw ate in small bites and looked at the two of them. Minnie was a little restrained under the other party's momentum. 16. 22. And we are also said softly. How did you become the master's maid? The atmosphere suddenly became a little depressing. Minnie looked up quietly and answered in a low voice. The master bought us back. You too. Manshaw. Eat first, and then we'll talk after dinner. Wu Hung interrupted the other party's question. It was as if he was interrogating a prisoner. Manshaw stopped talking and smiled while eating, and told Wu Hung some things that happened in the local gangs. After dinner, Minnie and Anweer began to clean up. Wu Hung said, Manshaw, come with me, all the way to the study on the 3rd floor. Wu Hung closed the door. The 4 skeleton ghosts, after the 2 maids moved in, were sent to the zombie world. They can read books and learn skills there. Master, Manshaw just spoke. Wu Hung's eyebrows turned cold. Put your hands on the table. Ah? Manshaw saw that the other party's face was not right, and put her hands on the table. Wu Hung looked around the study, but didn't find anything, so he took the slippers under his feet in his hands. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. You're still using the gang stuff here, aren't you? Bullying people, aren't you? Snap! There was another sound. And Manshaw snorted, she still said stubbornly, who told the master to betray me and find 2 young and beautiful maids? And they are from different races. Wu Hung paused. He seemed to hear this sense of crisis in her words. Compared with the 2 people outside, Manshaw was indeed older. Putting down the slippers in his hand, Wu Hung sat down and patted his thigh. The other person's face flushed, but he was less resentful than before. He rubbed his buttocks, came over, and sat on his lap. Are you worried? Now that the master has 2 more maids, will he still like me? Manshaw asked in a low voice. You are so nice. How can I not like you? They are so young. And they are both foreigners. Don't men like this? Manshaw continued. Wu Hung put his arm around her and reached out to untie her leather armor. You are no worse than them. Relax. Who do you like more? Wu Hung looked at her expectant eyes, took off the leather armor from his body, threw it aside, and continued to take off the rest of his clothes. Finally, only a black gauze underwear was left. He picked her up and laid her on her back on the desk. I like you. Hee. Master is so nice. Manshaw hung her arms around her neck. Living room on the 1st floor. Minnie ran down from the 2nd floor, hugged Andaway's arm, and whispered, the master is beating her. Don't listen to it, Andaway said. Really? It seems that he said she bullied us. And then beat her, Minnie said immediately. Really? Yeah, it seems that he was beaten hard. The 2 blows were loud. Anweir also looked upstairs and said softly, if the master is willing to take care of it, the other party will not bully us in the future. Yeah, we are not afraid of the gang, Minnie said softly. In the study, when Manshaw clenched her teeth, Wu Hung covered her mouth and rolled it with his tongue, and his thumb was held in his mouth, sucking like a baby. After a while, the 2 lay flat on the desk. Work harder than usual, Wu Hung said softly. No way. There is a competitor now. On the day Roche came back, he wanted to use me as a bargaining chip to offer to the White Wolf gang. When Manshaw chuckled and leaned against his arms. Don't think too much. We won't abandon you or give up on you. Well, now I feel that it's really good to have a master. When Manshaw turned over, gave him a kiss, and continued, Master, you asked me to investigate the wanted criminal. And there is news. Oh, what news? These days, Wu Hung has been in the zombie world, dealing with the affairs of Changjingzi district. The association has not completed any tasks. In addition, I want to accumulate merits and quickly rise to the level of deputy deacon. I have to work hard on wanted criminals. When Manshaw stroked the other's muscles and said, there is intelligence that some robbers robbed a batch of goods on the trade route and plan to sell them for money to leave. They have contacted some gangs outside the city in the past few days. Robbed a caravan? It's not the Warhammer Party. No, the Warhammer Party has its own channels. They are just some robbers. But the leader of the other party must be a wanted criminal. Otherwise they would not dare to enter the city. When Manshaw said her speculation, except for the wanted criminals of the association, ordinary murderers and robbers can enter the city. Ritam City doesn't care at all. If they don't even dare to enter the city, they are probably wanted criminals, key wanted criminals. Where is he? Do you plan to trade with him? In an abandoned stone building outside the city, we didn't trade, but a gang outside the city planned to trade with them. When Manshaw climbed up and said, Wu Hung frowned and thought for a moment. When will the transaction take place? It's scheduled for the day after tomorrow. I came to inform you in advance. Well done. Our Wen Manshaw is indeed reliable. Hateful. When Manshaw hit him lightly, but her movements were more vigorous. And she said softly, if the master intends to intervene and kill the other party, I want to take over this batch of goods, which will be of great help to the gang. If there is any goods, I can give it to you. But the team is operating, and there are other members. So we have to share the money. Give them a discount, and they will pay. Wu Hung laughed. Okay. If I get the goods, I will give it to you. Thank you, Master. He tossed around in the study for a while. The 2 opened the door and walked towards the bedroom. Prepare to rest. The next morning, when Manshaw gently helped him put on his clothes, she said with some envy, I really envy them. They can stay with you every day. You've been complaining all night. You are the eldest sister. You should act like a sister in the future and take care of them more. Wu Hung slapped her on the butt again and said, I know. I won't be angry. After all, the master likes me the most. When Manshaw stuck to him again and said softly, Master, do you like my wildcat outfit or the one I wore last night? Last night's. Humph. It turns out that I don't like the little wildcat outfit anymore after having a foreigner. Say it again. The 2 of them stayed together for a while and went downstairs again. After breakfast, several people were about to go out and do their own things. Before leaving, when Manshaw took out 2 purses from her pocket and handed them to Minnie and Andeville, her expression still as cold as a gang sister-in-law. I came here in a hurry, and I didn't bring any gifts. Take these and buy some daily necessities for yourself. The 2 girls were stunned. They subconsciously took the heavy purses and were a little at a loss. Thank you, Sister Wen Manshaw. After reacting, she immediately thanked her. When Manshaw nodded, if someone bullies you, come to me. There are some things that the owner can't do. I will help you solve them. After saying that, she smiled at Wu Hung again and went out with the skeleton. Wu Hung was a little speechless. It seems that what he said last night was still useful. At least, she really looked like an older sister. It's just that the atmosphere of the streets is stronger. He also said a few words to the 2 of them and walked out of the house. Minnie pulled Andweir and said softly, Look, the master beat her, otherwise she wouldn't be so nice today. Well, this is good for us, Andweir said. It seems that Sister, when Manshaw was beaten all night last night, I heard her humming for a long time. Andwire was stunned, and her face flushed a little. He pinched her cheeks. You'll understand in a few days. Headed to the association. At the front desk, I received 4 replies. Came to the lounge, which was empty. Captain Wu Hung didn't come to the association, let alone other members. He sat down on the sofa on one side, opened the letters and began to read. The first one was Slater's reply. The first half was a relatively normal exchange, describing the recent situation in Blackstone Town. The second half was more caring, but it didn't point out anything. He just said that in a few days, he would go to Rantam City to select a few girls to supplement the Golden Cat's personnel. And then he would come to see him. The letter was stranded at the border because of the Warhammer party's problem. The Slaters had arrived, but the letter had not arrived. Now that the two of them had confirmed their relationship, the previous polite words seemed very redundant. The second letter was Yu Li's reply. The whole letter was complaining that Blackstone Town was meaningless. There was nothing fun, and nothing delicious. Then he asked him for the method of making potato chips, planning to make it at home, in case something happened to Wu Hung, and the craft was lost. Thank you, niece. She said she was greedy, but she said it as if she didn't live long. The third one was from the former captain, Oddluck, and it was also about work. The fourth one was from the former member, Kavina, who first apologized for not replying in time, and then talked about something about her association. It was similar to Wu Heng's experience. Kavina did not reach level 8 because of her level 3 merit and the fact that she was directly recommended by the deacon to be the captain. So, she was met with some cold stares after she went there. She was different from Wu Hung. To be frank, Wu Hung had a lot of cards on his side. He could complete the wanted criminals and the mission. As for Kavina, she was a little mediocre. She was forced to be promoted to this position, which was a bit embarrassing. Her words were all discouraging, and it seemed that her mental state was very bad. She found some letter paper and began to write back to several people. As for Kavina's situation, she actually had no way to deal with it. She could only comfort her. I can't really send her a pistol. This thing is my trump card. Unless this world has it, I don't plan to leave it outside. After writing a reply to a few people, I sent it directly to the front desk. At the same time, I took out the tablet and took a photo of the newly posted wanted poster. It didn't seem to be a big deal. I left the association quickly and walked around the city. Afternoon. Wu Hung returned to his residence. Minnie went to the store to help in the morning, and there was no one at home. After tidying up the study room, then he headed directly to the zombie world. In the middle of the building in the community, there were 3 piles of corpses 2 people high. Wu Hung first walked out of the community to take a look. Across the community, the daily necessities collected by Li Yong and others were packed in cardboard boxes and arranged in a large area. Come here, move these into the community. Wu Hung called a few skeletons. The skeletons lined up in a row. Move them into the community. Wu Hung stood at the door and directed for a while. Walked back into the community. Facing the pile of corpses, release dead corpse battlefield. A grayish-white light circle spreads out. Large pieces of flesh and blood fall off from the corpses, and skeletons stand up one by one. Join the entire skeleton queue. Wu Hung sits in the community, looking at the rune book in his hand, waiting to recover his mental strength, and then continues to release skills, transforming skeletons. It is approaching dusk. Outside the gate of the community, Wu Hung and Li Yong stand together. How are the people who joined yesterday? Wu Hung asked. There is no problem at present. They are all very obedient. They are assigned different tasks. Women and children go to collect daily necessities, and men take turns to make iron spears and javelins. Li Yong replied. Wu Hung took out the javelins bought from the weapon shop from the space ring and handed them to him. He said, "This is a normal javelin. Take a look at it. The javelin is different from the short spear made by Li Yong. Both sides are sharpened. The position of the spear head is heavier, which helps it fall and pierce the ground. Instead of throwing an iron rod, it can hit people. Therefore, the javelin made of steel bars needs to be slightly improved." Okay. Li Yong nodded. The two sat together and chatted for a while. He told her to win over a group of her own people and that there should be no problems in management. After talking for a while, they separated and returned to their residences. Passing through the boundary gate, they returned to their own residences. Today, when Manshaw did not come, and Anweer talked about the store, The three chatted for a while downstairs. They also went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, in the association lounge, Wu Heng sat in the main seat, with three figures standing behind him. Basson, Baodong, and the tall hunter, wearing a round helmet, carrying a sniper rifle. The skeleton dog was not brought with him, so it was a little difficult to disguise. Duke and Marta walked in one after another. "Captain, are you looking for us?" Duke asked in a hoarse voice. "Well, go register for a carriage, there's a mission, let's go out," Wu Heng said directly. "Oh, good, finally there's a mission." Duke walked out immediately, preparing the carriage. After everything was ready, they rushed to the location of the intelligence provided by One-Man Shaw. It was almost noon. The 3 people plus 3 skeletons arrived at the place of the transaction. Wu Heng gestured to Lai Yi, who immediately ran away and climbed a hillside behind, with the muzzle of the gun pointing far ahead. In front of them, there was an abandoned stone building. The building was covered with thorny vines, but the building itself was intact. Looking from a distance, 2 groups of people in different costumes could be seen. The people on one side, they were dressed differently. Their helmets and armor seemed to be put together at random, and they looked like bandits who had not had any supplies for a long time. The people on the other side mostly wore leather armor, and some wore metal plate armor, and they should be the gang members who came to trade. There were no less than 10 people guarding outside. There should be more people in the building. Both sides came quite quickly. "Captain, there are people guarding the front and back, a total of 12 people, and there are a few more on the hillside over there," Marta said softly. Rangers can share vision with tamed animals. Although the black-haired eagle did not fly, it could better observe the surrounding situation by standing at some high places. "Wait a minute," Wu Heng said. He was also waiting for news from Xiao Xiao. After arranging it, he did not come back for a long time. Time passed by little. Wu Heng's face began to look ugly. Xiao Xiao had not come back yet. Could there be any problem? Who can control the ghost? "Captain, they may leave," Duke said softly. From the second-floor window, someone could be seen packing up. It looked like the deal was done, and they were going to go back to their own homes. Wu Heng looked up, and didn't plan to wait any longer. If Xiao Xiao was really in danger, he would rush in to save her as soon as possible. She was a spirit, and if she was beaten apart, there would be no chance of rescue. He immediately turned around, and gestured to Hunter 1 on the hillside from a distance. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The man standing at the window, his eyebrows exploded instantly. The body fell backwards. The room in the stone building suddenly became quiet, and then the 2 groups looked at each other in surprise at the same time. With a cry of awe, they started fighting. The sound of shouting and weapons colliding was heard everywhere. The 2 sides guarding outside also realized that something was wrong, and seeing the fight inside, they also drew their weapons and started fighting. "Let's get closer, and don't attack yet," Wu Heng said. Several people lowered their bodies and walked forward a distance with the help of grass and trees. They stopped at a distance of more than 200 meters and began to watch the fight. The battle was still fierce. The gangs and the bandits were both tough guys. Their momentum and killing skills were not weak either. People kept falling in a pool of blood. Some died directly, or lay on the ground wailing in pain. It seemed that most of the people outside were dead, and the fight was still going on inside. Wu Heng said directly, "Charge forward, and don't leave any alive." "Ah!" Duke shouted and rushed out directly. He scared a nearby bandit, and then his body was knocked out by Duke, and the axe fell on his head, smashing his head. Marta ran sideways quickly. Under the shared vision of the black-feathered eagle, he began to shoot arrows at the people on the hillside. He chased the other party and shot arrows, forcing the other party to retreat again and again. Wu Heng threw fireballs from a distance, and Basson and Baodong also approached quickly. He quickly killed all the remaining people outside. Standing at the door of the stone building, he listened to the sound of fighting inside. Duke was holding a battle axe, and was about to rush in. Wu Heng grabbed him, and sensed it carefully. There were still 5 people left on the 3rd floor. There were 2 energy fluctuations underground, one of which was his own ghost Xiao Xiao. After thinking for a while, he took out a few poisonous smoke bombs from the space ring, lit them, and threw them directly into the building. From outside, it was difficult to release the cloud and fog technique inside. This kind of poisonous smoke bomb was more useful. Bang bang bang, thick smoke filled the building. At the same time, the other party's violent coughing and cursing came. Seeing that the other party still had no intention of rushing out, Wu Heng said directly, "Go in, kill them." Basson and Bodong rushed in directly, and immediately there was dense gunfire. After the gunshots, there was still a fierce fight. Heavy objects kept hitting the wall, making a thumping sound. But the creatures were under the poisonous smoke, and their fighting power was very limited. Soon, Bodong and Basson got the upper hand, kicked his neck and killed him completely. The battle was over, and the whole area was quiet. The smoke had not yet dissipated. Two skeletons dragged the bodies out and placed them on the open space outside. Marta also came back from a distance, also dragging a corpse. Wu Hung glanced at the gradually fading smoke, and then at the corpse on the ground. He took out the tablet, handed it to Duke, and said, "Compare, and see who is the wanted criminal." "Okay, Captain." Duke took it, and straightened the corpse, and compared the appearance. Wu Hung took Basson and Bodong, and walked downstairs along the spiral stone staircase. In the dark and damp basement, there are many green plants. There is not much sunlight, but bright flowers bloom. It was like a semi-underground garden. In the basement, there were not many things placed. A modeled wooden table, an empty reclining chair, creaking and shaking. Xiao Xiao floated in the air. He shrugged helplessly. "There is no way. This Annie won't let me go, and I don't understand what she said." Wu Hung looked at the rocking chair, and said softly, "Captain of Team 12 of the association, Wu Hung, what is the name of the lady?" The rocking chair stopped. A semi-transparent figure appeared on the reclining chair. "Glinda." Chapter 159, Long Time No See. The rocking chair stopped. A figure wearing a dress and a lady's hat appeared out of thin air. She had a mature and dignified face, like a noble lady from an aristocratic family. "Glinda!" The woman spoke softly, and snapped her fingers casually. The scene in the basement began to change. The mottled walls reappeared with brightly colored wall coverings, and the ground covered with moss and dirt became smooth and bright. Furniture appeared around, as well as potted flowers and plants. This is no longer a basement, but a mansion of a wealthy family. Illusion! It began to change right in front of him. Wu Hung immediately realized that something was wrong. At the same time, in the depths of his sea of consciousness, a resistance suddenly rose. The illusion was broken, and all the scenes disappeared, returning to the original mottled and dilapidated basement. The woman stood up slightly, and made a gesture of pouring tea. Wu Hung glanced at the other party. She should not know that the environment that appeared had become invalid. She was still cooperating with the scene in the environment and making some movements. "My child, did you disturb madam?" Wu Hung asked softly. The woman sat down on the recliner again, and snapped her fingers again. Xiao Xiao in the air regained her ability to move, and immediately flew to Wu Hang's side and hid behind him. She poked her head out from her shoulder and said, "Uncle, she doesn't look like a good person." Wu Hung nodded and said nothing. The woman opposite cast a glance at him, and explained, "It's just that she hasn't been in contact with outsiders for too long. She wanted to ask about the outside world. It seems that we don't speak the same language. They are both in the form of ghosts, but the languages they learned in their lifetime are different." Xiao Xiao spoke in Chinese, which is the native language here. The two sat together, and could not communicate at all. Wu Hung was different, who had his own system translator, so both sides could communicate. "The children in my hometown have not learned the language here yet," Wu Hung explained, and asked, "Madam, have you always lived here?" The woman nodded, and said softly, "Yes, for many years in the past. Some gangs or mercenaries would come here to do some business, but now fewer and fewer people come here. Ghosts are difficult to form. It requires a special environment, and a strong mental power before death. Not everyone can become a ghost after death. To a certain extent, ghosts are also immortal. If it were easy to form, those powerful people whose lives were about to end would have formed a ghost family long ago. The infant spirits that first appeared in the mining village in Blackstone Town were also difficult to form. They were just born babies, dark environments, and long-term necromancy. What appeared was also a violent and uncontrollable evil spirit. Xiao Xiao and the lady in front of him can form, which is rare. You also saw the transactions of those people before? Just let them do some illegal transactions here?" Wu Hung continued to ask. "Appearing in front of outsiders will only cause me trouble. There is no such thing as illegal here. It's good that it doesn't bother me," the woman replied. Wu Hung also agreed. "Meddling in other people's business, I'm afraid it's the commission to clean up the ghosts, which will soon appear on the association's task board." The woman in front of him was a smart person. She knew not to expose herself to outsiders easily. Tap, tap, tap. At this time, footsteps were heard upstairs. Then came Duke's rough voice. Captain, are you down there? The footsteps were getting closer. Duke walked down directly. The two ghosts instantly became invisible. Duke only saw Wu Hung sitting on an old chair, scratching his head. Captain, what are you doing sitting there? How is it? Have you verified your identity? Wu Hung asked. I've checked it out. There are 2 wanted criminals. One has a level 3 merit, and the other has a mid-level item reward. Duke opened his mouth and smiled. This is a big harvest. Not only is there a bounty, but there are also merits. Where are the goods? A lot of cloth and potions. Marta said it was a hallucinogenic drug. There are also a lot of silver coins, Duke said. Wu Hung nodded and continued, look around. Both of them should have prepared a carriage. Count the goods and silver coins, and wait for me outside. Oh, okay. Duke scratched his head again, and walked up again. Duke left. 2 ghosts reappeared. It seems that your team members listen to you very much. The woman glanced at the stairs. Trust is mutual. Yeah, that makes sense. The woman nodded, and continued, are you a necromancer, or some other profession? Necromancer. Wu Hung nodded. Why are you here? It seems that mages rarely appear in such a chaotic place. I was assigned by the association. It doesn't matter to me where I go. Wu Hung answered, and asked the other party. Did your wife live here before she died? Yeah, this is my home. Time is changing so fast now. Don't you plan to go out and take a look? Wu Hung looked up at her. The woman looked up, looking at him without blinking. Wu Hung still had a smile on his face, trying to speed up the conversation. She might be able to keep chatting here, but he still had to go back before the city gates were closed. They repeatedly probed each other in their words, trying to get to know some details. He didn't believe that the other party knew that he was a necromancer, and deliberately kept Xiao Xiao down, because he didn't have this idea. From the communication and behavior, the other party didn't seem like a vengeful spirit. At most, he was a homebody who didn't like to meddle in other people's business, and was fine as long as he didn't bother me. Moreover, his own strength should be much stronger than Xiao Xiao. If he follows me, he will also be a help. You want me to be your spiritual servant? The woman asked directly. Well, this is good for both of us. Madam can also go out and see the outside world. Ritam City may have changed a lot. You can't stay here all the time. Right? Wu Hung began to persuade. The woman lay back on the recliner and slowly wandered around. It creaked. It seemed that she was in hesitation. According to what she said, this is her home, and she has lived for such a long time. She suddenly had to go out, and she really needed to think about it. Wu Hung did not disturb her, but waited silently by the side. Xiao Xiao was still hanging on his shoulder, and he said softly, Uncle, what are you talking about? I asked her why she bullied my child. She said that she had been bored here for too long and wanted you to talk to her. But we couldn't communicate in the same language. I said, that's not okay either. What if you scare my child? Isn't this restricting personal freedom? Wu Hung said, while performing an emotional performance. That's right. You said she scared me at that time. Xiao Xiao said. I told her. But she said this is her house. She has been trapped here. No one has come for a long time. So she wanted to talk to you. I thought. She is quite pitiful. Xiao Xiao tilted her head. And it made sense. Well, this place is shabby. She is alone. There is no light. It is quite pitiful. So, she just apologized. I saw that her attitude is not bad. I forgave her for you. That's fine. The two of them said with their heads tilted. And the woman on the recliner tilted her head slightly to look. Turning around, he said, I can go with you. But you have to agree to one request of mine. Wu Hung stopped talking to Xiao Xiao and asked, what request? I need to hear if it can be done. When you have the strength, help me kill someone. Who? I am the captain of the association. And I have a moral bottom line. Wu Hung emphasized. And was really afraid that he would ask for something like killing a certain number of people to complete the ritual. The woman smiled slightly and said, my husband? I don't know if he is alive. If one day he is really alive, you have to help me kill him. The tone of this sentence was unusually flat, as if the person who said it had nothing to do with her. Is it convenient for me to know the inside story? Wu Hung asked. There is nothing I can't tell. He killed me and took away all my property, turning this family into this state. As a ghost, I want to seek revenge on him." The woman looked over and asked, "Did it touch your moral bottom line, Captain?" "Well, if the story doesn't turn around, I agree to this matter," Wu Heng said. The Necromancer and the Spirit Servant are also in a master-servant relationship, driving the ghost, while the soul power is also nourishing the ghost. It is a relationship of mutual assistance, but in each other's roles. The Necromancer is the master, the ghost is the servant. Even if the other party lies, in the later roles of both parties, I am in absolute control, I am not afraid of any problems. Well, I am willing to be your soul servant. The woman took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. Wu Heng nodded, released his mental power to wrap the other party's body. Gradually, he could feel that. In the woman's soul body, he left his soul mark. Successfully contracted the ghost. Wu Heng was delighted, and immediately checked the ghost's attributes. Ghost. Level 10. Attributes: Agility 22, Constitution 18, Intelligence 28, Perception 16, Charm 26. Features: Invisibility, Phantom Movement, Telekinesis, Push, Illusion, Possession, Soul Binding. Invisibility: the haunted ghost can make its spirit completely invisible. Phantom Movement: enter the phantom state, can pass through other creatures and objects. Telekinesis, Push: can use telekinesis to affect objects within the range. Illusion: through soul power, create an illusion, make the surroundings form an illusory illusion. Intelligence above 25 has a chance to see through it. Possession: possess the surrounding humanoid creatures. After the possession is successful, the target becomes incapacitated and loses control of the body. The ghost takes control. Charm above 20 cannot complete the possession. Soul Binding: imprisonment effect on the soul target, limiting the ability to move. Level 10 Ghost. This level is not low, and the conditions for ghosts to survive and upgrade are already harsh. Among the skills, there are 3 new skills compared to Xiao Xiao. Illusion is a skill that creates an illusion, which was just released. Soul Binding can impose a confinement effect on the soul, which should be the skill that trapped Xiao Xiao. Wu Heng set his eyes on Possession. This skill is really similar to the characteristics of ghosts in traditional ghost stories, able to possess a living being and take control of the body. It can be said that this woman is much stronger than Xiao Xiao. Of course, Xiao Xiao is still young and has just become a ghost, so there is still a lot of room for growth. Welcome to join us, Grenda. Wu Heng smiled. Thank you. And please take care of me in the future. Grenda stood up slightly and saluted elegantly in the air. She really looked like a pretty lady from an aristocratic family. But she didn't have a body. Do you have anything else to prepare? In the secret compartment in the corner, there are some savings you once had. You can take them with you. Grenda stood up, walked to the corner, and pointed to the stone slab covered with moss. Wu Heng pulled out his dagger and pried open the stone slab. The wooden box underneath was exposed and had rotted due to dampness. After opening it, there were 5 gold coins covered with mud and some hidden things. It seems that Granda's life before was richer than most people. Okay, you come back first, and wait until we get to the city, and then go to see the changes over there, Wu Heng said. Okay, Captain. The woman smiled slightly, lifted the hem of her skirt, and got into his body. Xiao Xiao, who was standing aside, widened her eyes and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? How did she get in?" Wu Heng explained. "She planned to leave with us and go outside to take a look. I saw that she was alone and felt sorry for herself, so I agreed." Xiao Xiao immediately asked, "What about me? Xiao Xiao is still Xiao Xiao. What if she bullies me in the future?" Xiao Xiao asked worriedly. "If anyone dares to bully my child, I will beat her. If she bullies you, tell me, and I will spank her." Wu Heng patted his chest and promised. "Okay." Xiao Xiao smiled immediately when he heard that someone was backing him up. "But we have to get along well. Uncle!" He also swooshed back into his body. The ghost issue was resolved. Wu Heng walked out of the stone building. The sunlight outside was still dazzling and bright, and a large number of corpses were neatly placed on the ground. Each corpse was searched, and all valuables were taken out. On the other side of the open space, there were several boxes. A lot of cloth could be seen inside. At the door, there were 3 carriages. "Captain, are you having a stomachache?" Duke asked while sitting in the carriage. "What stomachache?" "I sat down for a while." Wu Heng walked to the spoils and said, "Have you counted them?" Duke looked at Marta. Marta said, "The goods are mainly cloth and medicine. As for currency, there are 3 gold coins and more than 1,300 silver coins. In order to facilitate transactions, silver coins were exchanged for gold coins. Let's divide the money. I promise to give these goods to the person who provided the information." Wu Heng said directly, "Captain, you have the final say." "I have no objection," Duke said. "I have no objection either." "Well, then divide it this way. Be careful with the gold coins. Don't let outsiders see it. Don't show off your wealth. Understand?" Wu Heng gave instructions while dividing the silver coins into 3 parts. Understood. After all the divisions were completed, he asked the 2 to move the goods and the body of the wanted warrant to the carriage. He continued, "You go to the roadside and wait for me first. I'll be there soon." "Oh, okay." The 2 agreed and drove the carriage away. Wu Heng opened the gate and moved all the bodies into the gate. Then he went to the roadside to meet the 2 and rushed to the city. Returned to Ratam City. Wu Heng asked Duke and the others to take the bodies back to the association for autopsy. And he drove the 2 carriages directly and entered his shop from the back door. He parked the carriages in the yard and tied them up. Horses are also very expensive in this world. You can rent them at the association. Once they are lost or killed, the bounty on the wanted poster is not enough to pay for the carriage. Close the back door again. Go straight to the front hall to take a look. At this time, many people came into the store. Some came to buy individually, and some planned to order in large quantities. Andweir was recording the price, while Minnie was introducing the products to some customers who bought individually. It seems that these things are still quite popular here. Actually, it was still a bit difficult for them to work with only 2 people in the store. Jian Air and Nu Air, who were assigned to the store, could only serve as guards and security at most. They could not receive customers. They should recruit more people. But there were not many people who could be trusted. So they could only let the 2 of them be busy first. Wu Heng walked out, whispered a few words to Andy Wire, and then left the store directly. At that time, Wire would notify when Manshaw to come here to pick up the goods. After handling the goods, Wu Heng walked around 2 streets and went to the Wenchuko Tavern. This was the tavern where Wu Heng and Duke had helped catch a wanted criminal who had committed murder and bleeding. At this time, there were already some people in the tavern. The smell of alcohol and the heat were overwhelming. Wu Heng walked in and chose a corner seat to sit down. At the same time, he released the ghost Glinda that he had just contracted. Although it was in invisible state, it could still be felt floating beside him. "Is it different from before?" Wu Heng asked. "I don't know. I rarely come to such occasions, but it looks lively." A voice sounded from the side. "Well, let's take a look first. When we go back, we'll look at other places," Wu Heng said. At this time, the female orc boss came over. She smiled and said, "Captain, I haven't been here for a while. Well, business here is pretty good. It's okay. What do you want to drink? We agreed before." "Whatever you want to drink," the boss said generously. "Well, a glass of beer." "What about these 3 gentlemen?" The boss looked at the 3 figures sitting on the side. "These 3 are my attendants. And they don't drink." "Oh, okay." The female boss looked around and moved closer and said softly, "Captain, would you like me to find a girl to sit with you for a while?" No, I'll leave after sitting for a while." Wu Heng declined. "Well, I'll have someone prepare it right away." The orc boss turned and left, and soon brought a glass of beer and a few side dishes. "Captain, do you come here often?" Glinda, who was hiding on the side, asked softly. Wu Heng took a sip from the wine glass and said, "Before, there was a pervert who killed and bled people here. Our team helped them catch him. To thank us, the boss promised to let us drink for free." "Oh, it seems I misunderstood." The 2 chatted in a low voice. Wu Heng suddenly felt a gaze of being watched. He looked over with doubt and saw a middle-aged man in a good dress sitting not far away, looking over here from time to time. Seeing Wu Heng looking over, the man directly held the wine glass and walked over with his entourage. He sat down opposite Wu Heng, with a smile on his face. He turned the big gold ring with an eye pattern on his index finger. "Mr. Wu Heng, long time no see. Chapter 160, give us back our things." The man was bloated, and his navy blue dress was bulging. He was wearing gold and silver jewelry, and he looked like he was from a high family. In the tavern in the outer city, he dared to wear this, and he had absolute confidence in himself or his guards. The other party sat down opposite him naturally. Basson and Bodong also looked at each other with caution. Wu Hung searched his memory. It seemed that he didn't know this person. But he was a little uncertain. After all, he had lived in Rentam City for a while, and had arrested several wanted criminals in succession. It might be that he had seen me at some stage. The identity of the captain of the association still has a certain value here. Seeing that the other party had no ill intentions, Wu Hung also replied casually. Well, how come you have time to come to the outer city for a drink today? The bloated man was stunned, and looked him up and down again. With a smile on his face, he leaned back in his chair, and turned the ring in his hand. Captain Wu Hung, you really don't remember me? Wu Hung looked at the other party again. I really forgot a little, why don't you remind me? The man stared at him again. He laughed and said, it's normal that the captain doesn't remember me. Last time you arrested a wanted criminal, there were so many people at that time, it's really not easy to remember. Wu Hung also looked at him. He felt that this answer was a bit too vague, and it was a bit different from the previous attitude. It seemed perfunctory. Before he was ready to continue to inquire about something, the man held his own glass, and stood up and said, Captain Wu Hung, continue drinking, I have something to do. So I'll leave first. After that, he walked out without looking back. Wu Hung looked at him, and glanced at his side. The invisible Glinda followed him. After a while, he flew back again, and went directly into his body. The scene of following him out emerged in his mind. The fat man walked out of the tavern, and several guards immediately protected him in the middle. The fat man could be seen talking to someone, but all the sounds were blocked by a force. Glinda followed not far away, but could not hear the content of the conversation. After walking out of the alley, he got on the carriage and headed towards the inner city. Glinda flew back directly. This fat man. Isn't he testing me? He came over to talk to me, and asked 2 questions casually. It was as if he was confirming something. He seemed to have let his guard down a little, and the other party sensed something from his words. When he saw Wen Mansha, he asked her to check the identity of this fat man. With this kind of clothes, he should not be an ordinary person. He sat in the store for a while. After listening to the bard singing, Wu Hung left the tavern with the skeleton and Glinda. In such a place, Xiao Xiao was not allowed to stay. After all, children are not suitable for such things. When we returned to the residence, it was already dark. Minnie prepared dinner, and the two were still waiting for her. Wu Hung drank some wine in the tavern. Although he was not hungry, he did not eat much. Seeing that the two were waiting for him, he sat down at the table and ate while chatting. And we talked about the business of the store. In the past 2 days, the business has been getting better and better. Not only did more customers come into the store, but some people also began to purchase large quantities of goods and transport them to various cities for sale. This is a good thing. Sales will be greatly improved. The 3 of them ate for a while. Wu Hung continued to ask, Wei Er, Minnie, what are your professions? And Wei Er said softly, I am a woodland ranger, level 7. Wu Hung glanced at the little girl with animal ears and white hair. It is a rare profession, and the level is not low. How did she become a slave? Seeing that the other party was a little disappointed, he did not ask more. In this world, there are countless strong people who died outside, and it is not strange to become a slave for some reason. Where's Minnie? Wu Hung looked up. He saw that Minnie on the other side was even more depressed. Her rabbit ears drooped straight down. She raised her head carefully and glanced over here, and said softly, Master, I don't have a profession. The village I live in is poor, and there is no inheritance. Minnie is already 16 years old. According to the rules of this world, she should have chosen a career long ago. She hasn't chosen a profession yet, so it can be said that she has basically given up on the career routine. Looking at the other person, that pitiful expression, Wu Hung continued to ask, What profession do you want? I will go to get you a job transfer certificate tomorrow. Minnie was stunned, suddenly looked up. Is it really possible? Well, it's nothing, I'm a captain. It's not difficult to get a job transfer certificate, Wu Hung said directly. The professional certificate is issued by the association. Of course, you need money to buy it. Spending some money. Choose a profession for your maid, it's not a loss. I don't know what I want to change to. What does the master recommend? I will listen to the master. Wu Hung also thought about it, said, Ranger or boxer. Ranger is long range, can detect. Starting late actually doesn't have much impact. If it's a boxer, you can let Bodong teach you. It's like having a teacher to guide you. Sister Ware is a ranger, then I'll choose boxer. Minnie thought about it and said, ranger is a common profession. Boxer, on the other hand, is relatively rare, and has good melee ability. Okay, but you have to be prepared. The training is very hard, so don't cry when the time comes, Wu Hung said jokingly. Minnie was very serious. I'm not afraid of hardship, as long as I can have enough food. After dinner, the three of them separated. Wu Hung was in the study, letting Xiao Xiao and Glinda out, letting Xiao Xiao watch TV in the room, while Glinda could walk around the city in stealth. Don't go too far. And don't get too close to the center. When it gets dark, Wu Hung goes to bed. Late at night, in a mansion in the center of the inner city, a wide and bright hall, a round table is placed in the middle, and 3 men and women in gorgeous clothes are sitting around it. On the table, a plate with the words life-sustaining technique etched on it is a primate with its stomach ripped out, and its internal organs have been emptied. A pair of eyes, swaying from side to side, looking at the people at the round table, using knives and forks to eat their own bodies. Creak, the heavy and luxurious door opened. A bloated man in a navy suit walked in slowly. He turned the ring in his hand and sat down in one of the empty seats. You are late again, Lillian. Beside him, the knife and fork cut the tender meat, put it into his mouth, said, I met an old friend on the road, and he seemed to have forgotten me. Who? Who else could it be? Killed Captain Wu Hung of the blood worship cult. The knife and fork were brought up. The fat man stood up, cut the flesh, and put it on his plate. After saying this, everyone paused. One of them asked directly, You mean the person we arranged failed? Not sure yet, but it is very likely that he failed. Heh! Useless guy. The fat man continued to say while eating, What should we do next? Several people were silent. One of them said, Contact him and take back the strange object in his hand. If it is lost, we will all be punished. Okay. I will go again tomorrow. Well, eat. Several people continued to eat. The next day, Wu Hung came to the front desk and bought a job transfer certificate. Then he went straight to the team's lounge. Duke and Marta sat aside and chatted. Under Duke's armor, there was a new piece of clothing, and Marta's eagle arm guard was also replaced with a new one. It seems that yesterday's harvest made them both buy new things. Good morning, Captain. The two greeted at the same time. Wu Hung nodded and distributed the bounty received from the front desk to the two, and continued, The level 3 merits of this mission will be recorded in your files, which will help you get promoted in the future. There are also advanced and intermediate props rewards. After approval, we will make a unified choice. Well, Captain, I listen to you. Duke laughed while holding the purse. After all, there are a lot of brothers and sisters at home, and it is a good thing to bring money back. Wu Hung nodded and continued, Our next mission direction is still to kill wanted criminals. Don't spend all the money on yourself. Cultivate some spies to provide us with information. How do we cultivate them? Captain? Tavern gangs. Get in touch with them more. Oh, okay. The three of them gathered together to talk about the future tasks, and then left the association separately. The bounty for arresting wanted criminals is much higher than that of ordinary rescue missions. Enough for their spare time. Leave the association. Go directly to the Snake Emblem Consortium opposite. Lisha is still wearing a slim silk long dress, with a little light makeup, and receives them personally. Good morning, Mr. Wu Hung. Are you here to see the commission today? Why, are you getting any news? There is news. Lisha opened the door and whispered to the outside, returned and sat down on the chair, and said, The boneyard building you customized has been delivered. If you don't come, I will also send someone to the association to inform you. Hearing this, Wu Hung was also happy. This thing, but I have been waiting for a while. It is finally delivered. What about the commission for the skill book? Wu Hung continued to ask. Skill book, there is no news yet, Lisha said softly. Well, there is no rush. The staff outside the door has not delivered the things yet. Lisha chatted casually. These 2 days, I went to your store to see. Business is very good. In a few days, I am afraid it will be the most popular grocery store in the whole city. Grocery store? She was a little pessimistic before. But now it seems that the store's benefits are far beyond her expectations. Who would have thought that there would be so many rare and varied daily necessities in it? Moreover, the prices are not expensive, and are very affordable. Next time you go, tell me, and take whatever you like. Wu Hung also said generously. The person in charge of the Snake Emblem Consortium must be a wealthy man. She could also be more generous in her words. Then it's settled. Don't feel bad when the time comes. I'll give it to you. Why should I feel bad? Lisha glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. Still smiling. The two chatted for a while. The staff came in and brought a storage sachet. Since it is a building, it is not small in size, and needs to be transported with storage function props. Lisha explained. Wu Heng looked at the things in the other party's hand. Ask, this, I am afraid it is not easy to take it away. Lisha also thought about it, and said, the storage props, I can lend it to you first, but you need to return it to me within 3 days, after all. It is the consortium's property. Wu Heng immediately agreed. Okay, thank you. Just like using a space ring, he probed his mental power into it and took a look. Indeed. I saw several huge pillars, and some building parts. Lisha continued. In addition to the previous deposit, I need to pay 5,500 silver coins to complete this transaction. Ah. It's so expensive. Even if I'm mentally prepared, it still feels so expensive. But there's no way to bargain for this thing. From the space ring, I took out 5 gold coins and 500 silver coins and gave them to the other party. These 5 gold coins, but they were hidden underground by Granda, and he just gave them to me, and then he gave them away. Okay. Sir. The commission is completed. Lisha came closer and reminded softly. Mr. Wu Heng. This storage sachet is a prop of the consortium. You must return it after use. I am also under great pressure. Don't worry. I will return it to you tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, sir. After the chat, Wu Heng walked out of the consortium directly. Return to the residence. Through the boundary gate, go to the zombie world. In the open space outside the community. Whoosh, the whistling sound of breaking through the air sounded above. Iron spears, densely packed like a giant black net, fell from the sky onto the asphalt road. Clanging and clanging. They kept ringing. After several days of training. Although no skeletons unlocked the spear-throwing skill, the overall spear-throwing effect was much better than the previous few days. The new spears feel better, Li Yong said softly. Wu Heng bought a standard spear from the blacksmith shop. After Li Yong took it back, she began to improve her own one. In fact, it was not a complicated job. She just put the standard spear there. How long and wide it was, which side was heavy and which side was light, and did it according to the instructions. After making a few more, I started to get familiar with them. I started to make them in large quantities. Well, the effect is much better than before. Wu Heng nodded. Continue making? Continue making. At least each skeleton should be equipped with 3. Wu Heng put forward his request. Li Yong was a little surprised. All? Now, the number of skeletons has reached about 17,000. A single community can no longer accommodate so many skeletons. They were arranged in 2 communities. All of them need to be equipped with 3 javelins. And they also need to make long spears, which is not a small project. Take your time. There is no rush. Wu Heng looked at her and said, well, I will try my best to speed up everyone. Are there any recent news? Some refuge bases have been established in various places. Recruiting survivors. If you have special skills, such as doctors, electricians, carpenters, etc., these bases will also arrange people to rescue. Li Yong said. Study hard. And you can use it at any time. Yes. Indeed. Should we also take the initiative to recruit some people? Li Yong continued to ask. Wu Heng thought about it, and said, you can tell the public that if someone is willing to join us, you can also recruit them. Yes. Prepare for tomorrow, I need to go back to the prison. Wu Heng suddenly remembered and said, we will evacuate here soon. The new building will still be set up at the prison. Okay, then I'll arrange it. Tomorrow the convoy will directly send a batch of goods back. Yes. Leave the zombie world. Sat in the lobby on the first floor for a while. Knock. Knock. A slight knock on the door sounded outside. Opening the door, I saw not my 2 mates, but the fat man I met last night, followed by 4 silver-armored guards, standing at the door, with a smile on his face. Wu Heng frowned. Come to me again today to reminisce about the past? Haha, Captain Wu Heng. Don't be nervous, I just want to talk to you about something. The man turned his head to look inside, and continued, it's not convenient to talk here, why don't you invite me in to sit down? Wu Heng glanced at the guards outside the door, made way. Come in, Your guards stay outside, the house is small. The man nodded to the people outside. He walked into the room alone. He looked around and sat down on the sofa in the living room. What's the matter? Tell me. Wu Hung asked directly. Then I'll tell you directly. I want to take back the sacrificial wooden stick and blood cup in your hand. The man still kept smiling. Wu Hung was surprised. The other party actually knew that he had these two things in his hand. Then, he had a guess about the identity of this person. Chapter 161, Make a Friend. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the other person carefully. In his hand, there are 4 rare items in total: shroud, sacrificial wooden staff, shapeless veil, and blood cup. Among them, the shroud and the shapeless veil are bought by himself. The blood cup is the spoils of killing the blood worshipper. The people of Rantam City may be able to infer that the blood cup is in his hand. But the matter of the sacrificial wooden staff, no one knows. This item was the rare item that Yaz wanted to use to take over his body. It was used to communicate with the evil god. Since he came to Rantam City, he had kept it in his space ring and never took it out. He was able to talk about this rare item as soon as he opened his mouth. Wu Hung then remembered another identity that Yaz had mentioned before. The Secret Society of the Sky Eye. An organization that he had not found any relevant information about. Moreover, judging from yesterday's test, the other party was likely to have seen through his identity. I dared to come here again today. My purpose is very clear, and I have made some preparations. Since both sides are open, Wu Hung no longer wants to play a trick with him, and directly asked, how do you want to recover these 2 props? The sacrificial wooden staff and the blood cup. These 2 items are actually theirs. Thinking carefully, these 2 props do have some similarities. The sacrificial wooden staff can allow people to take over another body and be reborn, and the blood cup can also affect life. They are all related to one's own life. As long as you return it to us, you will become our friend. A friend we will always remember. The fat man still smiled. Damn. You want to get it for free? Wu Hung glanced at him and continued. Rare items are always expensive. Even if you are a friend, you can't give it to us easily. Besides, this is our second meeting, so we are not friends. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. These 2 props are ours. How can they be yours in my hands? Anyone who comes to me and says that the things are his, do I have to return them? Wu Hung asked with a smile. Although he was fine, Yazid had made sufficient preparations at that time. Their secret society was, to put it bluntly, an accomplice of Yazid. They failed to kill, but they came to ask for the murder weapon. If they were talking about money, they could still ask for the price. After all, these 2 things had never been of any use in their hands. But asking for them directly would be too shameless. The fat man turned the ring on his index finger and thought seriously. We can buy it back. What's the price? Sacrificial wooden staff. 2,000 silver coins. Blood cup 1,500. What do you think? Too low. The shroud is 1,500 silver coins. And the phantom veil is 2,500. The shroud has strong side effects. And the body of the living will rot when used. So the price will be lower. The illusion veil is not a rare effect, and the price is 2,500. But these 2 items, each of them is related to life. The other party attaches great importance to these 2 props, and they must not be given at such a low price. So what price does Captain Wu Hung want? Wu Hung thought about it carefully, and said, 50 gold for the wooden staff, 30 gold for the blood cup. The smile on the fat man's face instantly faded, and replaced with a look of hidden anger. Taking a deep breath and said, this is simply an outrageous price. No, life is priceless, and I haven't counted the mental damage compensation. After all, you are also accomplices in Yaz's behavior. The man looked him up and down. I came here with good intentions. Captain Wu Hung has such an attitude. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? Wu Hung also smiled. The secret society will threaten the captain of the association. You really can say that. The man took a deep breath, glanced at the 2 figures wearing round helmets beside him. He smiled again. I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to go back and discuss it, and then I may meet with Captain Wu Hung again. Okay, I may not always have someone here. You can go to the association to inform me. Okay, then I won't bother the captain. The man stood up and walked out. When he walked out of the door, the man's face suddenly darkened. Without saying a word, he walked out with his guards and boarded the carriage. Wu Hung stood at the door and waved goodbye to the other party. At the same time, he released the ghost and followed the carriage away from a distance. After the other party walked away, Wu Heng closed the door again. Sitting on the sofa, he began to recall the whole process of coming from Blackstone Town. In other words, Yaz did not find a city with low restrictions on necromancers. Instead, he had made an agreement with the secret society in advance. They agreed to come here. After I came here, I was immediately noticed by the other party. Maybe he contacted me in many ways during this period, but I didn't pay attention. Until last night, the other party came to test directly and confirmed the fact that he was not possessed by Yazd. Tough guy. I offered an outrageous price. The other party had to go back to discuss it. It proved that these two rare objects were very important to them, and they might use them soon. Or it would be a great loss for them if they were lost. Although I don't believe that the other party dares to attack me. But I have to be careful, in case the other party has any tricks behind my back. After sitting downstairs for a while, Wu Heng went directly to the study on the 3rd floor, took out a pen and paper to write a letter to Slater in Blackstone Town, asking about the Sky Eye Secret Society. Slater is the secret talker of the association, and he is also a deacon, and has a high status. He should know some information. Since the last time the two of them confirmed their relationship, they are more trustworthy. After writing the letter, put it into the envelope and sealed it with wax. After sitting for a while, the ghost Glinda, who followed him, also flew back directly. The carriage went to a building in the north. I didn't follow it in. It might be dangerous, Glinda said, floating in the air. Well, just remember which building it was. Wu Heng stood up, picked up the sealed letter on the table. Let's go out and send the letter. Wu Heng went out and went to the association again. He handed the letter he had just written to the front desk. I just hope that Slater will reply to my message as soon as possible. There are no phones in this world, and it is not as convenient as the modern world. Return again. Minnie and Andy Wire. The two little maids have returned home. They cooked together in the kitchen, chatting and laughing. After these few days, the two of them no longer felt nervous and restrained after being bought back. After all, Wu Heng didn't care about them much, so he was quite relaxed. Dinner was served. The three of them sat together to eat. Wu Heng said, Minnie, Wire, when you go out these days, you must take guards with you, and close the shops in advance, and try to come back before dark. The two looked up, with some confusion in their eyes. After all, I am the captain of the association. I have arrested many wanted criminals and potential enemies. You should be careful to avoid being implicated. Oh, I see, Master, Minnie replied. Wire also nodded. It is unlikely that the secret society will take direct action. If it is really so radical, it will not come to me for the second time to take back the things. But this incident also reminded me. Often one thing will involve other things. If you kill a wanted criminal, or offend a gang, it may implicate other people. You should be careful. Especially Minnie, who is not even a professional. Wire is a level 7 ranger. If she encounters danger, she can run away if she can't beat him. Minnie has a pair of long legs. Facing a professional, she may not be able to run away. Soon, the three of them finished dinner. After Minnie put away the tableware, Wu Heng took out a scroll and said, Minnie, this is the boxer's professional scroll. You must practice diligently to improve your physical fitness and be safer when you go out in the future. Wow. Thank you, Master. You are so kind. Minnie took it happily, looking at each other. The look in his eyes was full of gratitude. Yeah. Minnie used the job transfer scroll. The light flashed, and the whole person's temperament seemed to have changed. Wu Heng said, Bodong, teach her. Bodong walked in front of the other party and began to demonstrate on the side, while Minnie learned on the side. Although Minnie was young, she had a slender figure. Bodong's movements had a strong sense of power. Every punch and kick could bring out a burst of air explosion. On Minnie's side, the slogan of Haha was quite loud, which was more like a fancy move. It also brought a heart-thrilling feeling. I watched Minnie practice for a while. It was getting late, and everyone went upstairs to rest. The next day, Wu Heng added 6 tall orc skeletons to his residence, to improve the safety of the residents. Then, he went directly to the zombie world. On the roadside, the fleet of the auto repair shop had been waiting there early. There were 5 trucks, a bus, and 3 vans in total. The small cars were also modified, welded with steel bars and iron plates, and inserted in the middle of the trucks. Wu Hung boarded the middle bus and ordered the skeletons to board the truck. The convoy started and drove towards the prison. The road was smooth and there were no obstacles. In the afternoon, the convoy appeared outside the prison. On the wall, there stood skeleton warriors holding rifles, standing on the wall like sculptures, motionless. From a distance, they looked very imposing. "Open the door," Wu Hung said to the big-headed skeleton behind him. No need to notify the inside. After approaching the wall, the big-headed skeleton can directly transmit orders remotely. The skeleton in the prison opened the gate immediately. The convoy drove in. At the same time, the survivors in the prison also ran out from the workshop on one side and began to help carry the things on the truck down. Their movements were quite skillful. Wu Hung went directly to the area where the skeleton was. The entire prison was divided into two areas. Wu Hung himself and the skeleton occupied a single building in the office and administrative area. The rest of the survivors were in the remaining areas, including the dormitory building and the place where the factory building was transformed. After all, they were not prisoners, and he was not often here, so he still had to provide living conditions for others. Wu Hung looked around the office building. He chose a place that seemed similar. He took out the building parts that stored the boneyard. First, there were 3 huge stone tablets, 3 meters high and half a meter wide, with dense symbols and patterns carved on them. Then, there were 4 divided oval stone plates, which were also covered with patterns. It exuded a heavy and ancient atmosphere. These stones cost him several gold coins. He looked at the skeletons around him. He pointed to a position on one side and gave an order. "Come! Smash the cement floor here and see the soil below." Chapter 162, Always Generous to Friends. Hearing Wu Hung's order, a bunch of skeletons came up with tools. Wu Hung took a walk in the office building, and when he came back, the original cement floor had been dug out into a pit. Wu Hung took out the Book of the Dead, and according to the construction method on it, he began to direct the skeletons to assemble the building according to the shape. The entire building structure is more like modular splicing. First, 4 semicircular discs are assembled into a structure of a large circle inside a small circle according to their size, and then 3 stone pillars more than 3 meters high are erected in the reserved positions of the ring. Several modules were put together like a figure. A complete building was formed. After a while, Li Yong and others brought over a heavy container, which contained golden water. "What should we do?" Li Yong asked. Wu Hung pointed to several connection points in the building. "Be careful, pour it in." Li Yong nodded and waved behind him, and 3 people came over and poured the liquefied gold water into the position. The golden liquid entered the groove and completely connected several modules, forming a special complete pattern. "Is there anything else you need?" Li Yong continued to ask. Wu Hung shook his head. "Go and rest. I will notify you if there is anything you need." "Okay." Li Yong left with a few people, leaving only Wu Hung and many skeletons. Time passed little by little. The gold water on the building began to gradually cool down. Wu Hung continued to release necromancy magic towards the 3 stone tablets. According to the Book of the Dead, this is to remember the source of magic, otherwise the transformed skeletons, who would listen to. When the 3 stone tablets were injected with magic power, a faint light circle spread out, and the construction took effect. "Go and move those corpses over," Wu Hung said. The skeletons around him walked to the side, dragged the zombies killed in the future, and threw them directly into the middle of the disc. The corpse entered the disc, and the soil in the middle rolled like boiling water, gradually engulfing the corpse in the middle. About 2 or 3 minutes later, a complete skeleton warrior slowly walked out of the mud and sand. The empty eye sockets scanned the surroundings, then walked out of the building and stood aside in a daze. The boiling soil continued to engulf the second corpse. Wu Hung looked at the newly emerged skeleton warrior and ordered, "Pick up your weapons." The skeleton walked over, bent down, and picked up a kitchen knife on the ground. Wu Hung nodded with satisfaction. The effect is not bad. The records in the Book of the Dead are still relatively reliable. I am really afraid that the summoned skeleton warrior will not listen to my command. Then the money will be wasted. After all, buying buildings and pouring gold and water, it costs a lot of money. It can be used to buy equipment, and it can also buy hundreds of sets. The construction work is completed. It can be regarded as completing one of my goals. After not having to come here every day, the first task is to transform skeletons. Buildings can transform themselves. After walking around the area, then he walked towards the area where the survivors lived. He took a look around the prison with Li Yong. This is what Li Yang told him when he came. Showing up in front of everyone from time to time is also good for the stability of the entire prison. After walking around, Li Yang took Wu Heng to the ward again. She saw the seriously injured girl. The doctors had given up on her at the time. But Wu Heng saved her. She was not old. At 21 years old. And had not graduated from college yet. She was just a little embarrassed because she was ravaged. This incident also caused quite a stir in the prison. It was also a miracle that someone could be saved in such a situation. Currently, there are 2 doctors in the prison hospital. The original male doctor named Guan. And the Dr. Zheng who was rescued from the building materials warehouse. The 2 are in charge of the medical side. And they also brought 2 apprentices to serve as helpers and nurses. After a walk, nothing happened. Wu Heng returned to his room. Then he went to Ratam City. It was almost dusk. Minnie and Anweer came back early. After dinner, Minnie wore sports yoga clothes and started training with Bodong. Slender figure, young and energetic body. It's called training, more like a performance, pleasing to the eyes. After training for a while, Minnie was sweating all over, walked to Wu Heng's legs and knelt down, with her chin on his thigh. She said breathlessly, "Master, how about my 2 moves just now?" Quite good looking. I'll go out. Can I beat those gang members?" Minnie continued to ask. Wu Heng glanced at her, said, "It can make those gang members more excited, or practice running away first." And well, who was standing next to her, lowered her head and suppressed her laughter. Minnie's expression fell. "No way." Wu Heng touched her head. "Practice slowly. Others have practiced for several years. You want to beat others in just 2 days. It's a bit unrealistic." That's right." Minnie nodded, tilted her head, and enjoyed the other's head caress. And then asked, "Master, the fabric of this dress is so comfortable. It must be expensive." "It's not expensive. It's made in my hometown. It's not available here." "Woo. Master, you are so nice." Minnie hugged her calf and acted coquettishly. A pair of elastic touch, keep rubbing against the calf. Wu Heng glanced at Andeville who seemed not to notice this side, gently pinched her rabbit ears. "Practice well." "Okay, master." After a short rest, Minnie stood up again. Trained with Ba Wudong. The sound of hey-ha sounded in the room. Early the next morning, Wu Heng first went to the association, but none of the members were there. So he went directly to the Snake Emblem Foundation. "I come here so often that I don't need anyone to entertain me." After saying hello, I went into the lounge on the side. Not long after, Lisha, wearing a long skirt, walked in with a swinging waist. When she saw Wu Heng, she still smiled brightly. "Good morning, Mr. Wu Heng." "Yes. Good morning. I'm here to return the storage sachet." As she said that, she returned the props she had borrowed before. The space inside this sachet is much larger than her own space ring. The price is definitely high. Although Wu Heng wanted it, he was not so crazy as to rob it from the consortium. He would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Moreover, he could not destroy the relationship he had established with the consortium. Lisha took it, and gave it to the staff to put away, and said with a smile, "Mr. Wu Heng really kept his word and returned it to me so quickly. After all, you took a big risk, and I'll give it back to you if you don't need it." The smile on Lisha's face became even brighter. The Snake Emblem Group and the Professional Association do not have a very good relationship. At most, they are indifferent to each other. But for the young and wealthy captain in front of him, it is no longer the attitude of a wealthy guest. But the more he looks at him, the more he likes him. Even if he sits here and chats, he will not feel that he is wasting time. On the sofa beside him, he stretched lazily, showing his plump figure, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Captain Wu Heng. The next commission will require Miss Lisha to take care of it." "It should be. Then I won't bother you." Wu Heng stood up and said, "When you have time in the future, you can come and sit often. I am also willing to chat with the captain." Lisha also stood up, intimately holding one arm, and walked out 2 steps together. Wu Heng was stunned by the other party's action. Another staff member in the room also lowered his head tactfully, and did not look at the 2. When they reached the door of the lounge, Lisha pulled her arm out. "Well, I am also willing to chat with Miss Lisha. I will come again next time if I have the chance." Wu Heng replied with a smile. "Lisha looks charming, but she is definitely not as weak as she looks." The local head of the consortium is the counterpart of the association's deacon. Deacons are appointed at level 13 or above, with certain merits in the record. and are outstanding in intelligence and ability. Lisha, who can represent the consortium as the head, must have a high level and strength. Beauty is just her appearance. She pushed open the door and walked out. Lisha followed him to the door, and then slowly returned. After leaving the consortium, Wu Heng went to the shop. Then he sat there until dusk, and he locked the door with 2 maids and went home. Before he left the outer city, several figures had blocked his way. One of them was the fat man who wanted to take back the sacrificial wooden stick and blood cup from him. Standing in front, he lifted his heavy stomach and smiled. Captain Wu Heng, I want to talk to you about the last matter. There's nothing to talk about. I've already told you the price. Just prepare the money. Wu Heng said directly. I'm not the one to talk to you this time. Please go over there. It's at the pub in front. The man pointed diagonally behind him. Wu Heng looked in the direction he pointed. It was a pub on this street. After a little thought, he nodded and agreed. Okay. Lead the way. At this time and place, the other party should not dare to do anything. Even if something really happened, it would be no problem for us to protect ourselves. Okay. This way. Several people walked forward together, pushed the door and entered the tavern. It was empty inside, except for a man in purple clothes and several silver-armored guards sitting at the wooden table in the middle. Please. Wu Heng walked over and sat down opposite the man. The other party was a man who looked a little old, with gray hair and wrinkled skin, but his behavior was still very much like that of a nobleman. Captain Wu Heng. The man spoke softly. Yes, what's your name? Wu Heng asked back. Jian Luan, doing some small business in the city. Well, let's stop chatting. You called me here today. What do you want to talk about? Wu Heng asked directly. The man raised his head and explained softly. There may be some misunderstandings between us. We have always wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with Captain Wu Heng. Well, we are quite friendly. Let's talk business. Clap. The man clapped his hands. Several figures came out from one side of the tavern. 2 of the men were carrying trays covered with red silk cloth, and behind them were 5 young women, both human and orc. They walked to the side of the 2-person table. The women unbuttoned their clothes and revealed their graceful naked bodies. The other 2 also lifted the red cloth on the tray. There were neatly stacked silver coins underneath. Minnie and Anweer, who were standing at the door, blushed instantly. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? We have always been generous to our friends. This is also an apology for what happened last time. Chapter 163, Let me help you. Women, rights, status, better life, are often in the hands of a few people. As long as Captain Wu Heng is willing to join us, these are not a problem. The white-haired man took a sip from the wine glass and looked at the opposite side with a meaningful look. Join you? The secret society? The captain is really well informed. We are indeed the secret society, but not the cult you imagine, but more like a mutual aid society. As long as you join the members, resources, business channels will help each other. Everyone will encounter dangers. When they can't solve problems, then you will feel the greatness of the secret society. The man explained softly. Does it also include helping others to kill people? Wu Heng continued to look at the other party. It sounds good, but in fact, there is a price to pay. The forms of various organizations are similar, and everyone comes in with different purposes. To get what you want, you must also pay the same price, or show your own value. Yazid's life came to an end. The secret society provided him with a sacrificial wooden staff and reached some kind of agreement with Yazid. At that time, he was in the tavern. The fat man had said it, but I didn't know the details. There is no such thing as free help. The monks help the poor and the needy, and it also helps their own practice. The man did not deny it, but shrugged his shoulders and did not answer the question. Instead, he continued, in addition to money and women, the secret society provides more benefits, such as connections, props, and the joining of the captain. We can guarantee that within 3 years, you will reach the level of a deacon. What do I need to pay? Wu Heng continued to ask. That depends on what you have, Captain. As long as you are willing to contribute to the secret society, you will always find a way to show your value. The man still smiled, and glanced at the emblem of the association on his armor. Wu Heng looked down with his gaze. He understood a little of what he meant. He leaned lazily on the back of the chair and said casually, let's not talk about other things for now. Do you still want those 2 rare items? If you don't want to buy them, I will donate them to the association in exchange for merit. The old man stared at him carefully. With a wave of his hand, the women and the people holding the trays all turned and left. The tool that several people had dropped was left on the ground. These 2 items are our more important treasures. Please help us, Captain, and return them to us. As for the price, we are willing to pay 8 gold coins. This price is definitely not low for a treasure. Wu Hang's offer was 80 gold coins, which was actually a high price. After all, the secret cultivators would help the other party kill him. Now he honestly returned them. This is too cowardly. Hearing the other party say this now, it can also prove the importance of these 2 rare items to the secret society. At least, if they can't get these 2 items back, they will definitely not be able to explain. You just said that the secret society is so powerful. You can't even come up with this little money. Right? 80 gold coins. Is it very high? After selling this tavern, it should be enough. Wu Heng said. Gold coins. It's not calculated like this. No wealthy merchant in the city can come up with such a sum of money in a short time. The man took a deep breath. I hope the captain can consider it. Let's take a step back and give each other a convenience. Okay. 70 gold coins. This is my final bottom price. If you can't accept it, I will donate it directly to the association. Then you can trade with the headquarters and see how much they want. Wu Heng continued. The man's eyes narrowed instantly, and he hesitated to speak. He smiled calmly again. Okay. We need some time to raise the funds, and we will let you know when the time comes. But please keep the treasure safe. Okay. Wu Heng nodded, and stood up directly. Then I won't disturb you during your meal, and we'll see you next time. After saying that, he walked towards the door. He took his 2 maids with him, and walked out of the tavern with the skeleton. He walked towards the inner city. The tavern fell into silence again. The fat man came over and sat down opposite the white-haired man. He said, just agree to his request? It's obviously too much. With so many of us, it's hard to come up with so much cash in a short time. Humph! The old man snorted coldly. You young man, you really think you can threaten us with 2 rare items? The fat man's face became serious, and he said, you want to kill him? Yazid had such a good opportunity at that time, but he couldn't kill him. If you fail, you will be wanted by the association. Even the secret order could hardly save them. The old man was silent for a moment, and then continued, let someone raise the money first, and at the same time, keep an eye on his movements. It seems that he takes good care of the 2 girls around him, and he even came to pick them up today. Do you want to attack those 2 girls? Keep an eye on the people around him. Okay. At this time, several people walked out from the other side. They brought the prepared food. The 2 began to chat and eat at the same time. On the way back, Minnie hugged his arm and whispered, Master, are those guys bad guys? Anyway, they are not good people. The store will close earlier these days. Wu Heng said. Will they attack us? And we asked. It's hard to say, but we still have to be careful. Wu Heng said. This matter is a bit difficult to handle. Wu Heng did not intend to hand over the 2 rare items easily. As the weapon that tried to kill him, he had to make the other party bleed at least once. But the other party was obviously arrogant, and he couldn't afford so much money. Who knows? He might have other plans. Okay. We will be careful. And Weir said. The few of them continued to walk home, and Wu Heng felt Minnie's arms. He looked down and asked, Minnie, why aren't you wearing armor? Armor is at least made of leather. Minnie obviously didn't wear it. It was too hot, and we were in the store, so I didn't wear it. Minnie replied. Put it on when you go out tomorrow. Oh, got it. Return to the residence. The 2 went to the kitchen to prepare dinner together. Wu Heng sat on the sofa for a while. The ghost Glinda flew back from outside, floating in the air, said, I still can't hear what they are saying, but judging from their lip movements, they mention things like raising money and women. I suspect they may have targeted your 2 little mates. Last time, when Glinda followed, she didn't hear what the other party said. Wu Heng came back and checked the book of runes. The runes that can provide sound isolation are called silent shields, which are usually etched on some jewelry. For example, magic props such as pendants and earrings. When worn on the body, except for fixed targets, people outside cannot hear what you say. The sound will be absorbed by an invisible shield. I don't know if the other party is this kind, but the effect is not much different. Wu Heng nodded, indicating that he understood. It seems that the other party really doesn't want to raise money honestly. It makes sense when you think about it. This world is in such a mess. How could anyone honestly collect such a large sum of money? Well, I understand. Glinda stretched out his hand and hooked it. A book fell from the bookshelf and floated in the air. He began to read it. Wu Hung also let Xiao Xiao out. He took out his iPad and watched a cartoon. Glinda's ability was much higher than Xiao's. Xiao's telekinesis could only do some pushing at first, such as controlling a force to close the door and push the fallen leaves forward. It's almost like the effect of wind blowing. With the practice during this period, I can control the stylus of iPad to adjust the next level of cartoons or drag the progress bar. Glinda is much more proficient and can remotely pick up some not-so-heavy objects and turn books. She is a more mature ghost. The two ghosts stayed in the study. Wu Hung went downstairs to eat. He told the two not to go to the store tomorrow and to stop for a few days recently and rest at home. Although the two were a little curious, they nodded and agreed. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Wu Hung practiced sword on one side, while Minnie continued to practice boxing and kicking with Ba Wudong. Waiting for Anweer to go upstairs, Wu Hung sat on the sofa and flipped through the Book of the Dead. Minnie finished training, came over carefully, and said, "Master, let me help you press it." Wu Hung asked curiously, "Do you know these?" "When I was working, I saw others pressing it, and it didn't seem difficult," Minnie said with a smile. "Well, let's try it." Wu Hung lay on the sofa. The little bunny girl knelt beside the sofa, stretched out her white and tender little hands, and began to twist her shoulders. "Master, is your strength okay?" "Well, not bad. Master, thank you for buying me a job transfer certificate. My biggest dream was to become a professional," Minnie said softly. "Then you have to practice hard in the future. It will be very hard to become a professional," Wu Hung said. "Minnie is not afraid of hardship. Master, just feed me enough." Minnie pressed twice and said, "Master, you can turn over now. You don't need to do it from the front. Use it. I will practice it too. I will help you press it often in the future." Wu Hung turned over and lay on his back on the sofa. Minnie massaged it gently twice. Her face turned red, and she said, "It's a little hard to use force. Can I go up?" "Yes." Minnie climbed onto the sofa carefully. Wu Hung looked up at the little girl whose face was already red. She was wearing a beige training suit on the upper body and a blue-gray tight yoga suit on the lower body. Because of the training just now, her collar was soaked with sweat. Wu Hung put his hand on the other's slender waist. "Master, I sweat a lot, so it may be a little dirty," Minnie said in a low voice. "It's okay." Minnie's face turned redder, and her body leaned forward slightly. Slowly, Minnie's body became softer and softer, and she lay on him, and her furry ears tickled his chin. Wu Hung grabbed the shirt, and the bunny girl raised her arms. Just when the clothes were half lifted, Anweer came down from upstairs with something. Looking at the two people on the sofa, her eyes gradually widened. After a short pause, she turned around and left. Minnie's body also turned red. "Master, I'm going back to my room." After saying that, she hurriedly lay down on the sofa and ran upstairs. Wu Hang's hands froze in midair. Just left like that? This little girl. The next day. Zombie world. In the burial ground, a large pile of corpses was piled up again. It was the skeletons patrolling around the prison, and found some people who died before taking over, or zombie corpses. There were corpses constantly buried in the soil below, transformed into skeletons, and then walked out of the building. The building was indeed more expensive, but it was indeed very useful. It saved Wu Hung a lot of time and mental energy. During that period of time, Wu Hung was just like punching in at work. He had to convert corpses every morning and evening, which was quite troublesome. After confirming that the building was still operating normally, Wu Hung walked outside the office building. He took out the intercom and called Li Yong. After a while, Li Yong came over. Standing beside him, she said, "Xiangzi and his team drove back yesterday, and a group of people and goods will be transported here tonight." According to the two people's discussion, Wu Hung did not plan to run back and forth here. The collection work in the community was handed over to the people in the auto repair shop. A group of skeletons were also left behind, led by Big Head Number 2, who was mainly responsible for the safety of the auto repair shop. At the same time, the skeletons were transported here in batches. And the most important thing was the alchemy laboratory of the alchemy skeletons. "Well, you have allocated it very well," Wu Hung said. Li Yong continued, Do you remember the Yenshin shelter I mentioned to you? Well, it's still there. More than that, it's quite active in the radio station. According to the other party, it has developed very well. How do you say? Wu Heng asked curiously. Pretty good. What can it be? A single fire control ability. May not be able to defeat my army of over 10,000. They set up a trading market, inviting the survivors around to go there to exchange supplies. Wu Heng frowned. Ah, this seems to be really fast. Developing so fast? Well, after the other party awakened their abilities, they began to rise rapidly, and also gathered a lot of survivors. What can be exchanged in that trading market? Wu Heng asked. They mainly exchange food, sugar, salt, and necessities such as corpse cores. The things they can provide include guns, armored vehicles, and some weapons, and so on. Chapter 164, There are armored vehicles. They have armored vehicles? Wu Heng was a little surprised. They said they have armored vehicles, which makes sense, otherwise they wouldn't have developed so fast. Li Yong said. It seems to be true. If it's just one person with superpowers, it's hard to develop so fast. They also set up a free market, letting the surviving bases around them come to trade. They should have obtained a lot of modern equipment. In terms of normal combat power, zombies are not that strong. Even the second-level deformed zombies, facing modern weapons, can hardly exert much combat advantage. A giant zombie rushes out and is beaten into mud by the army's volleys. The reason why this kind of zombie has an advantage at the moment is actually easy to understand. A large-scale indiscriminate zombie outbreak paralyzed human society in an instant. If it is a normal battle, there are zombies on one side and modern human troops on the other. A fair and just duel. It is difficult for zombies to gain any advantages, even if their virus can be transmitted. But development does not develop in this way. No one will fight you in a fair and just duel. How to exchange those armored vehicles? Wu Heng was also somewhat interested. The other party did not say, but according to the existing exchange conditions, it is all exchanged with food. Li Yong thought for a while, and replied, Wu Heng hummed, and did not say much. Li Yong continued, Wang Chenggang is the one who swallowed the first-level corpse core. Who? The leader of the people in Changjingzi shelter. The bearded man. Oh, him! Has he awakened his superpowers? Li Yong became the leader of the auto repair shop, because the auto repair shop itself is her home. The rest of the people are also rescued by her. After meeting Wu Heng, she became the coordinator in the middle, and completely confirmed the identity of the leader. There were more people in Changjingzi shelter at that time. The most was 70 or 80 people. There were all kinds of people. Strength is the hard truth. Wang Chenggang was able to become the leader. His luck and strength were both top-notch. If there was no Wu Heng skeleton group for the shelter, he would be more suitable to be the leader. But Wu Heng had an absolute advantage here. Li Yong was the leader. He took the first-level corpse core, and did not awaken his superpowers. I heard that he was unconscious for several days, and his hands and feet were tied up. When he finally woke up, he was almost starved to death. Li Yong said. Then his physical fitness is also very good. Well, Qiangzi said that. Those who can awaken superpowers are the children of destiny. Wu Heng glanced at him and asked, Do you also want to awaken superpowers? Well, I can't say. In fact, I envy those who can stand on their own and become powerful themselves. But I feel that, after taking the corpse core, I am destined to become a zombie. When I was a child, my family valued boys over girls, so I dropped out of school early to repair cars. I can't win the game card draw, so I don't have this blessing. Li Yong said self-deprecatingly. It seems that Wang Qinggang's matter has put pressure on her. In the end times, strength is the hard truth. Although Wu Heng trusts her, she also needs to have a certain prestige. But she is not so confident about her luck. In a few days, I will help you take the corpse core, and see if you can awaken your superpowers. Wu Heng thought about it, and said directly. Li Yong looked up at him, a little surprised. She did help Wu Heng get a lot of corpse cores, but she only played the role of driver and guide, and she had no right to share. Just talking about this, I want to complain. I didn't expect that he would agree to take the corpse core directly. No, I'm in a bad physical condition and luck. I probably can't make it. Li Yong declined. Strengthen your exercise in the next few days. I'll let you know when the time comes. Wu Heng said directly. As the number of people in the base increases, the difficulty of management is also increasing. And Wu Heng himself, I still need to stay in another world most of the time. Li Yong doesn't have a certain strength foundation, and it's easy to have problems. Even without external interference, people inside will have the desire to seize power. I have a lot of corpse cores in my hands. It is not a waste to distribute them to people who can assist me. So let her improve her own strength, even if she has no substantial combat power. As long as she swallows the corpse core. In the eyes of these survivors, she is already a person with luck and courage. No one wants the person they follow to be too mediocre. If Li Yong does not have the talent to awaken superpowers, you can also consider buying her a career scroll. But this step requires 100% trust from the other party. At least after getting the new slave scroll, he will choose to give it to her. People's hearts will change. We should be more careful. After thinking about it, Li Yong said awkwardly, "Okay. Thank you. Yeah. By the way, it's already autumn, and I plan to let some people rush to make a batch of cotton clothes and quilts. I happen to have quite a few sewing machines. Would it be more convenient to search for some ready-made ones in the mall outside?" Wu Heng said after thinking for a while. "We need to search. But we also need something to block the doors and windows. It's winter, and there's no air supply. It makes sense. Well, you arrange it." The two chatted for a while, and walked out of the prison together. Behind the prison, there was an endless open space. It was now covered with half-human-high weeds. Wu Heng looked at the area. He said to the large number of skeletons he brought out, "Start mowing the grass." Walala. The large number of skeletons started to move. Holding a kitchen knife, he rushed into the grass and chopped randomly. Since he had moved here, the training ground for the skeletons still needed to be planned. In addition to spears, there was also training for throwing spears. There was no space for practice in the prison, so it was not bad to arrange it here. Soon, the weeds were almost cut. Li Yong arranged people to make straw men with grass and practice tying spears for the skeletons. The rest of the skeletons practiced throwing spears. The next day, in the morning, Wu Heng received the information sent by Wen Man Shao. In a building outside the city, there is a wanted criminal's whereabouts. Wu Heng packed up his things. Then he went directly to the association, found a few of his team members, and went directly to the outside of the city to explore the target. In the dim alley filled with the smell of urine, several people silently watched the building opposite. Not long after, Grinda flew back again and flew into the body. The scene just seen was also shared in his mind. In the dim room, several human men sat at a round wooden table. One of them was muttering to himself while giving money to the others. It seems that they have just finished something and are dividing the spoils. There are 4 people dividing the spoils, one of whom is standing at the door. Wu Heng took out a tablet, checked the list of wanted criminals, and confirmed one person. The reward is 370. "Captain, what do you think?" Duke asked, covering his nose. "A small wanted criminal. The reward is only 370 silver coins." "Captain, it's not a small amount. Other teams can't catch a wanted criminal in half a year," Duke continued. "Okay. Then do it. Rush in directly. And kill them all." "Okay." Several people walked quickly to the door. Duke raised his battle axe and tried to smash the door. Wu Heng stopped him and said directly, "Open the door." The invisible Glinda passed through the wall and directly possessed the man guarding the door. In the surprised eyes of the others in the room, he unlocked the door, revealing several people waiting outside. "Ah!" Duke shouted and rushed in directly. Chapter 165, Cold Arrow. Duke shouted. He rushed in with a battle axe. The people who were dividing the spoils inside were stunned at first, then they reacted immediately. Each of them went to get the weapons around them. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and the nearest person was directly knocked out. He hit the wall behind him, and slowly slid down. At the same time, Duke continued to kill others with his battle axe. The movements were big and big, all the furniture along the way was smashed, and the silver coins on the table were scattered all over the floor. The door. Bodong killed the man who opened the door directly. The others followed him into the room. Holding weapons, they quickly joined the battle. They fought with the wanted criminal and his accomplices. For a moment, the sound of shouting and weapons colliding resounded throughout the room. Outside the door, because of the fierce battle, many people watched. Soon, the last enemy fell. Duke grabbed a piece of cloth, wiped the blood off the battle axe, and said, "Captain, everything was settled, easily." Wu Heng looked around the room. The layout was very simple. Tables and chairs, wooden beds, and some daily necessities. This should be the temporary residence of these wanted criminals. He casually opened 2 drawers and found some moldy fruit cores inside. He didn't know how long they had been there. There was nothing there. Wu Heng said directly, Duke, check the identity of the wanted criminals. Marta, collect all the silver coins. We will divide them when we go back. Okay. Captain. The two began to act. Duke took the tablet handed over and began to check the identity of the wanted criminals, and confirm whether there were other people on the wanted list. Marta began to bend down to pick up the silver coins on the ground. These spoils of war were also a considerable harvest. Clatter. At this time, there were dense footsteps outside the door, and noisy shouts. Looking out through the open door, you can see that a large number of people wearing various miscellaneous equipment squeezed out of the crowd and blocked the door of the house. The equipment and weapons are messy, which is the characteristic of gang members. Wu Heng glanced outside and said, Duke, has the identity been confirmed? Confirmed. Only one person is a wanted criminal. Duke replied. Wu Heng took back the tablet and said, leave the wanted criminal there first. And go out and ask those guys what's going on. Oh! The people outside the door were still shouting. And the people inside came out. Duke lowered his head and walked out of the door. He was tall and burly, with silver plate armor and a battle axe. The person shouting was stunned. His voice instantly became smaller, and he took 2 steps back carefully. What are you going to do? Duke asked directly. The gang members in front separated to both sides, making way. A middle-aged man wearing leather armor and a goatee strode over. He glanced at the tall orc without any fear and said directly, this is the jurisdiction of our Scorpion Claw gang. You dare to come here to break into the house and kill people. You don't want to live, right? Gang zoning management is a way of Ratam City. According to Wu Heng's understanding, it is outsourced security. Simply carry out some public security management and collect taxes from the city hall at the same time. It can also be regarded as a team of Ratam City. There is still some confidence. Duke looked down at the other party and said, we are from the association. According to the intelligence, there is a wanted criminal here, and we are carrying out the arrest mission. Association? How do you prove it? Duke took out the association's emblem, looked at the other party, and continued, you have nothing to do here, you can leave. At this time, another person approached. He whispered a few words to the man with the goatee. The man with the goatee turned his head to look inside, and the other people who were picking up the silver coins. He said directly, you can take the wanted criminals away, but the things inside, which belong to the original owner of this house, you can't take them away. We won't touch the things in the room. Duke said. Those silver coins are also inside, you can't take them away. The man said directly. Duke immediately understood what the other party meant, and immediately retorted, why, you didn't do anything, and you still want to share the spoils. As he said that, he took a step across to block the other party's view of the inside. You can't say that. The association can't just take other people's things. The man raised his hand, and the gang members behind him stepped forward. Duke's face became more serious, and he said to the back, Captain, they asked us to leave the silver coins and take the wanted criminals directly away. Wu Heng walked out with a few skeletons. Looking at the leading man, he said, the association is arresting wanted criminals, and the various gang mercenary organizations should cooperate in the investigation. Yes, we cooperate, but now you are finished, we have to manage this place again. Who said it's over? How do you know there is only one wanted criminal here? Or do you know whether there are wanted criminals in the place you manage? Wu Heng looked at him and said. The man was not panicked at all. He crossed his arms and said, you can't say anything careless. This, whoosh. Before the man finished speaking, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. A cold light suddenly shot out from the crowd and attacked Wu Heng's chest. Wu Heng's pupil shrank, and a strong sense of crisis rose from his heart. He wanted to dodge, but his body still couldn't keep up with the speed of his brain. Seeing the arrow hit his chest, Ba Wudong took a step sideways and blocked it in front. He grabbed the cold light and threw it aside. It was Ba Dong's skill. Catch the flying arrow. The next second, Wu Heng's body reacted. Duke immediately stepped forward, hugged Wu Heng's waist, and rushed back to the building behind him. Ba Dong and Bassin stepped forward together. They pushed the gang leader with goatee to the ground and put the sharp short blade against his throat. Hula! The gang members around them immediately drew their weapons from their waists and rushed forward. The goat-bearded man shouted, don't move. Scorpion Claw gang members. This is a misunderstanding. Put away your weapons. Kill the captain of the association. He was tired of living. That's why he did such a stupid thing. Not to mention that he was a small gang leader in the outer city. Ask if the people of the consortium dare to kill the captain, and if the city lord's mansion dares. He didn't know where the arrow came from. But once the fight started, it would be completely unclear. The gang members did not move forward. The man was pressed to the ground, spat out the dirt in his mouth, and continued to shout. The captain inside, "It wasn't our people who did it. You must investigate it clearly." In the room, Wu Hang's face was gloomy. He touched his body up and down, confirming that there were no wounds. He breathed a sigh of relief. He almost died outside. "Captain, I'll go kill them," Duke said angrily. "Don't go out. Be careful of someone shooting arrows." Marta also came over, leaned against the window, and took a look at the situation outside. Then he squatted down, picked up the crossbow arrows on the ground and took a look. He said, "It's an armed crossbow or a light crossbow. The other party has prepared it in advance." Wu Hung nodded, prepared it in advance. At this time, the door opened. The leader of the Goatee gang was dragged in with a dagger on his neck. He was thrown to the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and explained, "It wasn't done by my people. It has nothing to do with me." Chapter 166, How Dare I? Wu Hung looked at the other party. Hand on the hilt of the sword. He wanted to kill Winsure directly. But there were a large number of gang members outside the door, so he couldn't kill him. Once he angered those members, a fight would break out. Maybe that was the purpose of the person who shot the arrow. Take a deep breath, calm yourself down. Thinking carefully, the possibility of it being a gang is really small. After all, no one would be accused of killing the captain of the association for such a small matter. Moreover, the person was pinned down on the spot. "I believe you," Wu Hung said. Yes. 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 It can't be me. I'm crazy. And I won't do such a stupid thing." The man immediately agreed. Wu Hung continued, "I believe you. But tomorrow, the whole outer city area, and even the outer city area will spread the news that your Scorpion Claw gang assassinated the captain. What do you think the association will do to save face?" The cold sweat that had just stopped, covered my forehead again. Does the truth matter? The gangs managed in the outskirts of the city are actually thugs who collect taxes for the city lord's mansion. After one group is replaced, there will be another group. If the association holds him accountable, he will definitely die. "Captain, it really wasn't me who did it." Wu Hung asked, "Why did you stop us?" "The owner of the house here said that someone was fighting here, so we came here." The man answered immediately. "I ask you, why are you entangled with us and talking so much?" Normal association action. Not to mention the local gangs, even the Iron Guard Knights in the inner city would not interfere too much. These people stopped him from leaving, making Wu Hung feel a little strange. The man recalled, and immediately said, "My men said there was a lot of money in the room, and I was tempted at the moment, so I said a few nonsense words to you." He regretted it so much. If he had known earlier, he would have let them go. It turned out like this. "Call your little brother in," Wu Hung said. The man's eyes lit up, and he opened the door and shouted to the distance. Soon, a man wearing leather armor and with messy hair walked in. He looked at the people in the room carefully. Wu Hung asked, "What were you doing just now? What were you saying?" I was a little timid, and I kept looking at the goatee next to me. When I heard the question, I said, "I was just standing in the back. I didn't do anything." The goatee cursed. "Didn't you say there was a lot of money here? Tell me the truth." I immediately realized, and said, "I didn't see it. I also heard from the people next to me that there was money all over the floor of the house. You also saw it at that time. There was indeed a lot of money in it. Another person was involved? Who did you hear that from? Identify him." "No. I don't know him. It seems to be a man. In his 30s. Hack you." The goatee went up and kicked him twice. Obviously, Goatbeard also realized that something was wrong. They were probably being used by someone. In Ratam City, this kind of thing is not uncommon. Often, it doesn't matter who the real culprit is. A group of people died, and the matter was solved on the surface. Now the other party was not injured, and he could listen to his explanation. If he was really injured, or died, they would be buried with him. Wu Hung asked his younger brother to go out and look for him. As expected, he didn't find the man. Wu Hung stopped talking, and waited silently. Soon, the invisible Glinda and Xiao Xiao flew back. In the shared screen, there were more people watching. No suspicious people were found, and everyone was discussing the cold arrow. Wu Hung looked at the two people in front of him and said, "Let's go. Follow me back. And accept the investigation of the association. If it wasn't you who did it, they should let you go." "No. No. The inner city is not a place where people like me can enter." "It's good that you know it wasn't me who did it," the man with the goatee said immediately. He regretted it so much. Why did he have so much free time to get involved with the people in the association? "Think it over. Follow me now. I believe you. If the association arranges people to arrest you, you will be on the wanted list." The man swallowed his saliva, hesitated, and said, "Okay, I will go with you. Let your people evacuate the crowd and prepare the carriage." "Okay." The man immediately opened the door and gave instructions to the outside. All the onlookers were evacuated, and a carriage stopped outside. Wu Hung and the body of the wanted criminal entered the carriage together. Under the cover of Duke and his men, they headed towards the inner city. Professional Association. Deacon Gomez personally interrogated the gang leader in the outer city. A few days ago, the captain of Team 8 died, and the murderer has not been caught yet. This time, the captain of Team 12 was assassinated again. It is simply a shame for the Redtam City Association. He, the deacon, was furious. He almost killed Goatee and the younger brother and asked for their bodies. Corpses don't lie. But they didn't do it after all. The gangs that manage local security also belong to the city lord's mansion, so they have to save some face for each other. Not long after, Wu Hung came back from the interrogation room. Duke and Marta immediately stood up and asked with concern, "Captain, how is it?" Wu Hung sat down on the sofa and said, "The deacon takes this matter very seriously, but there is no result. Be careful these 2 days." "Oh, we are fine, Captain." "Be careful, it feels like it is coming for you." Wu Hung nodded and felt the same way. At that time, Duke had been talking to the other party outside for so long, and there was nothing unusual. He went out and was attacked in the second sentence. It was Ba Wudong who blocked it. Otherwise he might have died outside. "It's okay. Let's divide the money and then go home. I will notify everyone when there is a mission," Wu Hung said. Then, he divided the bounty of this mission and the money looted. Several people took the money, and after a brief chat, they went home. Dusk. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door. The door opened, and the gangster sister-in-law Wen Mansha stood in front of the door with her arms folded. "Sister," Minnie called sweetly. Although, she always said that she would beat the gang members after training. But in front of the gang sister-in-law, she still looked obedient. "Yeah." Wen Mansha nodded and took off her windbreaker in a hurry after entering the door, and then walked into the house quickly and said, "Master, I heard that you encountered danger today. You are not injured." As she said that, she rushed over with a gust of fragrant wind. Wu Hung said, "It's okay. What's the rumor out there?" "It said that the Scorpion Claw gang wanted to kill you, but they didn't succeed." When Mansha checked him for a while, they have a contractual relationship with each other. Once Wu Hung dies, the slaves who have been branded with soul marks will also be implicated. The souls of those with low levels will be directly disintegrated, and those with high levels will also be affected in their soul state, and they will become stupid and foolish in the future. So, their fate is completely linked to Wu Hung. If Wu Hung gets into trouble, none of them will survive. The other two maids, after hearing that Wu Hung was in trouble today, came over immediately. Their faces full of concern. "It has nothing to do with you. Someone is playing tricks," Wu Hung said. "Was it done by the Scorpion Claw gang?" Wen Mansha asked. "It shouldn't be them. Recently, you should arrange for someone to pay attention to this matter and see if you can find the person," Wu Hung said. Now the association also attaches great importance to it. Each team has begun to investigate this matter secretly. It is unlikely that the association can find the murderer. After all, he had no friendship with the other teams. He would not investigate diligently. "Yes, I will. Do you want me to arrange people to wipe out the Scorpion Claw gang tonight?" Wen Mansha said directly. Wu Hung pinched her little face. "No need, they should also be used." In fact, there are some speculations in his mind. The first possibility is that they are the accomplices of the wanted criminal. They were outside at the time, saw their companions being killed, and took the opportunity to shoot arrows in the dark. The second possibility is that the Sky Eye secret society, their asking price is too high, and they plan to take action directly. The third is the enemy of the Scorpion Claw gang, shooting arrows from behind and blaming them. The fourth is the former enemy, or the companions who arrested the wanted criminals before. If you think in this way, the scope is too large, and it is difficult to investigate. The first three possibilities are still more likely. Okay, but this matter must not be forgotten. If there is a problem in the territory of the Scorpion Claw gang, I will make them pay the price. When Manshaw gritted her teeth and said, "It is really the style of the gang. By the way, do you know this person Jinluan?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "This person is the old man who wanted to befriend the 5 women in the secret society of the Sky Eye. I still need to investigate his identity. It is very likely that they are the ones who did it." When Manshaw shook her head, "I don't know what industry he is in. I will ask someone to find out when I go back. It seems that he is the owner of the Laming Tavern. He has some businesses in the city. I don't know much about him," Wu Heng said. "Okay. When I go back, I will ask someone to find out. If it's just asking for information, it's not difficult," When Manshaw said. The two chatted for a few more words. Minnie and Andweir, seeing that Wu Heng was fine, went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. When Manshaw secretly took a look, she stood up and sat down in his arms. "Master, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. The intelligence was wrong, and you were in danger," When Manshaw said with regret. There was a soft touch and fragrance on her body. "It's not your fault. The intelligence was fine." When Manshaw pressed herself against him and whispered, "No, you must be punished if you make a mistake." Wu Heng hugged her waist and saw her blushing face and understood the meaning. When Manshaw, since she signed a contract with him, it was like unlocking some kind of switch. She became more and more bold. Yeah. Chapter 167, Deformed Cow. The next day, early in the morning, after having breakfast together, Wu Heng sent away When Manshaw, who stayed overnight last night. For the assassination yesterday, When Manshaw still felt a little guilty. After all, it was she who provided the wanted criminal information. But this matter actually has little to do with her. If the assassination was really aimed at her, not this time, but at other times, it would only be more dangerous. And I received the corresponding punishment last night. Back in the living room, Minnie and Andweir are discussing today's cleaning of the residence. The front and backyards also need to be tidied up, and some flowers and plants should be planted. These days, Wu Heng did not let them go out, and the shop was temporarily closed for a few days. After all, the purpose of assassinating their own people is still uncertain. It is safer for them to stay in their residence. He gave them a few more instructions. Then he went directly to the 3rd floor, and went to the zombie world through the boundary gate. Zombie world walked out of the room in the office area. When he went downstairs, he saw several alchemical skeletons. They came here with the convoy yesterday, and will also perform alchemical production here in the future. Wu Heng was on the 3rd floor, selecting several rooms for the alchemy skeletons, moving out all the office furniture inside, and replacing them with some alchemy lab tables. At the same time, he also directed the skeletons to move in all the refrigerators and freezers prepared outside. Refrigerators and freezers are used to store some materials and prepared potions. The conditions did not allow this before. Now there is a separate power supply and storage system here, plus there are not many people in the prison, and the skeletons are not on guard with naked eyes, so there is no need to turn on the searchlight. It can meet the basic electricity needs in the prison, no problem at all. Comparatively speaking, life is much better than in the community. Wu Heng watched the skeletons bring in the refrigerator and freezer, connected them to electricity, and taught them how to use them. Alchemy skeletons can't speak, but they have high intelligence, so there is basically no problem learning these. After all this is over, Alchemy number 1 took out 2 bottles of potions made from the 1st level corpse core, and delivered them respectfully. Strength Enhancement Potion Description: a potion developed by extracting energy from deformed creatures, which has a strong improvement effect on living beings, and has a small chance of awakening bloodline power. Wu Heng took it and put it directly into the storage space. He did not intend to use these 2 bottles directly, but wanted to give them as rewards to Li Yong and Wen Manshaw. The two had different divisions of labor, but their own roles were relatively important. They both needed to manage some people, especially Wen Manshaw, whose level was not high. Managing more than 1,000 gang members, without some hard power, problems might occur one day. These medicines were just right for them to use. Wu Heng walked out of the office building and went downstairs to the residential area. Not long after, Li Yong hurried down from upstairs. Holding the iPad in hand, he opened an electronic map and said, "I found that there is an offline version of the electronic map here." Wu Heng took it and fiddled with it. Many functions were unusable. Only this map page could be zoomed in and out to display roads and shops. He tried to search for a gold shop, but there was no response. It should be unusable. Li Yong pointed at several locations. These places have shopping malls and pedestrian streets, which are places where goods are concentrated. Wu Heng nodded. And some buildings and names in the city area could be displayed. Even the search function cannot be used. Li Yong pointed to several locations. These locations are shopping malls, grain and oil stores, and you can search for a lot of supplies. Wu Heng nodded. This electronic map is still very useful. At least the environment and roads of the entire surrounding area are clearly marked. After thinking for a while, he continued to ask, when you have time, confirm the locations of some gold and silver shops. Oh, okay. Li Yong agreed, and then continued, before, didn't you say that you can announce on the radio that you will accept survivors? Wonka said that the village where her grandmother lives is near here, and I want to ask if you can go there to take a look. Wonka, Wu Heng still has some memories. The intern nurse, who was rescued from the hospital by him. She was also the first survivor rescued by him, and Li Yong. He thought to himself. Anyway, he was going to search for supplies here today. It didn't matter where he went. He could search in the marginal villages and towns. He could also go to see her grandmother. These were not big problems. Okay. Let the convoy prepare. And go to see Wonka's grandmother today. After all, it's been a long time. And it's hard to say whether she is still alive. Let her be mentally prepared. Wu Heng said directly. After all, it has been several months. And few young and strong people survived. The chance of an old lady surviving is even lower. But after all, she is the family of the survivor. We still have to go and take a look. Whether she can survive depends on her luck. Okay. I will prepare immediately. Li Yong agreed and turned to leave. Half an hour later, the convoy lined up and waited in front of the gate. Some people were carrying some necessary supplies inside. For example, food, car repair tools, spare gasoline, etc. With the increase of manpower, the tools are more complete and more standardized. There are 5 trucks, 3 commercial vehicles, and 1 passenger car. Several trucks have been equipped with rams and steel spikes, just like ferocious hedgehogs. The commercial vehicle at the back has also been modified, with steel bars on the windows and a layer of protection on the outside of the tires to prevent the tires from being attacked by zombies. It looks much safer. Wu Heng commanded the skeletons to board the trucks, and he also got into the passenger car driven by Li Yong. In addition to Li Yong, there was also Wonku in the back, wearing a stab-proof suit and a blue helmet for shared bikes. Seeing Wu Heng coming up, he immediately stood up and bowed. My lord, thank you for helping me. It's okay. In the face of difficulties, we should help each other, Wu Heng said, and sat down in the passenger seat. Li Yong looked over. Shall we set off? Let's go! Li Yong nodded, picked up the intercom, and directly notified the departure. The gate opened. The convoy started, and it left the prison directly and drove away. After driving for about an hour, more and more zombies were attracted by the sound of the convoy. They rushed onto the road from both sides of the street, banging on the cars. In the back, a large group of zombies gradually formed. ZZ! The sound of electricity sounded. A voice came from the intercom. Sister Hong, there is a scrapped car blocking the road ahead. Can you knock it open? Li Yong said. It may be blocked. Don't damage the car. The intercom answered. Li Yong looked at Wu Heng. Wu Heng said, stop the car, kill all the zombies, and then move on. Li Yong said to the intercom, shorten the distance between the cars, prepare to stop and clean up the zombies, driver. Lock the door, don't get off the car. The entire convoy began to shorten the distance, gradually stopped in the middle of the road. Wu Heng said to the big-headed skeleton sitting in the back, let the skeleton get off the car, and kill the zombies outside. All the skeletons jumped out of the car. They rushed towards the surging zombies. The 2 waves collided, and the sounds of fighting and roaring resounded throughout the area. There were no accidents in the battle. Even the big guys, Bodong and other special skeletons, were not deployed. The level of the skeleton group increased, and the attributes also increased. The attributes of the same number of skeletons were higher. Soon, the battle was over. Li Yong got off the car, drove the forklift down, and cleaned up the scrapped vehicles piled up in front. Wu Hung asked the skeletons to carry the corpses and piled them all on both sides of the road. Soon the road was clear. The convoy started again and drove forward. It was noon. After clearing several waves of zombies on the way, the convoy began to approach the village. Sister Hong, we are entering the village market ahead. In the intercom, Qianzi's voice was heard again. The road was no longer wide, and the convoy could not speed up. The zombies around rushed up from both sides of the road and banged on both sides of the car door. And more zombies gradually surrounded the convoy. Although it is a village, it has a much larger population than the village in the building materials warehouse last time. Wu Hung ordered, "Stop the car and kill the zombies." The convoy slowed down again and stopped at the roadside. Then, a large number of skeleton soldiers jumped down from the back of the car. They formed a spear formation in front to resist the large number of zombies rushing out of the market. The remaining kitchen knife skeletons directly killed the zombies on both sides. Another fierce fight. The zombies fell down like wheat being cut. The battle ended. The skeleton went back into standby mode, and the whole area fell silent. Only the sound of the convoy's engine was still humming. Clean up the bodies? The skeleton started moving again, clearing the piles of bodies blocking the road along the way. The convoy also drove into the middle of the market. On both sides of the road, there were various grain and oil stores, knitting stores, and farm tool stores. We should be able to find a lot of things here. Li Yang looked around and said, "Well, let's go to the village first, and search this area when we come back," Wu Hung said directly. The convoy continued to move forward. They drove out of the intersection of the market. "Big King, that block of buildings over there is Damu Village." Wonka pointed to the distance, where the bungalows gathered, and introduced it to Wu Hung. He looked out into the distance and saw a village of considerable size. The living conditions seemed quite good. There were many houses, with white tiles on the outside, and a large number of blue-roofed colored steel houses. There should have been quite a few people in the village before, Wu Hung asked. Wonka shook his head. "I don't know either. I seldom come back, but I heard that the development here is good, and agriculture and breeding have received considerable support. In recent years, it seems that some surrounding villages and towns are being developed." As a person living in the city, he had no experience of the specific development. Now it seems that the living conditions are not worse than those in the city. But think about it. With the outbreak of zombies and the dense population, the possibility of survival is even smaller. "Is it my grandma?" Wonka asked in a low voice from behind. "Keep a normal mentality. If grandma is really not so lucky, we have tried our best." Li Yang, who was driving, comforted him. Wonka nodded and said nothing more. "When I came to the prison, I met other survivors. I realized how lucky I was. I was rescued by the people in the auto repair shop at the beginning. If I fell into Chen Jinlong's hands, it might be even more miserable. Of course, I hope my grandmother can survive. But if she is really not found, or has become a zombie, she will accept it. After all, she has used up all her luck to survive." The road became more difficult to walk, and the dirt road made the car body start to shake. The tools in the car, because of the shaking, made a rattling sound. This is what Wonka said, that the roads that have been supported in the village, if not supported, would probably be dirt roads. After driving for about 10 minutes, we began to approach the blue factory building. The building area here is not small. On the small cement building on the side of the road, you can see some words such as supermarket and dormitory building. It feels like a factory building. Moo! Suddenly, a strange cow call sounded from the factory building. Several people in the car frowned at the same time. "And there are cows?" Bang! Suddenly, there was a deafening noise, and the black iron door of the factory was directly knocked open. A huge, rotting cow rushed out of the factory directly, under the wide-eyed gaze of everyone. With a bang, it crashed into a truck in the middle. The convoy immediately stepped on the brakes, and the tires raised dust on the ground, and gradually stopped. "Damn, what's going on? It seems to be attacked. It's a zombie cow." The cow attacked the convoy. Chapter 168, the convoy was blocked. The smoke and dust dissipated. A huge cow appeared in sight. It was nearly 3 meters tall, with thick limbs, muscles bulging all over its body, eyes as big as fists, covered with red hair, huge horns as thick as forearms, embedded in the body of the truck. The reinforced steel plate was dented, and the huge force pushed the truck sideways for a distance. Wu Heng looked at the cow that suddenly rushed out. He also widened his eyes in surprise. This thing actually also became deformed, and its size had already caught up with that of an elephant. Cows, this kind of creature is naturally powerful. After the sudden increase in size, the impact force is obviously more terrifying. The truck was not directly overturned, because the reinforced steel plates were sufficient and heavy otherwise. The car would have been destroyed, and the people would have died. In the intercom, the driver was still shouting for help, saying that the car body was shaking violently, and it might be overturned. What should I do? Li Yong asked. Wu Heng was about to speak. Moo moo. Moo. The sound of cows calling and hooves trampling the ground was heard again on one side of the factory building. Sitting in the car, you can clearly feel the shaking like an earthquake. Wu Heng was startled and immediately said, "Keep your body down." Bang. 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 5 more giant bulls crashed into the stopped convoy from one side. In an instant, there was a shaking like the earth turning upside down. Wu Heng's passenger car flipped to one side, and the commercial vehicle in front turned 3 or 4 circles before it stopped. Fuck. The car, that was modified with great difficulty, was overturned by the bulls. Wu Heng unbuckled the seat belt with one hand, checked Li Yong and Wan Ku, and saw that the two were fine. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Don't get off the car." Then he turned to the big-headed skeleton and continued to order, "All skeletons attack and kill these monsters." Crash! The skeletons climbed out of the car and rushed directly towards the deformed bulls. The deformed bulls kept trying to attack the convoy with their horns. They also looked at the skeletons charging towards them with their red eyes. They looked up to the sky and mooed twice, and then charged directly. The power of the bulls was like a car charging forward. They pushed a large number of skeletons away, and turned them into a pile of white bones in the air, which scattered all over the sky. The lethality of this charge reminded Wu Heng of cavalry. As they walked and passed, all the enemies along the way turned into corpses. While Wu Heng unbuckled Li Yong's seat belt, he said to the big guy, the second guy, Lai Yi, Ba Wudong and others behind him, "You also go and help, and try to kill all the bulls." Several skeletons followed the order, and got out of the upward door. Each of them was looking for a target, and they attacked the deformed bull on the opposite side. Lai Yi quickly glanced around, and climbed up to the second-floor cement house on the side. He set up a sniper rifle. After a simple aim, he pulled the trigger directly. Bang! A huge gunshot sounded. In the distance, a giant bull with skeletons hanging all over its body had its forehead exploded. The giant bull, which was struggling to run, had its body instantly stiffened. It fell to the ground with a thud. The skeletons around it immediately rushed over. The kitchen knife in his hand kept swinging down, and chopped at the deformed bull that fell to the ground. After twitching twice on the ground, he stood up again and climbed up directly. The wound on his forehead was still bleeding. He threw away the skeleton hanging on his body, and his huge bull's eyes stared at Hunter One on the small building, and he began to rush up directly. Bang! The gunshot sounded again. This time it hit the bull's eyes, and the bullet passed through the head and exploded behind the head. The giant bull ran forward a few steps, and his front legs softened, and he knelt down. Then his whole body fell. The skeleton hanging on his body was chopped twice again, and then they scattered, continued to besiege the rest of the deformed cows. On the other side, the big guy held a giant cow's neck tightly with both hands, and swept his legs to throw it to the ground. Then, he raised his huge fist and kept hammering on the giant cow's head. These giant cows, when running, have great power, but the overall attributes are obviously not as high as those of the second-level deformed zombies like the big guy. After a round of random smashing, the cow's eyes burst, and the whole head was sunken. The second guy, Ba Wudong, and others were also fighting in a similar way. The distorted bulls were fierce, but when they fought, they were not as fierce as imagined. Instead, they only had the momentum of charging, which brought great lethality. In the entire battlefield, the dense army of skeletons surrounded and killed several distorted bulls. Under the joint attack of guns and high-level skeletons, they kept falling to the ground and dying. When the last distorted bull had its head smashed by Ba Wudong, the chaotic scene became quiet again. Let Xiao Xiao go to the blue factory to take a look, and after confirming that there was no other danger inside, he crawled out with Li Yong and Wan Ku. Straighten the cars. Li Yong nodded, and gave orders to the others who were also in a bit of a mess, putting down the forklift and straightening all the overturned cars. The people in the auto repair shop were also very angry. These trucks and buses are their treasures. In order to equip these cars, I don't know how much effort they put in, collecting materials, and working late at night. They were obviously well maintained, but today they were hit by these cows and turned into this state. Especially Qiangzi and his people. He cursed while working. On the other side, Wu Heng brought a few skeletons and went directly into the blue skin factory. There was no need to guess the purpose. This was a cattle breeding base. The yard was very large. And the blue skin factory was a huge cattle pen. Let the skeleton push the door open. A foul smell hit him in the face, almost making him faint. There was no danger in the factory, and each of the separate cattle pens was full of dead cows. There were at least dozens of cows here, most of which were not deformed and maintained their original size. The ones outside should be the deformed cows in the factory. Wu Heng looked around, and then retreated directly. He continued to give orders, carry out all the bodies outside and inside. The skeleton entered the blue shed and moved the cow bodies out. There were 6 deformed cow bodies in total, which were close to the size of elephants, and more than 30 ordinary cow bodies, which were rotten all over and full of maggots. Wu Heng let the skeleton guard the door of the factory. Focusing on one of the deformed cows, released bone service technique. The dead body was wrapped in necromancy. The flesh fell off, and the huge skeleton slowly stood up. The skeleton body of a cow, the huge and hard horns. The bones were thick, and still had a strong sense of power. Skeleton giant horn bull, level 8. Level 8. Attributes: Constitution 15, Strength 21, Agility 12, Perception 5, Intelligence 5, Charm 2. Features: Hollow skeleton, basic soul fire. Ability: Charge, but charge. The unit is in the charge state, Agility +7, Strength +5. In the charge state, the negative status effects that affect movement are weakened. But causes collision damage to the target. Under the charge effect, there are knockback, knockdown, and other effects. A level 8 deformed zombie. In other words, the deformed cows here are likely to be upgraded to level 2 deformed zombies in a while. Not only are human zombies improving, but animal zombies are also improving. If all of them reach level 2 deformed zombies, they will attack the convoy, and they may directly penetrate the steel plate and overturn all the cars. I searched the head. Among the broken meat on the ground, I found a corpse core. Although it is still level 1, it is obviously bigger and close to level 2 corpse core. Continue to release bone servitude, one after another. The deformed cows stood up. A total of 6 corpse cores were obtained. Not to mention the looting, these corpse cores are enough to be a huge harvest. It also makes up for the gap of not getting a level 1 corpse core for a long time. After returning, you can let the alchemical skeleton continue to increase the production of corpse core potions. Put away the corpse cores. Wu Heng drank 2 bottles of mental potions. After recovering some mental strength, released dead corpse battlefield again. All the cows stood up. Except for the deformed cows. Ordinary cows are not only short, but also lack soul fire, and look stupid. At this time, Li Yang walked in. Looking at the skeleton cows standing in the open space, she said directly, "The overturned vehicles have been straightened, some are damaged, but it does not affect normal driving. Let's go, reach the village before dark." Yes. The 2 of them walked out with the skeleton. Anyone took the pedal of the truck down, and the skeleton cow followed the pedal and walked into the truck bed. After everything was ready, the convoy set off again, passing through the factory area, entering the village. Zombies appeared again along the way, but not in large numbers, only a few scattered ones. They pounced and bit, and were crushed into pieces by the convoy. The whole village is not a town with regular buildings. There are large open spaces, each household has a certain distance, and you can see some bungalow shops, restaurants, supermarkets, and internet cafes along the way, but the number of zombies is not right. This village is well developed, there should be hundreds of households, but after entering, there are only a few zombies along the way. Fewer zombies is a good thing. Maybe, Wonka's grandmother, there is a great chance that she will survive. The convoy slowed down again, avoiding the pile of dirt in front. "My home is just ahead," Wonka said nervously. "I can immediately confirm whether my relatives are still alive, but I began to feel uneasy." "Ziz is easy." The voice of the lead car came again on the intercom. "Sister Hong, where are we going?" Li Yang picked up the intercom and said, "Forward the 4th intersection." "Okay." The convoy continued to move forward slowly, while also being alert to the surroundings. At the same time, in a building in the distance, several men gathered together, one of them holding a flashlight, looking into the distance. Fuck, Brother Zhang, something big is happening. A thin man in a leather jacket exclaimed. Several trucks, there should be a lot of supplies inside. Huh? There are still people coming to this small place? Another strong man grabbed the telescope and looked forward. It was really a convoy, except for the trucks. There were commercial vehicles, and it was obvious that there were a lot of things. What the hell? Isn't this a rescue team? The man called Brother Zhang said with some confusion. The thin man immediately said, Brother Zhang, why are the rescue teams here? There are too many people in the city to be rescued. I feel like they are from a certain base. I heard on the radio that the Yinshan shelter was a base built by occupying a village. They may think so too. Brother Zhang, they must have a lot of resources. Brother Zhang continued to look at the telescope, thought for a while and said, Monkey, go tell the boss and ask him what he thinks. The rest of you follow me and go down to check on him. Okay. The thin man ran back. The others carried steel pipes and machetes and followed him in the direction of the convoy. Chapter 169, Several Gathering Points. The convoy continued to move forward. According to Wangke's instructions, the convoy slowly stopped at the intersection. First, let Xiao Xiao check the nearby buildings. After confirming that there was no danger, everyone got off the car. The whole village seemed to have been hollowed out, empty, and weeds everywhere. It gave people a weird atmosphere. There were no zombies, and no traces of survivors. Everyone got off the car and looked around. Chong Zi and others checked a barber shop on the side of the road. He came over and said, It has been searched. There is a kitchen, but the food is gone. It should have been looted. It seems that there are survivors here. Clean up or lead away the zombies here. Xiangzi, you stay here and check the car. We will leave later. Wu Heng said. Okay. Xiangzi and others nodded. When we were at the cattle farm, the convoy suffered a lot of damage, especially several commercial vehicles, which looks terrible. They were not repaired directly at that time, but now they can be repaired and checked. Everyone got busy. Wu Heng, Li Yang and others walked into the alley. Wang Ku was a little nervous at this time, pointing to the building in front and said, That's my grandma's house. Let's go. The wall of the courtyard was not high, and there were clear bloody handprints on the black iron door, like the marks left by the zombie's strong beating. The door was not locked, and it opened directly with a light push. In the center of the yard was a cement aisle. On one side were chicken and duck cages, and on the other side was a vegetable field, which was now overgrown with weeds, more than half a person tall. After confirming that there was no danger, several people went directly into the building. The room was in a mess, with all kinds of clothes and bedding thrown all over the floor, and the furniture was obviously searched. Woohoo! Wonka began to sob softly on the side, judging from the wide-open gate and the weeds all over the yard. No one has lived here for a long time. Wu Heng glanced at the room and said, Don't cry. It doesn't mean your grandma is in trouble. Wonka raised his head in confusion. Wu Heng continued, Have you ever seen zombies rummaging through cabinets? This place should have been looted by someone, which led to this situation. Wonka looked at the things on the floor and said, It seems to be right. Li Yang also pulled her and said softly, Didn't we agree that we should be mentally prepared for anything? If you cry like this, what will happen to others? I'm sorry, Sister Hong. Beep! At this moment, a shrill horn suddenly sounded outside the door. Several people looked serious and walked outside. Before they walked out of the alley, Xiangzi came over and said softly, A lot of people came over there, saying that this is their territory. It seems that they want to get some benefits. Dare to stop the convoy? Li Yang asked. They probably didn't see the skeletons in the car. They are quite crazy. Xiangzi continued. The back of the truck was wrapped in canvas. What was inside could not be seen from the front and side. They probably didn't find the skeletons. Otherwise, for a normal person, not to mention fighting, just seeing a group of skeletons can cause strong psychological pressure. Even though zombies are rampant now, but the skeletons standing up and waving kitchen knives can also have a strong deterrent effect. Go tell them, we will leave after we find the people, this place is still theirs, and they won't take away the supplies. Wu Heng said directly. After all, the zombies here were cleaned up by them. There is no need to have any conflict. Okay. Li Yang took Xiangzi and a few others, and walked out directly, and stood at the front. There were several people standing opposite. They were wearing leather boots and jackets, and holding various steel pipes and machetes in their hands, just like the gangsters in Hong Kong movies. They saw a woman coming out, wearing a dark blue stab-proof suit. Their eyes suddenly changed. They glanced at the other party, and saw that there was no gun on her waist, and then they relaxed a little. Li Yong said directly, "Everyone, we are here to find someone, and we will leave after finding the person, and we will not take away the supplies here, so please give us some convenience." The leading man did not answer, but asked, "Are you from the rescue team?" The rescue team mentioned by the people generally refers to the military or official team, rather than referring to scattered shelters. "No, it's an ordinary survivor organization," Li Yong replied. "Oh." Several people glanced at each other again, and the convoy behind them, and asked, "What's in the car?" "It's filled with aliens, aircraft carriers. What does it have to do with you?" Xiangzi said directly. "Fuck, you have a bad temper. You come to us. How come you have nothing to do with us?" The other party also cursed. Li Yong stopped Xiangzi, who was about to curse, and continued, "We will leave after picking up people, and we don't want to have conflicts with you. Hee, open all the carriages, let us check, see if you stole anything here, and wait until you confirm that there is no problem you can leave." The man continued, while winking at the person beside him. Several younger brothers behind him, knocking the iron rods in their hands, are about to go forward to check the carriage. Wu Heng heard it clearly from behind. Knowing that the other party is planning to rob openly, he took out his pistol directly and walked out. The few people who were laughing at him and moving forward, their expressions froze instantly, and their steps followed a little backward. It's useless to reason, the gun is still the most convincing. Damn, there are still guns. The leading man retreated with an ugly face, still pretending to be calm. "There are so many of us, you only have one gun, there are more brothers behind, I advise you not to." Bang, the gunshot rang out. The bullet instantly penetrated the man's head. His voice stopped abruptly, his eyes widened, and he fell backwards. The faces of the others suddenly changed, and they didn't care about anything else, and turned around and went into the alleys on both sides, and disappeared. Xiangzi and others, looking at the corpse on the ground, were also surprised at the other party's decisiveness. He didn't give the other party a chance to speak at all, and shot directly. The convoy turned around, and prepared to go back. Wu Heng said directly. Xiangzi and others immediately got in the car, and began to turn around slowly. On a small road like this in the village, it is very difficult for a truck to turn around, and it needs to be done bit by bit. Drag the body over here. Wu Heng walked into the barber shop on the side. Basson on the side dragged the body in. Wu Heng directly released talk to the dead, and the body immediately sat up. "How many gathering points for survivors are there in your village?" Wu Heng asked directly. The dead man looked up. 2 in total. The gathering point in the north, and a few villagers hiding in the area in the south. This small village was actually divided into 2 parts. After thinking for a while, he said directly, "Where is the old lady next door?" "Not in the north. We don't accept old ladies. If she is alive, she may be in the south." The corpse continued. Wu Heng nodded and dispersed the necromancy. The corpse fell to the ground with a thud and was silent. Wu Heng walked out with Li Yong. The convoy had turned around and could leave at any time. He boarded the bus and glanced at Wang Ke, who was sitting in the seat. Wu Heng said, "Drive south, and see if we can find them one last time. If we still can't find them, go back." Li Yong nodded, picked up the intercom and said, "Drive south." The convoy started, and headed south along the road. On the other side, a convoy of motorbikes rushed forward along the rugged road, raising a cloud of dust. Suddenly, seeing several people running back in a hurry, all stopped their cars. "Why are you back? Where is the convoy you mentioned?" The leading man, whose long hair held a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, was shirtless, and had a slightly dark skin, looked at his subordinates, who had fled back in a panic, and asked loudly. The person who escaped back, leaning on his knees with both hands, gasping for air, replied intermittently, "Zhang, brother Zhang is dead." They had guns, and they opened fire without saying a word, and the brothers scattered and fled back. Then, more people appeared behind, running towards this side. They were all his men. They fled in panic, as if they were fleeing. "You have guns? How many guns?" The man continued to ask. "I only saw one, and the rest didn't seem to have any." "Fuck, just one, why are you panicking?" The man cursed, and continued, "Do they really have so much supplies in their trucks?" I didn't see any, but there were 5 trucks, and the rest were buses and commercial vehicles, so there should be quite a lot of supplies. The man hesitated, threw the cigarette on the ground and extinguished it, and said, "Go back and get the petrol bombs. If we grab this batch of goods, we can have a good life for a while." Everyone turned around and started walking back. The convoy entered the building complex in the south of the village. From a distance, a factory building with a red flag was seen. Several people climbed up the wall, held kitchen knives and iron pipes in their hands, looking over here vigilantly. The convoy stopped in the distance. "Wangke, what's your grandmother's name?" Li Yong asked. "Yang Huifan." Li Yong turned on the car's external loudspeaker and shouted directly, "Among you, is there an old lady named Yang Huifan? Her granddaughter Wangke is here to pick her up." The wall was noisy instantly. At this time, there were family members coming to pick her up. What's going on? At least they are important cadres, so they can get this treatment. Then, someone hurriedly got down the wall and ran into the building. Chapter 170. Thank you for the blessing of the gods. Inside the building, in a small and isolated room, the altar is full of guardian gods. A silver-haired old lady is kneeling in front of the altar and chanting. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A voice of inquiry came from outside. "Annie Yang, what's your granddaughter's name?" The old lady stood up from the ground, turned around and said, "Wangke, what's wrong? Any news about her? There are many cars outside, saying that your granddaughter is here to pick you up." The old lady stood up, said in a puzzled tone, "Really? Can I joke about this? The team is shouting, saying that they are here to pick you up." The man continued. The old lady knelt down in front of the altar with a thud. She called out repeatedly, "Thank you, great immortal, for blessing my granddaughter. Thank you, great immortals, for blessing me." She kowtowed several times in a row. Then she stood up and said, "My granddaughter is Wangke, and she works in the district hospital. Then you go out with us first. If the other party is really your granddaughter, you can go with them. Look at their convoy. They should live better than here," the man said. "Although there are some supplies at the gathering point, it is still a remote little place. Food will be eaten up sooner or later. The old man is a burden here. Even though he is from the same hometown, and he is a famous fortune teller in the village, I don't want to offend him, so I have been taking care of him until now. Now that the other party's granddaughter is going to be taken away, it can be regarded as a relief for the gathering point." "Okay, wait a minute." The old lady knelt down again and muttered a lot, and then carefully put away the statue of the deity. "Follow the man, and walk out of the narrow house together." After shouting twice, the other party still did not respond. Wangke sighed and said, "Sister Hong, it's okay, it seems that my grandma is not here. Let's go back. Everyone has done a lot for me." Li Yong also sighed slightly, picked up the intercom, and was about to turn the convoy around. On the wall inside the building, there was a loudspeaker. "Let Wangke come out. Let us take a look." Several people's eyes lit up, and immediately looked at Wangke sitting in the back seat. Wu Hung said, "Get off the car, let them take a look, don't go over. It is unlikely that there are sniper rifles here, and it should be no problem to take a look from a distance." Wangke nodded, opened the car door, and walked out directly. She waved to the front from a distance. The people on the building seemed to be discussing something in a low voice. Then, the door opened, and an old lady carrying a lot of bags came out. She looked a little sloppy, but her steps were still very steady. Wangke's face immediately showed excitement, and she walked quickly to meet him. "It seems that her family has really been found." Wu Hung said to Li Yong, "Let Wangke take her grandmother to sit in the car behind, so that she won't be scared when she gets in the car when she has nothing to do outside." "Oh, that's right." Li Yong picked up the horn and said directly, "Wangke, sit in the commercial vehicle behind with your grandmother." Wangke supported her grandmother, complaining that she was still holding so many things that she couldn't use. She made an okay gesture to the car window and walked towards the commercial vehicle behind. At this time, another man came out of the building, approached the leading car, and leaned on the car window to say something. Then, Jiangzi's voice came from the intercom. "Sister Hong." They asked which road they came in from, and what was going on outside. Li Yong looked over. Wu Hung said, "Talk to them normally. If they are willing to go with us, we can take them away." Li Yong picked up the intercom and replied. The lead car communicated, and soon, a reply came from the intercom again. "They won't go with us." "Well, the convoy will set off and leave the village the same way." The man at the gathering point left. The convoy started and began to leave the same way. On the bus, Li Yong held the steering wheel and said, "The people in this survivor gathering place are pretty good. They even support the old lady. If the old lady was hiding alone in her own home and had some food stored, it would not be surprising. On the contrary, it is still surprising that she is supported so well in this survivor gathering place. Old and young, at this time, actually, the status is quite awkward. If you are not a direct relative, it is difficult for outsiders to support you. After all, in terms of physical strength and ability, you are no longer suitable for the current environment. After finally finding some food, you still have to support a strange old man. Basically no one will do this. Well, it seems that the old lady has a good reputation in the village," Wu Heng said. "This time, the harvest of his side is not small. Not to mention that there is a market that has not been searched along the way. Just those few deformed cows and corpse cores are enough for him to lead his troops on a trip. Thinking about it, it seems that the future goal should be changed. Looking for deformed zombies is not easy. It is better to find some breeding bases on the map, or some zoos. Maybe some creatures will be deformed." Li Yong glanced at the sky outside, and continued, "It's this time, I'm afraid we have to travel at night. It's okay, it's not a big problem." Wu Heng was not worried. Returning along the original route, there won't be any big danger. Li Yong smiled. "Yeah." The convoy continued to drive out. Suddenly, a hurried voice came from the intercom again. "Sister Hong, there are quite a few people behind us, chasing us on motorcycles. And their speed is faster than ours." Everyone was stunned, and looked back through the rearview mirror. Although the convoy was long, it was not clear. But people approaching quickly on motorcycles could still be seen vaguely. Li Yong picked up the intercom and asked, "Are they the survivors who took in Grandma?" The commercial vehicle carrying Wang Ke and her grandma said back a voice. "No." Grandma said those people were another group of survivors. The two places often fought over spoils of war. It seems that they were talking about the people who were trying to rob us just now. At the same time, the rear car continued. "They are carrying weapons. And several of them are holding bottles similar to incendiary bombs. And are accelerating towards me. Good guy. It really is those people. They ran away before, but they came back again." Wu Heng released Xiao Xiao, letting her float in the air and take a look, and then shared the vision. There were 7 or 8 motorcycles, and 2 vans following behind. Some of them, holding the handlebars with one hand, and holding a Molotov cocktail filled with liquid, with the other hand, with cotton cloth stuck in the mouth. They were planning to stop the convoy, and continue to rob supplies. If they stopped now, and the other party threw Molotov cocktails directly, even if they killed them, they would lose several vehicles. It was a pity to lose the modified vehicle here. Looking back, the skeleton sitting in the back said, "Li Yong, let the convoy slow down." Li climbs on the roof and kills those holding Molotov cocktails. Li Yong followed the order and began to notify the convoy. Li opened the skylight of the bus, lowered his body and got out, raised his sniper rifle, and pointed it far behind. The next second, bang! A gunshot suddenly sounded from above. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, and the Molotov cocktail with the cotton cloth on fire suddenly shattered. The fire exploded like a gust of air, engulfing the man holding the weapon. The remaining people behind him were also startled, slammed on the brakes, and fell to the ground. Bang! The second gunshot rang out, and another person's Molotov cocktail exploded. The fire engulfed the man, and he instantly turned into a fireman, screaming and struggling on the ground in pain. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of him. Then, someone said, "They have sniper rifles. And it's a military convoy. Fuck. Retreat." The motorcycle started again, and everyone left in a rush. The convoy also slowly stopped in the distance. In the intercom, a report came that everyone was safe. Li Yong looked at Wu Heng and said, "They have withdrawn. Shall we continue to leave?" Wu Heng thought for a moment. He said softly, "Let's go follow them. We can't go back tonight. Let's go and see them." "Is it okay?" Li Yong said. "No problem. If it gets dark, they will come up and make trouble. There may be more problems. And they have provoked us twice. Letting them go like this, it's too easy for them." "Okay." Li Yong continued to convey the order. The convoy turned around again, and chased in the direction the motorcycle team left. Chapter 171, Hitting the Wall. At dusk, the sky was dyed red. A courtyard in the north. The 3-meter-high wall was hung with iron mesh, and in the middle was a black metal iron gate. On the wall stood a few people who had escaped, hidden behind the wall, watching outside vigilantly. The long-haired leader took 2 puffs of cigarette, raised his leg and kicked his men, cursing. "Didn't you say it was just a pistol? How come there is a sniper rifle, and it's so accurate?" The younger brother was kicked and fell, stumbled and climbed up, explaining, "Brother, for the conscience of heaven and earth, what we saw was a pistol, and we just followed. Can you talk nonsense about such a thing?" On the side, the others also echoed. He said that he saw only one person holding a pistol, and the rest were holding machetes or iron pipes at most. "Fuck. You are blind," the man cursed angrily, going after the convoy. It was obviously a trouble for himself. Even if it is the end of the world, guns still have a strong deterrent power. Even those superpowers on the radio station, they only showed some characteristics of genetic evolution, and they could not really withstand bullets with their bodies. Now they have offended a group of people who may be military or official, which is like kicking a wall. Woohoo! Suddenly, the sound of a car engine came from outside the wall. At the same time, the younger brother standing guard on the wall shouted loudly, "Big brother, the convoy is coming, these cars, all are coming." The man threw the cigarette on the ground with force, climbed up the wall directly, carefully poked out half of his head, and looked out. The convoy just now appeared in sight. It stopped in the distance, no one got off. It should be observing this side too. Fuck, it's not over yet. The man cursed, thought quickly in his mind, and said, "Bring me the horn." A large horn used for selling vegetables was delivered to his hand. The man clapped twice. He turned on the loudspeaker and shouted, "Friends on the other side, it was just some misunderstandings just now. Please give me some face. When I have enough food and clothing in the future, I will bring a generous gift and apologize in person." After shouting, he turned off the loudspeaker. He said to the younger brothers below, "Go check if the gate is locked tightly. Don't let it go wrong again." "Okay." The younger brother quickly ran to the iron gate, took out the iron chain and locked it twice. Direction of the convoy. Everyone in the car heard the other party shouting. Li Yong frowned and said, "His words sound so much like the lines in the movie. Maybe they are all the same in the underworld." Wu Hung said, "Don't you take a pen and paper to write it down? You are also a leader now, and you may need it in the future." Li Jiahong teased, looking at him with a smile on her face. "You are the leader, so you should write it down." "No, that's too low." Wu Hung continued, "Let's do business. Let them surrender. Otherwise they will bear the consequences." Li Yong turned on the loudspeaker in the car and shouted, "Listen, people inside. If you choose to surrender now, you still have a chance to survive. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Soon, a voice came from the building opposite again. "It's just a misunderstanding. Why make it like this? It's the end of the world, and humans should help each other. Why is he so shameless?" Li Yong looked at Wu Hung. "They were clearly chasing us, planning to steal our supplies. Now they are talking about helping each other. It's like saying, 'I can hit you, but if you hit me, you are destroying human peace.'" Wu Hung said, "Don't waste your words on him. Just say it directly. If you don't want to die, open the door and surrender." Li Yong turned on the loudspeaker and continued to say the original words. On the other side, he still refused to admit defeat. He said, "Do you really think we are afraid of you? If you have the guts, you can fight. I have a lot of weapons in my hands. I will send you to see the King of Hell in an instant." Li Yong wanted to talk to the other party, but Wu Hung directly turned off the external loudspeaker. He turned to the skeletons behind him and said, "Lai Yi, you go find the sniper point. Big Head, let all the skeletons get off the car and prepare to attack." Clang. The sound of bones rubbing and colliding was heard. All the skeletons jumped down from the truck bed, holding kitchen knives and spears, and they were densely packed, filling the entire street. The afterglow of the sunset passed through the hollow bones. Fuck, the boss and his team's car is not loaded with supplies, but skeletons. It's over, we're in big trouble. What should we do? Those guys are not human, or we should surrender. Seeing the dense skeletons outside, the people in the building were in chaos instantly. The enemy had more supplies than a few people. The cars were filled with monsters from the underworld. They ignored me before, because they really didn't want to have a fight with them. Now that they are serious, they are the ones who are in trouble. Fuck, be quiet. The boss voice trembled, and he cursed. He also regretted that he had listened to his younger brother and provoked such a group of people. But now that things have come to this, there is no turning back. The rest of the people can surrender. But he can't. If he surrenders, the other side will definitely kill the leader to avoid any problems. So, he must not surrender. Boss. No. There are at least tens of thousands of skeletons. We can't beat them. The younger brother said on the side. Fuck you. Will it count? You have occupied tens of thousands of villages. Can it be just one street? The boss took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted, if you go out, you will definitely die. We now have a wall and an iron gate. They can't get in at all. They can stop the zombies. How can we still be afraid of them? Will this work? The younger brother's voice trembled. Take out the gasoline and the weapons you prepared before. If you can't fight head-on, can you defend the wall? 2 fires, and it will be burned. The man continued. The others thought about it carefully and felt the same way. They quickly moved all the things they had prepared to deal with the zombies. Inside the bus, Xiao Xiao flew back, like lying on his side, supporting his chin, floating in the air, and said, the people inside have no intention of surrendering. They are all preparing things. There are also many bottles that can be broken into fire. Who is their leader? Wu Heng asked. Xiao Xiao thought for a moment, then gestured to her head. The uncle with long hair, no clothes on, and always swearing when talking. Well, Xiao Xiao did a great job. Hee. Xiao Xiao happily floated in the air twice. Li Yong said, it seems that they have no intention of surrendering. Just right. So that they don't surrender. And it will be difficult to deal with them. Wu Heng said, these people, even if they are brought back to the base, will form gangs in the future. And it will be difficult to manage. Not surrendering, choosing to fight to the end, is also good. Well, what should we do next? They have petrol bombs. It's okay, it's not a big problem. Wu Heng closed his eyes and thought for a while, and took out an ancient-looking incense burner and yellowed linen from his space ring, and handed them to Bassin behind him. Go put the incense burner over there. He took out a lighter and lit the incense in the incense burner. A faint fragrance instantly drifted out. Li Yong looked at him in confusion. And Bassin draped the linen on his body disappeared from sight. Then, the car door opened. I could hear the sound of people getting off the car. And I knew that Bassin had gotten off the car. But I still couldn't see anyone. Li Yong widened her eyes, looking at everything that happened in front of her with some disbelief. All of them attributed the various special abilities that happened to Wu Heng to superpowers. After all, this newly emerged word can be applied to all incomprehensible abilities. But putting on a piece of cloth and becoming invisible directly is still difficult to associate with awakening superpowers. And there is also the burning incense burner. Although it doesn't look like a local item, it is definitely an old item. The fragrance makes people feel a little empty. Soon, the car door opened. And after closing again, Bassin showed up. He returned the linen to Wu Heng. Tell everyone not to get off the car. Wait until dark, Wu Heng said. Li Yong nodded and passed the original words to everyone in the convoy. The two sides confronted each other, as if they were in a state of stillness. The skeleton army stood motionless on the street. Everyone in the building was also vigilantly monitoring every move in the distance. Time passed little by little. The sky became increasingly darker. Bang! Suddenly, a person who was vigilantly guarding the wall just looked up and fell down. The long-haired boss was stunned and cursed, "Fuck, what's wrong with you?" Before he finished speaking, people on the wall and below fell to the ground one after another, as if they had fainted. At this time, he also realized that something was wrong, and immediately shouted, "Wet the towel, the air is poisonous." People in good health also felt dizzy. He rushed into the room in a daze. He looked for a handkerchief or scarf, and covered his mouth and nose. "Uncle, they have fallen down a lot." Xiao Shifei came back and continued. Wu Heng handed the iPad in his hand to Xiao Xiao, and ordered the skeletons behind him. "Skeleton bulls, go and break open the iron gate." Outside, the skeleton army made way. The elephant-shaped skeleton bulls began to charge, their footsteps stomping on the ground, making a clattering sound. On the wall, everyone was in a mess. Someone lit a Molotov cocktail, and just raised it above his head, preparing to throw it. Bang! A gunshot. The Molotov cocktail shattered, and the flames poured down like a waterfall, instantly engulfing the person who threw it, and the entire wall. Sniper. It was the same sniper. The others covered their mouths and noses. and the people holding the Molotov cocktails hesitated for a moment. At this time, the skeleton bull had already rushed to the iron gate. The bull's horns, as thick as an arm, slammed into the iron gate with a deafening sound, echoing throughout the world. Then the second cow, and then the third cow. They hit the black iron door one after another. The huge force loosened the bolt. The iron door fell to the ground with a bang. Then, dense skeletons rushed into the building and started fighting with the survivors inside. The sounds of shouting and fighting instantly filled the entire area. Chapter 172, I Have a Portrait. The battle lasted for about half an hour. The building gradually became quiet. All the skeletons were on standby, filling the courtyard. Wu Hung took Li Yong and several skeletons, got out of the car and walked over. First, he took back the incense burner from the corner of the wall. Then he walked directly into the courtyard. The corpse had been chopped into a mess, and the death was quite miserable. It was basically impossible to tell which one was the long-haired leader, and which ones were ordinary brothers. The blood and flesh were blurred, and the human form could barely be seen. Wu Hung looked down at the corpse. Then he led his men directly into the building behind. The whole building was filled with various random daily necessities, which looked like a messy warehouse. But there were also a lot of collected supplies. Grain, oil, rice and noodles, and a large amount of mineral water and snacks. It seems that most of the spoils of the village were looted by these people. No wonder they all look so good. They even want to rob everywhere. Let someone search here, and load everything that can be taken away onto the truck. Let's rest here tonight, and leave when it's light tomorrow morning, Wu Hung said after walking around. These grains are also a big harvest, which can support the base for a long time. Li Yong nodded, and immediately went down to tell people to start moving the supplies here. Xiangzi and others got off the car and started moving things. Li Yong walked back and said, they said that they would live in the car, and they didn't want to live in the building, which was not as clean as the car. Okay, then live in the car first. Yes. Everyone started to get busy. After searching this place, they rechecked the status of the vehicle in the dark. All went back to their cars to rest. At dawn the next day, the convoy drove out of the village and rushed to the market outside the village. They began to search for supplies in the shops on both sides. Li Yong, Xiangzi and others began to search knitting shops and small supermarkets. The housing prices around the village were cheap. The shops also occupied a large area. Some of them were shops in the front, and there was a small warehouse directly in the back. The supplies were not less than those in the urban area, and they were transported into the car one by one. Wu Hung, with a few skeletons, entered a rural credit union. There was blood all over the floor, stained with some financial product advertisements. I roughly found the location of the warehouse. I took out the bronze key and walked in. I opened the reserve safe, and found paper documents, cash and some paper things like commemorative coins. I didn't know what they were used for. I found 2 10-gram gold bars. I put the gold bars away, and continued to search the office upstairs. In 2 of the rooms, I found some tea, wine, cigarettes, and took them downstairs. Seeing Wu Hung coming out, Li Yong explained a few words, walked over, and said, there are several warehouses, and it may take until noon to move them all. Wu Hung handed her cigarettes and alcohol, and said, try to move them, and if it doesn't work, run another trip. Even if the things can be moved away, the bodies on the ground still need to be transported back. These are all his soldiers. Supplies are to maintain the lives of the survivors, but soldiers are his foundation. Okay. Li Yong agreed. The two stood together, and continued to chat about other things. On the other side, the gathering place in the village. Tap, 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 a man hurried back and entered the base. He then went to a room without stopping. He opened the door directly and said breathlessly, Yang Ji, Yang Jilong and the others. Yang Jilong was the leader of the northern shelter. The two sides had fought over the issue of supplies, and it was common for people to die. But it was obvious that the other side had more men, and this side was always at a disadvantage. I heard Yang Jilong. The people in the room stood up at once, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, with serious faces. Are they here? One person asked. No. No. Their gathering place is gone. Gone? Everyone frowned, understanding the meaning of this. Yes. It's gone. The door is open, and half of the wall of the house inside has been demolished. Nothing is gone. Not even the people. The messenger tried to explain. The faces of the people who listened were confused. One night, The shelter was gone? How is it possible? Zombies? Someone thought for a while and said. The messenger shook his head. Not really. I didn't get close. I just looked at the open door from a distance. Don't guess. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Several people picked up their weapons and called the others in the yard. After going out, they quickly rushed to the gathering place in the north. When they arrived, they were even more surprised. Sure enough, the whole area was deserted. On the wall that was originally well defended, there was no one, and there were black marks from the fire. The door was open, and on the solid iron plate, there were holes that penetrated one by one. It was like being pierced by a cannonball. Everyone's eyes widened. The sight was more shocking than the hearing. It really didn't look like an attack by a zombie swarm. Let's go in and take a look. Several people entered the building with trepidation and began to check carefully. It was cold and deserted inside, and part of the building collapsed. All the supplies are gone, nothing is left. If they took away the supplies, it must not have been done by a zombie swarm or a deformed zombie. Several people discussed in a low voice. At the same time, he recalled what happened yesterday that caused the gathering place in the north to face such a disaster. Could it be the group of people who took Enyon away? The others also thought of this, and their eyes widened a little. At that time, was it a better choice for us to leave with them? Don't think about it. Look here. See if there are any useful items left. Okay. Several people dispersed and began to search the room. It might not be food or supplies. The motorcycles in the yard, some weapons left behind, can also be reused. It was approaching dusk. The convoy, loaded with various supplies, returned to the prison. Everyone went out to greet them happily, and then began to move the supplies on the vehicles. Wu Hung returned to the office building where he lived. He handed over the 6 newly obtained first-level corpse cores to several alchemical skeletons. The alchemical skeletons took them respectfully and sealed them in the organ jar. Zzz, the intercom sounded, and Li Yahong's voice came out. I'm coming, Wu Hung said to Bassin beside him. Bring her in. Bassin went downstairs, and when he came back, he brought Li Yang upstairs. Li Yang seemed to have light makeup on, and there was a faint fragrance on her body. She stood there with a bit of evasive eyes. Looking for me? Well, this is for you. Wu Hung took out a bottle of strength potion and handed it to her. Li Yang raised her eyebrows, took it in her hand, and looked at it curiously. What? Last time, didn't you say that you wanted to take corpse cores? This is a potion developed using corpse cores. You don't have to worry about the virus inside. Wu Hung sat down and explained. A corpse core potion without side effects? The main station? I'm afraid there is no such technology. Li Yang took the potion, somewhat incredulous. Are you afraid that I will hurt you? Wu Hung said jokingly. No, I'm just a little surprised. Li Yang opened the bottle stopper and drank it directly with her head tilted back. The throat rolled, and the whole bottle of potion was swallowed down. And the next second, Li Yahong's body began to turn red, and the whole person began to tremble slightly while standing in place. This scene also scared Wu Hung. He immediately stepped forward and supported her. Alchemy number 1. Wu Hung shouted. Alchemy number 1 came over from the next room. He checked Li Yahong's condition, then turned around and left. Wu Hung was stunned, and was about to say what kind of attitude you have. The symptoms on Li Yahong's body began to disappear at the speed of the naked eye, and the whole person returned to normal. She still stayed in his arms, and did not get up. Wu Hung asked, How do you feel? Li Yang said, It's just that my muscles hurt a little. It feels like I ran 3,000 meters when I was in school. It hurts so much. It will get better slowly. This means that your muscles are improving. Have I awakened my superpowers? Li Yang asked. Wu Hung glanced at her. Do you feel that you have become stronger in some way? Nothing. This is a level 1 corpse core. The chance of awakening superpowers is low. You should adapt for a while, and when you have the opportunity to take a level 2 corpse core in the future, maybe you will be able to awaken. Wu Hung said. Li Yang glanced at him carefully. Thank you. I feel that you treat me better than my dad. Ahem, you can call me that in private. You? Li Yang raised her hand and made a beating motion, but finally put it down. Then it depends on your ability. Resist after you go back, and arrange a convoy to transport all the bodies along the way back tomorrow. Wu Hung said. Okay. Thank you. Li Yang stood up. Wu Hung nodded. By the way, you can't tell anyone about the medicine. including your subordinates. Otherwise there will be big trouble. I know. Li Yong nodded, thought for a while, and asked again, is it necessary to tell about the corpse core? You can still tell about the corpse core. Just say that you took the corpse core normally and succeeded by luck. Okay. Then I'll go back first. The vehicle needs to be re-inspected tonight. Well? Okay. Before leaving, Li Yong came over, gave him a quick kiss on the face, and turned around and ran away. Wu Hung stood at the door, watching the other person's back gradually go away. He then passed through the boundary gate and returned to Rentam City. The next day, Rentam City, the Association dungeon. Captain, please ask the Association to release me. I have nothing to do with it. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he heard a wailing and crying from the cage on one side. The once glorious leader of the Scorpion Claw gang was now slovenly and covered with weeds. He had been locked up for 3 days. I feel like I have lost a lot of weight. Wu Hung sat down on a wooden bench outside the iron cage, looked at him, and asked, these days, have you not thought of anyone? It must be, another gang framed me, it must be like this. The other party was still shouting. Did your people find out anything? Wu Hung continued to ask. There is no point in locking up such a person. But he can't be released just like that. At least before there is a clear result. He can't be released. The other party also sat down on a straw mat nearby, and said, I asked my men to question the people who watched that day one by one, but there is no result yet. Squeak, at this time, the door of the dungeon was pushed open. A guard walked in with a gang member. Seeing Wu Hung sitting here, the guard took the initiative to greet him. Captain Wu Hung. This man is a member of the Scorpion Claw gang, and he is here to see the prisoner. Well, leave it to me, Wu Hung said. The guard nodded and turned away. The gang members stood aside cautiously. They did not speak for a long time. The leader in the cage said, What's the matter? Speak up. The younger brother said, Boss. We went door to door to inquire about the situation that day. But most of them. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and speak. The other party scolded. I held back all my nonsense. Immediately said, after pointing out one person after another, I finally found a suspicious person who lives near our area. What does he look like? Do you know? The leader of the Scorpion Claw gang continued to ask. I had someone repeat and draw a portrait. As he said, he took out a scroll. After opening it, it was a middle-aged man with a square face and long beard. The leader of the Scorpion Claw gang took a look and frowned. I haven't seen him before. Wu Hung also took a look. But suddenly he felt a little familiar. After carefully identifying him, his brows frowned instantly. Blackstone Town, Team 1 Captain Anil. Is he also in Rentam City? Chapter 173, The Consortium Can Protect You. The portrait is a little different from the former Blackstone Town Arnell. He has a beard, and his hair is much longer than before, but his facial features are still recognizable. He is Arnell. It is possible that he has been down and out for a while because he is no longer the captain, or it is possible that he is dressed like this deliberately to disguise himself. But what is certain is that he is his old colleague Arnell. He has not been in the Blackstone Town Association for a long time, and he has not had much contact with Arnell. The key point of the conflict between them was the butler Yazid. At that time, Yazid's plan against him failed, and Anil, who was guarding the door, attacked him. It can be confirmed that Anil was a confidant of Yazid. He knew some plans. Anil's attack was unsuccessful, and he was worried that the matter would be exposed. He left Blackstone Town directly after leaving a letter to the team. He said he was going back to his hometown. But now it seems that he did not do what he said in the letter. Came to Rentam City. He left Blackstone Town earlier than himself, and it is very likely that he arrived in Rentam City earlier. This made Wu Hung start to doubt his purpose of coming here again. And the last assassination, was it an accidental encounter, or was it prepared in advance? Captain, do you know him? The leader of the Scorpion Claw gang identified the portrait, and asked Wu Hung. No, have you not seen him? Wu Hung shook his head and asked back. Anil, it involves the matter of his possession. In Blackstone Town. He didn't want this to be too obvious. And he still has the same idea now. The leader looked at his younger brother. Don't make such a fuss. Boss, look at what you said. If the person doesn't know, just say he doesn't know. Why make up a person? The younger brother immediately defended. Yeah, that's right. The leader of the Scorpion Claws sat on the straw mat and thought for a while. and then continued, Captain, this matter must be related to this kid. Why don't you go and tell the deacon that we found a clue and want to catch someone to make up for our mistake? When we catch this person, you won't have to worry about it. Right? Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, but didn't refuse. Yes, that's right. I'll inform the deacon. It's up to you to decide what to say then. Okay. Thank you, Captain. The other party thanked him immediately. Wu Hung walked out of the dungeon and went to the deacon's study. He told the deacon Gomez roughly what happened just now. Then, Gomez met the gang leader and listened to his ideas. He checked the portrait, but the people in Ratam City obviously didn't know Arnell. After some discussion, they decided to let the gang leader go and continue investigating the matter. Of course, he was not let go for no reason. He needed to catch or find specific information about this person within a week. Without a name and specific information, it was impossible to issue a wanted order. So some detailed information was needed. Hearing that he was let go, the leader of the Scorpion Claw gang thanked him repeatedly and promised that if the other party was still in the outer area of the city, he would turn the place upside down and catch him. The deacon was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He said a few simple words and let him go. Near noon, Wu Hung and the leader of the Scorpion Claw gang walked out of the association together. Remember to notify me if there is any situation, Wu Hung said. Okay, Captain. Don't worry. I will definitely help you catch that guy and vent your anger, the other party said. Wu Hung nodded. Okay. Go back quickly. The other party nodded, took his younger brother, and left quickly. Wu Hung stood at the door and looked. He did not go back to the association, but went directly to the consortium. There are two main threats to him now. One is Arnell, who tried to assassinate him but failed. The second is the secret society that wants to take back the props in his hand. Wu Hung even suspected that there was some kind of connection between the two of them, otherwise they would not be so close in time. But everything is just his own guess. There is no substantial evidence. In the consortium lounge, Wu Hung sat on the sofa and rested for a while. The door opened, and the person in charge, Lisha, walked in slowly. Her appearance and figure were still beautiful. Good afternoon, Captain Wu Hung, Lisha said with a smile. Wu Hung also smiled and said, Is there any result in the skill book commission? Please wait a moment, Lisha said, and called the staff to check the commission record. Soon the staff returned with 2 skill books in his hand. Lisha first checked it herself, and then handed it to the other party. It seems that the commission has a result. Wu Hung took it in his hand and checked it. Bone armor. Corpse cage. Bone armor, description, using necromancy. The user forms a bone armor around the user, can be effective with physical armor, but cannot be effective with magic protection skills. And the armor provides magic and physical protection for the user. A set of magic skills that can form armor. There is no record of this skill in the Book of the Dead. It is either a relatively unpopular ability, or a skill developed after the Book of the Dead. But among the skills of the mage camp, there is a skill called Mage Armor, which provides a magic force field to achieve the effect of increasing defense. The skill in front of us is obviously similar to this magic. It should be redeveloped based on the foundation, using necromancy magic. In Wu Heng's opinion, this skill is still very useful. Necromancer sounds evil and is frightening, but its own attributes are still fragile. Once it is in danger, it is difficult to achieve the effect of protection and self-rescue. The magic skill that can generate armor, to a large extent, makes up for this weakness. It can reduce a certain amount of danger. Continue to check the second skill. Dead cage, description, at a designated location within the casting distance, a fixed cubic bone prison is formed. The caster can manipulate the magic energy to control the bone density. The trap target, when physical attacks cannot break the cage state, both the body and the soul will be trapped. If the casting site has enough bones, the state will be maintained. If there are no bones and the cage is formed by necromancy, then the mental power will be consumed as the cage continues until the casting stops. Another rare skill. It seems that I have seen the corresponding introduction in the Book of the Dead, but I can't remember it clearly. It seems to be a high-level skill. I don't know if I can learn it at my current level. The things the consortium collected this time were really powerful. The 2 skills they got were more practical and more advanced than the last ones. The effect of Dead Cage was also very simple and easy to understand. Using necromancy, a bone prison was formed in the casting area. Once the target was trapped, if the opponent could not break the cage by physical means, not only his body could not leave, But even his soul could not escape from the cage. In other words, the target was in the cage and could not escape as a soul. This also means that the ghost can be trapped. This point is quite powerful. Once the opponent is trapped, it is difficult to escape. I have to say that this skill is still very powerful. Especially the ability to trap the soul. It is impossible to give up the body and escape. After reading the two skills, they were put back on the table. Lisha crossed her legs, and her straight and white calves were under her skirt. She said softly, "Captain Wu Heng, are you satisfied with the skill book?" Wu Heng's eyes followed and nodded, saying, "I am satisfied. This commission took a little longer. I was really afraid that you would not be satisfied." Lisha patted her full chest. "No one intends to delay this matter." "Yes." Lisha leaned forward, revealing two plump and squeezed ravines under her deep V dress, and said in a coquettish tone, "Captain, the balance is 330 silver coins, and these two skill books are not easy to get." Wu Heng smiled and nodded, pointed out the corresponding silver coins, and handed them over, and continued, "Help me collect skill books in the future. Money is not a problem. Try to shorten the time as much as possible." "Okay, Captain." Lisha put the money away, and filled out a new power of attorney. Raising her head, a pair of beautiful eyes looked over. "I heard that the captain has been in trouble recently." Wu Heng was stunned, and then realized that he was talking about Arnell. Nodding and saying, "Yes, someone shot an arrow at me when I was on a mission, and I haven't found that person yet." In fact, the association's field envoys are very risky, facing wanted criminals, and those who can reach the captain level more or less have some enemies. Lisha saw that his eyes were a little puzzled, and continued, "I'm curious, with your financial resources, it seems that you don't need this position. Why take this risk?" Wu Heng understood what she meant. In fact, he also thought about giving up his status in the professional association. He opened a small shop by himself, and had a maid to serve him, so his life was actually pretty good. But if you think about it carefully, it's not that simple. This world is very chaotic, fighting, robbery. And even the orcs, there are battles between tribes. Many people die every day in these situations. If he loses his status as the captain of the association, there will be more trouble. Maybe, if he opens a shop today, all the gangs will come to cause trouble tomorrow. It seems that he took a lot of risks when working for the association. Similarly, he is the captain of the association, and the association is his backer. Unless he is a desperado. No one wants to be easily put on a wanted list. Without this identity, he can only rely on himself to fight any enemy he encounters. At that time, it will really be a situation where he will fight if he can beat them, and die if he can't beat them. There is no room for maneuver. Wu Heng glanced at the woman who was still waiting for his answer, and said with a smile, "The association recruited me when I was in trouble. So how can I leave easily? The captain is quite loyal." Lisha praised professionally, and continued, "If there is really danger one day, and the association is unwilling to protect you, you can come directly to the consortium. The consortium can protect your safety." Wu Heng looked up, with some confusion and surprise in his eyes. Chapter 174. Keep your distance. Wu Heng looked up in surprise. He saw the other person's beautiful big eyes, looking at him seriously. Lisha continued, "Captain Wu Heng, I am serious. I can't say that I can handle the matter for you, but there is no problem in sending you away from Ratam City." Wu Heng also smiled. "Thank you. I feel the kindness of Miss Lisha, and if you need my help, I will do my best." The words of a local consortium leader still have sufficient weight. She had promised herself, and it was not just a casual remark. She and the consortium were just a cooperative relationship, but she did not expect that the other party valued her. She did not know when it started. Her popularity with women seemed to have improved. "Really?" Lisha asked. "Of course. I still need some performance this year. Can you help me complete it?" "Damn. I fell into the trap." What performance? Do you still have the term performance?" Wu Heng asked curiously. "A consortium, and there is such a thing as performance? It still lacks the gold exchange. You said you would help me. You are not lying, right?" Lisha continued to ask. Wu Heng coughed lightly and said, "I will remember this matter. Wait for my news, and then I will help you complete the performance." "Okay, thank you very much." The two sat together and chatted for a while. Wu Heng stood up and prepared to leave. Lisha sent him to the door, and continued, "What I just said is true. Remember to come here if there is danger. In this city of Rantam, and even the surrounding areas, The consortium still has a certain deterrent power. I know, if there is danger, I will come to Miss Leisha for help. Well, be careful. The two said goodbye, walked out of the consortium building directly, and walked towards their own residence. Returned to the residence. Master, you are back. Minnie, who was practicing martial arts, jumped up directly, hanging on his neck with a happy face. Wu Hung hugged her waist and looked into the living room. And Weir, who was also wearing a martial arts suit, also bowed respectfully. The shop was suspended, and the two stayed at home to practice martial arts. After closing the door, Minnie, who was hanging on his body, came down and continued to ask, Master, do you want to prepare dinner? Wu Hung looked at the sky. Prepare it later, when Manshaw comes over, prepare an extra portion. Okay. Master. Minnie agreed. I'll go to the study to read a book. You can take a break after practicing for a while. Don't get too tired. Wu Hung said. Oh. Okay. Wu Hung asked Minnie to make him a cup of coffee, and then went into the study on the 3rd floor. He took out the 2 books he had obtained today and placed them on the table. The first one is Bone Armor. Judging from the content of the book, the magic inspiration of the bone armor comes from the protection school in the mage system. This kind of spell can create a physical or magical barrier. It can offset the corresponding attack damage, or eliminate the negative state of oneself, and even dispel abnormal life forms in the body. The abnormal life forms here, Wu Hung understood them as some parasites, not bacteria, viruses, etc. They are more like poisonous insects in novels. Of course, the skills of the protection faction are also divided into many kinds, and the higher the level, the better the effect. It is not that one skill can achieve all the above effects. Bone armor is to use the necromancy magic to simulate a battle armor formed by bones to protect yourself, and it does not prevent you from continuing to apply leather armor or iron armor inside. It can form 2 layers of protection. This is quite good, it greatly improves your safety. When the book turns to the last page, the system prompt appears immediately. Unlock skill. Skeleton armor successfully unlocked the skill. Wu Hung stood up and came to the middle of the study. With a thought, the necromancy spread outward from the body, wrapping around the whole body like a vine to form a battle armor made of bones, wrapping every part of the body. Only under the helmet, there is space for the eyes, nose and mouth. Type, more like a full cover iron armor. He took out a mirror and looked at it. Although the shape made of bones was a bit scary, it felt good overall. It's pretty cool. It's like the big boss after the level in the game, full of the visual sense of a strong man. After standing in front of the mirror and posing in 2 shapes, he directly dispersed the magic, and the bone armor gradually disappeared. He sat down at the desk again, and continued to look through the second skill Dead Cage. The skill tendency of the second one is more like the spell of energy shaping. Using necromancy, a cage made of bones is created to trap or imprison the enemy. The formation of magic can be divided into 2 forms. One is the cage formed when there are enough bones of living creatures. It only needs to consume mental power to complete the casting, and can be preserved for a long time. The second is the cage created by necromancy, which can temporarily trap the enemy, but cannot be preserved for a long time. Once the magic supplied to the cage is stopped, it will collapse. In fact, this is not a big problem for Wu Hung. There is no shortage of corpses in the zombie world. This can be considered as one of my control skills. I finished reading the whole book gradually, but the skill unlock prompt did not appear. Wu Hung frowned instantly, looked around at the book in his hand, and then looked at his own panel. What's going on? He turned from the first page again, and turned to the last page. After reading it 3 times, the prompt appeared. Unlock skill, corpse cage. It should be that the skill level is too high, and in terms of intelligence attributes, it is impossible to make a judgment. After reading it 3 times, I finally unlocked the attribute panel. Put the 2 books on the bookshelf. Not long after, there was a conversation downstairs, followed by many shout. Master, Sister Manshaw is here. Wu Hung opened the door of the study. Let her come to the 3rd floor. Tap tap tap. The crisp footsteps sounded when Manshaw, wearing a gorgeous shawl and a blue dress, walked up the stairs. Entering the study, carefully closed the door. Glancing at him charmingly, he called softly, Master. Sit down, Wu Hung said. When Manshaw took off her shawl and put it on the back of a chair beside her, she swayed her waist and came over to sit directly on his lap. When Manshaw was plump, with round hips, which wrapped around her legs like cotton candy. One hand was on her neck, and the other hand was fiddling with her hair. She said softly, I thought the master didn't like me. I always took the initiative to go to him, which made me feel weird. I was so happy to receive the message from the master today. As she said that, she put her chin on his shoulder, rolled her red tongue, and gently bit her earlobe. At noon, Wu Heng had someone send her a message. The content was simple. Coming over for dinner in the evening. It didn't say who it was, but when Mansha must know who asked her to go to dinner. Of course, the main purpose was to ask about the last instructions and the tasks ahead. Wu Heng hugged her waist, gently rubbing her back. What's up? Didn't we just meet a few days ago? I miss you, when Mansha said in a soft voice, offering her red lips again. They hugged each other for a while. Then they slowly separated. The whole person hung on him. Wu Heng gently stroked the smooth silk dress and asked, Did you get any results from the person I asked you to investigate? When Mansha said softly, It's clear from the investigation. The wealthy merchant in Jianluan City, the tavern in the outer city you mentioned, is just a small and insignificant business under him. According to the information I found out, the business involves weapon shops, jewelry shops, mercenaries and local gangs. He is a big shot. For a small gang like Mansha, rich merchants like Jianluan are the biggest financial backers. If one day you get the support or recognition of such people, you can't say that you will soar to the sky, but you can directly get rid of the situation of a small gang. You can improve several levels. So, he is quite powerful. In the city, he is also one of the top people. His financial resources are beyond doubt. He supports the mercenary group and has connections with local gangs. He is also a very strong person in terms of strength. When Mansha swayed her waist slightly and continued to explain, Wu Heng nodded. It seems that this Sky Eye secret society is really not simple. Is he going to be short of gold coins? Does the master have a conflict with him? When Mansha continued to ask. Well, you don't have to worry about this matter for now. I have another task for you. Wu Heng continued. When Mansha leaned back a little and asked, What task? Wu Heng continued. The man who assassinated me last time, there are some clues. The Scorpion Claw gang and the association are looking for him. I hope you can find him in advance. Kill him or directly provide me with detailed information. When Mansha frowned, the results of the investigation came out. During this period, they were also investigating this matter. But they were only doing it in secret. And it seemed that they were not as fast as the other side. Who is he? A former captain of the association. He is no longer a member of the association. He had some conflicts with me before. The Scorpion Claw gang investigated a portrait of the suspect, which should be him. Wu Heng said directly. When it comes to the association, things are more troublesome than imagined. When Mansha thought for a while, and continued, Do you have a portrait of the other party? Yes. Wu Heng took out the portrait taken by the tablet, and showed it to the other party. What's his level? He's probably a level 9, or a level 10 warrior. He was the captain of the association, and has a lot of combat experience. If you want to do it, be careful. Wu Heng said. Well, after I go back, I'll have someone arrange it immediately. My people are very efficient in gathering intelligence. When Mansha said softly. Wu Heng nodded. Well, it's up to you. Don't worry. Master. If he dares to attack you, I'll catch him. When Mansha said firmly. Yeah. The two talked in the study for a while. Minnie's voice came from downstairs, calling for dinner. The two tidied their clothes, walked down the stairs together, and sat at the dining table to eat. The next day, Wu Heng went to the association. At the front desk, he got a few replies. He went to the lounge. Wu Heng took the lead in tearing open the reply from Slater. Sure enough, it was about the secret society. According to Slater's understanding, the secret society of the Sky Eye is a mysterious organization composed of a group of wealthy and powerful people. In the early years, it was not exposed to the public. It is a secret organization controlled behind the scenes. But in recent years, it has begun to recruit members and become more active. Recently, there have been signs in many places that the secret society is trying to infiltrate the association. And the headquarters is also investigating this matter seriously. From his words, it can be seen that Slater is very afraid of him. The last warning he gave him was, Don't believe everything they say. Keep your distance. Chapter 175, The Same Goal. An organization composed of rich and powerful people. These 2 points are enough to prove that they control a large part of the resources. Even if they cannot be compared with the association, the consortium. which has been famous for a long time, they are definitely not small organizations, like local gangs or cults. Otherwise, the association would not be afraid of their invasion, and Slater also solemnly reminded himself to stay away from them. After seeing this, thinking about the previous agreement between Yazd, the secret society, and him, it is not difficult to guess. They helped Yazd to survive. And as a deal, Yazd became their spy, collecting intelligence, or directly helping to accomplish something. As long as you become a captain or a deacon, you can do a lot. Later, those people invited Wu Hung to join. Probably with the same idea. They needed a spy in the association. And it didn't matter whether it was Yazd or not. Perhaps many people in the association had been bribed at that time. After all, wealth is what everyone pursues. According to the agreement between me and the people from the secret society, it's time to trade. Either I can buy back 2 rare items with 80 gold coins. Otherwise, Wu Hung will donate them directly to the association in exchange for merit. However, the other party hasn't contacted me yet. I don't know if they are making any preparations. I should be more careful, or take the initiative to eliminate some hidden dangers. There is a second page of Slater's letter. The content is about some personal issues. She said that she really likes the bracelet she gave her when they left. And now she wears it every day. When she sees the bracelet, it feels like Wu Hung is with her. Then, there were some changes and personnel transfers in Blackstone Town. They were all scattered news, although there were no explicit words. But between the lines, one could still feel the kind of longing that was like a long-distance relationship. At this time, Slater gave people a very different feeling than before. She didn't look like a strong woman who ran the Golden Cat and was the deacon of the association. She looked more like an ordinary woman. Wu Hung read it with a smile on his face. To be honest, after reading the letter, he also missed her a little. If it was a bronze key, it would be great to be able to go anywhere. I could also go to Blackstone Town to visit him. After reading Slater's reply, I continued to take out the second letter. As soon as I opened it, I saw the handwriting that was almost the same as my own, and I knew it was a letter from Yuri. The first sentence of the opening was to ask myself why the comics given to her were all runes that I couldn't understand. She even compared it with the rune books, but couldn't translate the content above. I could only look at the pictures and guess a general plot. She felt very uncomfortable. Let Wu Hung translate it for her, and then give it to her again, otherwise she would come directly and let him read the above content in person. Although he was not polite. But Wu Hung and Yu Li, they were the best in the team. They were still a little wild, but carefree children. After reading Yu Li's letter, there was also a reply from Otluk, the former captain of Blackstone Town. The content was just simple courtesy, and asked him to pay attention to safety. Wu Hung took out the letter, and replied to the 3 people one by one. The reply to Slater asked her to continue to collect some information about the secret society. After all, she was a secret whisperer, and there must be some ways to exchange information. At the same time, he mentioned that he had killed the wanted criminal and obtained the blood cup, a rare item of the secret society, and the other party wanted to buy it back. Should he sell it to the other party, or hand it over directly to the association? The reason why Wu Hung mentioned this matter, it was also to leave a way out for himself. Slater mentioned in his mind that the association was investigating the secret society's infiltration into the association, and he should not implicate himself in the investigation. With this letter, he could prove the reason for his contact with the secret society. It was reasonable for a newly appointed captain to consult some former leaders on what to do. The second reply letter was to Yuri. He listed several main characters and relationships in the comics for her, so that she could understand the general meaning and plot direction. The rest, I will translate it for her when I have a chance. It is not easy to translate such a thick stack of comics. Besides, I am not so fluent in writing the text here. Finally, I wrote a reply to Otluk, writing down the situation here. When I finished writing, I put it in a letter and sealed it with wax. I opened the door and asked the staff to send it to the front desk to be mailed in the next 2 days. After sitting in the lounge for a while, Wu Hung was about to get up and leave. With a creak, the door of the lounge was pushed open directly. Team member Marta, wearing leather armor and carrying a longbow, strode in. Seeing Wu Hung sitting in the lounge, she immediately said, "Captain, I have found out information about a wanted criminal. Is it convenient now?" Wu Hung was assassinated last time, and there is no accurate information about the murderer. In fact, it is not a good time to go on a mission, but for arresting wanted criminals. If you miss this period of time, The target may leave the city in 2 days. If you want to catch him again, you will not have such good conditions now. What information? Wu Heng asked. Marta sat down and said directly, I received news that some people came from the outskirts of the city and contacted several gangs to sell a batch of goods. They are probably wanted criminals on the run. In fact, it is not difficult to identify wanted criminals. If you are cautious and do things in a secretive way, you are likely to be a wanted criminal. In the outskirts of the city? Yes. In the Black Antelope Tavern in the outskirts of the city. There are all kinds of people there. Some wanted criminals will live there. And no one will care. Marta continued to introduce. Wu Heng sat in his seat and thought for a while. Although Anil has not been caught yet, it is basically confirmed that he was the one who did it. As long as you are careful, it is not a big problem. You can't hide here all the time, and not go out to complete the mission. After thinking it over, he said directly, send someone to notify Duke, and we will set off when he comes. Okay, Captain. Marta stood up and instructed the staff outside the door. She sat back in the lounge and waited silently. Soon, Duke came in with a battle axe and a pancake. Seeing Wu Heng and Marta sitting in the lounge, he smiled a little embarrassedly. He rolled up the pancake and put it in his backpack, and said, Captain, is there a mission? Wu Heng nodded. Marta brought the mission information. This time it's still the outer city area. Let's go there together. Okay, Captain. The three of them made simple preparations and walked out of the association directly, heading towards the outer city area. Black Antelope Tavern. Several people pushed the door open and entered. Instantly, they felt several eyes looking at them vigilantly. After this period of time, all the gangs or some organizations have known that the association has established a new 12 team. And Wu Heng's characteristics are very obvious. I am afraid that he is rarely seen in the whole city of Ratam. In addition to the local Duke and Marta, as long as they go out, they will most likely be recognized as members of the association. Wu Heng and his companions entered the tavern and sat down in an empty seat. The bartender came over immediately with a smile on his face, asking what they wanted to drink. The three of them ordered drinks and some side dishes. They looked like they were here for dinner. The drinks were served, and the three of them ate and chatted. Seeing that there was no movement, the eyes of everyone gradually relaxed and were no longer so vigilant. Marta took a sip of beer and said softly, the man at the staircase leading to the second floor is the sentry. They have booked a room upstairs, but we don't know which room he is in, and whether he is a wanted criminal. No hurry. Wait a moment. Wu Heng said directly. At the same time, release the ghost. Glinda made a simple gesture. Glinda flew directly upstairs. Gradually, more and more people began to gather in the tavern. Some people started to make loud noises, drank and boasted, and even hugged the girl who served the wine, and began to touch her. The women did not dodge, and simply catered to them, and they could get some tips. Duke and Marta both behaved a little unnaturally. While drinking, they began to look around involuntarily. They were doing their best to put on a clumsy show. Fortunately, it was noisy here. Besides them, people from various gangs also came in. There were not enough people to monitor everywhere. Not long after, Glinda flew down from the upstairs and entered Wu Heng's body. At the same time, the scene in the upstairs room appeared in front of them. On both sides of a long square table, there were two different groups of people sitting. One side was obviously a local gang, dressed a little sloppily, but on their bare arms and wrists, they all had uniform gang tattoos. On the other side, there were several middle-aged men, wearing silver armor, and they didn't look like easy characters to mess with. The man in the lead had a hideous scar on his face, like a centipede, lying on his face. When he came out, Wu Heng specifically checked the association's wanted list. The scarred man in his sight was very similar to one of the wanted people. A wanted criminal with level 3 merit. From Granda's perspective, he should have been sitting on the side of the wooden table, like a go referee. He watched the two sides negotiate. The price is already 20% lower than the market price. If this batch of goods is not hot, do you think there will be such a cheap deal? The scarred man said solemnly. The gang leader sneered and said, that being said, you asked for ready-made silver coins. Which gang can take out so much money at one time? Unless it is a consortium or a few large merchant groups. Will they trade with you? You don't want this batch of goods? The scarred man continued to ask. Give me the goods today, and I will sell them for you within 3 days. Then we will split the money, and everyone will make money. The gang leader continued. As soon as these words came out, The room fell silent instantly. The people on Scar's side. It seems that they didn't expect the other party to come up with such a way to get something for nothing. They even had the nerve to say it. They didn't want to pay a penny. And they would share the goods with them. They fought hard to get the goods. And they were more like bandits than they were. It took a long time to react. With a bang, Scar's fist hit the table. The wine splashed everywhere. The people on both sides. Their faces instantly became alert. Although they did not draw their weapons. But he also held his hand on the hilt. What? Unsatisfied? The gang leader was not afraid at all and asked back. It seems that you have no sincerity at all, then please leave. I won't see you off. The scarred man directly ordered them to leave. The gang leader raised his eyebrows and continued, unsatisfied? We can talk again. Seeing this, the vision began to change. Glinda passed through the wall and flew back again. Captain, what are we waiting for? Duke asked in a low voice, slyly, looking like someone who had drunk and ran away. Wu Hung collected his thoughts and lowered his voice. The private room on the 3rd floor. It can be confirmed that the other party is a level 3 wanted criminal. Another level 3 wanted criminal. Level 3 wanted criminals are basically above level 10. And the crimes they committed are relatively serious. Even though they have killed level 3 wanted criminals before. It is still quite dangerous for the team. Yes. If there are no twins. It must be him. Wu Hung replied. Marta continued to ask, Captain, how many of them are there? 4 in the room. And those guarding outside? There should be their people as well. Wu Hung said. Captain, when will we start? Wait a little longer. The two nodded and continued to eat. Not long after, a group of people came down from upstairs. Wu Hung took a look and saw that they were the gang members, who had just bargained with the other party in the private room. It seemed that the negotiation was not pleasant. And they walked downstairs cursing. Scar's men were not sent out either. Wait for the gang members to leave. Wu Hung winked at the two. The two understood, and were about to get up and rush upstairs to start fighting. Sudden. Bow. In addition, in the corner, 5 people suddenly violently rose. The 3 ran up along the stairs. The 2 jumped directly in place, climbed from the fence to the 2nd floor. Rushed towards the room where the Scar Man was located. It is the 5 teams. Duke immediately recognized several people. Wu Hung et al. Then sit back on the chair again. Special circumstances are planned. It is not only themselves to focus on these people. There are other teams of the association. It seems they have been looking for a transaction here. What should we do? Marta asked. Let's see what's going on first. Wu Hung said. The 5th team had obviously arrived before them. And they attacked them the moment they stood up. They were obviously afraid that they would take away their credit. Clang. Bang. Then, there was a fierce fight upstairs. They jumped out of the window. Chase. Follow them. Shouts rang out one after another. 2 members of the team ran past them and rushed out directly. Wu Hung stood up and took a few people upstairs to take a look. The table was overturned and the window was open. It was obvious that they had escaped directly. Escaped. Hey, you saw them chasing in the alley. And he disappeared into the crowd. Marta said. Hey, you was Marta's tamed animal. He had been standing outside. So that Marta could share vision. If it weren't for them, this wanted criminal would be ours. Duke also said angrily. Wu Hung glanced at the corridor on the 2nd floor and said, it has nothing to do with us. Let's go back and eat. He sat on the 1st floor for a while. Several people left directly. After walking out of the tavern, they stopped in a secluded place, and Wu Hung briefly explained a few words. After changing his appearance, he walked towards the Black Antelope Tavern. In front of the bar, Wu Hung deliberately disguised himself, using the illusion veil to transform into a brown-haired, slightly dark-skinned, fat female mercenary. Next to him, Basson and Bodon also changed their clothes, wearing full-covering iron-can helmets. After waiting for a while, a short man with a limp came directly over. Sitting down beside him, he looked at the strange female mercenary curiously. After a while, he said, which mercenary group are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Do I need to look at your background to trade with you? Wu Hung looked up. Haha. That's not necessary. The lame man continued. We do have a batch of goods to sell. And we just need ready-made silver coins. Although the man couldn't see through the disguise on the surface. He seemed to have noticed something different. His eyes kept scanning up and down. Then he looked at the other guests in the tavern. But he didn't find anything special. So he continued chatting. Wu Hung took a sip of the wine glass and continued, "Money is not a problem. I can also give you silver coins, but I have to see the goods first. If I am not satisfied, there is no need to continue chatting." Chapter 176, Tickets for Strange Objects. The fifth team failed to capture the enemy, and the scarred man and others fled. It was obviously impossible to wait and see with the previous method. Moreover, the other party might sell the goods as soon as possible and leave here directly. Wu Hung returned here in disguise, and actually recognized the lame man. In the previous exploration of Glinda, there was a lame figure. Everyone fled, and the lame man was a step slower because of his own reasons, and escaped a disaster, and did not attract the attention of the fifth team. Wu Hung discovered him when he was exploring the room. He did not make a fuss or arrest him, but disguised himself as a woman and returned here as a mercenary to inquire about the deal. When the other party heard him yelling about who leaked the news and had goods in hand, he took the initiative to come over. The lame man sat at the bar and looked up at the fat woman in front of him. Hearing that she was not short of money, he also put away his impatient tone and said, "Our goods are absolutely reliable, and the price is more favorable than the market. But before taking you to see it, I have to confirm your financial resources. Not verbally, but real money." The lame man saw that the other party threw a wink at him again, shuddered, and added, "We only trade goods, and we are not involved in other things. Flirting is a side effect of the strange object. The wearer can't control it even if he wants to." So, Wu Hung changed his image to that of a strong woman. It's not ugly, but it's hard for normal men to accept this image, unless they have some special fetish. Wu Hung didn't say anything, and waved his hand back casually. Bassin behind him threw 2 money bags on the table. The silver coins inside collided, making a clattering sound. "These are not enough to buy our goods." Before the lame man finished speaking, his eyes gradually widened as the other person moved behind him. Then the other party took out a bunch of dazzling gold coins and placed them on the table one by one. The boss, who was wiping the wine glasses behind the counter, also changed his expression instantly. He picked up a rag and covered the gold coins, saying, "If you two want to discuss business, you can go to the private room upstairs. It's better to have a simple chat here. The tavern is not a safe place for transactions. Mercenaries, gang members, all gathered here, even if they just came to drink and eat. But seeing these golden coins, I'm afraid it will also arouse some greed. If a fight breaks out, the tavern will suffer a lot of losses. Is it enough to buy your goods?" Wu Hung collected all the gold coins and put them in his arms. The lame man also withdrew his gaze and said immediately, "Please wait a moment. I will inform our boss and talk to you in detail later." Wu Hung looked at him, his tone still flat. "Your boss is not here. It seems that you are not sincere." No. We did talk here directly before, and there were some accidents just now. You also know that we sell the goods to you at a low price. Some things are not convenient to come forward." The lame man continued. Wu Hung nodded. "I will only wait for you to have a glass of wine. If the time comes and you don't come, it means that we are not destined to cooperate. We will cooperate again when there is a chance in the future." The lame man saw the other party's financial resources, and naturally did not want to miss this buyer. He immediately said, "Don't worry. We are very sincere, and we can give you an answer in the time of a glass of wine." After saying that, he hurried out. Wu Hung picked up the wine glass and took another sip. He winked at the invisible ghost in the air, quickly passed through the wall, and left with the lame man. Although these people fled in all directions, they obviously had a base when they had goods. As long as we determine the location of this place, the scarred man is most likely with the goods. We just need to wait. It is not uncommon for wanted criminals to trade with gangs and mercenaries. It is quite common here. Otherwise, most wanted criminals would have starved to death outside without being able to enter the city and without supplies. Selling stolen goods through these people is also a way to maintain their lives. Wu Hung sat at the bar and waited for a while. 3 or 4 groups of people came into the bar one after another, pretending to be drinkers, and turned around and left after observing the situation. Not long after, the ghost Glinda arranged to track him floated back directly and entered Wu Hung's body. In his mind, he also shared the previous scene. The lame man crossed a large street. He entered a courtyard in the residential area. Some people gathered inside, including the scarred man. But his condition was not very good. One arm was bleeding, and it seemed that he had fought with others during the escape. The lame man told Scar about the situation in the tavern. The other party arranged a lot of people to come in and investigate. Wu Hung looked at the picture brought back by Glinda and frowned slightly. When they were in the tavern, there were only 4 or 5 people, not many. But in the warehouse of the courtyard, the number of people reached 9, each of them was fierce, wearing armor and carrying swords. It seemed that they were not easy to deal with. The other party had a large number of people, and he showed a certain amount of financial resources on him. If I pretend to be someone else and trade with them, it will be very dangerous. After thinking for a while, I slowly stood up and walked to the second floor. I entered an empty private room, took off my veil, and changed Bassin and Bodong back to their original outfits. I walked down from the second floor again. When I passed through the pub on the first floor, the lame man stood in front of the bar, slapped his thigh, and muttered, "I'm late," and the other party really left. Wu Hung ignored him and walked out of the pub with his people, walked to the other side, crossed a street, and entered another tavern. Duke and Marta both sat at the table and waited silently. When they saw Wu Hung come in, they immediately pulled out a chair for him. After he sat down, Duke immediately asked, "Captain, how is it?" "We found their location. There are 9 people in total. They don't look low level," Wu Hung said softly. "What should we do now?" Duke asked. "The wanted criminal looks like a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Our only target is him. If the others run away, we don't need to chase them. We just need to leave the target behind," Wu Hung said. The two nodded to show that they understood. The enemy has a large number of people, and the 5th squad just now made them a little nervous. "Be careful, and don't let this kind of thing cause us to get hurt," Wu Hung continued to remind him. "Understood, Captain." After a brief chat, they paid the bill and walked out of the tavern. They walked towards the courtyard where the wanted criminal was. Whoosh, puff. The sharp arrow whizzed out, and instantly penetrated the alley, and the eyeliner leaning against the wall. The tame black feather flying in the sky also swooped down instantly. He grabbed the ranger beastman standing on the eaves, and bit off his entire head. "Go in," Wu Hung said directly. The men no longer hid, and rushed into the alley quickly. Duke hit the wooden door directly. Bang, bang. After 2 sounds, the wooden door was suddenly opened. The moment it opened, swoosh, 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 several arrows suddenly shot out from the yard. Duke's plate armor deflected 2 arrows, and he was pulled aside by Wu Hung. The rest of the arrows hit the wall behind him with a clang. After a round of arrows, Bassin and Bodong quickly appeared at the door, and pulled the trigger at the figure inside. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets poured out quickly, sweeping towards the archers. For a while, arrows and bullets from each other passed through the narrow gate and kept shooting towards the opposite side. "Smoke bombs," Wu Hung said. Duke took out a few smoke bombs, lit them quickly, blew the fuse a few times, and threw them directly into the courtyard along the wall. After hearing a loud curse from inside, bang, a few bangs. Thick smoke instantly filled the courtyard. Then, there was a violent dry cough. "Go in," Wu Hung continued. Bassin and Bodong, holding their rifles, rushed in directly, and began to fire at close range. For a while, there were constant wailing. Just as Duke wrapped his scarf around his neck, he was about to rush in for a close fight. Marta said directly, "Captain, the scarred man is planning to jump over the wall from the south with 2 people. Wu Hang's heart moved. "Let's go, we can't let him get away." Turning the corner quickly, he saw the scarred man and 2 other people jumping down from the top of the wall. Duke roared, and before the opponent landed, he directly rushed over. There was a dull thud, and a crash. The opponent was knocked 2 or 3 meters away. Duke raised the battle axe in his hand, and chopped it down on the head. Scarface's face changed drastically, and he drew his sword to block in front of him. The battle axe chopped on the broad-bladed long sword with a clang, and was swept to the side. He kicked Duke away, holding the sword with murderous intent on his face. Wu Hung raised the pistol in his hand, and fired several shots in a row. Before the other 2 could stand firm, he pierced their chests and heads, killing them directly. Scarface saw that there were still 2 people, and turned to flee. Wu Hung stretched out one hand, and clenched his 5 fingers tightly. Crack, crack. A huge bone cage suddenly rose from the ground, trapping him inside. "Team 12, Scarface said coldly. "Surrender. You have no way to escape," Wu Hung said. Scarface sneered. "If it was any other team, I might have really failed here. But you guys, I might not have the ability to do that. The next second, a scroll appeared in his hand. A flame spread along the long sword. Turn around and slash horizontally. Bang! With a muffled sound, the long sword slashed on the bones of the cage. The entire bone cage began to shake violently. Kill him, Wu Hung said directly. Ah! Duke roared, and approached with a battle axe. Wu Hung controlled the bone cage to open an entrance. Duke went in directly, and fought with the opponent. Marta jumped onto the wall in one step, and the long bow kept pulling the bowstring like a harp, and arrows quickly penetrated the gaps in the bone cage and shot towards the opponent's position. Wu Hung maintained the supply to the bone prison, raised his hand, and fired a few shots. But the opponent's movements were more agile, and it was difficult to aim when fighting with Duke. He put away his pistol and continued to release his skills. Disease Ray. Debilitating Ray instantly hit the opponent. Scarface looked ugly, and his long sword swung away the axe. And he raised his hand to Tier 2 scrolls. The next second, the negative state on his body disappeared, and at the same time a burning fire ring swung from his body, knocked Duke out, and then burned the bones in the cage. Swoosh! The arrow whizzed again, and the opponent rolled quickly to avoid it. At the same time, Basson and Bodong in the courtyard also flipped over from the other side of the wall. Go in. Kill him. Wu Hung controlled the bone cage to open a passage. The two went directly into it. The three began to besiege Scarface. Duke was no match for the opponent, and with Wu Hung and Marta, it would be difficult to win in a short time. But Bodong is a level 12 orthodox profession. His own strength may not be inferior to Scarface. After joining the battle, he immediately reversed the situation and began to suppress the opponent and beat him up. In a fierce fight, Bodong smashed the opponent's throat with one punch. Bason's short blade pierced his heart from under his ribs. Scarface's eyes were fierce, but his body began to soften and fall down little by little. Finally, he died in the bone prison with his eyes open. Wu Hung received a prompt for experience increase. It means the other party is dead. The bone cage was dispersed. Several people dragged the corpses and walked slowly over. Wu Hung looked around and continued, carry all the corpses into the yard. Several people dragged the corpses and entered the yard beside him. There were corpses all over the ground. In the melee, no one escaped, all lying here. Wu Hung glanced at the corpses and said, Duke, you guard the alley entrance. If anyone comes in, say we are on a mission. Marta, go count their goods, see if there are any other good things. Okay, Captain. The two took the order and left quickly. Wu Hung looked at the scarred corpse on the ground and began to strip the equipment off his body. In addition to the armor and weapons, there were more than 200 silver coins in the purse, a scroll, and a somewhat strange item. Ghost Train ticket, strange item, description. With this ticket, you can take the legendary Ghost Train once. An important item to unlock the secrets of the Ghost Train. Chapter 177, catch the person and then leave. Ticket, a rare ticket. Wu Hung reacted instantly. No wonder, he could transport so many goods here, and also required the buyers to pay all the ready-made silver coins. Silver coins are also metals, and when they reach a certain amount, they are also a heavy burden. Silver coins can meet more than 90% of the transaction needs in the market. The emergence of gold coins has largely solved the problem of silver coins being heavy and difficult to transport. They have this ticket, so they don't need ordinary means of transportation at all. You can directly take the Ghost Train and leave here. At the same time, Wu Hung noticed that the last paragraph in the description was an important item to unlock the secret of the Ghost Train. Secret? Important item? This ticket is also a prerequisite item for a special mission. Wu Hung stood aside and thought briefly. He still released talk to the dead on the corpse. The scarred corpse suddenly sat up from the ground, and his gray eyes looked over here. Wu Hung asked, after getting on the train with this ticket, how do you get to where you want to go? The corpse replied, just tell the train the city you are going to, or the specified direction and distance, and the train will start. What is the price of the strange item? Wu Hung continued to ask. Any strange object has a price, but the ticket in front of him has no price. The corpse answered, the ticket has no price, but riding the Ghost Train, you will lose all your senses. Wu Hung was stunned. In other words, the ticket is a strange object, and the train is also a strange object. The ticket has no price, but using the train has a price. He thought about it seriously. He continued to ask the third question. What is the secret of the Ghost Train? The corpse thought about it and answered, I don't know. It seems that the way he asked was wrong. He continued to ask, in addition to writing the ticket yourself, how else can you use it? The corpse paused again. And after a while, he answered, I heard that after getting on the train, if you don't go to the designated destination, the train will directly send you to the GO station. Yes. After getting on the train, if you don't tell your destination, the train will go back. There is only one last question left. Wu Heng continued to ask, are these all your goods? Are there any others? No. They are all here. After answering, with a thud, he fell back on his back. At this time, Marta also came over from a distance. She said, Captain, you better come and see, there are a lot of goods here. Wu Heng walked towards the direction of the voice. Entered a house on one side. He saw piles of leather and cloth, and some seeds of unknown crops. The quantity was quite large. Wu Heng also widened his eyes in surprise. These people actually brought such a large batch of goods, planning to sell them in the city. No wonder the people from those gangs couldn't eat it. Marta said, Captain, these goods may not be easy to transport. If they are transported out, it may be troublesome. If they are transported out in trucks, it may attract the attention of local gangs again. Then there will be more trouble. Wu Heng thought for a while and continued, Marta, go to the Snake Emblem Consortium to find Lisha and say that I want to borrow the storage sachet from her. Okay, Captain. Marta walked out excitedly. Soon, the mercenary team came over with a carriage escorted by them. Stopped outside the alley. The local head of the Snake Emblem group, Lisha, walked down the carriage slowly in leather armor. Following Marta, they entered the courtyard together. Wu Heng was still a little surprised to see her coming. After all, it was not a big deal, and it would be a bit embarrassing to bother someone to come in person. Miss Lisha, you came in person. Wu Heng took the initiative to greet her. Lisha walked to his side, rolled her eyes at him, and said in a low voice, Do you think the things of the group can be borrowed casually? Arrange a team member to go over, and you want to borrow it from me. Wu Heng was stunned. I was a little inconsiderate. How do you want to use it? I delivered it to you personally, Lisha said. Wu Heng felt that Lisha was really good to him. Except for his two team members, no other member of the association valued him as much as he did. After thinking for a while, he said to her, I was worried that you were busy before, but now that you are here, it's a good opportunity for you to go with me. If the consortium has any ideas, we can give you priority. Oh! Lisha followed behind him and walked to the side room. The door opened, and he saw the goods piled up inside. Yours? Lisha asked. Wu Heng explained, We arrested a wanted criminal. These are his goods. Of course. They are our spoils now. Lisha raised her eyebrows and continued, The consortium does not do this business. I have some sales channels myself. But it depends on what price Captain Wu Heng gives me. After saying that, she also threw a wink with a hint of meaning. As if to say, based on our friendship, if you give me a higher price, it would be a bit too much. Wu Heng said directly, If I give it to you, it will be 30% lower than the market price. Lisha walked slowly into the warehouse. When Wu Heng caught up, she put her arm around him intimately and said in a low voice, Captain, I will take it personally. It is difficult for me to afford such a high price. If you give me a lower price, I will make it up to you at the consortium. Neither of us will suffer a loss. Good guy. You can still do this. Whether it is the deacon of the association, or the resident manager of the consortium. After reaching a certain level, there are many ways to make money. Otherwise, in a remote place like Blackstone Town, Yaz can save a huge amount of money, and even bought a property from the inner city of Rentam City. It can be said that the way to make money is as your status increases. How much do you want? Reduced by 20%? Ahem. Wu Heng coughed lightly and said, You are crazy. This is not my own goods. My team members have seen it, and they thought I made a lot of money from selling it to you at such a low price. Your two team members are also new employees. Without you, they can't even get involved in wanted criminals at this level. You still have the final say. Lisha tightened her arm again and said, Then let's take a step back, reduce by 40%, and in the future, when the consortium entrusts, I will help you take care of it, and you will definitely not suffer any loss. Wait a minute, I will discuss it with the team members. You are the captain, and you don't have the final say on such a small matter? What are you talking about? I am the captain, not a bandit. Wu Heng walked out of the warehouse, called the team members, who were waiting at the door, and whispered to them, and told them what happened inside. If you agree to give her the goods, we don't have to worry about them anymore. But the price will be lower than selling to the gang. And it's faster and more efficient. If you don't want to sell to her, the profit will be slightly higher, but it will be more troublesome. Ship the goods and find buyers. Captain, I'll listen to you. What do you want to do? Duke said directly. Marta also said, Captain, our team has a lot of things to do recently. Why don't we hand it over to the consortium? It doesn't matter if we make less money. Wu Hung nodded. Marta, have you counted the goods? I counted them roughly, but I didn't calculate them in detail. Well, it's okay. I'll tell her that the goods have been handed over to her. Let her send the money to us in the next 2 days. Okay. The two were still quite excited. This batch of goods is enough for them to share a lot of money. Wu Hung walked back into the warehouse. And Lisha was looking through the goods. Looking back? How is it? These goods are yours. Lisha smiled brightly. Thank you, Captain Wu Hung. I will have someone count the goods tonight, and send you the money tomorrow morning. Okay. I'll leave it to you. We have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Okay. Happy cooperation. Wu Hung nodded, and had someone load the body onto a cart and rush to the association. We returned to the association and sent the body to the morgue, and then registered it. The sky gradually darkened. A manor in the central area. This residence is extremely spacious, with front and back gardens, high pavilions and towers, and is considered a top-notch building in the entire central area. Every 10 steps, there stood a burly guard in silver armor. With a cold look, he stood at his position. Jian Luan, holding a sandalwood cane, sat on the sofa in the hall and looked at the documents handed to him. Soon, a slightly embarrassed figure staggered in. Seeing the white-haired old man sitting in front, he bowed slightly and said, Mr. Jian Luan, my portrait has appeared in the association now, and several gangs are looking for me outside. I want to leave here. Please prepare a carriage for me. I will leave tonight. The black cloak was taken off, revealing the image of a middle-aged man with thick hair and beard. It was Anil who failed to assassinate Wu Hung. Jianluan motioned him to sit down, and asked the maid to prepare pastries. Anil grabbed the food with his dirty hands and stuffed it into his mouth, eating it voraciously. He lost his previous elegant and steady image. Jianluan took a sip of the red wine in his hand and continued, You have been the captain for so many years, and you can still fail to assassinate a mage. He is different. Anil swallowed the food hard and continued, He has a problem. When Yaz failed, I planned to kill him directly and put the blame on him. But his melee ability is not worse than mine. I don't mean skills, but his strength and reaction ability. A mage who has just become a professional. His strength is not lower than mine. He must have a problem. Oh! According to the intelligence, he has just become a professional not long ago. Jianluan shook the wine glass in his hand. Why do you think Yaz chose him? There must be something special. Jianluan nodded. That makes sense. Prepare a carriage for me. I want to leave here. There is something strange about this kid, Anil said while eating. Jianluan looked at him and said, Do one more thing for me. After you finish, I will prepare a carriage for you tomorrow, and you can leave directly. Anil looked up. His tone was a little anxious. The whole city is looking for me. I can't wait that long. I have to leave tonight. You don't need to attack him. Go and capture his 2 maids. I will prepare horses for you then. I can't wait. Jianluan continued to increase the price. 5,000 silver coins. Go to a remote place and live a life without worries about food and drink. Are you crazy? Let me catch someone in the inner city. Anil was tempted, but still doubted the feasibility of this matter. I will arrange everything. You will not be alone then. I will arrange a few people for you. Go quickly and come back quickly. Remember not to kill me. I want to live. Anil fell silent. Finished the food on the plate. Lying on the sofa, looking at the ceiling. After a long while, he spoke lightly. Prepare the carriage and gold coins. I will leave immediately after completion. Okay. Chapter 178, A Fight to the Death. The next day, in the morning, Wu Hung first went to the Snake Emblem Consortium. He took all the money from the goods sold yesterday. After all, he was the one who made the deal with Lisha, so he needed to pay more attention to the money. After leaving the consortium, Wu Hung went directly to the association. As soon as he entered the hall, he met several female staff members, who greeted him with a smile on their faces. Good morning. Captain Wu Hung. Yes, good morning. Wu Hung replied, just after walking a few steps. Another team member waved over here. You're here so early. Captain Wu Hung. Yes. Good morning. Wu Hung replied with a smile. And he was a little confused. When did his popularity become so good? In the past, ordinary staff also called him captain. But it was only when negotiating work. There was no such thing as now. Greeting from a distance. Some professionals who were taking tasks in the hall all cast curious eyes. Those who knew him were the captain of the newly formed team. And those who didn't thought he was the deacon of some area. He subconsciously touched his face. And it seemed that there was no difference. He walked straight to the team lounge without stopping. He pushed open the door. And Duke and Marta were sitting in the room chatting. Seeing him come in, he stood up and greeted him. Wu Hung nodded and asked, "What's going on in the association today?" "Everyone I know and don't know greeted me." Duke thought for a while and said, "Oh, we sent the body back yesterday. And the identity has been verified. The team was recorded as a third-level merit. And the whole association has spread it." Wu Hung was stunned, and was about to ask what this had to do with greeting. Then I reacted. My team was just established not long ago, and there are only 3 people. In this case, killing several third-level wanted criminals in succession can be a signal. Not to mention how strong their own ability is, it is also a team with great potential. If they continue at this pace, it won't be long before Wu Hung will be promoted to deputy deacon or deacon, and Duke and Marta may also become captains. At that time, if they still stay in Rentam City, they will be the leaders of these people. There must be a large number of people who want to build good relationships in advance. Yeah, so that's what's going on. Wu Hung figured it out, and took out 9 gold coins from his space ring and put them on the table, saying, "This is the money settled by the consortium, a total of 9,000 silver coins. It's hard for you to take the silver coins, so I'll let the consortium pay the gold coins." Wow, that's a lot. Duke reached out and wiped his chin, almost drooling. It doesn't seem like 9 gold coins are much, but it's already a considerable income. At least, with the income of ordinary residents. It is possible that they cannot save such a few gold coins in their lifetime. Let's divide it. Wu Hung divided the gold coins into 3 parts and placed them in front of the other 2. Thank you, Captain. Duke smiled. We should thank Marta for the information she provided. Oh, thank you, Sister Marta. Duke thanked Marta again. Let's thank the captain. I didn't do much in the battle. The few people were humble to each other and collected the money. Then, Wu Hung went to the front desk again and took out the bounty for the wanted criminal. There were 720 silver coins in total, which the 3 of them divided. Everyone was very happy. After all, the income was not low. Captain, with our current merits, can we also become captains? Duke asked. Wu Hung thought about it, and explained what Oddluck had said to him before. In addition to merits, you also need to reach level 8, or have special performance. Now, you already have the foundation to become a captain. As long as you reach the level, you can submit an application to the headquarters. The captain of the association requires a basic level of 8, and at least 1 level 3 merit. It doesn't look difficult. But these 2 requirements, in fact, hinder the promotion of most people. The captain of the team is level 8, and the wanted criminals with level 3 merit are above level 10, and have strong strength and followers. It is not something that an ordinary team can accomplish. Even if there are such wanted criminals, most of them are led by deacons or deputy deacons, like in Blackstone Town, to carry out encirclement and suppression. There are very few like the Wu Hung team, who go up and fight hard. Duke smiled. We are all thanks to you, the captain. Other teams have not caught many wanted criminals in such a long time. Yes, it's so fast to follow the captain's merit. Marta also flattered. Wu Hung glanced at the 2 of them and said, Don't underestimate these wanted criminals. They are not easy to deal with. Be careful of their accomplices. Wu Hung knew the strength of his team. He just used guns to shoot randomly when the other party was not in a good position. Most of the enemies were beaten into sieves, and the remaining hard-to-kill ones were surrounded by a few skeletons. In fact, the team's own strength was not high. It was difficult for the few people in Team 12 to kill the wanted criminals. Understood, Captain. The 2 nodded. Okay, there's nothing to do here. You go back first. Don't run around with the money. Be careful of being targeted, Wu Hung said. The 2 also wanted to bring the good news back as soon as possible. So they said hello, and got up and left. Wu Hung also put away the silver coins. walked to the alchemy material store in the outer city. Last time, 6 new first-level corpse cores were obtained. To prepare the potion, some materials are still needed. After buying the materials, Wu Heng went to the Mao Liao armor store and sat for a while, inquiring about the progress of the leather armor production. Now that I have money in hand, I have to urge for the supply of goods, which slows down my consumption. I just sat down and chatted for a while. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside the door. Then a man in leather armor rushed in quickly. The orc boss glanced at the other party, coughed lightly, guessed, "What do you need to see?" The man did not speak, but his eyes fell on Wu Heng, and he said softly, "Is it Captain Wu Heng? I want to tell you something." Wu Heng looked at him, and from the way he was dressed, he should be a gang member. "Let's talk here." The man glanced at the boss and the clerk in the store, hesitated, and said, "Captain, my sister-in-law asked me to come here. There are some important things." Hearing the word sister-in-law, Wu Heng realized that it was Wen Mancha's people. After she took control of the gang, she also began to support some of her own men. He stood up and walked to the door. The man said softly, "Captain, there was a fight at your residence, and my sister-in-law has taken people there. But it is not convenient for the inner city gang to do things. So I told you to go back quickly." Wu Heng frowned suddenly, and immediately realized that something was wrong. The relationship between him and Wen Mancha was not clear to the outside world. So the person in front of him must have been sent by Wen Mancha. Someone dared to break into the residential area of the inner city. This made Wu Heng feel that he was being watched again. Arnell, who assassinated him, definitely did not have such great power. There was a more powerful person behind the scenes. Let's go. Let's go back." Wu Heng immediately walked out of the store and rushed to the inner city. However, before he walked out of the road, he saw dozens of gang members blocking the road ahead. The leader stood in front and said, "Captain Wu Heng, what are you doing in such a hurry?" Wu Heng frowned and looked at the other party. The gang member who followed him whispered, "The leader of the White Wolf gang, Gao Wang." Wu Heng kept walking and said, "Excuse me." After that, he took a few people and planned to pass through the many gang members. Gao Wang's face became serious, and he took a step forward again to block the way. "Captain Wu Heng, we lost a batch of goods yesterday. I heard that the captain's team was carrying out a mission nearby. I wonder if this matter has anything to do with you." "It doesn't matter, get out of the way." Wu Heng was anxious, and his tone became a little colder. Someone attacked his residence, and it was obvious that they were going for Minnie and Anduir, although they were the maids he'd bought. In this world, the status of slaves was similar to that of livestock. But in Wu Heng's heart, they were actually girls who had just grown up. He couldn't change anything about the others, but he didn't want them to be in any danger around him. Galvin still refused to give way, and his tone became a little higher. "Our money is also money. Why did your association's people disappear after completing the mission? If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, you can't leave today." The loud shouting attracted many people to watch. As the number of people increased, Wu Heng also began to worry. He was afraid that someone would hide in the crowd and shoot arrows. With a thought, his whole body was instantly covered with white bone armor. The terrifying white bones made the crowd of onlookers step back 2 steps. Then he drew his gun instantly, opened the safety, and shot at the right leg of Gao Wang. With a bang, the gunshot was deafening. Gao Wang's complacent expression suddenly changed, and he fell to the ground, hugged his legs, and groaned in pain. Badong quickly stepped forward, kicked a gang member who blocked the road away, grabbed Gao Wang by the neck, and lifted him up. Wu Heng looked around with a cold gaze. "Let your people get out of the way. People from the association actually move at will." Gao Wang wanted to shout, to encourage the people around him. But as Badong tightened his fingers, Gao Wang's voice was suppressed, and his face began to turn red as if it was congested. "Let me kill you immediately, and then kill your way out," Wu Heng continued. Gao Wang's face began to turn blue, and he began to get scared. The man who caught him was definitely a high-level professional, and he couldn't even use any strength to resist. He nodded vigorously, indicating that he was willing to cooperate. Badong loosened his grip a little, and Gao Wang immediately took a deep breath, and then said, "Make way. Make way." The team moved aside to both sides, and Wu Heng, Badong and others, carrying Gao Wang, walked forward quickly. They passed through the crowd, threw the opponent to the ground, and directly entered the inner city. quickly approached the residential area. From a distance, they saw that some people were fighting in their own houses. One group was obviously gang members, while the other group, although dressed in ordinary clothes, was definitely not ordinary people in terms of fighting skills. It took 3 or 4 gang members to entangle one person. A patrol team of the Iron Guard Knights came over from a distance, glanced at the fighting location, and the leader turned around, as if he didn't see it, and left directly. Wu Heng didn't have time to pay attention to these. He summoned the staff, released the bone armor on himself again, and approached quickly with Ba Wudong. As he approached the courtyard, he raised his gun. Bang, bang, bang. A few shots in a row, hitting the thigh of the person in front. The bullet penetrated the armor, and blood splattered. The gunshots attracted the attention of others, and they looked over. The reason why he didn't kill them directly was that Wu Hengzhen was not sure which ones were friendly troops and which ones were enemies. Although he thought that the scattered people were Wen Mancha's men, he was not completely sure. Hitting the legs, at least he could identify the crowd. At this time, Wen Mancha stuck her head out of the window on the second floor and shouted, "Master! Captain! Those people are enemies." She pointed at the well-equipped people. Wu Heng confirmed the target. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and gunshots rang out one after another, instantly piercing the bodies of several of them. Before the other party had time to react, he was killed directly. Bodong, rush in, Wu Heng ordered. Bodong took the lead and rushed in directly. The few people in the room, seeing that things were not going well, had no intention of staying, and directly broke out of the window on the other side and quickly fled to the distance. One of them, when he turned his head to look over, was a familiar face. "Don't chase them. Go check upstairs. Make sure there are no other enemies," Wu Heng said. Ba Wudong was about to rush upstairs, when he saw Wen Mancha and Jian Yi coming down. Jian Air and Nu Air did not come down. "Master!" Minnie immediately threw herself into his arms, sobbing softly. Wen Mancha was calmer, and said softly, "The other side is well prepared, and they are all masters. We have barely dragged it until now. Thank you for your hard work," Wu Heng said. Wen Mancha pulled the crying bunny girl away, stuck her into Anvir's arms, and continued to ask, "What should we do next? It seems that you are being targeted. Let your people help clean up the scene, move the body in, and protect the surroundings," Wu Heng said directly. "It seems that the guards here cannot be relied on. For now, it still depends on Wen Mancha and other gang members." Wen Mancha quickly gave several orders to her men. The door was closed, and while the gang members rescued their companions, they surrounded the building. Soon, the tracking Glenda flew back and entered his body. The place where the other party escaped also appeared in front of him. As he guessed, the residents of Jinluan of the Sky Eye Secret Society. That is, the old man who gave women and money to bribe him in the tavern last time. "How is it?" Wen Mancha asked. Wu Heng nodded. "I already know who is behind it." "Who?" "Jinluan. It's him." "Why?" Wen Mancha was a little surprised. Killing the captain of the association is not a trivial matter. The other party is a local tycoon. Why would he do such a thing? Let alone build a good relationship with him. She didn't know about the secret society, so she couldn't figure out the purpose of doing these things. Wu Heng sat on the sofa and thought for a while, and said, "I will handle the affairs of the inner city. You have other tasks tonight." "What tasks?" "Take your people and destroy the White Wolf gang. I want to hear the result of their destruction tomorrow morning." Thinking about it at this time, everything became clear. The White Wolf gang was also stalling for time. Even if they were held accountable later, they had a legitimate reason. But Wu Heng didn't want to deal with them anymore. The Iron Guard Knights left it alone, making him feel dangerous, a sense of danger of being ganged up on. This trouble had to be solved as soon as possible, even if it was difficult to resolve the situation later. When Mancha narrowed her eyes slightly. "I don't know how the White Wolf gang was implicated again, but it's not uncommon for the inner city to support the outer city gangs. The White Wolf gang must have done something." After thinking for a while, he still said, "The White Wolf gang is a big gang. It is difficult for us to get rid of them. Once the war starts, we will be the only ones to be destroyed. Don't worry, I will arrange helpers for you." When Mancha hesitated, but still nodded. "Okay." The night gradually deepened. In the inner city mansion, Jianluan sat on the sofa, his eyes full of disappointment. "You failed again. How did you become the captain?" You failed even when you tried to capture 2 servants. Arnell packed his belongings and said, "What can we do?" A large number of gang members rushed out, which slowed down the progress. Moreover, he came back too quickly, which was completely different from what you said. No traces left. Right? Arnell looked up at him and said, "You don't trust me? Or do you want to destroy the bridge after crossing it? And want to get rid of me and completely erase all traces?" "Ha ha ha," Jianluan laughed. "You think too much. I am the most honest person. I promise to send you away, and I will not regret it." He pondered for a moment, and continued, "Even if I really know that it was us who did it, as long as there is no substantial evidence, would I still be afraid of him?" Arnell smiled, and put the packed items aside. "Next, what are you going to do with him? Now that things have come to this, there is no way out. I will arrange a riot in the next 2 days, and kill him directly." Jianluan continued, "You should have done this a long time ago, instead of testing him again and again, making him more alert." Anil said, "Who would have thought that? A new captain would be so difficult to deal with." Jianluan put his wine glass aside, and the pretty maid poured the wine respectfully. "If you succeed, remember to write to me, so that I can celebrate then." "Yes, I will." The two raised their glasses and tucked them lightly, as the last sip of wine before parting. Anil walked to the window, looking at the hazy night. He said, "If it's hard to deal with here, you can go to Blackstone Town, where he is." Snap! Before he finished speaking, the glass in front of him suddenly shattered, followed by a pop sound. Anil's head was instantly pierced with a blood hole. The body was lying on its back, and warm and sticky blood splashed everywhere. Chapter 179, A Life and Death Struggle. Anil's head suddenly exploded, and warm blood splattered all around. Jianluan suddenly stood up, but before he could make any move, another orange light shot out, almost at the same time. In front of him, a pale yellow energy shield formed, wrapping his body in it. The bullet was slightly blocked, but it still penetrated the shield, and hit Jianluan's waist and abdomen, and blood splattered everywhere. "Master!" the servant beside him exclaimed. Jianluan pulled her body over, and blocked it in front of him. Almost at the same time, another bullet flew over, piercing the servant's back, and the whole person fell into a pool of blood. Jianluan rolled and crawled behind the sofa, shouting loudly, "Guard! Major! Where are you? Come here quickly!" A man in iron armor ran over with a group of guards. He helped him up and dragged him to the middle of the hall, away from the window. "We will arrange people to search around," the guard said directly. Jianluan took out a bottle of medicine and drank it, angrily saying, "It's Wu Heng. It must be him. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to arrange someone to kill him now." Bang! Another gunshot. Everyone was shocked. In the courtyard, someone screamed. A guard who was searching had a hole in his forehead and fell to the ground on his back. Bang! Bang bang bang. The gunshots continued to ring in the courtyard, and the well-equipped guards fell one after another. No one found the other party's position, as if it was a punishment falling from the night sky, randomly killing people here. Everyone quickly looked for cover, and no one dared to expose themselves outside. And the shouting Jianluan also shut up. It seemed that, at this time, their side was the one that was at the mercy of others. The roof of the building in the distance. Wu Heng looked at everything in the manor in the distance through the telescope. When he found that the shot did not kill Jianluan, he was still disappointed. If he had killed the other party directly, he could have retreated now. The yellow light shield protecting him. It was obviously a magic item or a strange object of a high level, and it could even block sniper bullets. It's good to be rich, but you're not dead. In this world, not dying means nothing is wrong. A few bottles of potion, or wearing items with healing effects, can make the wound recover. There is no possibility of the wound worsening, leading to death. Through the telescope, he looked at the building opposite again. There is no way out now, and he must die today. Lai Yi continued to kill the target. Wu Heng told Lai Yi, and then said to the big-headed skeleton beside him, "Kill them all, and leave no one alive." Walala. In the street below, there was a sudden sound of violent bone friction. It was so dense and piercing that it made people feel uncomfortable. The skeletons were like a surging torrent of bones. After leaving the alley, they spread out instantly. They began to rush towards the building opposite. The skeletons climbed over each other, jumped over the wall, and the blocked iron gate was directly knocked open. Under the horrified gaze of all the guards, they rushed directly into the courtyard and started fighting. Instantly, The sounds of wailing and fighting rang out. From time to time, deafening gunshots rang out. Jinwan was protected in the building by many guards. Looking at the bones pouring in from outside, he was already filled with fear of impending death. Why is this happening? Why are there so many undead in the city? Why haven't the Iron Guard knights patrolling the city come yet? I have money and props. Even if I am old, I can still survive with a few rare items. I must not die here. Hold on. The Iron Guard knights will be here soon. I give them so much money every year. They will not watch me die. Jinwan lost his composure. Seeing the equally nervous guards, his heart sank. Protect me. Each of you will get 10 gold coins. Protect me. You will have endless money. The battle in the courtyard is over. All the guards have been drowned by skeletons. And these skeletons, their empty eye sockets, all look towards the interior of the building. Form a battle formation, defend, and hold out until the knights of the city come. The captain of the guard gave a cold order. Everyone immediately formed a battle formation, protecting Jinwan behind them. They began to kill the skeletons that rushed into the building. Outer city. A team of hundreds of people quickly passed through the dim streets, all wearing armor and carrying swords, making a rustling sound when walking. Some people standing on the roadside did not dodge, just watching the other party walk past him. In Rentam City, gang fights are not uncommon. There are countless gangs, big and small. Every day, gangs are destroyed, and new gangs appear. Especially small gangs, there are several more every day. But gangs that were established earlier and have reached a certain scale are rarely provoked. The White Wolf Gang is one of them. Not only was it established earlier, it also has a complicated relationship with the inner city. Sister-in-law, the gang has just developed a little bit, and now it has a direct conflict with the White Wolf Gang, which may cause some losses. The gang backbone quickened its pace and came over to persuade. That was a rather euphemistic way of saying it. Using the strength of the Spike Gang to fight the White Wolf Gang is undoubtedly like hitting a rock with an egg. It will only destroy itself. Even if it goes crazy, it has to find a similar opponent. It can't just hit the rock directly. When Manshaw was wearing a brown jacket, her long red hair was tied up. Her face was cold and serious. How could she not know these things? But her master was wronged, and wanted to destroy the White Wolf Gang tonight. What could she do? She glanced at the people around her. These were the helpers Wu Hung gave her, for stupid-looking skeletons, wearing round helmets and strange equipment pulled by a carriage. The long object supported by the four-legged iron frame, with a thin chain on one side. It seems to be a remote device from the owner's hometown. His face remained unchanged, and he said solemnly, "I have arranged it. The White Wolf Gang will be destroyed. Tomorrow, our Spike Gang will also become a famous gang. Don't worry. I am not stupid enough to joke with my own life. These are all arranged by the inner city." Hearing the arrangements of the inner city, the Backbones and younger brothers nearby were all stunned. They immediately understood what their sister-in-law meant. Someone in the inner city wants to destroy the White Wolf Gang. They are just errand boys. Everything has been arranged. Although there are still doubts in their hearts, the team has come here, and they can only bite the bullet and do it. "Okay, listen to the sister-in-law," someone said, when Manshaw let herself show a confident smile. "After tonight, everyone can get a lot of bounty." "Thank you, sister-in-law." The team continued to move forward. When approaching the alley ahead, a series of eyes hiding in the dark instantly focused on everyone. At the same time, the beastmen standing on the top of the building all flew up to the sky and circled above the team. They were discovered. The large team approached, and it was difficult to avoid the ranger's eyes. Squeak! Crash! In the distance, the doors of several buildings opened. The gang members of the White Wolf Gang walked out quickly. In the alley in front, a large crowd of people gathered. The leader of the White Wolf Gang, Galwang, squeezed to the front and looked at the opposite side with a scrutinizing look. "The Spike Gang? You are crazy, and you come to us to cause trouble. The White Wolf Gang belongs to the Outer City Gang, and the Spike Gang is a gang in the Outer City. The strength and number of gang members are not comparable. Since the Beast Tamer discovered the actions of the Spike Gang, the White Wolf Gang has gathered a large number of people. The number exceeds that of the Spike Gang. When the Spike Gang came, they just thought that the other party was crazy. Galwang, surrender, and let your brothers live," when Manshaw said in a deep voice. "Ha ha." The people of the White Wolf Gang were stunned, and then began to laugh. Galwang's eyes fell on the gorgeous woman with long red hair and a voluptuous figure, and said in a cold voice, When Man Shah, at the beginning, Roche wanted you to accompany me for a few nights, but then he disappeared and delayed it. I didn't expect that you were more impatient than I thought. I will taste your body at that time. You are really a good woman. You are looking for death. When Man Shah was furious. You are the ones who are looking for death. You dared to interfere in the inner city affairs. Now you are helping the boy who just became the captain. You are really crazy, Galvin said, raised the long sword in his hand, and said coldly, brothers, don't hurt that little girl. I want to have a good time tonight. Take care of Brother Roche's woman for him. Ha ha! The people of the White Wolf gang laughed again. They drew their weapons and walked forward with a swagger. Then, they started running, killing the blind enemy on the opposite side. Facing the fierce White Wolf gang, the members of the Spike gang began to look fearful and depressed. They looked around, as if looking for a way to escape. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise suddenly sounded. A member of the White Wolf gang who was leading the charge suddenly exploded at the shoulder, and his entire arm disappeared at the shoulder. Warm and sticky blood splashed on the rest of the people. Everyone looked at the scene in horror. But before they could react, there was another loud bang, an orange flame flashed by, and another gang member's chest exploded, and blood and flesh were all over the place. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy machine gun was like an angry dragon, spitting out orange flames. The bullets were like a giant net. It swept at the people in the alley. Where the bullets passed, people were shattered and fell in groups. The people of the White Wolf gang wailed and fled. The Spike gang and even when Mancha's faces changed drastically, looking in horror at the equipment spewing flames, and the White Wolf gang falling down like wheat being cut. How could there be such a fierce weapon, after a brief moment of distraction? When Manshaw immediately reacted, Wu Hung had a prop called a pistol in his hand, and the one in front of him was an enlarged version of the pistol, which had even greater power. Inner City. Wu Hung used a telescope to observe the battle situation in the opponent's mansion. The skeleton army had surrounded the building, and launched an attack towards the inside. It seemed that the people inside were still resisting. With such a huge disparity in numbers, they were still resisting until now. It seemed that there were also experts among the opponent's guards. At this time, the ghost Glenda flew out of the building and said, "They are all hiding in the building, planning to drag the Iron Guard Knights over." Drag the Iron Guard Knights over. This is a good idea. After all, this is the inner city, and the entire law and order is maintained by the Iron Guard Knights. The situation here, I am afraid, has already attracted the attention of the knights. And they did not come directly, but are gathering their troops, or making some other arrangements. Let me take a look, Wu Hung said. Grinda got into the body, and the scene was synchronized to his mind. The building was in a mess, with corpses and broken bones covering the ground. Jianwan's injuries had recovered. He was protected by several guards behind him. Judging from their combat experience, they should be of high level. One of them was particularly outstanding. He was tall and strong, wearing silver armor, with a long sword in his hand burning with red flames. The fire blade rose up as he opened and closed his sword, and the nearby skeletons were smashed and burned. He kept giving orders to others, which seemed to be the captain's responsibility. Because of this person, the pace of the battle was directly slowed down. As a result, it has not ended yet. Wu Hung released Glenda again. He turned around and said to the big head skull beside him, "Give the order. Attack all." Inside the building, Jianwan was guarded by many guards behind him, leaning against the corner of the wall. Although he was not injured, but facing the skeleton that kept attacking, his face became even paler. Before, he thought that Wu Hung was seeking revenge on him. After all, the information shows that he is also a necromancer, and he has strange and extremely lethal equipment. But now it seems that he may have provoked a more powerful necromancer. How can a newly employed professional control such a large team of undead? He must be an old and powerful necromancer with rich experience. Could he be the guide of this kid? Damn it. The information provided by the association is so unreliable. This kid is not alone. He has a powerful backer behind him. No wonder Yazd and Anil both failed. Things that didn't make sense before can all make sense at this moment. But there is no chance to regret. The current situation can no longer be resolved peacefully. The only thing to do is to persevere. After all, it is the inner city, such a large-scale operation. The Iron Guard Knights will also arrive at the scene quickly. As long as the battle starts to get chaotic, these people will have a chance to escape. Then make plans for the next step. You guys come on, after you get out, I'll give you more money. Jianluan continued, so as to prevent these people from giving up on themselves. Bang! Suddenly, a huge roar sounded. 4 giants, nearly 3 meters tall, clad in iron armor, and with arms above their knees, broke through the defense line. With their arms wide open and closed, all the guards and skeletons around were knocked away. They were thrown heavily onto the walls on both sides. With empty eye sockets, they scanned the surroundings, and immediately rushed towards the location of Jianluan. The head guard stepped sideways to block in front. Bang! They were instantly knocked away, and the bookshelf behind them was knocked over. Jianluan looked at them in horror, and turned around and ran towards the stairs. However, after running a few steps, he was grabbed by a giant claw deep in the roof and put into the mouth to chew. Jianluan kept struggling and shouted, "Save me! I will give you money. 50 gold. 100 gold. Come and save me! Hurry up!" Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Jianluan's body was split into 2. Blood and internal organs fell all over the sky. At the same time, giant skeletons formed a circle and killed the captain of the guard. Chapter 180, Encryption Mechanism. Outer City. Bullets formed a huge net, harvesting the lives of the White Wolf gang members. Under the powerful firearms, the flesh was as fragile as tofu, and the whole alley was filled with broken flesh and limbs. The gang leader, whose thigh was shot off, supported the ground with his arms, and crawled forward with difficulty. The blood loss and severe pain made him wail in pain with every movement. "Boss, save me! Boss!" His voice was filled with a strong desire to survive. But it obviously didn't work. Galwang, who was at the back, hid in the side yard with a few people, listening to the continuous gunshots. He didn't even dare to look outside. He turned a deaf ear to the members, who were wailing in pain outside. "Fuck! Where did they get this thing? Fuck! 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 This woman is so fucking cruel." Galwang gritted his teeth and cursed. At the same time, he began to regret getting involved in the fight in the inner city. Why did he wade into this muddy water? Moreover, if I had known that today would be like this, I should have wiped out the Spike gang in advance and killed that woman. Damn it, it turned out like this. Suddenly, the gunshots outside stopped. The whole alley was instantly quiet, and the painful wails became clearer and clearer. When Manshaw looked curiously, and found that the barrel of the gun had turned red, and it seemed that it should be paused for a while. But in the current situation, there was no need to use this weapon anymore. He said coldly, "Kill in, don't spare anyone, kill the people of Galwang, and bring in the backbone, and reward 500 silver." All the people of the Spike gang were stunned. Then he immediately reacted, raising his weapon and rushing in. If at the beginning, he did not dare to attack the White Wolf gang, now, there were only a few people left on the other side, and they were all in the gang. So he was not afraid. The other side's head was so valuable, and everyone rushed in, for fear that if they went too late, they would not get any credit when the money was divided. He killed all the wailing White Wolf gang members along the way, and then rushed into the courtyard on the side. When he saw Galwang holding a knife, he killed him. Although Galwang was brave, facing the more numerous Spike gang members, he also showed unusual difficulty. The dagger pierced his chest, and his eyes looking outside were full of despair. "Don't kill me. One man Shah. I admit defeat. The White Wolf gang still has some assets. If you kill me, these assets will not be in your name. Don't kill me!" Galwang shouted loudly. He was about to finish off his men, but his movements paused slightly. He dragged Galwang out of the courtyard, looked up at the distance, and saw Wen Manshaw covering her mouth and nose. It seemed like he was waiting for her result. When Manshaw looked up and said, "Someone in the inner city wants you to die. I can't save you. Kill him." She waved her hand slightly. Her subordinates understood, and the long sword slashed across, cutting Galvan's neck. Blood gushed out. "Sister-in-law, they are all dead. There are not many people left." Someone came over and said. When Manshaw nodded. "Find a few brothers, search here, take away all the useful and valuable ones, and the rest of you clean up the battlefield." "Okay, sister-in-law." No gang fights in the outer city. But after the end, the battlefield must be cleaned up, and the streets cannot be filled with dead bodies, which would affect the living of the surrounding shops or residents tomorrow. Everyone began to do the final battlefield cleaning. When Manshaw asked people to find the bodies of Galvan and several key members, and put them on a cart. They took them with the strange equipment, and walked to their own positions. After this night, the Spike Gang will become famous in the outer city. Inner city. The people from the Iron Guard Knights have arrived, and are approaching this side, Glinda said softly while floating in the air. Wu Hung stood in the courtyard of the Jianluan mansion. He looked back at the location of the gate. When his residence was attacked, this night group saw it, and turned around and left. Now they are coming quickly. How many people are there? Wu Hung asked. Glinda raised his body, looked from a distance and said, there are about 20 to 30 people gathered, but I see some people approaching this side from other directions. Kill them all, and bring back the bodies, Wu Hung said. The skeletons on standby took action again, walked out of the gate, and rushed towards the approaching knights. In the horrified eyes of the knights, the formation was broken up, and countless kitchen knives fell on their heads, directly chopping them to death. Wu Hung walked into the building. Jianluan was a local wealthy businessman and an important member of the secret society. The quality of life can be said to be quite good. The carpets, sofas, potted plants and paintings in the hall, each of which is not something that ordinary people can own. Especially some furniture, with exquisite carvings. The workmanship is not something that ordinary craftsmen can complete. It was in line with the identity of a wealthy merchant. The living environment was too ordinary, and it felt like he had found the wrong place. Wu Hung walked to the stairs, and found the body of Jianluan. The whole person was cut in half, and his eyes were full of fear when he died. Wu Hung found a door, and opened it directly. Move the body, and everything here away, quickly, Wu Hung ordered. The remaining skeletons began to move. They moved the things in the room, and entered the door directly. One by one, they were put in a row, like a colony of ants moving. Soon, the skeletons that had gone out to intercept the guards returned, dragging dozens of bodies in silver armor. Wu Hung continued to direct them to move things. Those that were too big were not needed. All the rest that could be taken away were moved away, leaving nothing behind. When everything was finished, Wu Hung pulled out the bronze key, and put on his cloak. At the reminder of Glinda, he avoided the knights approaching from all sides, disappeared in the night, returned to the residence. The house was empty. Minnie and Anweer were arranged to work for the consortium Lisha. As partners for many times, I still trust her. Moreover, most people dare not offend such a behemoth as the consortium. The hall was dark. Wu Hung lifted the curtain and looked out the window. Confirming that there was nothing suspicious, he went straight to the third floor. Dang dang dang. A white feathered owl was standing on the windowsill in a daze, knocking on the window with its beak. Wu Hung opened the window, took the owl in, took off the note on its leg, and unfolded it to check. The content was very simple. The White Wolf Gang was destroyed. There was no danger. Wu Hung took a pen and wrote, I have no problem here either. Tie it to the owl's leg again, and let it fly out. Wait for Glinda to fly back again. There is no danger outside. Reopen the gate, and head to the zombie world. It was still night here, but there were several solar street lights in the yard, and it was still bright. Wu Hung came to the open space. Check out the harvest this time. On one side are various furniture and paintings, red wine and plates, and on the other side are piled up corpses. Some belong to Jianluan and others, and some belong to the knights. Wu Hung, and did not want to make the situation worse. But the conflict between them has reached a point where it cannot be eased. The other party has already taken action, and if he does not resist in any form, it will only make them more unscrupulous. If they dare to arrest his maid today, they will definitely be more direct tomorrow. The consequences are unimaginable. It would be better to, like this, quickly eliminate the other party. Will it cause any impact? Or if Ratam City really investigates what he did, it is inevitable. We will take it one step at a time. Sitting on a wooden bench, looking at the pile of corpses in front of him, after hesitating for a while, he said to the skeleton beside him, drag him out. Jianluan's body was dragged out directly. Only the upper half, blood dripping. Directly released talk to the dead. The next second, the half-body corpse opened its eyes. Unable to sit up, I can only turn my neck around. Looking over here, there is no emotion. My eyes are gray and lifeless. Who else is involved in the plan against me? Wu Hung asked. The corpse replied. Anil and Capro. Wu Hung asked. Only you three? The corpse said, for this plan, only the three of us discussed it. No one else participated. The reason for assassinating me is mainly because you want to get back the sacrificial wooden stick and the blood cup? Yes. Oh my god. Why do you value these two things? Wu Hung continued to ask. The body of the corpse trembled violently. Just when Wu Heng thought something was going to happen, the corpse stopped trembling and replied, "These two items are very important props with special functions. If we lose them, we will be punished." No mention was made. But Wu Heng could also understand that the punishment mentioned was the punishment of the secret society. These two props are important props of the secret society and cannot be taken back. They are not immune from responsibility. The last question. Wu Heng thought for a moment and continued, "Tell me the members of the secret society you know and their identities." The corpse was stunned, without any answer. Wu Heng frowned and repeated, "Tell me the members of the secret society in this city and their identities." The corpse still did not respond. The next second, the head began to shake violently. With a puff, the power of the dead spirits above the head collapsed, and the corpse fell to the ground with a bang. Wu Heng's eyes widened a little, looking at the scene in front of him in surprise. "I didn't expect this to happen." It seems that, mentioning the secret society members, triggered some confidentiality mechanism. Once detected or questioned in this way, it will collapse. It's like adding a self-destruction program. It seems that, to join the secret society, you have to encrypt. Fortunately, I didn't join them in a rush. The body can no longer be summoned. Wu Heng continued, "Strip him clean." Basson bent down and stripped the body in front of him clean. In addition to the blood-stained dress, there are still many good things on him. Protection pendant, description, a pendant etched with the rune of sword and shield protection, which can form a magical protection at a critical moment and block some of the attack damage. Space ring, description, a prop etched with space magic, with 5 cubic meters of space inside. Chapter 181, the floor is full of props. The 2 ornaments worn by Jian Luan are actually magic props. He is really a wealthy businessman. He is really willing to spend money on himself. He took the 2 ornaments in his hand and looked at them carefully. The rune engraved on the necklace is called Sword and Shield Protection, which can form a magic shield to reduce certain damage. The effect of this prop is really too important. No matter what profession you are in, your own safety is the first consideration. At that time, the light shield that blocked the bullet should be this item. In terms of the kinetic energy of the sniper bullet, it can slightly resist and change the direction, which has proved the strength of this item. It is definitely expensive. Suppressing the joy in my heart, I continue to check the second space ring. This item is not unfamiliar. I have one in my hand, and the style is not much different. The only difference is that mine is 3 cubic meters of storage space, and this one is 5 cubic meters. It doesn't look much bigger, but in fact, the difference in cubic meters is still very large. It can also store more things. Take out the wet wipes and wipe the blood off the 2 props. Wear the necklace directly on your neck, and put the ring on your hand. Use your mental power to communicate with the ring, and immediately sense the item stored inside. Various daily necessities, red wine and food, bags full of silver coins, and some house deeds. As expected, robbing the gentry is the fastest way to make a fortune. Not to mention other things, just these bags of coins, there are at least several thousand coins. Wealthy and powerful. Wu Heng took out 2 property deeds and took a look. They belonged to a tavern and an inn outside the city. It seemed that they should all be properties in the city. The prices of houses in Retam City were sky high, but it was really difficult to deal with them. If he took the property deeds out now, it would be considered as surrendering himself. He should not be blinded by money. In addition to the 2 magic props, the clothes on Jianluan were not cheap. But with his height and body shape, and his miserable appearance, Wu Heng did not intend to take them. Let the skeletons carry them aside first, and wait until daybreak, and carry them out to find a place to bury them. Corpses that have used talk with the dead cannot be converted. It is useless now. The corpses were carried away. Wu Heng continued, "Bring those corpses here." The skeletons immediately stepped forward and carried all the remaining corpses over. They were neatly stacked on the open space in front of them. There were 66 corpses in total, and their identities could be identified from their clothes. On one side were the guards of Jianluan, and several attendants, and the rest were members of the Iron Guard Knights, who wore standard armor. Although the armor was chopped into rotten iron, the pattern could still be recognized. Wu Heng set his eyes on the first corpse. He had seen this man in the sight of Glinda. He was the captain of the guard of Jianluan. He held a flaming long sword in his hand, and with great force, he blocked most of the skeletons alone. He asked people to strip off all his equipment. He looked at the long sword. Scorching long sword, description, a long sword etched with scorching magic, and forged with rare fire element materials. It has a flame effect when swung. Another magic item. I thought before that it was enchanted by a scroll, or that fire magic was applied. Unexpectedly, the long sword itself is a magic item. Then I checked his armor. There were also dense runes inside, which was also a magic item. But it had been severely damaged by hacking. It could not display any equipment information, which was completely scrapped. After checking the equipment, Wu Hung directly released Bone Service, and the necromancy magic wrapped the corpse. The long-lost prompt appeared again. The summoned creature exceeds the ability range of the caster, and the unstable factor increases. Generally, when this prompt appears, it means that the level of the target corpse is higher than that of the caster. This is not a bad thing. The higher the level, the better. The flesh and blood slowly fell off, and the skeleton with thick bones slowly stood up. The hollow eye sockets looked around and walked to the side. Skeleton Combat Master, level 12, level 12. The same level as Bodong. The highest level of the skeleton in his hand now is the 13th level Skeleton Horror Claw. Although it is the highest level, the role it can play is very limited. Most of the time, it is on standby or participating in some patrol work around the prison. The most useful ones are human-shaped skeletons, like Bodong and Basin. With simple disguise, they can be carried around, whether as a bodyguard or doing some work. They can be used. Actually, think about it now. As the enemies I meet become more and more difficult, Basin's level and ability are already a bit difficult. Now this Battle Master appears. He can replace Basin's position. After thinking about it, Wu Hung continued to check the attributes. Skeleton Battle Master, level 12. Level, 12, 0/72,000. Attributes, Constitution 29. Strength 31. Agility 25. Intelligence 17. Perception 17. Charisma 10. Features, Hollow Skeleton. Intermediate Soul. Unyielding. Expertise, Heavy/Light Armor Specialization, Advanced. Two-Handed Sword Specialization, Advanced. Military Weapon Specialization, Basic. Swordsmanship, Gruul Military Swordsmanship. Combat Skills, Disruptive Strike, Disarming Attack, Sweeping Attack, Stabbing Attack, Agile Footwork. The profession is called Battle Master, and it looks very professional. The last one was called a Master of something, and he could fight 5 people alone. Judging from the whole person's panel, he should have received Orthodox Inheritance. And he is not a fighter in the gang who only knows how to swing weapons. His expertise mentioned military equipment expertise, and his swordsmanship is also called Gruul Military Swordsmanship. He should have served in the army for a period of time. He is a genuine fighter. He has no skills, but has added a combat skill, various attack methods and footwork. It looks like he is quite strong. From now on, you will be called Fire Blade. Pick up your weapon and stand aside, Wu Hung said. I didn't know his name, so I just picked one based on his weapon. The skeleton bent down and picked up the weapon on the ground, and stood aside. The armor was already in tatters, and it was impossible to put it on. He just stood aside with his bare bones. Wu Hang's eyes continued to fall on the next corpse. Anil, the former captain of the Blackstone Town team, had a bloody hole between his eyebrows. Bone art release. The skeleton stood up directly. Skeleton Warrior, level 9. Well, the level is not low, reaching level 9. Although it is not as good as the level 12 skeleton just summoned, it is completely in line with his identity as a team leader. Wu Hung took a general look at the attributes, nothing special. He continued to release Dead Corpse Battlefield, and all the remaining skeletons in front of him stood up, looking at this side in a daze. Skeleton Warrior, level 7. Skeleton Swordsman, level 8. Skeleton Ranger, level 8, whether it is the guards of Jianluan or the Iron Guard Knights of Rattan City. Their levels are all 7 or 8. Wu Hung is still very satisfied with this. High-level skeletons are important, but level 7 and 8 are still the backbone. They can form a guard team. It is not necessary to rely on the skeleton group to play a role in all situations. From now on, you will be called Jianair, Jian San, Yui. Wu Hung gave the names one by one. Swordsman, starting from Jianair and going to the back. After all, Jian only broke an arm and was still alive. The warrior started from the first battle, and the rangers did the same. With names like Yuer, there was no other way. There were too many skeletons. Even if I wanted to waste time and gave the names one by one, I might not be able to remember them all. After a long time, the battle happened suddenly, so it was better to sort them in 1234, which was more convenient and easy to remember. After assigning tasks to several skeletons, I walked to another pile of furniture. Paintings, chandeliers, and carpets were all piled together. Wu Hung didn't care much at first, but just glanced at them casually. But his eyes were directly attracted. Eternal flame bathtub with carvings. Life-sustaining plate. Illuminating stone. One by one, magical props for daily life appeared before his eyes. Eternal flame bathtub with carvings. It is a silver bathtub with exquisite carvings, with gorgeous patterns of clover and flowers on the outside, and complex etched runes on the inside. It can ensure the water temperature for the user. Life-sustaining plate. It is a plate etched with life-sustaining magic, which can keep living things and maintain life. The function of this prop. Wu Hung took it in his hand and looked at it. It might be used when eating fresh food. Illuminating stone. It is a crystal stone as white as crystal, which is also etched with illumination runes, which can play a role in lighting, and this kind of illuminating stone is hung with crystal lamps. It's great to be rich. Wu Hung couldn't help but sigh. This time, he had seen the most magic props in one go. Of course, now they are all his. He directed the skeleton to sort out the items. The sky gradually brightened. Wu Hung simply packed up and returned to his residence through the boundary gate. The morning sun shone in through the window. Wu Hung simply ate some instant noodles, and then walked out of the house. He took Basin and Bodong with him, and went directly to the association. After one night, no one came to trouble him, which meant that no evidence pointing to him had been found. Now everything was normal, which was the best choice. Even if there were some doubts, they couldn't do anything to him immediately. After all, he was the captain appointed by the association headquarters. If there were any problems, they had to check and go through the corresponding procedures. If things go bad, I will go hide in the zombie world. As soon as I walked into the association, many people gathered in the hall. People were talking about the topic of the wealthy merchants in the inner city being wiped out, and all the financial resources in the house being robbed. It was as if it was a shocking news. Everyone was talking about it. No one was left. All dead? Where did you get the news? Which wealthy merchant in the inner city doesn't have dozens of guards? How could such a thing happen? No doubt. The Iron Guard Knights have surrounded the building. I just went to take a look. It's really tragic. I know another piece of news. The rest of the people looked over. The White Wolf gang in the outer city was destroyed, and the base was turned into mud, which was even worse. Hearing that it was a gang from the outer city, everyone lost interest. Turning back, they continued to talk about the inner city. You have seen the residence. You should know which wealthy merchant it is. Right? Master Jinwan. Damn. Him. Wu Hung walked past without stopping, and went directly to the lounge. No one has come to the lounge yet. Duke and Marta have not come yet. Wu Hung sat for a while, and just as he was about to get up and go to the residence of Jinwan to watch, there was a knock on the door. A staff member looked over and saw Wu Hung sitting in the lounge. He immediately said respectfully, "Captain Wu Hung, the deacon asked you to come over." "What's the matter?" "I don't know. It seems that some guests have come?" the staff member replied. Wu Hung nodded. "Okay. I understand." The staff member left, and he also got up and made some simple preparations, and went to the deacon's study. Pushing the door open and entering, in addition to the association deacon, there were two people from the Iron Guard Knights standing in the study. One had blonde hair and thick eyebrows, and was not very old, and the other had short brown hair and a beard, and was a serious middle-aged man. "Wu Hung, this is the leader of the Knights. Mirko, I want to ask you something," the deacon said. "Commander Mirko." Wu Hung nodded expressionlessly. The middle-aged man looked him up and down, and said directly, "Captain Wu Hung, there is a serious security incident in the inner city, and I need to ask you a few questions." "Oh, please go ahead. Where were you last night?" "At home." "Are there any witnesses?" The other party continued to ask. "No." The man still looked at him. "Last night, Jianwan's home was attacked. Did you know about this?" Wu Hung said, "Yes." "You don't think it has anything to do with me? I am the captain appointed by the association headquarters, and my ideological awareness has been recognized by the organization." "Oh, that's really strange. I heard that the captain has a weapon that can shoot hidden weapons with amazing lethality." As he said, he took out an orange bullet from his arms, and placed it on the deacon's desk. "Explain it." Chapter 182, If they find out, they will die. When Wu Hung saw the bullets that the other party took out, he did not show any surprise. At that time, Hunter 1 sniped the enemy from a long distance, and fired more than 1 or 2 shots, and not every shot hit the target. The skeleton was asked to search for the bullets at the scene. But there were still some bullets that fell into the grass, or penetrated the ground and walls, and could not be found in a short time. The Iron Guard Knights searched during the day, and it was not surprising to find these bullets. Do you think I killed him? Wu Hung said. I'm just asking. What does Captain Wu Hung mean by resisting? Another young Knights member stepped forward and continued to ask. Wu Hung waved his hand and said, Which eye of yours saw me resisting? The young Knights member's expression froze, and his face became more and more ugly. The middle-aged leader signaled the young member not to worry, and said directly, Captain Wu Hung should explain this thing. Why it appeared in the residence of Jinwan. The other party didn't want to digress, and pulled the topic back to the warhead. Wu Hung shook his head. It's not mine. How do you prove it's not yours? This is a weapon, similar to a crossbow. If I have it, other people can get it, and ours is obviously different. Wu Hung opened the pistol, took out a bullet, and put it on top. The other party took out the bullet, but the difference can still be seen. The type and size are obviously different. The middle-aged man took it and compared it, and continued, We need to take this equipment away for verification. Our association has regulations that members' equipment and props are personal property, and cannot be occupied in any form. Of course, I am willing to cooperate with your investigation. Let the deacon write an application to the headquarters. After approval, I will immediately hand over the weapon to you. Wu Hung put the bullet back and stuffed it back into the magazine. Deacon Gomez glanced at him, and then said, Wu Hung just came to the association. There is no reason to have so much hatred with the other party. You should investigate other people. Do you know Jianwan? The middle-aged man still did not give up. I did meet him once. He wanted to buy a prop from me, but we couldn't reach an agreement on the price. Wu Hung replied. What happened next? I didn't meet him later. If we have a conflict, we will immediately go to the association to solve it. There is no need to go to this extent. Wu Hung explained according to his own thoughts. The two did not ask any more questions, but wrote it down in the notebook. Deacon Gomez. Excuse me. We will go back first. The two saluted Gomez, and then said to Wu Hung, Mr. Wu Hung, please do not leave the city before the investigation is clear. That's not necessarily true. If there is a mission, I will lead the team to carry out the mission. Wu Hung said. The other party had no way to deal with Wu Hung, so he turned and left. When only the deacon and him were left in the study, Gomez asked, Do you have a conflict with the knights? Wu Hung also knew his attitude, and was obviously resisting. So he said directly, Deacon, a group of masked men appeared in my house yesterday and tried to rob property. At that time, the knights were watching the fun nearby. Now a wealthy merchant has died, and they acted as if it was a big deal. I'm just angry. Is there such a thing? Gomez frowned even more deeply. Is it the group that assassinated you last time? Not sure. It's very likely related to them. I'll arrange some people for you to add spies around your residence, the deacon said. Wu Hung shook his head and said, I have made some arrangements myself. If there is still danger, I will report to the deacon. Well, you go back first. Don't conflict with the knights. They represent the city lord's mansion. We should keep each other's face. Yes, deacon, Wu Hung said, and turned to leave. Two people from the knights left the association. The young member said hesitantly, Commander. When answering questions, he was obviously resistant and nervous. He is very suspicious. The middle-aged commander looked at him and said, Maybe, if there is no substantial evidence, we can't do anything to him. Just let him go. Let the city lord handle it. And we just need to do our own things. The middle-aged commander continued. Jianwan's mansion now looks like a haunted house. You can see blood and traces of fighting all over the floor, but the bodies and furniture all disappeared out of thin air. This is not something that ordinary people can do. It's just a formality. No one wants to investigate further. If they find the murderer today, they won't live to see tomorrow. Wu Hung walked out of the study, still controlling his expression, to prevent any spying from secretly observing his every move. Jinwan is dead, and it seems that there is no serious crisis. At least the association did not intervene, and the Iron Guard Knights of Rentam City only visited and investigated. It was not serious enough to immediately break with Rentam City. This is a good thing. I hope the situation will calm down, and we can return to normal life. Of course, Jin-1 is dead, and the fat man in the secret society knows about his plan. I have to be careful. If the other party comes forward to provide evidence, or does something out of line, I have to be prepared in advance. Back to the lounge. Duke sat on the sofa and ate as soon as the door opened. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, he immediately showed an expression of discovering a big secret, and said, "Captain, someone died in the inner city, and everyone is discussing this matter now. Do you think we will be rewarded with merit if we catch the murderer?" Wu Hung was almost angry and said, "If there is no wanted order, why should we catch him? This is the job of the Iron Guard Knights. There are already many enemies around us, so let's not provoke others." "Oh, you are right." Duke sat down again and continued, "Captain, Glask asked me to tell you that a new batch of armor is ready. When someone at home can deliver it to you directly. Glask is the name of the owner of the Mao Liao armor store. Duke always mentioned it, and after a long time, I remembered it. Let's go. Let's go and take a look together." "Okay." The two stood up and walked directly outside. The outer city area was also a bit chaotic. Along the way, there were gang members walking in groups. Everyone looked alert, as if there was danger at any time. Wu Hung and Duke came to the Mao Liao armor store. There were a few more orcs in the store, and they seemed to be helping to guard the store. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, the orc boss immediately smiled. "Captain is here, and the store just happened to have some beast milk delivered, which is very good for the body. You can take some away and bring it back for your friends to taste. Orcs are not as dull and honest as the rumors say." As a businessman, he still knows some social etiquette. Wu Hung walked into the store with a smile and asked, "What happened in the outer city today? Why are there guards at the door of the store?" The boss carefully looked outside and said in a low voice, "You don't know yet. Last night, the White Wolf gang was wiped out. No one survived. The whole street was full of broken meat and limbs, and people are still cleaning it up. A thick layer of blood scab. It was because of the White Wolf gang. Isn't it normal for gangs to fight? Why are you so nervous? The White Wolf gang is a big gang, and it has a lot of industries. The gang that destroyed the White Wolf gang has no idea about these industries. But the other gangs can't sit still. If no one comes out to mediate, a melee is likely to break out. We are also afraid. We have added more guards to prevent someone from taking advantage of the chaos." The boss continued. "Oh, that's right." Wu Hung nodded. "Captain, do you want to inspect the goods, or should I have someone deliver them to you directly?" The boss continued. "Take me there." "Oh, okay." The boss thought he was going to inspect the goods, and he was ensuring the quality of his own products along the way. "Enter the warehouse," pointing to several piles of leather armor. "These are all, you can check them at will." Wu Hung nodded and took a casual look. He put them all into the space ring. The boss was stunned, and immediately understood the storage props, and then flattered a few more words. Wu Hung continued, "Do you have plate armor for human warriors? I want better quality." "What you said, of course we have it. Please come this way, I will show you." The boss took him back to the front store, and introduced the plate armor on the wooden shelf. All metal covered, lined with leather. "It looks pretty good. How much?" "Full set? A full set is 420 silver coins." The boss said. "Can you get a discount if you take more?" The boss said, "Captain, what's the difference between taking more and taking less? If you take one set, I'll give you the lowest price, for 100 silver coins." Wu Hung didn't waste any words, and said directly, "I want 60 sets. Poof, the boss, who was drinking water, spurted it out suddenly. 60 sets? What's wrong?" Wu Hung asked. "Well, I'll have someone prepare it right away." The boss immediately went down, and had someone start packing the protective gear. After everything was packed, Wu Hung also collected all of them, counted out the corresponding silver coins, and handed them over to the other party. The boss's face was full of smiles. Then, someone came over with 2 leather water bags behind him. The boss said, "Captain, this is the animal milk brought back from the tribe. Take it back and try it. If you like it, I'll have someone send it to you next time." No, I'm not used to drinking this." "Try it. It's good for your body." The two of them gave in, but Wu Hung still put it away. He really couldn't accept the orc's things and taste. After buying things, he let Duke go home first. He also walked out of the store, and headed for the location of the Spike Gang. Under the guidance of his younger brother, Wu Hung walked directly into the courtyard. When Man Sha was wearing leather armor, with a cold face and a bit of murderous intent. You go out first and guard the outside. Yes, sister-in-law. The younger brother walked out directly. Those who stayed by his side were all Wen Manchu's confidants, many of whom had participated in the battle to protect the maids in the inner city yesterday. Naturally. I guess something. Wait until the gate is closed. When Man Sha restrained her serious expression. Master, she called softly, and came up directly. Are you not injured? No, but I was still scared. When Man Sha pulled him aside, and lifted the straw mat, revealing several corpses. He is the leader of the White Wolf Gang, and the rest are the backbones, all here. The corpses were pale, and obviously had been dead for some time. They were indeed the people who intercepted him. Well done. Thank you, Master. Wu Hung released bone art to the corpses. The flesh and blood fell off, and the corpses stood up. These corpses will follow you in the future, and continue to manage the gang. When Manchu's eyes widened, showing surprise and joy. Chapter 183, Hurry Up Skeleton Swordsman, Level 10. Skeleton Warrior, Level 9. Skeleton Ranger, Level 8. The attributes of several skeletons also appeared completely in front of us. As a large gang, the White Wolf Gang is quite powerful. The leader is a Level 10 swordsman, and the other backbones are all Level 8 and Level 9 professionals. With these people in charge, the gang really has some strength. If we only rely on the Spike Gang, we are not qualified to fight against the White Wolf Gang. The White Wolf Gang was destroyed, still relying on the power of the heavy machine gun. Wu Hung handed these skeletons to Wen Manchu, also with his own ideas. In this operation, Wen Manchu played a big role. Not only did she delay the plan of the secret society to capture the maid, she also obeyed orders to clean up the White Wolf Gang. Even though Wen Manchu was his slave, both sides had slave contract restrictions, and had to obey his orders. But she performed outstandingly, and played a big role. Similarly, Wen Manchu's incident this time, I am afraid it will also attract the attention of various forces. One's own safety also needs to be considered. Gang members are unreliable, and these skeletons are still needed. After all, the secret society only lost one Jianluan, and there may be others watching here in secret. Wen Manchu also widened her eyes at this time. First she was surprised, and then she was surprised. She also understood a little about the role of the undead servant. The simplest and most intuitive role is to be completely loyal and obedient. Even if you let him rush into the fire, to take a trivial thing, they will also rush in without hesitation. In the gang, loyalty is rarer than gold. And these skeletons in front of him, once established the White Wolf Gang. Now they are handed over to me. Not only will my position be more reliable, the Spike Gang also has the foundation of the White Wolf Gang. As long as they are carefully managed for a period of time. When the number of people reaches a certain scale, the Spike Gang will also become a large gang in the outer city, and its strength will far exceed that of the current one. Thinking of this, Wen Manchu's expression became more excited. Carefully raised her eyes. The eyes looking over were more affectionate. Master, you are so kind. Well, you deserve it. Wu Hung continued to say to the skeletons, you guys, obey her orders in the future. Crash. Several skeletons walked out of the rotten meat and stood behind Wen Manchu. Wu Hung continued, give them names, so that it will be easier to assign tasks later. Wen Manchu nodded and began to name the skeletons one by one. Unlike Wu Hang's 1234, Wen Manchu could call out their original names. After all, they were all members of the gang, and they all had some information about each other. Wu Hung walked to the side. He put away the heavy machine gun that he gave Wen Manchu last night. He dismantled it from the prison wall. And it didn't have to be put back. But it couldn't be placed here. If it is lost, or some organizations targeted for imitation, it will be a troublesome thing for me. If Wen Manchu needs it later, I can give it to her. But I'd better put it away now. After naming it, Wen Manchu walked over quickly, took his arm intimately, and said softly, Master, has the matter in the inner city been resolved? It seems that the matter in the inner city has not spread yet. At least Wen Manchu has not received any information. It is considered to be resolved. If the Iron Guard Knights investigate, remember to insist that you know nothing, and make up a feud with the White Wolf Gang. Be careful when you go out, so as not to cause any problems. Wu Hung instructed. Okay, I'll be careful, Wen Manchu said, pulling him into the room. Wu Hung looked at her impatient look and said, let's go. Your subordinates are all outside. It's not good to be heard. No one is coming in. Hurry up. The two walked into the room behind them. When Manshaw quickly undressed, she threw herself into her arms, kissed her hard, and took off her clothes. Wu Heng picked her up and put her on the desk behind him. In the afternoon, Wu Heng came out of Wen Manch's residence. He returned to the inner city. He did not immediately pick up his two maids. Instead, he went to a residential area in the inner city, the secret society, where the fat man named Capro lived. When he was talking to Jianluan about the dead, the assassination of Wu Heng, in addition to him and Anil, the fat man also knew about it. Now the Iron Guard Knights are visiting and investigating. Even without solid evidence, the fat man is an unstable factor. We need to check the other party's situation first, and then make plans for the next step. After standing in the dim alley for a while, Glinda, who was responsible for checking the situation, flew back in stealth, floating in the air. He said softly, "There is no one you mentioned in the building. Only the butler and some servants. Maybe the location is wrong. Not here? It shouldn't be. According to the information Wu Heng got, the other party lives here. Even if he went out temporarily, there should be some traces left in the building. Intelligence shows that he lives here. Something may have happened," Wu Heng said, and took out the shapeless veil from the space ring and put it on his head. She turned into a fat and strong female mercenary and walked out of the alley. She walked into the building. Dong dong dong. She knocked on the door twice. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged man in butler's clothes. He looked him up and down and asked, "What's the matter?" "I have an appointment with Mr. Capro." "Is he home?" Wu Heng said. "Oh, it turns out that you are the lady who made an appointment with the master." The housekeeper thought for a while, took out 3 silver coins and handed them over, saying, "The master has something urgent and went out first. He will probably come back in a while. Come back next time." Wu Heng took the money blankly, not understanding what it meant. He asked, "Why did you leave suddenly?" "We don't know either. You can leave your address. When the master comes back, we will arrange someone to find you." The housekeeper continued, "If you accompany the master, you'd better dress up in advance. Don't come here in this outfit." "Well, I'll come back next time," Wu Heng said, turning around and leaving. The housekeeper stood at the door, muttered, "The master's taste is getting weirder," and then closed the door. Wu Heng walked back to the alley and took off her veil. Obviously, the fat man ran away. This morning, the news of Jianluan spread, and the fat man must have guessed something and ran away directly. He is fat, but his reaction is really fast. He leaned against the wall and thought for a while. It's better for him to leave directly. He is not in the city, and there is no telephone in this world, which means that the Iron Guard Knights cannot find him. After a while, he wanted to prove himself. It was difficult to produce any effective evidence. With his courage, whether he would come back was another matter. After thinking it over, he walked out of the alley and walked away. Snake Emblem Group. In the reception room. "Master, you are here to pick us up." Minnie flew over 2 or 3 meters away. Wu Heng caught her and patted her back gently. Behind her were Anvir and Lisha in a silk dress. "Good, you go to the door to wait for me first. We will go back in a while," Wu Heng said. 2 women nodded, leave the reception room and closed the door. Elijah sitting aside, jade legs over, looking at him curiously. "I didn't expect you also raised 2 little maids. The original deacon take care of my life," Wu Heng explained casually. "Human, I don't like orthodox orcs, but for the human appearance of rabbit female fox girl, animal characteristics, very enthusiastic. Wu Hengyan is less golden. It is not surprising that there are 2 maids at home." Lisha just made a joke, and didn't talk too much about it. Instead, she continued, "Did you do what happened with Jianluan? I've heard about it, too. It has nothing to do with me. I don't have the ability to do it," Wu Heng said. He entrusted the maid to Lisha. That night, this happened. With Lisha's wisdom, she must have inferred that it was 9 out of 10. The consortium also has its own sources of intelligence. Once they are combined, they will probably lock onto him. Wu Heng was not afraid that Lisha would betray him. But there were some things that he could never admit. Once he admitted it, things would become even more troublesome. Lisha rolled her eyes at him. "Jianluan is a member of the secret society." "Oh!" Wu Heng looked at her. "Do you know the other members? What are you going to do? You really want to kill them all?" Lisha said in surprise. I already said it wasn't me. Wu Hong emphasized, and continued, thank you for helping me take care of them. Heh, when you sent it to me, you didn't give me a chance to refuse. You are a good friend. When you need help, just ask. Solve this year's goal business for me. Leisha supported her chin and said directly, regarding the goal performance, she has set her sights on him. She talks about it every time, as if he is the only one in Rentam City who is gold. There will be a chance, Wu Hong said. The two sat together and chatted for a while. Wu Hong asked about the skill book, and then said goodbye to him, leaving the consortium, returning to the residence with the maid. Although the two did not know what happened, they knew it must be related to the criminals who came to the residence before. Master, is everything okay? Envier said. Well, no problem. The store will be open as usual tomorrow. And I will also arrange new guards for you. Wu Hong continued. Oh, okay. Master. A simple explanation. Wu Hong returned upstairs, and the two women began to prepare today's dinner downstairs. After a while, Minnie's soft singing was heard. Wu Hong opened the door and went directly to the zombie world. He walked out of the office building. There were densely packed skeletons standing outside the building. They were neatly arranged. In the distance, Xiangzi and others were playing basketball, and the women sat aside to watch and chat. Inside the prison, there was no sign of the Doomsday situation. Wu Hong looked at it from a distance, and didn't pay much attention to it. He took out various armors from the space ring. In addition to the 200 sets of leather armor, he also bought 60 sets of metal plate armor separately. He put the leather armor aside, and let the big-headed skeleton command the ordinary skeletons to line up, and go forward one by one to receive the armor and put it on. Wu Hong himself, with 60 sets of metal plate armor, went to the side directly. Come, you come over, and put on the armor. Huoren and the skeletons transformed last night, all came over. Pick up the armor on the ground and put it on directly. Wearing the armor on his body, it really adds a bit of momentum. Soon, Li Yang walked over quickly. She said, I haven't left the house for several days. Yes. Wu Hong nodded, and then continued, Bassin will follow you in the future to protect your safety. Is this okay? Chapter 184, and offered it voluntarily. Bassin has always been with Wu Hong, serving as a personal guard. In Li Yahong's opinion, Bassin is definitely different from ordinary skeletons. At least, he is a skeleton who knows martial arts, and has very high fighting skills. Now he is assigned to her. Is there any burden? Wu Hong saw her. No, give it to me. What will you do? Li Yang asked. Oh, I can just pick another one. Is one enough for you? Otherwise, I will arrange two for you. Wu Hong continued. One is enough. It's so safe here. If there are skeletons following us every day, it will easily cause panic among the survivors. Li Yang said. Wu Hong nodded. In fact, Bassin is enough. Wu Hong will follow us when there are major operations. Bassin, you will follow Li Yang from now on to protect her safety. Bassin walked out from one side and stood beside Li Yang. He stood there in a proper manner, like a bodyguard. Bassin, please take care of me in the future, Li Yang said politely. Bassin did not respond. Wu Hong did not dwell on this topic for long, and continued to ask, what have you done in the past 2 days? Li Yang took out a small notebook, and said, more than 300 iron spears were produced, more than 500 javelins were produced. The convoy went back and forth to the auto repair shop twice, and brought back 525 boxes of various daily necessities, and collected 3 trucks of supplies from supermarkets and grain and oil stores along the way. And the radio station reported that there were survivors who were planning to join us, and would come over in the next 2 days. Good guy, there are accurate numbers. Well, not bad. It seems to be the right decision to hand these over to Li Yang. At least the situation is stable, everyone is proceeding according to the original plan, and the efficiency is quite good. Can the survivors come over? Wu Hong asked. Most of the roads are still occupied by zombies. It's not as easy as driving to come over. Maybe they will be killed by the zombies as soon as they go out. I planned a map for them. As long as they enter the road we have cleared, they will be safer. Li Yang was silent for a while, and then said, we can't save everyone. That's right. I'll let the big-headed skull lead the team to clean up along the road again tonight. Wu Hong said. Okay. What's the information outside? Wu Hong continued to ask. Didn't you mention the Yenshin shelter last time? There are armored vehicles. I reconfirmed with him, and they will indeed sell armored vehicles to the outside world. The exchange rate is 200 bags of rice. Li Yong said. 200 bags of rice. This is not a small amount. At this time, food is an important material, especially now that autumn has arrived. In winter, without food, a large number of people will be reduced. 200 bags. No shelter is willing to take so many to exchange for armored vehicles. Yinshan Shelter can offer such conditions. Either they are showing off their weapons and equipment to attract more survivors to join them, or they are just using them for their own use and deliberately raising the price so that they can make a profit if they are willing to exchange, and they won't lose out if no one exchanges. Besides armored vehicles, what else do they have? I heard there are rifles, light machine guns and other things, but I don't know much about them, and I don't know the difference. Li Yong thought for a while and answered. Wu Heng nodded. Let's not consider him for now. Let's plan tomorrow's action. Let's see which commercial street is nearby. The kind with gold and silver shops. Let's go there to plunder supplies tomorrow. Okay. Li Yong nodded. Although she didn't understand. Why would she look for gold and silver shops in the end times? But Wu Heng's actions must have their own purpose. Gold shops are generally gathered in busy commercial streets. There are many shops there. And supplies can also be plundered. The work is over. Li Yong didn't plan to leave immediately. She looked at the other party carefully and said in a low voice, Last time, weren't you curious about why the shelter kept Grandma Wangke? Ah. Why? Li Yong moved closer and said mysteriously, Grandma Wangke is a fortune teller. In the past, people in the village would ask her to see things. People in the village believe in these things. And she is more prestigious. Wu Heng frowned and immediately understood what he meant. Many of the older generation in the countryside still believe in these things. Especially in some remote areas. Plus the end of the world. Everything becomes weird. And the people in the village may be more convinced of the existence of demons and ghosts. Even if his grandmother did not make any contribution. She has been protecting it until now. Speaking as a professional. Northeast shaman. Does it work? Wu Heng asked curiously. I don't know about this. I guess it may. It may have some effect. Li Yong couldn't say for sure. I dare not say anything. If it really matters, I will talk nonsense and cause trouble. Even ghosts have appeared. What gods are there? It is not unacceptable. Then let her grandmother tell us, we are friendly forces, don't cause trouble for us. Wu Heng also whispered. Are you afraid too? Li Yong's eyes were slightly curved, full of smiles and ridicule. I was most afraid of these when I was a child. I don't believe you. The two stood in front of the door and chatted for a while. Li Yong still had to arrange work. So they had to separate. Li Yong went to the court to arrange tomorrow's tasks with Qiangzi and others. And Qiangzi and others who were playing basketball, when they saw the figure following behind her, immediately exclaimed, Wow, Sister Hong, isn't this the skull brother beside the king? How did he follow you here? Hello. Skeleton brother. The others behind him also bowed and saluted. Bassin had his own leather armor, and had always been by Wu Heng's side, and his appearance was very easy to recognize. Now he followed Li Yong like a bodyguard, which still surprised everyone. Li Yong said, This is Bassin, he will be responsible for protecting me in the future, don't make a fuss. Wow, big sister is awesome. Li Yong rolled her eyes at him. Don't be so loud all the time, I'm going out to search for supplies tomorrow, you can take people to check the vehicle later, pack everything you need to carry when you leave, don't make any mistakes. Don't worry, Sister Hong, I'm the best at these. Xiangzi patted his chest. Well, you guys go have fun, don't forget the business. Li Yong said, walking towards the residential building. Xiangzi threw the basketball to others. He quickly followed. He asked with a gossipy face, Sister Hong, how far have you developed? Li Yong frowned, said, What nonsense! Sister Hong, many women are eyeing that side, you have to keep an eye on your brother-in-law, in this world, everyone wants to find a reliable backer. Xiangzi quickly followed, and continued. Li Yong narrowed her eyes slightly. Who are they? All the young ones. I'm just a man. Why don't I try too? Xiangzi slapped his butt. I think you're really itching for a fight. Sister Hong. I think the king has feelings for you too. Otherwise why would he assign Brother Bassin to you? He must value you. Hearing this, Li Yong was still a little happy in her heart. Among the many survivors, it is also a kind of preference for herself. But his face was still serious. And he said, Don't talk nonsense. Really? Big sister. After a pause, Xiangzi continued, He is not smart. Big sister. You have to take the initiative. It's hard for a girl to chase a boy. You have to find a way to break through this veil. Otherwise you will regret it if you are seduced by another little fairy in the future. Li Yang coughed lightly. How to break through. Next time when you two are alone. Take the initiative. Returning to Rentam City. The sky has darkened. There is a faint sound of thunder. It looks like it is to rain. 3 people have eaten dinner, sitting in the living room on the first floor to rest. Minnie still practiced her flower fist and embroidered her legs. Hoo-ha. The momentum is still sufficient. Like her. I only train now. Actually, it is late. It is difficult to achieve any achievements in the future. But everything is relative. Be a maid. It may not require much combat skills, mainly to enhance physical fitness and own protection. After arranging a new guard for the two, they also returned to the room to rest. The night was dark. Crack! A thunderous sound woke Wu Hung from his sleep. He grabbed his weapon instantly and looked around vigilantly. It was raining heavily outside the window, with lightning and thunder. Wu Hung walked out of the room, Ba Wudong and Ho Run still guarding the door. And at the corner of the stairs, Minnie was squatting in the corner of the terrace with her head in her hands. Minnie? Wu Hung called. Master. Minnie raised her head pitifully. Oh, you scared me. Why are you squatting there if you're not sleeping? Wu Hung was a little speechless. I'm afraid of thunder, Minnie said shyly. Wu Hung picked up a blanket and covered her with it. You won't be afraid if you squat here? Yeah, better. Minnie stood up. In the bedroom, Minnie curled up in his arms and was a little nervous. Wu Hung hugged her, put his ear close to hers, and asked softly. Minnie. The bunny girl said softly, Master, we will be yours sooner or later. Soon, the bunny girl in front of him was stripped clean. Her skin was white and smooth, and her figure was slim. Unlike a mature woman like Wen Shaw, Minnie is full of youthful vitality. Crack! Another thunderclap. Minnie screamed, and clung to the other person tightly. On the second floor, the thunder woke up the sleeping Anduir. She looked up at the heavy rain outside the window, and went out to check the doors and windows on the first floor. But they were all closed. There was no sign of rain. Just as she was about to go back to the room, she heard a strange sound coming from the stairs. Like a cat's cry, with varying speeds. After careful identification, she could hear Minnie's moan. With pain and discomfort, his expression became serious, and he immediately suspected that another enemy had sneaked into his residence. But then, a voice suddenly became joyful and high-pitched, and he immediately realized what was going on upstairs. He spat and went back to his room. He tossed and turned, and couldn't fall asleep. The voice upstairs kept drilling into his ears, making him feel hot and uncomfortable. After a long while, he stopped breathing and just breathed a sigh of relief. It started again, and he took the initiative to deliver it. Chapter 185, Take a Rest. The next morning, it was still drizzling outside the window. Andyville yawned, walked down from upstairs, and heard singing from the kitchen. Walking over, she saw Minnie cooking and humming a song. She looked in a good mood. How are you? Andyville asked. Minnie, who was cooking, was startled by the sudden question, and the kitchen utensils in her hand almost fell to the ground, and she was in a hurry to hold them steady. Sister Wei, what did you say just now? I said, how are you? If you don't feel well, you don't have to accompany me to the store. Stay at home first. Minnie's face flushed instantly, and she said shyly, I'm fine, I'll go with you. Really, there shouldn't be many customers in this weather today. You stay at home, and have a good rest. Rest for a day. Minnie looked even more embarrassed, shaking Andaway's arm, and half coquettishly said, Sister Wei, I'm really fine, I'll go with you. I'm fine at home. When those bad guys come, I'll be even more scared. Are you really fine? I'm really fine. Then you've been screaming for most of the night. Minnie's neck turned red, and after a long time of groaning, she said, It doesn't hurt. Oh, I can't explain it to you. Andaway stopped teasing her, helping to prepare breakfast. When Wu Hung came down, breakfast was already on the table. Master. Minnie smiled sweetly. Wu Hung nodded and asked, Are you feeling well? Master, why do you say that? Minnie said coquettishly. Anweer laughed secretly on the side, but did not say anything. The three of them sat down at the table. Wu Hung continued, I have prepared new guards for you. All of them are level 8 skeletons. Take them with you when you go out. Level 8. It is already a high level. He can be the leader of a small gang, and a key figure in a large gang. In Rentam City, At least some powerful lords have such a configuration. Thank you, Master. The two nodded in thanks. After a simple meal, Wu Hung prepared to go upstairs. Before leaving, he said, Minnie, if you feel uncomfortable, stay at home today. Oh, Master, please go upstairs quickly. Minnie pushed him upstairs. Then he cleaned up the dishes and followed Envier out of the house with an umbrella. Wu Hung glanced at the time. He opened the gate and headed directly to the zombie world. Inside the prison, the convoy was ready. The big-headed skeleton commanded the ordinary skeletons and slowly boarded the back of the truck. Wu Hung stood not far away, accompanied by Li Yong. The location we chose this time is the Yingdu Mall in the county. There is a gold shop on the first floor, and there are also many supplies. You can collect a lot of supplies in one trip, Li Yong said softly while holding a tablet. Yingdu Mall may not be well known in other places, but it is the most prosperous place in the county. It has declined in recent years, but the mall is still open, and it is a shopping place for nearby residents. Li Yong chose this place because of her own considerations. While meeting Wu Heng's requirements, she also needs to have sufficient supplies to deal with the upcoming winter. Malls are more comprehensive. They have everything, including bedding, cotton-padded clothes, and a visit can solve many problems. For Wu Hung, this place in the county is not bad. The main thing is to solve the problem of gold bars. With gold bars, all needs can be met. At the same time, the county is also the only way to the city. He still remembers clearly that he promised Xiao Xiao that if he could go to the city, he would help her find her mother. Although at present, it is unlikely that the other party is alive. But as long as it is not really confirmed that the other party is dead, there is still hope. Before rescuing Wangke's grandmother, everyone thought it was a waste of time, and at most it would give Wangke some psychological comfort. But the facts prove that his grandmother was still alive. She was a famous fortune teller in the village and had great prestige. The little mother may not be in danger. Of course, we have to get there as soon as possible. Okay, how is the route set? Wu Hung asked. Follow this road. You will definitely encounter some zombies on the way. This road is wider, and the chance of being blocked will be smaller. Li Yong enlarged the map on the tablet and showed a road. After the convoy started driving, the zombies were just chasing behind and could not pose much threat. The most troublesome thing was to clear the obstacles on the road. Scrapped vehicles or dumped goods blocked the road. Frequently, cleaning is required every few meters, which is very time-consuming. So the road selection is also very important. Well, okay. Wu Hung had no objection. Li Yong arranged everything very well, at least in his opinion, there was no problem. Not long after, Jiangzi in the distance waved his hand and shouted, "We can set off! Get in the car!" Li Yong entered the driver's seat. Wu Hung and the other skeletons also boarded the bus. After making sure everything was ready, Li Yong picked up the walkie-talkie. "Let's go!" The convoy started and drove directly out of the prison gate. The convoy followed the road and returned to the main road. Following the direction of the original community, it drove through Changjingzi district and continued to the county. Changjingzi district had been cleared once before by Wu Hung and others. But when they came back again, there were still many zombies wandering around. Although it could not achieve the effect of a zombie swarm, the number was not small. The convoy did not stop, it drove quickly and continued to move towards the county. The main road is still very smooth. Simple obstacles along the way, the front car can directly knock away the corners, ensuring the normal passage of the convoy behind. A large group of corpses began to follow behind. "Didn't sleep well last night?" Li Yong asked casually. "What's wrong? You don't look very mentally well. Maybe you didn't get enough rest." Li Yong's tone was concerned. Wu Hung subconsciously touched his face. "It should be, I slept late last night. Maybe I didn't get enough rest." Li Yong glanced at him and continued, "You should find someone to take care of you. There are so many young girls in the prison. Don't you like any of them?" Even though he was not rich in this aspect, he could hear the other party's tentative tone. Smiling, she said, "With you. Why do we need anyone else?" Li Yong blushed. "You have good taste. What about you? You are the boss of the shelter. Don't you want to find a man?" Wu Hung asked with a smile. Li Yong's eyes were a little vague. She glanced at him, and then said, "I do. But some people are slow to react. And it seems that they can't react." Wu Hung actually knew what Li Yong meant to him. He also liked this smart partner. "But in the other world, I already have several female confidants in this world, Some of them I don't know how to deal with. In the other world, the strong can have multiple partners, and no one will blame you. Although the strong in this world can also have more women, their ideas are still different, and it may become very troublesome. Just about to speak. The voices of other members came from the intercom. The road ahead is blocked, it takes time to clear the road. At the same time, the voice came from the rear car. There are many zombies behind the car. If you stop the car, you may be besieged by zombies. Li Yong looked up. Wu Hung said directly, "Let the convoy pull over. And all the skeletons are ready to meet the enemy." Li Yong nodded, picked up the walkie-talkie and gave orders. The convoy stopped at the side. And a large number of skeletons also got out of the back car. They surrounded the convoy neatly and entered the battle state. Wu Hung opened the car door and looked back. A large number of skeletons rushed towards this side. Prepare for javelins. Crash! The skeletons took out their javelins one after another and got into the throwing posture. Release. Whoosh! The whistling sound of breaking wind sounded. The spears fell into the madly running zombies, like black raindrops. Amidst the clanging sound of the ground, a large number of zombies were pierced by the iron spears, and their bodies were cut and stuck on the ground. Spears ready. Release. Whoosh! The second batch of spears fell from the sky, and zombies fell again. Then came the third and fourth batches of spears. Like a harvester, they washed the battlefield over and over again. When the zombies approached, there were only 100 zombies, and their bodies were broken and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he was killed by the skeleton group. The entire battlefield fell into silence instantly, and the skeleton group also returned to standby mode. The survivors who accompanied him stared with their eyes wide open, unbelievable. Is this the end? So many zombies just fell to the ground and disappeared. Especially Qiangzi and others who had come from the auto repair shop. They had witnessed the fighting style of the earliest group of skeletons. Basically only close combat. Now, the entire skeleton team is constantly improving. From the bare skeleton at the beginning, to now wearing leather armor. From simple melee attacks, to long-range spear throwing. Now it seems that the power of King Yama is more terrifying than they imagined. The summoned skeleton is not only a tool that can swing weapons, but also improves itself. Xiangzi, what are you doing? Get out of the car and clear the obstacles. Li Yahong's urging voice came from the intercom. Oh, okay, Sister Hong, Xiangzi replied, jumped out of the car, and drove the forklift to clear the scrapped vehicles blocking the road. At the same time, Li Yan continued to give orders. The rest of you look around, and carry whatever you have looted into the car, and be careful. The road where the convoy stopped. There are many digital stores on both sides. Although this world has lost the internet, some functions on mobile phones such as photography and radio can still be used. High-end products that were previously unaffordable are now available for free. Everyone got off the car and began to enter the store, moving the products inside. A few ordinary commercial vehicles can hold these things. Wu Hung was commanding a large group of skeletons. He began to clean up the zombies along the way and collected the javelins thrown out. Li Yang set her sights on a fresh food supermarket a little further away. It was a little far away, but the zombies on the whole street were attracted here. There shouldn't be any problem. She glanced at the people who were moving things. Brother Wang, come with me to take a look over there. Li Yang called out. Wang Chungang took a look. Okay, Sister Hong, and took the other two people, and followed Li Yang to the opposite side. The fresh food store still had a banner with special offers. On it hung a half-dried intestine, swaying in the wind. Pushing the door open, a rotten and moldy smell hit me in the face. Even if I covered my mouth and nose, I was almost fainted by the smell. All the fruits and vegetables on the shelves had already molded and deteriorated, and some even grew new branches and buds. The ground was covered with sticky water stains, and when I stepped on it with my boots, I still felt a strong stickiness. Sister Hong, there shouldn't be anything to search here, Wang Chungang said as he followed. Just take a look. Li Yang walked forward. It was different from what she thought. Generally, supermarkets have more supplies, but in fresh food supermarkets, it seems that there is nothing to take away. But since we are all here, we might as well take a look, and maybe we can take something away. After searching the lobby, we continued to walk towards the door that said no customers allowed. Just as we opened the door, suddenly, a cold light pierced us in the face. In Li Yahong's sight, the sharp dagger was getting closer and closer. Chapter 186, What the hell is this? Li Yang's face changed drastically, and a chill rose from her tailbone. It happened suddenly. She wanted to dodge, but her body couldn't keep up with the speed. It was about to stab her. Suddenly, a hand grasped the handle of the dagger. The sharp dagger with a cold light, only 2 or 3 centimeters away, stopped in midair. It was Bassin. Yes, I have a very powerful guard. Li Yang woke up instantly, quickly retreated, and pulled out the dagger from her waist at the same time. Wang Chungang and his men also drew their weapons instantly, looking forward into the darkness with cold eyes. The dagger broke free from Bassin's hand, and retracted into the darkness. Come out, you lurking guy. Wang Chungang shouted. Hey, don't be nervous. We thought it was some zombie or monster. A male voice came from the dim cold storage. 6 people came out immediately, both men and women. Helmets of shared bicycles, iron sheets, hard plastic and simple armor made of tire rubber, sharpened iron pipes in their hands, and daggers or machetes. One of them was holding a homemade crossbow, with arrows already loaded. Although the outfit was messy, it also had a strong wasteland atmosphere. They should also be people who came out to seek supplies. However, the way they met was not friendly. As for the explanation that they thought it was a zombie, Li Yang and others found it difficult to accept it. Their position was dark, and their position was bright. They were still talking when they came in just now. How could they not tell whether it was a human or a zombie? If Bassin had not been there, Li Yang might have been in danger. Not to mention being killed by the other party. Even if the fruit knife cuts the skin, leaving a little scar, it may turn you into a zombie directly. It will be too late to say anything then. You want to kill me? Li Yang asked solemnly. The other party glanced at Li Yang and the others, seemingly comparing the fighting power of both sides. Avoiding the other party's question, continued to ask. What's going on outside? Were you killing zombies just now, or were you chased here by zombies? Put down your weapons, maybe we can still talk, Li Yang said. The other man continued. Where did you come from? How did you avoid the zombies outside? The 2 of them spoke their own words. And no one answered the other's questions. They just kept asking questions. Li Yang lost her patience. Bassin. Kill them. Everyone present was stunned. Bassin, who was beside Li Yang, lowered his body and rushed towards the other party, as fast as a flash of lightning. Bang! The crossbow string behind him sounded, and the crossbow arrow whistled out. Bassin raised his sword, and the crossbow arrow was instantly deflected. The whole figure, as fast as lightning, directly killed the enemy. Wang Chungang frowned and shouted, Follow me. As he said that, he was about to lead the charge. The others also followed and attacked. Bassin had already rushed to the nearest person, and with a slight movement, he dodged the opponent's slashing knife. The short blade in his hand turned into a cold light and directly cut the opponent's neck. Blood gushed out, and the rich smell of blood splashed out. One person fell down, and Bassin's movements did not stop. His shadow was like a ghost, and he kept shuttling in front of the people. The 2 short blades turned into cold light, killing enemies one after another. The movements were neat and tidy. Wang Chungang and his men killed 1 person, and when they turned back to support, they found that the rest of the people were all killed by Bassin alone. Blood flowed all over the ground. Several people widened their eyes, looking at the scene in front of them with some surprise. It was acceptable that the skeletons had high combat power, but the speed of killing was too fast. It was really fierce. Li Yang was not too surprised. She had seen Bassin fight, so killing ordinary people was not a problem. This is easy. The intercom made an electric sound, followed by Wu Heng's voice asking, Who is in the fresh food supermarket? Li Yang pressed the intercom and replied, I'm here. There are several survivors who tried to attack us. They have been killed now. I'm going to see the bodies. The intercom is open to the public. After hearing the news, the people outside immediately gathered here. Wu Heng came in with the skeleton. Li Yang quickly explained what happened just now, proving that she and her friends had no choice but to kill them. Wu Heng glanced at the corpses on the ground and asked if anyone was injured. After surviving until now, he suddenly realized that humans are more dangerous than zombies. As long as you make a sound, you can lure the zombies out. At worst, you can judge whether there are zombies in the building based on the roar. Humans are different. They usually hide in dark corners, thinking about sneaking up on you and robbing your supplies. Even if Xiao Xiao goes to investigate, it is impossible to be careful in every room or every corner. Killing them is fine. It's no big deal. Wu Heng consoled him, and continued, Let's see what they have. And take away anything useful. Wang Chungang and his men stepped forward and opened all the backpacks behind them. They took out all the items one by one. Food, wallpaper, knives, axes, and firecrackers. Everything. It looked like they had just come out. And they didn't give much. Here is a map, Wang Chungang said, and handed over a map covered with tape. This is a map that records the areas and roads in the county. The difference is that symbols are drawn in red and blue pins in each area, which seems to be marked. Among them is the mall they are going to. A circle is drawn with a red marker, and a red cross is put in the middle. Maybe it means that the circle location is dangerous. Li Yong analyzed. Wu Heng nodded, and it made sense. He said to the others, "You go back and check the vehicle first, and be ready to go at any time." Okay. Wang Chungang and others agreed, and took the spoils of the dead, and went out directly. After the others left, only Wu Heng, Li Yong and a few skeletons were left. Wu Heng asked, "Who is the leader of these people?" "It should be this person. He was the one who was talking during the conversation." Li Yong pointed to the corpse of a man in the front. Wu Heng did not say much, and directly released talking with the dead. The corpse sat up suddenly, and turned his head to look. Wu Heng asked, "What do the marks on the map mean?" The corpse replied, "Red marks represent danger, and blue marks represent the places we have searched." This is similar to Li Yahong's analysis. Wu Heng continued to ask, "Does danger mean a large number of zombies? Or deformed zombies?" The corpse replied, "The red circle means there are a lot of zombies, and we can't sneak in. If there is a red cross, it means there may be dangerous monsters inside." At this point, the information on the map was already very clear. It also meant that there were deformed zombies in the mall they were going to. After asking about the map, Wu Heng was not interested in anything else. He directly dispersed the necromancy magic, and the corpse fell down with a bang. Wu Heng continued to transform the remaining corpses into skeletons. They walked out together. They boarded the bus again and prepared to move forward. Li Yong asked, "It seems that the mall is more dangerous. The commercial street is a prosperous area where zombies gather, and it is not surprising that deformed zombies or other dangers appear." Wu Heng said, "Go there now? I understand the reason, but it also increases the difficulty of killing. Let's go, we are here, and we can't retreat." Li Yong picked up the walkie-talkie and said directly, "Keep going, be careful along the way." The convoy restarted and continued to move towards the target location. The convoy continued to move forward. When it approached Thingdu Mall, it began to stop by the roadside. The skeleton army began to clean up the zombies, and cleaned up all the zombies that were attracted from the surrounding areas. Wait until all the zombies died. Wu Heng and his companions climbed onto the roof of the car and looked at the street leading to the mall in the distance. Just looking from a distance, everyone's brows frowned. Is the air poisonous? The whole street, like a layer of gray-white fungal carpet, and mushroom-like plants grew on the heads of the corpses leaning against the corners. Like wandering jellyfish, it kept shrinking and expanding, releasing light green dust. And this dust covered the entire street. It permeated the air. What the hell is this? Chapter 187, Plants have rebelled. Damn it, plants have cheated, Dave's brain can't be saved. Xiangzi exclaimed. Cheating? Dave, the people around were all stunned. What do you mean? Plants have rebelled. They have become involved with the zombies, Xiangzi said. The others didn't understand. No one paid attention to his topic anymore. Continued to look at the zombies in the distance, guessing. Is it because it's been too long? The seeds have sprouted in the brain. It's possible. It could also be a new type of zombie. It should be similar to plant spores, floating in the air. It must be poisonous. Nonsense. Just look at the color, and you know it's poisonous. While looking at the green mist that permeated the entire street in the distance, several people discussed in a low voice. Everyone has lived to this day, and has seen many kinds of zombies. But it is the first time to see zombies growing together with plants, forming a symbiotic relationship. It is not a good situation. At least, the poisonous fog forms a barrier, and it is difficult for living creatures to enter. Wu Heng stood in the back, looking into the distance with a telescope, and was also a little surprised by this form of zombies. Genetic viruses and necromancy are really different in essence. No matter how much necromancy is developed, it cannot coexist with life. In other words, even if it is transformed into a rotten corpse, plants will not grow in the body. Whether you are fusion of magic, or plant cultivation and grafting, Necromancer magic is contrary to the elements of life. But zombies here can coexist, forming a symbiotic relationship. Has the headquarters mentioned this kind of zombie? Wu Heng asked. No, I haven't heard of this kind of zombie. It should be a new type of zombie. Li Yong recalled and answered. The headquarters collects intelligence from all over the country and summarizes it. Then it is released to all places, so that everyone can understand the types of zombies and how to deal with them. The zombies in front of him were not mentioned before. Either there were no other places, or other people could not get detailed information. None of this mattered. The most important thing was how to deal with them. Wu Heng continued to observe. Li Yong asked, what should we do? If it doesn't work, we can go to other places to search first. Let's try it first. The skeletons are not afraid of poisonous fog. There should be no problem, Wu Heng said. At the same time, he looked at the time. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. The sun was at its highest point. What do you need us to do? Wu Heng thought for a moment, and first said to the big-headed skeleton, let all the skeletons get off the car, and prepare for battle. Clang! All the accompanying skeletons jumped off the car. They filled the entire street, and began to change their order, forming a formation with spears in front and kitchen knives in the back. Wu Heng continued to say to Li Yong, tell everyone to turn the convoy around first, and have gas masks. Get ready, if the poisonous gas spreads, remember to wear a mask. Oh, okay. Li Yong picked up the intercom, and asked the people standing on the roof to go back and get their masks ready. The convoy started to restart and turned around. If there was any special situation, it would be convenient to evacuate. After everything was ready, Li Yong came over with a gas mask. You stay in the car. 2. You don't have to follow me, Wu Heng said. It's okay. I have a gas mask. No. This kind of poison is still uncertain. You stay in the car. If there is any danger, you can come to pick me up, Wu Heng continued. The two worlds are different, but they are not much different in essence. All negative effects are related to your own attributes. A high physique means a high resistance to various toxins. A high intelligence means it is not easy to be deceived by illusions. And a high charm means it is not easy to be affected by mental state. The poison in front of us is diffused in the air. And even with a gas mask, it is difficult to guarantee that it is 100% effective. Wu Heng himself did not intend to enter the poisonous fog. And he did not intend to let Li Yong follow him. It was just an ordinary looting mission. If Li Yong got into trouble, it would be a big loss. Seeing his firm tone, Li Yong did not continue to insist, and said, then you pay attention to safety? If it doesn't work, let's go to another place. There are plenty of supplies. Well, go back. Li Yong returned to the bus and waved to him. Wu Heng nodded, and began to make his own preparations. He first took out a bottle of antidote and drank it, then took the gas mask in his hand. At the same time, he released Xiao Xiao and said, Xiao Xiao, help your uncle look around to see if there are any deformed zombies, or any strange monsters, or survivors. Okay. Xiao Xiao turned in the air and flew forward. After Xiao Xiao left, Wu Heng gave the order, forward. The skeleton army immediately moved and began to advance. Start to move towards the commercial street. As the skeleton army approaches, the sound of marching immediately attracted the attention of the mushroom zombies in the poisonous fog. They all turned their heads and looked over here. Roar! When they saw the approaching skeleton army, they immediately let out a deafening roar. One after another, they became one. The wandering zombies began to turn their feet, and the zombies leaning against the wall also stood up stiffly. Crack! Crack! The dense and harsh sounds kept ringing. The movements of these mushroom zombies were extremely slow. Their movements were more rigid than those of ordinary zombies, like those of a mechanical dancer. Their joints swung and made crackling sounds. The mushroom-shaped plants on their heads kept spewing poisonous mist as they moved. It was like a branch that had been broken by force. More and more mushroom zombies, while spreading poisonous mist, began to gather along the road. Soon, a huge group of zombies formed. They filled the entire field of vision in front of them. They crowded and pushed each other, and came closer to the side. It was just a bit slow, and his steps were staggering. Wu Heng looked at the poisonous fog in front of him, and thought for a moment. He raised his hand, and released a fireball spell towards the sky above the zombies. The hot fireball shot up into the sky, exploded with a bang, and turned into a sky-wide stream of flames that scattered in the poisonous fog. At the moment the flame fell, all the poisonous fog, like burning cotton wool, spread the flames, and the tiny particles in the poisonous fog were burned out. Before Wu Hung could be happy, the poisonous fog produced by the zombies quickly covered the sky again. There is not much change. It seems that this trick is not very useful. Seeing the mushroom zombies approaching, Wu Hung put on the gas mask. He ordered, "Prepare the spears." All the skeletons drew out their spears and took throwing positions. When the zombies entered the range, release, whoosh, the spears whizzed out and fell into the zombies. They fell to the ground with a clang, and at the same time, the zombies fell to the ground like wheat being cut. Before the second wave of spears was ordered, Wu Hung frowned again. The fallen mushroom zombies stood up again with a shaky look. The casualties were much smaller than expected. It seemed that the body of this zombie had been strengthened, making it harder to kill than ordinary zombies. This is giving up speed and strengthening the body, Wu Hung muttered. The initial test showed that the characteristics of the mushroom zombie were already very obvious. It moved slower, but its own defense was increased. It was a bit inaccurate to say it was defense. It should be the toughness of the skin and flesh. Prepare the spears, Wu Hung said again. The skeletons continued to take out the second batch of spears. Release, whoosh. The second batch of spears flew out again, falling into the zombies like raindrops. The zombies were stabbed by the spears and fell to the ground with a clang. Spears, release, whoosh. Then the third and fourth rounds of spears were thrown, and they fell into the zombies with a crackling sound. No matter how tough the skin was, after several rounds of throwing, a large number of them fell down. There were many casualties, and the mushrooms on the heads of the dead zombies also closed directly and stopped releasing poisonous gas. It was as if they had died. Wu Hung watched the zombies approach. Before they got close, he released grease technique and fireball technique to ignite. The fire instantly shot up into the sky, and the scorching temperature twisted the surrounding air. Wu Hung quickly retreated, avoiding the poisonous fog that came with the zombies. And the mushroom zombies did not increase their intelligence. Roaring, staggering, rushing into the flames. Puff, puff, puff. The fire engulfed the zombies, and the mushrooms on their heads exploded one after another under the flames. The slow movement speed also made the fire burn more vigorously. The fire burned to more than 2 meters high. Soon, the zombies, like charred corpses, rushed out of the fire and continued to rush up. But the mushrooms on their heads had shrunk, like charred garlic. Puff, puff, puff. The charred corpses crashed into the spears, and there was a sound of flesh and blood being pierced. The zombies screamed and grabbed. The spear skeletons also kept thrusting out their spears, piercing the enemy's body. The two sides began to fight hand to hand. Then, zombies rushed out from the alleys on both sides. Wu Hung continued to mobilize troops, and began to kill the zombies in the alleys head-on, hacking and roaring, resounding throughout the space. The battle became more and more intense. Corpses and bones gradually piled up into a small hill. The number of corpses was greater than that of skeletons. After all, they were transported by trucks, and not all the troops. But the skeletons were not ordinary first-level skeletons. They were of a high level, fully equipped, and it was difficult to tell who was better when they fought each other. Just as Wu Hung issued orders one after another, arranging 2 devil claws to go out and assist the alleys on both sides, Xiao Xiao flew back from the opponent's air. Pointing to the building of Ingdu Mall on the ground, said, "Uncle, there is a monster in that building. It looks so scary." Wu Heng's expression was choked. After confirming that there would be no changes in the situation at the scene, he asked, "What kind of monster?" "A person, growing in a tree." "In a tree? You mean a big tree?" "Yes, it's so scary." "Let me take a look," Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao let out an "oh," and immediately got into the body. The shared picture also appeared in his mind. In the Ingdu Mall, the poisonous fog became thicker. The ground was covered with green moss. The pillars and the facades were covered with vine-like branches. Broken limbs and arms were everywhere, and mushrooms that spewed poisonous fog were growing. At this time, it no longer looked like a mall. It was more like entering a primitive ecological park. Xiao Xiao walked around the mall. In a separate store on the first floor, found the monster. This is the image of a female zombie. The whole person seems to be fused with plants. The body is made of several branches, and the trunk is covered with various strange fungi. The feet are connected to other plants in the building, and it seems that it cannot move. The face is still maintained, wearing broken glasses, and there is a hanging plate on the short shirt, which reads Shinchi Nursery Flowers. This zombie keeps roaring, and the body keeps shaking with the roar. The fungus emits more poisonous mist. It looks like it has turned this place into its nest, or a breeding ground, spreading spores outward, parasitizing little by little. Level 2 zombie, or a higher level. The flesh and plants are completely symbiotic, and can also sow seeds to ordinary zombies. What a weird zombie. With a small line of sight, it continued to circle the entire area. No other deformed zombies were found. Normally speaking, this area is very large, and it is also the most prosperous section of the road. With such a dense concentration of zombies, there should be more deformed zombies. But it is obviously different from the analysis. There is no second type of deformed zombie. It is possible that two types of deformed zombies exist together. Wu Hung released Xiao Xiao again, letting her guard nearby, while he continued to focus on the battlefield. Mushroom zombies, a group of zombies spewing smoke like a steam train, rushed towards the skeleton team in batches. The body was full of resilience, resisting the sharp spears. They rushed to the front row of skeletons without hesitation. The spears continued to thrust out again and again, piercing the rotten body, piercing the zombies that rushed over. Wu Hung glanced at the skeletons beside him, and ordered, "Big guy, second guy, you guys go help, clear the zombies as soon as possible." For skeletons 3 meters tall stood up. They rushed forward with big strides. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies were like out-of-control trucks, forcing a path. They swung their arms like pendulums, smacking away all the zombies around them. Zzz. The intercom made an electric sound. And then Li Yahong's voice came. "How is it over there? I see the poisonous fog has become much smaller. Do you need us to move forward a little?" Wu Hung pressed the intercom switch, and a voice came from under the gas mask. "No, you stay where you are. If necessary, I will notify you again." "Got it, be careful." Hang up the call. Wu Hang's eyes continued on the battlefield, and he gave a direct order, "Move forward." The skeleton group immediately took action. The spears moved forward, and began to move forward slowly. Several large skeletons, clawed skeletons, also began to attack. They pushed the zombies, and began to retreat. Broken limbs and bones were scattered all over the ground. Night fell. The battle on the commercial street gradually ended. Corpses covered the entire street, and sticky blood formed streams. The scattered remaining mushroom zombies, crawling hard, were rushed by several large skeletons, crushing their heads and breaking their spines. An autumn wind blew, and the original poisonous fog had dissipated. Wu Hung brought the skeletons, and came directly to the destination, the Shadow City Mall. The floor-to-ceiling glass door was completely broken. Only the edge of the door frame could be seen with sharp glass fragments. "Uncle, the tree monster is still inside," Xiao Xiao said. Wu Hung nodded and looked at the building from a distance, which seemed to have released a smoke bomb. He said, "Go in and kill all the targets. The big guy, the claw monster, and the large skeleton walked directly into the building." Chapter 188, 15 Potted Plants. The building became even darker. Standing outside, you can see the waves of poisonous gas spreading out. Wu Hung threw out a dancing light technique, for balls of light flew out in a rotation, and hung on a billboard in the mall. The scene inside also became a little clearer. The fungal blanket covered the ground and walls, and mushrooms that spewed poisonous mist grew on the broken limbs. It was no different from the scene seen by Xiao Xiao. No changes occurred inside, because all the zombies outside were killed. "Go in and kill all the targets. The big guy, the horror claw, and a large group of skeletons walked directly into the building." The moment the skeletons stepped into the building, the plants inside, as if they had sensed something, began to emit poisonous gas rapidly, like an engine with the accelerator pressed. They ran at a high frequency. The poisonous fog in the building became thicker, and even the bright dancing lights became a blurry ball of light. "Xiao Xiao, go in and take a look. When they are done, come out and notify me," Wu Hung said to Xiao Xiao, who was lying on his shoulder. "Okay," Xiao Xiao agreed. He went straight through the building and entered the mall. Then, the sound of fighting rang out in the building. Violent collisions, waves of poisonous fog. It was like a large demolition site, with huge roars, violent shaking, and waves of wind. The sound of fighting lasted for more than half an hour. Xiao Xiao flew out, gesturing with his fists, and said, "Uncle, the monster is dead. And you have also lost a lot of skeletons. Let me see how they died. Wu Hung said. Shasha crawled into the body. The scene of the battle just now also synchronized in his mind. The zombie connected to the plant, stretched out its vine tentacles with both arms, and kept beating the skeletons that rushed in. Every time it hit, the moss on the ground splashed, and the tiles below instantly shattered. The weakness was also obvious. The body seemed to be connected to the fungal vines in the building. Although the attack was fierce, it never moved a step. In the end, it was surrounded by several high-level skeletons, and the vines that connected it were torn off, and it was directly smashed to death. In fact, if Wu Hung hadn't appeared, this deformed zombie would be invincible. Living creatures are afraid of poison gas and cannot enter. And as long as the surrounding zombies get close, they will be parasitized and become new mushroom zombies. The Shadow City Mall has become its breeding ground. It's just that I was unlucky to meet Wu Hung. Undead creatures are not afraid of poison gas. And they have so many skeletons. It can be said that they met their nemesis. Soon, all the skeletons in the building came out. And on the shoulders of the big guys, they were carrying a deformed zombie that was half plant and half human. With a bang, a cloud of dust was splashed in front of Wu Hung. Wu Hung subconsciously took 2 steps back and waited for the dust to settle before moving closer again. The zombie in front of him was like a plant that had been uprooted, with its lower body made of torn branches. Looking at the corpse in front of him, he was in a state of hesitation. This was a deformed zombie. There was nothing to argue about. Now he had to consider whether it was better to transform it into a rotten corpse or a skeleton, just like Ba Wudong before. After transforming into a skeleton, he lost the effect of having scales appear on himself. The zombies in front of him obviously fit the category of rotten corpses. But rotten corpses also have their own disadvantages, such as the existence of epidemics and the bad smell. Then, another thing came to mind, that necromancy cannot coexist with plants. Even if they are transformed into rotten corpses, plants cannot grow again. No matter what kind of poisonous plants, they cannot grow through necromancy. He was in a state of hesitation. Search in the brain of the corpse, and find a round fleshy corpse core, Wu Hung said. Johnny stepped forward, opened the mouth of the corpse, thrust the dagger upwards, and then reached in to search. After searching for a while, he took out a sticky mass of rotten meat. Among them, a corpse core that was completely red, like a miniature brain, could be seen. Level 3 corpse core? Each level of corpse core has obvious characteristics. The corpse core in front of him should have reached the level of level 3. However, there was no finished product to compare, so it was impossible to be 100% sure whether it had reached level 3. Pick out the corpse core from the rotten meat, and put it into the prepared plastic bag. He looked at the corpse in front of him again. He still planned to use corpse spell. If the rotten corpse has a serious impact on himself or the prison, it would not be too late to destroy it. If it really turns into a skeleton, it may lose its original characteristics. Everything depends on the attributes first. After confirming the idea, he immediately released corpse spell on the corpse. The necromancy magic slowly wrapped the corpse, and the next second, the withered fungi on the body fell directly to the ground. The vines and dead branches extending from the limbs also became more shriveled and stiff. Amidst these changes, the corpse on the ground slowly stood up, like a humanoid woman wrapped in tree bark. Corpse and dead plant monster, level 15, systematic naming. Generally, it is named according to its characteristics. Although it is tongue-twisting, it can also show its own characteristics. And the level actually reached level 15, directly surpassing the rest of the undead, becoming the highest level undead attendant. Continue to check the attributes. Corpse and dead plant monster, level 15. Level 15. Attributes: Constitution 33, Strength 25, Intelligence 18, Perception 24, Charisma 15. Features: Rotten Servant, Intermediate Soul, Dead Tree Simulation, Weak to Fire. Specialties: Biological Transformation, Genetic Transformation. Abilities: Whip, Entangled Vegetation, Spouting Fungi. Dead Tree Simulation. This unit is stationary, can conceal its humanoid appearance, disguise as a tangled dead tree. Weak to Fire. This unit is afraid of fire. Touching fire will cause higher damage. Biological Deformation. Constitution +3, Intelligence +2, Perception +3. Gene Deformation. Constitution +8, Agility Loss. Agility Loss. This unit cannot move on its own. Whiplash. Form a vine whip, causing whip damage to the target. Entangled vegetation. The dead plant monster will give birth to grasping roots and vines in the designated area, created by the simulation of necromancy magic. The magic will fail, and will wither quickly. This area is considered difficult terrain for non-plant creatures, binding and attacking them. Spouting fungi. Grow fungi in the abdomen, spray forward, forming a poisonous fog environment. Wu Hung frowned slightly, as he looked at the attributes of the dead plant monster. He checked the attribute column twice, and then he confirmed that the other party really did not have the attribute of agility. Ghosts have no power, because they are in the state of souls, so there is no power. And this dead plant monster does not even have agility, which means that it cannot move on its own. Even if the branches are torn off, it stands upright in front of him. Come out, Wu Hung said. The dead plant monster still stood in the same place, and looked at him without any movement. Damn it. It really can't move. A level 15 potted plant. Chapter 189, outside the city was attacked. The highest level. But it cannot be moved. What is the difference between this and a potted plant? It can't really be kept in a pot. Or every time you fight, you need to arrange for someone to carry it. Putting this aside for now, Wu Hung took a deep breath. Continued to check the other attributes. Physique and strength are not low, even higher than the newly added fire blade. The last 3 attributes are not low either. Especially intelligence, reaching 18 points, has exceeded the other servants transformed from zombies. Except for the inability to move. The rest of the attributes are not low. In the characteristics, in addition to the rotten slaves and intermediate souls, dead tree simulation and weak fire are also added. Dead tree simulation, when in a static state, can completely transform into a dead tree to disguise. This is actually quite useful. After all, it is impossible to move, and camouflage is a good means of self-protection. The second weak fire is that it is afraid of fire. This seems to be in line with the form of the fusion of itself and the dead tree. If I had known that I could have let the fire blade in, my own weapon would have had a fire attribute effect, and the battle would have been smoother. There are 3 abilities. Whiplash, it is to turn both arms into vine whips to whip the enemy. I have seen it in my little memory. Entangled vegetation, it is a magic skill, forming a difficult terrain covered with vegetation, restricting the enemy's actions. However, this skill also mentions it is a vegetation simulated by necromancy magic, and it cannot be preserved for a long time. Once the magic is terminated, it will wither and disappear immediately. But it's not important, I didn't expect it to last long. Spouting fungus, it sounds like it's spewing poisonous gas. This poisonous gas has little effect on zombies and undead, it's more effective on living creatures. After checking the properties of the corpse, except for being unable to move, I'm very satisfied with everything else. Stand outside and wait for a while. The poisonous fog in the building gradually dissipated. Let's go in, Wu Hung said. At the same time, he released a dancing light technique on the skeleton in front. Entering Ingdu Mall, the plants on the ground had all withered, and they made a crackling sound when stepped on. He took a quick look at the shops around him. On one side, he saw 3 gold shops in a row, and gold and silver jewelry scattered all over the floor. Wu Hung immediately smiled. The mall in the county is more prosperous than his own. There are 3 gold shops in a row, and there are more goods on the shelves. Wu Hung walked over and packed up all the gold and silver jewelry he could find. In the secret compartment under the counter, he also found a large number of gift boxes and ribbons, which he also packed up. The quantity is really quite large. It was not a wasted trip. After searching the gold shop, Wu Hung walked out directly. As for the rest of the supplies, they will be handed over to Li Yong and the others. Walk out of the mall building. Under the headlights of the motorcade, his figure was stretched out thin. This is easy. The intercom came again, Li Yong's voice. What's the situation? Wu Hung pressed the intercom and said, the zombies in the Ingdu Mall have been dealt with, but the interior is covered with a lot of plants and dust. The supplies that can be searched should be very limited. Wait until daytime. We will search the uncontaminated ones, and leave the rest, Li Yong said. That's fine. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Wu Hung led a group of skeletons, and walked towards the direction of the convoy. The big guy carried the new immobile dead plant monster. The skeleton army completely protected the convoy. All the lights went out, and they were ready to rest. Get on the bus. Li Yong spread a blanket in the back seat of the townhouse. Take a nap here. It will be dawn soon. Wu Hung took off his mask and put it aside. What about you? I'm short, so I can sit on the short seat. Li Yong's face suddenly turned red. Wu Hung didn't say much. The sky was getting a little brighter, and he couldn't stay awake for long. The supplies here can't be transported all at once, and with the corpses all over the ground, it may take several days to transport them. Li Yong said. That's actually true. During the fight, not only did they attract zombies from the nearby streets, although many of them were covered by poisonous fog or mushrooms, and couldn't be used, there should be a lot of other supplies. It's definitely impossible to transport them all in 1 or 2 times. Wu Heng thought about it, and said immediately, then find a place to camp first, and then transport them to the prison. Yeah, that's good. Rest first, and think about these things when it's daybreak. Okay. Daybreak. Li Yong and others began to enter the commercial street to search. The skeleton group formed a long queue, carrying various supplies, and piled them into the truck compartment. It was not until the afternoon that several trucks and businesses were fully loaded. This time the harvest was still very large. The supplies in front of them were enough to support them through this winter. Li Yong walked back and said, the fleet is full, and it will have to be transported at least 3 times. It can be seen that Li Yong is in a very good mood. Searching for supplies is like opening a blind box, giving people a sense of novelty of unknown gains. Wu Heng took the map with red circles and looked at it carefully, and said, let the big-headed skull accompany you back. I will occupy this place. After you come back, I will continue to transport the supplies back, and then explore these red circle locations. The dangerous locations should be the locations of the deformed zombies. It would be a waste of time to walk back and forth. Wu Heng planned to build a temporary base here first. It would be convenient to clean up these locations, and it could also help the convoy transport supplies. The two of them discussed this matter last night. Li Yong also agreed. After looking around, she said, at least we should choose a place that is convenient for living. There is a hotel over there, so let's occupy it. Wu Heng would not live here either, so it didn't really matter whether it was a hotel or not. He nodded. After all, he needed a door to go back and forth, so he still needed a secret building. Okay, let's go over there. Wu Heng entered the hotel with the skeleton. The lobby was a bit messy, but most of the rooms were relatively clean. It seems that business is not very good. When the zombies broke out, there were not many people staying in the hotel. After everything was settled, Li Yong led the other people in the convoy, escorted by the big-headed skeleton and some skeleton soldiers, and began to transport supplies to the prison. Wait for the convoy to leave. Wu Heng commanded the skeletons to seal the entire hotel, to ensure that no monsters would rush over. After checking again, and confirming that there was no problem, he walked upstairs. Xiao Xiao floated in the air, and said, Uncle, when are you going to save my mother? Wu Heng looked at her, and said seriously, now we have arrived in the county. When the road is open, we will go directly there. During this time, let your aunt Li contact the shelter in the city, to see if there is any news about your mother. Uncle, do you think my mother will be alive? The steps upstairs paused, and he didn't know how to answer. Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, of course, Wonka's grandmother is alive. Your mother must be alive too. Mentioning Wonka's grandmother, Xiao Xiao immediately floated in front of him, floating backwards, while saying, last time I secretly went to see her, there were many statues of gods on her table. Aren't you afraid? What are you afraid of? Is your grandmother fierce? Xiao Xiao didn't quite understand. Wu Heng shook his head. Aren't you afraid of gods or something? No way, those are all lies. Wu Heng glanced at the ghost floating in the air with his arms folded, and nodded in agreement. Take her back. He chose a room, opened the door, and walked in directly. Returned to Ratam City. The house was empty. Minnie and Anvir, who should have gone to the store, had not returned yet. Wu Heng walked out of the house and had a full meal at a nearby tavern. Then he went directly to the association. After all, the Iron Guard Knights were still investigating the massacre of Jianluan's family. If he did not show up for a long time, he might be considered to have escaped, which would make things more difficult. Let yourself relax your expression, enter the association. I didn't go to the lounge immediately, but in the hall, I planned to listen to the conversation of others, how the investigation was going. However, it was a little different from what he thought. The topic of the crowd had already changed. No one cared about the matter of Jianluan, but mentioned a familiar name, the Warhammer Party. The Warhammer Party is so cruel, daring to come here to kill people. I heard that. At least thousands of people died in the outer city area. It was a mess, and the bodies transported away were piled up into a mountain. Hearing this, Wu Heng's brows also frowned. It seemed that a day after I left, something very important happened suddenly. The Warhammer Party. That is, the Warhammer Party that blocked the road before and cut off the freight road of Ratam City appeared again. The Iron Guard Knights did not kill them all, but drove them away, and now they are back for revenge, and, this time they attacked the area outside the city. Wu Heng stopped and stood aside to continue eavesdropping on the conversation of several people. In the past few days, I'm afraid that the prices in the city will rise again. Buy more food and necessities when you go back. I also heard that the Warhammer Party has won over some gangs. And there may be bigger moves. What's going on? Do you think that if the Warhammer Party attacks Ratam City, can the Iron Guard Knights defend it? What can they defend? It's nothing more than mobilizing the gangs and residents in the city. There are only a few people in the Iron Guard Knights. I hope there will be no fighting. Several people chatted for a while, and then dispersed. At this time, several new wanted notices were posted on the notice board. The first one. The leader of the Warhammer Party. Skull Crusher Dragisha. Bounty 3 gold. 1 advanced item. And second level merit. Chapter 190 Swordsman and Thief. Except for the leader, who is a second level meritorious service. On the side, there are also wanted orders for the backbones and team leaders, with bounties of 500 to 800 silver coins, and some of them also come with third level meritorious service. Seeing this scene, Wu Heng was still a little surprised. In the past wanted criminals, only the leader could be on the wanted order. And the Warhammer Party in front of him, from the leader to the backbone, plus a few team leaders, are all on the wanted order. All of them are ruthless people. I was only away for a day, but it felt like I was away for a long time. I was indeed surprised. But thinking carefully, it seemed that it was not a bad thing for me. At least, it attracted the attention of the Iron Guard Knights to a large extent. Now that the enemies have begun to harass the surrounding areas of the city, there is not much energy to investigate the destruction of the Jinwan Mansion. After a few days, with the level of investigation in this world, no matter how much I investigate, I will not be able to find out about it. After standing in front of the notice board and watching for a while, he eavesdropped on the conversations of several mercenary groups. After seeing that there was no new and more exciting news, he walked towards the corridor on one side and headed for the team lounge. He pushed open the door. Duke was wiping his battle axe with a linen cloth soaked in linseed oil. The whole room was filled with the smell of grease. "Captain," Duke greeted. At the same time, he saw the two skeletons following behind him and asked curiously, "Captain, did you change your attendants?" Basson left it to Li Yong. His attendants turned into Bodong and Fire Blade. Fire Blade is a human warrior, strong and broad, obviously different from Basson's body shape. In addition, he is fully armored and has a long sword on his waist. He can be recognized at a glance. "Well, this is Fire Blade, a warrior," Wu Heng said. "Oh." Duke nodded to the skeleton as a greeting. Wu Heng walked into the room and sat down and asked casually, "What's going on in the city? Are you all discussing the Warhammer Party?" Last night, the Warhammer Party attacked the outer area of the city, and many gang members and local residents died. I heard that the outer area of the city is now in chaos, the residents are panicking, and some gangs are in conflict again, Duke replied. Duke is a native of this city. He knows some people in the outer city area, so he can find out a little bit. What do the Iron Guard Knights say? The outer city area is not taken seriously. We haven't seen any action so far. At most, the gangs in charge will come forward to see how to deal with these things. The inner city area will not take care of them, Duke continued. It seems that the Warhammer Party is really difficult to deal with. The last encirclement and suppression, it was the Iron Guard Knights, the association team, and several gangs, but they only drove away the Warhammer. Now he's back again. And he caught us off guard. Yeah. Wu Heng nodded. He was just about to ask about the situation in Jinwan. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door. And then a staff member of the association poked his head in. He saw Wu Heng sitting in the lounge. He immediately smiled and said, "Captain Wu Heng, the deacon notified you to go to the study." "Oh. Okay." The staff left. Wu Heng stood up and walked out directly. Deacon's study. Gomez was frowning, looking at the documents in his hand. Seeing Wu Heng coming in, he motioned him to sit down and said, "I didn't see you at the meeting this morning? I met an informant this morning, and I'm investigating a wanted criminal recently," Wu Heng said casually. Team 12 has gradually gained some fame in the association. They are best at catching wanted criminals. Not long after they were established, Half of the wanted criminal bounties on the notice board were taken down by them. Wu Hung said that he was investigating wanted criminals, and Gomez did not have too many doubts. He just continued, "You should have heard about the Warhammer party. Right? Yes. They attacked the residential area outside the city, causing some casualties. Well, next, all wanted criminals and rescue missions will be suspended, and each team will assist in patrol work in various areas to enhance the city's defense and security." Gomez put down the documents in his hand and said directly. Wu Hung frowned, feeling a little surprised about this matter. But it made sense. But from a personal standpoint, he didn't think it was wise for the association to wade into this muddy water. From the leader to the backbone and even the captain, all the Warhammer party members were on the wanted list. In other words, they would have no scruples in killing the association members. If the team members participated in it, the danger would rise rapidly. What about the Iron Guard Knights and those gangs? Wu Hung asked. Their tasks are heavier, and we are just assisting in patrolling, Gomez said. The deacon gave the task, and he had no choice. But when performing tasks, you can also avoid some dangers on your own, such as not going on patrol, or just going on a rough walk and then going home. Deacon, which patrol area are we responsible for? Wu Hung asked. Outer City North District. Complete 2 patrols every day. If there are any special discoveries, remember to report to me in time, Gomez said directly. Outer City District. It's okay. There is no Outer City District. Deacon, there are only 3 of us. Your team has been added with new members. You will lead them when the time comes, Gomez continued. Now that we have come to this, there is no need to continue. Okay, I understand. Deacon, return to the lounge. Duke is still fiddling with his battle axe. Captain, is there a new mission? Duke said. Wu Hung nodded. Let someone call Marta over. The association teams have all been assigned tasks. Let's go out as soon as possible and come back early. Oh, okay. Duke walked out directly. After a while, he walked back. They don't need to call members over. There will be corresponding staff to handle this matter. Knock. 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 Wu Hung and Duke chatted in the room for a while. Then the door was knocked again. Come in. The door opened, and 2 men, one tall and one short, walked in. One wore silver armor, and an iron sword on his waist, and the other wore leather armor, and 2 daggers on his waist, and a small quiver. The armed crossbow could be seen on his arm. Enter the room. The 2 glanced quickly around the room. The man with the sword said, We are the newly assigned members. When Duke heard that a new member was coming, he immediately smiled. Come in, this is our Captain Wu Hung, I'm Duke. Hello. Captain, hello. Duke. The man with the sword said seriously. The man with the leather armor also smiled. Hello. Captain, hello. Mr. Duke. Just now the deacon said that a new member had been assigned. It seems that this is the new member. 2 at a time. Did you bring the file? Wu Hung asked. I brought it. The 2 handed over the files in their hands. Wu Hung opened them and took a look. The man with the sword was called Galbury, 24 years old, level 6 swordsman, and was born in a powerful family in the kingdom of Yeko. He was originally a reserve member of Team 3, participated in rescue missions 6 times, and assisted in the arrest of wanted criminals twice. The man with the dagger was called Burke, 27 years old, level 7 thief, and was recommended by the City Hall. His resume simply stated that he had cooperated in the arrest of wanted criminals many times. Wu Hung glanced at the information. He looked up at the 2 people standing not far away. Galbury was actually easy to deal with. He was originally a reserve player, and this time he was directly assigned to his own team. But the thief in front of him was recommended by the City Hall. The local City Hall can also put people in the association. Why were there so many people before? Now it is suddenly full. Wu Hung had to doubt the identities of the 2. Chapter 191, All are insiders. Wu Hung glanced at them and closed the 2 file bags directly. He smiled and said, Welcome to join us. No matter what your identities were before, we will be team members in the future and we must take care of each other. Yes, Captain. The 2 nodded immediately. Wait a moment, there is still one team member who hasn't come yet. The 2 sat down and waited silently. The swordsman remained silent, while the thief found a topic and started chatting with Duke. Duke was tall and strong, but he was not very old either. He took the initiative to talk, and soon they started chatting. He still looked like an old member of the team, answering various questions. Not long after, Marta pushed the door open and walked in. After Wu Hung introduced the new members to Marta, he stood up and walked out with a few people. Due to the Warhammer party, the deacon arranged a patrol mission for our team, twice a day. The location is the northern district of the outer city. Wu Hung walked in front and said softly, "Isn't patrolling the job of those gangs?" Duke said, "Now is a critical period. The Iron Guard Knights are not enough. We also have to help patrol." Wu Hung said as he walked, "Oh, let's listen to the captain." Several people left the inner city directly and walked around the outer city. The atmosphere in the city was very tense. Groups of gang members could be seen everywhere. Some grain stores and herbal medicine stores had already formed long queues, seemingly rushing to buy supplies. Although this is the border between two races, but there are still a large number of residents. The Warhammer party was already notorious, and this time they killed so many people in the outer city, which would definitely cause a panic of attacking the city. The team walked along the road from the beginning. They did not find anything wrong. There were people everywhere, as if everyone in the city had gone out. The patrol was over, and Wu Hung did not want to go on any more. "Okay, that's all for today's patrol. We will meet at the association tomorrow at noon, and then continue the patrol." "Oh, okay, Captain." They nodded and separated near the inner city. Wu Hung walked towards the Snake Emblem Consortium in the inner city. The others also left. Snake Emblem Consortium. Wu Hung sat in the reception room. Lisha, sitting on the side with her chin propped up, said with some complaints, "You think this is a tavern, right? Come and sit for a while when you are bored." "That's not what you said last time." Wu Hung took a sip from the teacup. Lisha rolled her eyes at him. "You should know what happened last night." "Warhammer party? I heard that many people died," Wu Hung said. Lisha's white fingers picked up a piece of cut fruit and put it in her mouth, chewing and saying, "It's more serious than the rumors say. None of the caravans that went outside yesterday survived. And the garrison gangs outside the city were also slaughtered." "The gangs were slaughtered?" Wu Hung had not heard of this news. But coming from Lisha's mouth, it should be accurate. It seems that this Warhammer party is really crazy. "Yeah." Lisha glanced at him and continued, "Next. The Warhammer party will definitely block the trade route again. And it will last longer. Your consortium. You shouldn't be afraid of these things. Right? Not that I'm afraid. But the city will be in chaos. Which is not a good thing for anyone," Lisha said. Wu Hung also agreed with this point. Even the merchants who hoarded resources in the city actually did not want to see the city in chaos. It would not benefit anyone. "Yes." Wu Hung nodded and continued, "I have some gold here, and it happens to be exchanged with you." As he said that, he flipped his palm and took out a few golden bars and placed them on the table. 2 50-gram bars and 10 10-gram bars. Lisha's eyes widened instantly. It was this kind of gold bar again, with high purity and a very good appearance. "Change all into silver coins?" Wu Hung nodded. "Didn't you say that this year's performance is still a little short? These are all changed, and they will be counted as your performance." Lisha immediately showed a bright smile. "How thoughtful." She stood up, walked to the door, and called in 2 staff members from outside. She inspected the gold, and then began to prepare silver coins. It took some time to prepare the silver coins. She brought them in bags by bags, and filled the floor of the room. Wu Hung put them away, and took out a gift box from the space ring again, and pushed it from the table to the other party. "This is for you. I hope you like it." Lisha raised her eyebrows, narrowed her eyes slightly, and said with a look that said, "I know you have bad intentions. My standards are very high." As she said that, she opened the gift box, and the next second, the smile on her face was instantly replaced by surprise. A gold necklace inlaid with crystal diamonds appeared in front of him. The beautifully decorated gift box further highlighted the value of the necklace. Lisha widened her eyes and looked at the other party in surprise. But she quickly reacted. She smiled and said, "I accept the gift. If there is any change in the city, you can come to the consortium. As I said, there is no problem in sending you out. There is no such thing. It just seems suitable for you," Wu Hung said with a smile. "I don't believe you." After sitting in the reception room for a while, he stood up and said goodbye to Lisha. After leaving the consortium, on the way home, the 2 ghosts also flew back. At the same time, they entered his body. Wu Hung sat down on a wooden chair beside him and began to check the pictures he brought back. Glenda was following the newly joined thief Burke. After the team was over, the thief carefully circled the outer city twice before entering a tavern. He went up to the 3rd floor and entered a room. In the dim private room, there were several people dressed gorgeously sitting around. Meet the masters. The thief bowed slightly. The leader wiped his mouth with a napkin and said softly, "Have you joined the team?" "Yes." The other party didn't suspect anything. "Well, do you have any information?" The other party continued to ask. "Today, we just conducted a simple patrol, and there was no specific discovery." The captain seemed reluctant to talk. "I plan to collect some useful information through an orc in the team," the thief continued. The people on the opposite side discussed in a low voice. And the leading man continued, "Okay. Just join the team today. Pay attention to the information I give you, and I won't treat you badly in terms of money." "Yes." The thief nodded respectfully, and then retreated carefully. He left the tavern. A small perspective. The newly joined swordsman Galberry did not deliberately take a detour. After the team separated, he returned directly to the association. He went to the deacon's study. Seeing the other party come in, Gomez was not surprised at all. I asked casually, "Did Wu Hung tell you anything?" "No, he just took me on a patrol in the outer city." The swordsman continued. "Well, you continue to stay in Team 12. Tell me anything immediately. I always feel that these things are related to him." Gomez said, paused slightly, and said again, "You should handle this matter first. I will transfer you back to Team 3 later, or when you have enough merits, I will directly promote you to be the captain." "Thank you, Deacon. Let's go. Be careful, he is very alert, don't get caught." "Understood." Wu Hung sat on the side of the road. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. 2 new members joined. They are all insiders. Chapter 192, Leader of the Whisperers. All the wealthy merchants in the inner city were killed. Warhammer party attacked the outer city. They didn't arrange people for him earlier, and they didn't arrange people later, but directly transferred 2 people at this time. He felt something was wrong. Now it has been completely confirmed. The 2 people are undercover agents arranged around him. The thief was arranged by an outsider to investigate any information about him. And the swordsman is the butler Gomez's man. Let him monitor his actions. Gomez had suspected himself in the previous incidents, but there was no substantial evidence. This time, he directly arranged for someone to join the team and monitor them closely. The thieves were completely different from the swordsman. Anyway, if Deacon Gomez arranged for someone to come in, and if he really found something, he would have to follow the rules of the association and make some negotiations. But the thieves were arranged by outsiders to gather intelligence. The people behind them might be the Iron Guard Knights, the secret society, or other people who were interested in him in secret. Killing someone and asking about the body is the simplest and most effective method. But the other party is now a member of his team. With this identity, he really can't do it too obviously. He can only take one step at a time and see what these 2 people want to know. After a short rest, Wu Hung got up and walked towards his residence. It was getting close to dusk. There were footsteps and conversations downstairs. Minnie and Anweer came back from outside with a few skeleton guards. Now the city is getting more and more chaotic, and the closing time of the store has been advanced a little. It doesn't matter whether the goods are sold more or less. The main thing is the safety of the people. Wu Hung walked down from the upstairs. The 2 girls looked up when they heard the footsteps, and showed a happy and relaxed expression at the same time. "Master!" Minnie cheered, and rushed over directly. She hung on him, and acted coquettishly. Wu Hung hugged her soft and tender body, put her aside, and said, "Is there any problem with the store?" Anweer hung her coat aside, and replied, "There is no problem at present, but the outer city is a bit chaotic now. I saw several groups of people fighting in the herbal medicine store opposite, and the gang members came to maintain order. In fact, Wu Hung was also unlucky. The price, after Anweer's several adjustments, is slightly in line with the market requirements. Now different incidents have occurred one after another, causing the store to open and close and open again. Basically, I didn't make much money, but there was nothing I could do about it. The inner city area has also begun to assist the outer city area in defense. The possibility of riots is not high. Be careful when you go out. If there is any problem, go directly to the Spike Gang to find Wenman Shah," Wu Hung said. The 2 nodded to show that they understood. After sitting in the living room for a while, then went downstairs to prepare dinner. Knock. 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 Before dinner started, the door was knocked again. Minnie jumped to open the door. Wenman Shah, wearing leather armor and with a weapon hanging on her waist, walked in, followed by several guards. She hung her cloak at the door, turned her head and smiled, followed by calling the master, and walked directly into the living room. Wu Hong nodded. How is the outer city? There are signs of chaos, but the gangs are still relatively restrained, and there are no large-scale gunfights. When Manshaw sat down on the side, and continued, the Spike Gang has been assigned a task by the City Hall, and arranged personnel for patrol and security. Does the City Hall intend to support you? There are many local gangs, and anyone you pick out on the street is a gang member. But the gangs that can get any support from the City Hall are relatively prestigious. The Spike Gang was a small gang before, but they didn't expect to be assigned tasks by the City Hall. It's not support at all. First, they will give each gang a task to count the number of people. When the war with the Warhammer party begins, they will directly push us out in the form of tasks. It's an old trick. When Manshaw said helplessly, Wu Hong also understood what the other party meant. In other words, it is like recruiting some gangs. When they are not needed, they will patrol and maintain public order. When there is a real battle, they will be directly pushed out to the front line. When Manshaw, the gang leader, is also used to this kind of trick. But even though she knows this, the local gangs have no other choice. Either comply, or be suppressed. If they hesitate and shirk, they will be besieged and disbanded by other gangs before the Warhammer party starts the war. What are you going to do? Wu Hong continued to ask. Hey! When Manshaw sighed slightly, and then said, the Spike Gang has been too eye-catching recently. After destroying the White Wolf Gang, they recruited a lot of people and attracted the attention of the City Hall. There is no other way now. We can only take one step at a time and cooperate with their patrol work. There is no loss. It is indeed right to think so. Whether the Warhammer party will attack or not is another matter. It is obviously not a wise choice to disobey the City Hall's order now. Let's see the situation first. If it really comes to the point of war, it will not be too late to make the next plan. Well, you be careful, Wu Hong said. I know. Master. The two chatted for a while. Dinner is ready. Several people gathered together to eat. When Manshaw asked about the other two people's situation like an elder sister, she gave a few words of advice from time to time, just like scolding her own children. Minnie and Andwire lowered their heads to eat. Sitting with Wen Manshaw, the gang's sister-in-law, there was still some pressure. The atmosphere was a bit depressed. After dinner, several people chatted in the living room. Minnie followed Ba Wudong to practice boxing, when Manshaw and Andwire talked about some things in the store. When the sky gradually got dark, Wu Hong took Wen Manshaw back to the bedroom. Minnie and Andwire also went back to their own rooms to rest. Professionals are physically strong. Their physical endurance is stronger than normal people. After several rounds of play, when Mancha's face was still red, and she quietly climbed up and sat on him, Wu Hong stretched out his hands, lifted her plump and soft body, and said, "You've been a little crazy recently." Although he enjoyed it, when Mancha's initiative was still a little too radical. Every time they met, they had to go through this process. When Manshaw looked at him with charming eyes. "Master, don't you like it?" "I like it very much." Wu Hong smiled and said, "I'm just worried that you have some pressure." When Manshaw hesitated, but still said, "Master, if I want a child at my age, I have to take the initiative." After that, he paused. She looked at him pitifully, and whispered, "Is it okay?" Wu Hong was stunned. In this world, men and women get married early, and have children even earlier. When Manshaw is indeed a little old at this age. Then try harder. "Yes, thank you, Master." When Mancha's face lit up, and she worked harder. After the work was done, when Manshaw calmed down her emotions, the redness on her face faded a little, and she said, "Now the number of people in the Spike Gang is close to 2,000. When the Warhammer party is over, we will be able to collect intelligence for you better and help you get merit." Wu Hong still stroked her soft body, and said, "Don't worry. Now the teams have also suspended the task of arresting wanted criminals. Let's talk about it later." "Oh, that's good." When Manshaw smiled and nodded, Wu Hong stood up and drank some water, then took out a bottle of strength potion from the space ring. "This is for you. Drink it to enhance your own strength." When Manshaw narrowed her eyes slightly, and said with a smile, "Master, where can I find such a potion? If there is one, it can only be used by those nobles. Are you afraid that I will hurt you?" When Manshaw looked at him with some complaints. "Look at what you said. I am all yours. There is no such thing as harm or not. Good stuff. I also spent a lot of effort to get it. It can also improve your ability to protect yourself. The potion made by the corpse core. It won't increase the level, but it will directly affect its own attributes. In fact, it is no different from upgrading. Okay. When Manshaw didn't take it, but climbed down from the bed. She knelt on the ground, raised her head, and opened her mouth. Master, pour it in. Don't spill it. Then be careful. You are getting better and better. Open your mouth wider. Wu Hung poured the potion in the bottle slowly. The silver moonlight made the potion more crystal clear. When Mancha's throat rolled, and she swallowed it in big mouthfuls. After drinking all the liquid medicine, he lowered his head and breathed a sigh of relief. As he approached, when Mancha's face changed, and her whole body began to turn red. She collapsed on the ground, moaning softly. But soon, the abnormality on her body disappeared quickly. When Manshaw also returned to normal, stood up and moved a little. A surprised expression also appeared on her face. It really seems to have improved. Of course, this medicine is very precious. Wu Hung wiped the water droplets from the corner of her mouth and put it back into her mouth. Thank you, Master. Okay, rest, it's getting late. The two returned to bed, embracing each other and resting. The next day, after breakfast, when Manshaw left early, after all, she still had to stay in charge of the gang, and couldn't delay too long. Minnie and Anweer also went to the store. Wu Hung opened the door, first went to the zombie world to take a look. After confirming that Li Yong and the others had not returned, he walked out of the house, and went to the association. As soon as he entered the hall, a staff member at the front desk came over with a wax-sealed letter. Captain Wu Hung, here is your letter. Thank you. Wu Hung walked over and took the letter, then walked straight to the lounge. At this time, the team members had not come yet, and the lounge was empty. Wu Hung sat at the desk, opened the envelope and took a look. This time the reply was fast, somewhat unexpected. Tear open the envelope, check it. It was Slater's reply to him. The content of the letter mentioned that he should stay away from the secret society, and not get involved with them too much. At the same time, he also mentioned the strange object. The blood cup. According to Slater, this strange object was related to the Eternal Night clan, and he hoped that he would not hand it over to the secret society. If he handed it over to her, it would be more helpful to him and Slater. In the letter he wrote to Slater, he only mentioned the blood cup among the two strange objects. After all, it was just a strange object on a wanted criminal. Unexpectedly, it also involved the Eternal Night clan. No wonder the letter was replied so quickly, because he was afraid that he would sell the blood cup. Slater was lucky. Now the dispute between me and the secret society has reached a life and death situation. No matter how much money they offer, I will never sell it to them. I took the letter and looked at it again. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. Among the faction leaders of the association, the leader of the Secret Whisperer is Lilith and Beshmet of the Blood Clan. Chapter 193, Regional Command. For the leader of the Secret Whisperers of this Blood Clan, not much information is left in the outside world, only that she is a Blood Clan female. The leaders of other factions will serve for a few decades at most, and then they will be replaced by new leaders, and make some personnel changes or reforms. For the Secret Whisperers, there is no such saying, and there has been no change of leaders for hundreds of years. It is also because of her long-term presence that the direction of development is relatively unified, which has allowed the originally small faction of Secret Whisperers gradually to enter the public eye. It began to become an important intelligence department in the association. Slater did not say it clearly in his letter, but by combining the previous and the next content, it can be basically inferred where the information related to the Blood Clan was obtained. The only one who can bring benefits to him and Slater is this leader, who is hundreds of years old. Using a rare object to exchange for the attention of a faction leader of the association is not a bad thing. It can even be said that it is more profitable than how much it sells for. Women are still delicate. Now it seems that there is still some gap between him and Slater. I was thinking about how to maximize the price. Slater contacted a leader of the Eternal Night clan directly. She was still more powerful. After thinking it through, there was nothing to hesitate. Took out the envelope and letter paper from the drawer, and began to write back to Slater. The content was also very simple. Since she had arranged it, I would definitely support it. The rare item would not be sold, you can come and get it at any time, or send it to her in any way. Of course, the letter did not mention that the buyer had been killed by me. put the letter into the envelope, just sealed with wax. The door was pushed open. Duke and the thief Burke walked in while chatting. Seeing Wu Hung sitting in the room, he immediately greeted him. "Captain, you came so early." "Yeah, did you come together?" Wu Hung asked. "Burke also lives in the outer city. We met on the way here, so we came together," Duke explained. Wu Hung glanced at the smiling thief and asked, "Burke, do you live in the outer city?" "Yes, Captain." "Who is at home?" Burke's expression suddenly froze, and he didn't reply for a long time, even when Duke cast a curious look. After a few seconds, he smiled again. "My mother and my brother." Wu Hung nodded. "Work hard. Do it normally for a few years, and you can have a better life as a captain." "Yes, Captain." Duke also said, "Just follow the captain. It's not difficult to get merit." "Well, I count on the captain and Duke brothers." As they chatted, Marta and the soldier Galbraith also came in. After a few words, Wu Hung led everyone out. He handed the letter to the front desk. "Go to the outer city for today's patrol." Outer city. The whole street was even more chaotic. Along the way, they encountered 3 or 4 waves of people in conflict. Wu Hung and others did not care, but just watched from a distance, to avoid the swords and knives being blind and hurting them. Soon, the gang members in charge of management separated the 2 parties in conflict and warned them to disperse. Seeing that there was no excitement, several people continued to patrol along their own routes. There were quite a few people, and no one dared to come and cause trouble. Actually, Wu Hung didn't know what he was patrolling for. They didn't know the members of the Warhammer party. So how could they really catch 2 people who sneaked in? They walked all the way to a section in the center. Suddenly, a figure rushed over from not far away. "Sir, Captain." The figure just approached, and with a bang, he was kicked back by Ba Wudong. He fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Wu Hung also saw the other person's appearance clearly at this time. A fat man in a dark blue robe. Somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Duke took off the battle axe on his back and looked at the other party with vigilance. The fat man was smart, and he jumped up and explained, "My lord, you don't recognize me. Last time you bought a few slaves from me. You took 2 at that time. Slave trader." The impression in his mind overlapped with the fat man in front of him. He was really the slave trader who bought the slaves. Wu Hung asked curiously, "Are you looking for me?" "No. No." The fat man dusted off the dust on his body, glanced at the people behind him, and said, "My lord, is it convenient to chat for a while? It won't take you too long." Wu Hung looked at it, took his 2 skeleton guards, and walked aside. "What's the matter?" The fat man rubbed his hands and whispered, "My lord, I still have a group of girls, all of whom meet human aesthetics, and the price is just right now. I wonder if you still need them." Wu Hung didn't expect that it was because of this matter, and he turned around and planned to leave. The fat man didn't dare to raise his hand to stop him, and hurriedly said, "My lord, it's not safe outside now, and most slaves can't enter the city. Please be kind and buy them, and take them back to be maids and servants." It seems that it was because of the Warhammer again. Prices in the city have skyrocketed, and raising slaves has become a huge expense. Now the outer areas of the city are not safe, and everyone is trying to get in. Why don't you just let them go? Why do I have to be a good guy? Wu Hung said directly. "Sir, this is Ratam City. I still have some deterrent power. If you can't find buyers for them, and just let them go, few of them will survive." The fat man continued. "I don't believe you. He has become fat like a ball from eating so much. And he is still wearing expensive jewelry." Now he said it as if he was considering the slaves. "I don't have the ability to buy more slaves. You should ask others." Wu Hung refused directly. He was in a mess here too. He had to arrange guards for the 2 maids. How could he afford to buy more people? Besides, can he save them? "Sir, the lady who was generous last time, do you know where she lives? The price of slaves has been reduced by half. I don't know if she still needs them." The fat man continued. "This is asking Slater. She is indeed a strong and generous woman. She is not in Ratam City. I can write a letter for you, but I am afraid it will take some time to know whether the other party needs it." Wu Hung said. Slater should need a group of people. The price of buying slaves last time was not low, and now it can be much cheaper. "Oh, okay, thank you, sir." The fat man hesitated and said again, "If you want to buy slaves, you can come to me directly and give you a more favorable price." Wu Hung walked towards the direction of his team and waved to him. Return to the team. Duke immediately asked, Captain, what is he doing so secretly? Ask if you want to buy slaves. I guess the situation is not good now. And slaves can't be sold. Wu Hung answered casually. Oh, slave traders. Several people walked along the patrol route. After nothing happened, they returned to the association. Wu Hung looked at his team members and said, I have something to do in the afternoon. Duke, Marta, you take the 2 new team members to patrol. Remember that we are just assisting in patrol. If there is any problem, don't think about taking action. Go and talk to the deacon. Several people were stunned. I also agreed. Okay, Captain. After confirming that there was no problem, then they dispersed and left. Zombie world. After Wu Hung came over, he stood by the window, opened the curtains and looked out. On the road of the commercial street, there was already a row of convoys. Xiangzi and others, wearing masks, were carrying the supplies inside. Li Yong and the others are back. Wu Hung went downstairs and walked towards the direction of the convoy. When he got closer, the intercom received a voice. The person who was on the lookout notified Li Yong that the boss of the King of Hell was coming down soon. Li Yong came out of the Yingdu Mall. When did you come back? Wu Hung asked. A little after 2 o'clock. Seeing that you were resting and there were no zombies, I started moving supplies. Li Yong replied. When she came over, she should have contacted me through the intercom. But she didn't get a reply, so she started to search for supplies. According to the distance between the prison and here, their speed was not slow. Well, I didn't hear it just now. By the way, what do you think of the title of Disaster Relief Commander? Li Yong asked suddenly. Wu Hung was stunned. What do you mean? The main station is going to appoint a regional commander for disaster relief in each district. And our prison is on the candidate list. Chapter 194. Unlock Knowledge. Regional Command for Disaster Relief. If it were in the past, this position would be considered an official position, a very important position. But at the moment, it seems that it has no real effect. It is just a title at most, with no effect. Most of the survivors are gathered in separate gathering places in communities, villages. They are separated from each other by the zombies, so there is no such thing as regional command. Even if they are really selected by the headquarters. No matter what kind of command is issued in the area, it is not certain that anyone will listen. If there is a commander, suddenly contacting himself or the prison to make a series of assignments, Wu Hung will definitely not listen, and may even scold him on the radio. What is the use of this disaster relief command? Wu Hung asked. An identity, after all. There are some official organizations in various places who can take care of each other, and when the road is open, they will also get some weapons and technical support. Li Yong said. The rest of the official organizations. It should refer to some rescue teams or gathered troops. Taking care of each other is indeed a good thing. As for weapons and technology, weapons should support some guns and ammunition, and technology, which is to develop antiviral drugs. These two, I don't have much appeal. In terms of combat, I do value modern weapons, but it will take too long for them to clear the road and deliver supplies. Moreover, I have enough ammunition now, and the battle in the zombie world depends on the number of skeletons. There is no need to dwell on these. As for the antivirus aspect, as long as I am careful, there won't be any big problems. The corpse core medicine has already removed the corpse poison. Maybe I developed it one step ahead of them. There is no need for me to get too deeply involved with them. After thinking it through, I said directly, it won't help us much. There is no need to fight for such a title. Let's develop ourselves well. It's better to spend the winter steadily than anything else. Although Wu Hung looked down on the other party's nonsense. But there is no need to conflict with the central radio station. After all, modern long-range missiles are still quite fierce. Keeping a low profile is also good for yourself. I understand. Li Yong nodded. And then said, I plan to report the mushroom zombies that were killed before to the central radio station, so that all regions can also know the characteristics of this kind of zombies. Okay. I have no objection. Wu Hung said. Then I will write it down. And you can help me check it when the time comes. And I will tell the central radio station. Okay. The two stood together and chatted for a while. Then on the map, I found a nearby location circled by a red marker. I continued to move forward with the skeleton army. Being strong is the hard truth. Although I don't like this title, I also have to have the capital to not be criticized by others. The skeleton army moved in a mighty manner to the location marked on the map. In addition to the accompanying skeleton army, several deformed and transformed skeletons, there are also the previously transformed vegetative corpses, dead plant monsters. Because they cannot move, Wu Heng found a wheelchair for it at a nearby pharmacy, and let a skeleton push it. It was like a critically ill patient. Arrived at the location marked by the red circle. At a glance, there were a large number of zombies on the road, and a giant deformed zombie sitting on the roof of the car. There are really deformed zombies, Li Yang exclaimed. The locations of the red circles on the map represent risks other than zombies. I just picked one. I saw a second-level deformed zombie. After following Wu Heng for a long time, Li Yang did not have much emotional fluctuations when she saw the deformed zombies. They looked like they had killed too many people, and there was nothing special about them. Forward, Wu Heng ordered. The skeleton army continued to move forward, and the scattered and deafening footsteps immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. The first zombie roared. The zombies all looked at the skeleton army. The next second, they roared and attacked with their teeth and claws. Spear formation. The spear skeletons quickly moved forward and formed a formation. The rest of the skeletons also drew out their spears and made throwing movements. Wu Heng looked at the rapidly gathering, huge group of corpses, and did not give orders immediately. He glanced at the dead plant monster sitting in a wheelchair and said, "Release the entangled vegetation." The dead plant monster in the wheelchair, with its upper body bent, its arms like dead branches, resting directly on the concrete floor. A dark gray energy quickly spread forward. Dark red thorns rose from the ground, forming a difficult terrain with dense thorns. The group of corpses rushed into the terrain. The running movement began to become staggering. Some were tripped by brambles, while the rest pushed aside the thorns and struggled to move forward. The effect is so good? Wu Heng was a little surprised by the effect in front of him. The zombies were running fast, but now they were trapped in the vegetation terrain. The speed was slower than normal walking. Looking at the large number of zombies trapped in it, Wu Heng said directly, "Throw spears, release." Densely thrown spears, thrown into the group of zombies. Since the movement was restricted, the chance of hitting was greatly increased. In an instant, a large number of zombies fell down. Dirty blood flowed all over the ground. "Keep going. Shoot!" Whoosh! The second wave of javelins was thrown out, clanging into the zombies. Then, the third and fourth waves came one after another. They swept the zombies in front of them again and again. Before they walked out of the thorny area, more than half of the zombies had disappeared. Only 100 zombies were left, still tearing the brambles in the thorny area, and had not yet crawled out. Li Yang widened her eyes, looking at the scene in front of her with some disbelief. It doesn't matter how the thorns are formed. The javelin that I mass-produced, are they so effective? The lethality is so great. In the past, there were zombies rushing over and engaging in close combat with the spearmen. Now there is no relief for close combat, and those who die directly are almost the same. And behind the zombies, the giant zombies that did not step into the thorny land, stood outside and kept wandering left and right. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was panting heavily. The bloodthirstiness and belligerence in his genes made him extremely violent and restless. But the awakened reason in his body reminded him that if he rushed over, he would die. So he should not go over. He just stood outside, took 2 steps forward, and then quickly retreated. He walked back and forth over and over again. Wu Heng's eyes also fell on the giant zombie opposite. He saw that he had no intention of approaching. Remove the entanglement vegetation. The dead plant monster on the wheelchair retracted the magic, and the thorns blocking the road turned into dust and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wu Heng continued to give orders. "Go ahead. Kill that giant zombie." Hula la! The big guy in iron armor climbed up the wall, knocked away the remaining zombies, and went straight to the giant deformed zombie. The giant zombie, who was still wandering around, finally realized the danger. He turned around and fled to the back, while many skeletons rushed forward, blocked it everywhere, surrounded it and killed it. Soon, the sound of fighting stopped. The giant corpse with twisted limbs was dragged over and thrown to the ground. Clean up the battlefield. The skeletons dispersed instantly and began to carry the corpses on the ground. Wu Heng used the bone-serving technique on the giant corpse on the ground. The flesh and blood fell off. The tall skeleton stood up. Skeleton warrior, level 11, the level and attributes did not change much. From now on, you will be called Wu Kueitu. Wu Heng gave him a name casually. At the same time, he squatted on the ground, found the second-level corpse core, and directly loaded it up. After the corpses were carried to both sides, Wu Heng returned with Li Yong. "Let's go, that's it for today, let's go back first." "Okay." On the other side, the convoy's supplies were almost shipped. Li Yong took out a pen and paper, wrote down all the characteristics of the mushroom zombies, and gave them to Wu Heng to take a look. Wu Heng nodded, and continued, "Mushroom zombies, their skin is more resilient than ordinary zombies, and it is difficult for ordinary swords to pierce them, but their movement speed is slower than that of ordinary zombies." He had seen the mushroom zombies at a closer distance, and in addition to the appearance characteristics written by Li Yong, he then added the physical characteristics. Li Yong took a pen and wrote it down quickly, looking up with big eyes. "Are there any more?" "There are also 3-level deformed zombies. You can also release it to the main station," Wu Heng said. Li Yong glanced at the dead plant monster sitting in a wheelchair, and said, "Will it not affect us?" "Not much. Don't say we killed it. Just say we encountered this kind of zombie," Wu Heng said. From the main station, he also got a lot of information about zombies. All of them are collected from various places and integrated. "I got the information here, so I will tell it to others, hoping it can help others." "Oh, then I will write it down. It looks like this." Wu Heng pointed to the dead plant monster next to him. Li Yong took a look and nodded to show that she understood. Wu Heng continued, "Its characteristics are that it cannot move, its attack method is to swing a long whip and emit poisonous gas, yes, and a weakness, it is afraid of fire." "Oh, good," Li Yong wrote quickly. "Wait until everything is finished." After Wu Heng took a look, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. "Okay, you still have some literary talent," Wu Heng praised. Li Yong rolled her eyes at him. "You are still praising me. Not bad." Li Yong pursed her lips, looked at the convoy prepared outside. "We are going back, we may rest in prison for a day, and come back the day after tomorrow." "Well, be careful on the road," Wu Heng said. Li Yong looked at the waiting convoy again, and stood there hesitantly. "What's wrong?" "Come here." Li Yong's face began to turn red, and she pulled him to the inside of the hall. She hesitated for a long time. She gritted her teeth, wrapped her arms around his neck, raised her feet, and kissed him hard. She worked hard and was clumsy. Wu Heng didn't react, looking at her flushed face, and her nervous look with her eyes closed. And he felt a little funny. She held her hips with her arms, and lifted her up. Li Yong's face turned even redder, but she also opened her eyes, and looked at him affectionately. They have known each other for a while, and they both felt that the other had this idea. Unexpectedly, Li Yong was the first to point out this matter. The two stood on the stairs, and kissed for a while before separating. Li Yong touched her lips. "Am I bleeding?" "No." "A little red? And it seems a little swollen." "You are too hard." "What if they see it?" Li Yong said with some complaints. "What are you afraid of?" "They will know it sooner or later." Wu Heng put his hands on her waist and hips, which were round and elastic. "Yeah." Li Yong nodded, and leaned her red lips forward again. Zzz. The intercom on her waist started to sound. Qiangzi's voice came out. "Sister Hong, the team is ready, and we can set off at any time." Li Yong turned her head away, and pressed the intercom. "Okay, I'll go out right away." After that, she said apologetically, "I'm leaving, and I'll probably be back at noon the day after tomorrow." "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back." Wu Heng patted her hips. Li Yong's face turned even redder. She tidied up her messy clothes, and walked out directly. Soon, the convoy started and left in the distance. Wu Heng watched the convoy leave. He did not rush back to Ratam City, but walked out of the hotel again, and began to release dead corpse battlefield on the piles of corpses. The skeletons stood up one by one, and walked towards the team on the side. It was not until the sky darkened that Wu Heng returned to the hotel, and returned to Ratam City. The next day, the association meeting room. Both sides of the long and narrow conference table were already full of people. Deacon Gomez had a serious face. Seeing that everyone was there, he said directly, "The people of the Warhammer Party colluded with the gangs in the city, and almost opened the city gate last night, causing irreversible consequences." As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked a little ugly. If the Warhammer Party attacked the outer area of the city before, killed gang members and residents, it was to avenge the last siege. Then this time, colluded with others to open the city gate. It confirmed that the Warhammer Party wanted to attack the city. That is, the patrol in the city became stricter yesterday. Otherwise, if the city gate was really opened, I am afraid it is hard to say whether the entire city will be there. What are the arrangements in the city? The old orc, sitting at the left leader's seat, spoke softly. He was leaning on a wooden stick, and was wearing colorful clothes. The deputy deacon of the association. The orc shaman Eskel. The Iron Guard Knights have taken over the walls of 2 districts, the deacon said, and then continued. If the city is broken, the Warhammer party will definitely slaughter and plunder, and our people in the association will also be in danger. In addition to patrolling during the day, each team must also patrol the city walls at night to increase the defense inside the city and have the power to enforce the law. If anyone is found to have opened the city gate or colluded with foreign enemies, they can be killed directly. Everyone felt the burden on their shoulders suddenly became heavier. The leisure time was gone in a flash, and we had to carry out night patrols. But now that things had come to this, no one had a better solution. If the Warhammer party really came in, no one would be in a good situation. Yes, Deacon. Everyone nodded in response. Okay. Everyone go down and patrol according to the arrangement. The deacon continued. Everyone stood up and walked outside. Returned to the lounge. The 4 team members were all sitting in the room. When they saw Wu Hung coming in with a serious face, they realized that something might have happened. Captain, what happened? Duke asked. Wu Hung said. The Warhammer party tried to open the city gate last night, and they almost succeeded. Everyone's face changed, and their hearts were instantly lifted. If the city gate was really opened, I'm afraid many people would die. What arrangements are there? Marta continued to ask. The association has added night patrol work to each team. Let's patrol first, and then go back to rest early. We still need to patrol the city wall at night, Wu Hung said. Oh, okay. Several people stood up and walked out together. They walked around the outer city area. They only found it more chaotic, but nothing special. After the training, they separated. They returned home to rest. Afternoon. Wu Hung rested for a while, and went directly to the zombie world. The activeness of the Warhammer party made him feel threatened. He could play brain games with the association or the secret society, but he had no room to deal with a group of bandits. Once we enter the city, we will have to fight with real swords and guns. The difference between me and others is that there is an extra boundary gate. If I really can't win, I can hide in the zombie world. But this is the last step. This city has really been occupied by the Warhammer party. I have to hide for a while before I can come out, which will slow down my progress. It's better not to develop to this point. Wu Hung opened the map and found a red circle. He gave an order directly. Follow me. The skeleton army immediately took action and marched towards the target point in a mighty manner. Arrived at the location, the dense zombies began to attack. The spear formation was erected, and the spears poured down. The zombies fell one by one. Your level is upgraded to level 8. Intelligence +1. Charm +1. Unlocked features, Soul Knowledge. Haunting Knowledge. Chapter 195, Help the Tribesman. Your level is increased to level 8, Intelligence +1, Charm +1. Unlocked Expertise, Soul Knowledge, Haunting Knowledge. Soul Knowledge. Your knowledge of the soul has been enhanced. Your soul will be more resilient, and you can see souls and incorporeal creatures with your naked eyes. Haunting Knowledge. You have a deeper understanding of the knowledge of enchantment, and are proficient in dealing with various ghosts, ghost-like haunting phenomena, Charm +5. The sudden appearance of the prompt made Wu Hung stunned. After reaching level 8, I also unlocked 2 specialties. It was different from the slow upgrade at the beginning. Now, every battle is against a group of zombies, sometimes nearly 1,000, sometimes tens of thousands. It's a sea of zombies. After killing, the speed of experience growth is also very fast. Basically, after each battle, you will gain a lot of experience. If it's just a battle with ordinary zombies, it even feels like a mowing game. Wu Hung looked at the prompt again. At level 8, the attributes added are still intelligence and charm. It seems that the main attributes of the necromancer profession tend to be intelligence, charm, and constitution. And these 3 types appear basically every time you upgrade. In addition to increasing the attributes this time, 2 specialties are also unlocked. Soul Knowledge and Haunting Knowledge. The first Soul Knowledge makes one soul more resilient, which can be understood as increased soul strength. This is quite important. It is recorded in the Book of the Dead that some attack methods are aimed at the soul. This kind of attack, even if your body is not damaged, your soul will be shattered. The toughness of the soul can largely avoid this kind of attack. which can be regarded as an increase in self-protection ability. In addition, think of the worst. The soul is strong. Even if you die, at worst you can become a ghost, like Xiao Xiao and Granda. Although you have lost your body, at least you are still alive. It is not a loss. At the same time, the soul knowledge can also allow the naked eye to see the soul or virtual creatures. This point should also be regarded as an enhancement of perception. Thinking in his heart, he released the ghost Xiao Xiao. "What are you doing again?" Xiao Xiao, half lying in the air, asked curiously. The soul was parasitic in his body, just like a living being taking a rest at night. It can nourish the soul by itself. He felt a little grumpy after waking up. "Xiao Xiao, you can be invisible for a while," Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao looked at him with some confusion, and her figure slowly disappeared in the air. Wu Heng still watched. Although Xiao Xiao's body disappeared in the air, he could still see a faint figure in his eyes. Combined with the soul energy sensing that he had awakened before, he could clearly see Xu Xiao's existence. "What's wrong?" Xiao Xiao, who was in the invisible state, said. "Change your position and have a look," Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao flew around in a circle and sat on the left side. "Where am I?" Then she quickly flew to the right side. Wu Heng looked directly at her. "Here." "Ah!" Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise, and then her body slowly emerged. "Uncle, you can see me." "Yeah, I just saw it," Wu Heng said. "It seems that the characteristics of my awakening are quite useful. I can see the ghosts after they become invisible." Xiao Xiao said this sentence very flatteringly, and then floated above the battlefield to cheer for the fighting skeletons. Wu Heng continued to check the second characteristic, haunting knowledge. This characteristic is simpler, and has a deeper understanding of the knowledge of enchantment, and is proficient in dealing with various ghosts, ghost-like phenomena, and charm +5. Enchantment spells. The corresponding attribute is charm. If I have a chance, I can collect the corresponding skill books. This attribute also adds 5 points of charm, which is not bad. After checking the two characteristics, I opened the characteristics and took a look. Name, Wu Heng. Level, 8. Attributes, Strength 24, Agility 25, Constitution 25, Intelligence 28, Perception 15, Charisma 26. Feats, Short Spear Specialization, Basic, Swordsmanship Specialization, Basic, Light Armor Specialization, Basic, Arcane Training, Soul Knowledge, Haunting Knowledge. Abilities, Grey Eagle Swordsmanship, Entry, Strength and Will, Soul Energy Sensing. Skills, Bone Art, Bone Armor, Corpse Cage. From the overall attributes, my intelligence finally prevailed. Unlike before, physical strength is higher than intelligence. After a quick glance, he closed the attribute panel, and his eyes fell on the battlefield in front of him again. The two sides of the battle are gradually approaching the end. The zombies, after several rounds of charge, were killed by the skeleton team, and there were few left. Wu Heng glanced at the entire battlefield. At the scene and in the pile of corpses, no deformed zombies were found. According to the markings on the map, the red circle represents special dangers. But judging from the current situation, there is no particular danger. "Uncle, there are bad dogs over there." Xiao Xiao suddenly flew back and pointed to the alley in the distance. Wu Heng looked in the direction. His sight was blocked by various scrapped cars, and he didn't see anything. But the bad dogs Xiao Xiao mentioned usually refer to deformed dogs. "How many?" Wu Heng asked. 2, peeking from over there. "Good, Xiao Xiao is awesome." Hee. The battlefield continued, and the skeletons killed the scattered zombies. Wu Heng lowered his voice and said, "Bodong, you take a few skeletons and go around from there. Don't let the deformed dog run away." Bodong did not hesitate, and went around from the back with a few skeletons. When Xiao Xiao was in the air, he gestured to this side. Wu Heng directly ordered, "Go over." The big guy instantly threw out 2 trash cans, and smashed them at the entrance of the alley. The deformed dog that was looking around was frightened, and turned around and ran to the back of the alley. But after running 2 steps, the road was blocked by several figures on the opposite side. Looking back again, I found that the other road was also blocked. The 2 deformed dogs roared angrily. They rushed forward directly. Bodong kicked out with a whip kick, and threw the 2 deformed dogs against the wall. The skeletons behind him rushed forward and chopped them into mud. The battle was over. The skeletons began to clean up the battlefield. The 2 deformed dogs were also dragged out. Wu Heng released Bone Service after transforming the skeleton dogs. He also found 2 corpse cores, put them in the space ring, and continued to face the corpse group, relying on dead corpse battlefield several times in succession. to replenish the number of skeletons. Then, open the map again, find the next location marked by a red circle. Let's go this way. With a wave of his hand, he led the skeleton to one side. Dusk. In front of the market. The skeleton army killed all the zombies, and began to clean up the battlefield. It took an afternoon. Wu Heng checked the map and went to 3 places marked by red circles. The number of zombies killed was more than 10,000, and 3 deformed dogs and 2 deformed cats were killed at the same time. Some of them were more alert and ran away when the battle started. Didn't catch him. The harvest was not small, experience increased. The number of skeletons increased. There were 5 first-level corpse cores. The potion made from corpse cores, it was also effective for other people in the 2 worlds. Even if it was not very useful for me, it was still a very useful item for training my subordinates. Wu Heng glanced at the sky. He gave up the plan of the 4th wave of clearing the site. He still had to participate in patrols at night, and maintain a good state, to avoid any danger. Carry the corpse, go back. Wu Heng ordered. The skeleton carried the body, and walked towards the hotel where they lived. The changes in Ratam City still brought him some pressure. It urged him to speed up his level, to deal with the danger that might happen at any time. Go back to the hotel. Let the skeleton pile the body on the opposite side of the road. Go back to the room, and go back to the residence through the boundary gate. Ratam City. Bedroom on the 3rd floor. Wu Heng walked downstairs, and heard the voices on the 1st floor. Minnie and Anweir had already started preparing dinner. The 2 maids who were bought by him at the same time get along well with each other. Minnie accompanied Weir to the store during the day, and after returning, Weir also helped Minnie cook and clean. They have a very good relationship. Seeing Wu Heng coming down, Minnie smiled. Master, will Sister Wenmansha come today? I don't think so, she's busy there. Oh! Minnie's smile was obviously much more relaxed. Master, wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon. Yeah. Wu Heng nodded, and laid down on the sofa to rest. In the morning, I attended a meeting and took members on patrol. In the afternoon, I was cleaning up zombies. I was really exhausted. I lay on the sofa and rested for a while. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps sounded, and Anweir came out of the kitchen first, standing in front of the sofa. She looked at him carefully. Master. Wu Heng frowned. What's wrong? Anweir knelt down directly. Master. Weir asks you to help my people. Chapter 196, They are killing residents. Seeing Anweir suddenly kneel down and beg, Wu Heng frowned slightly, also sat up. What happened, tell me. Anweir raised her head, her big eyes were full of mist, and began to speak softly. Wu Heng sat aside, and listened for a while, and understood what he meant. Anweir's tribe was destroyed by the enemy because of the battle between orcs. The few remaining tribesmen were sold to slave traders as slaves. Anweir was not an ordinary slave. She was the daughter of the chief of their lineage, and she was also quite prestigious in the tribe. After being bought by Wu Heng, she wanted to save money slowly, and buy back the rest of the tribesmen, but she didn't expect that the area outside the city became more and more chaotic, and the Warhammer party even started killing people indiscriminately. She had no choice but to ask Wu Heng to help her buy the people back first. Master, I beg you to help my tribesmen. Anweir bowed her head again. Wu Heng rubbed his eyebrows, and understood what he meant. He felt that Anweir's identity was not ordinary, at least not an ordinary slave like Minnie. Level 7 special profession. Can read and count. And write beautifully. Orcs don't care about these things. Not to mention a slave. Now it seems that he is still a young patriarch. How many people do you have? Wu Heng asked. There are still 5 people left with the slave trader. Anweir answered. After buying them back? How do you plan to arrange them? Can our house accommodate so many people? Wu Heng continued. Anweir raised her head, and said her plan seriously. Master, you can let them live in the store. The store is doing well now. But there is a lack of people to stay and guard it. Sometimes we need some manpower to carry supplies. My people can do it. People from the orc tribe can endure hardships. A normal shop does require a lot of manpower. Wu Heng's grocery store, relying on only 2 maids to maintain the operation of a store, is actually barely able to maintain it. It has been closed and opened these days. It hasn't done much serious business. It hasn't felt the shortage of manpower yet. When it runs for a long time later, there will definitely be insufficient manpower. For example, in the Mao Liao armor shop, there are quite a few people who are responsible for receiving customers, carrying goods, and delivering goods to customers. There are a lot of people. Not all of them are employed by the store, but at least there are quite a few people from the store. What Andre said does make sense. It seems that the plan has been thought out before. You have to think about it. I have many enemies. I can arrange people to protect you too. But I can't protect your people. It may be more dangerous after they come here. Wu Heng reminded again. The master is a good person. Following you is their best choice. My people will also protect themselves. Andre still insisted. Can you guarantee that they will keep the secret? I can keep an eye on them. And they can't contact you. It's all about the store. Andre said immediately. Wu Heng felt right. Living in the shop, mainly listening to Andwire's words. Unable to understand any secrets. How much does it cost? Slaves are cheap now. 300 silver coins are enough. I will pay you back later. Andwire whispered. Wu Heng nodded, took out 3 money bags from the space ring. Go buy them tomorrow, just as you said, settle them on the 2nd floor of the shop, watch them, don't do anything out of line. Thank you, master, Andwire said happily with tears in her eyes. At this time, Minnie, who was eavesdropping in the kitchen, also came out shyly. Master, I also have 2 good friends. Can you help me buy them? I will pay you back later. Oh my god! This little girl also came to join in the fun. Now the outer city area is indeed dangerous. And it is normal to have 2 friends. How do you plan to arrange your friends? Wu Heng asked. Just 2 people. You can be a maid for the master. Or you can live in the store if you can't. Minnie said. How much do you want? 50 silver is enough. Wu Heng continued to take out 50 silvers. Go there with Ware tomorrow. And arrange them at the store first. Hee hee. The master is so nice. Minnie cheered excitedly. It is rare for a master to help a slave pay money in the whole city of Rentam. At least it proves that Wu Heng still values them. Minnie acted like a spoiled child for a while, and then ran back to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Andwire also stood up, sat down on the sofa, gently held Wu Heng's head, and rested it on her legs. Full of gratitude and tenderness, she looked into each other's eyes. Thank you, master. It's great to meet you. You are also very good. Wu Heng smiled. After dinner, Wu Heng gave the 2 of them a few words, and then left his residence and went to the association. After getting the patrol position from the deacon, he went to the lounge. When he opened the door, 4 members were already waiting in the room. Seeing Wu Heng coming in, they all stood up. Captain! Captain! The 4 stood up and greeted each other. Wu Heng nodded. Let's go. Our position is the outer city area, and we must get out before the gates of the inner city area are closed. The tasks were assigned by drawing lots. Among them, 8 teams went to the outer city area, and the wheel blanks patrolled the important positions of the city walls and gates, and the remaining 4 teams patrolled the inner city area. Wu Heng was unlucky to be drawn to the outer city area. The task was assigned, and everyone had to comply with it, and could not change it. The other members, except for the swordsman Dalbury who lived in the inner city, all lived in the outer city area. Naturally, there was no objection, and everyone got up and left the association to go to the task location. After leaving the inner city area, on the originally bustling and lively streets, there were few pedestrians. Even the lively tavern was now empty. There were no girls standing at the door, opening their chests to men. When we arrived at the city wall of the outer city, we could see members of the Iron Guard Knights, and some gang members. Wu Heng and others showed the tokens issued by the city hall, and began to patrol according to regulations. It was nothing big, just walking around the city wall. If we found someone attacking the city, or someone inside trying to open the city gate, we would go up to question them, or kill them directly. The night was dark. Several people were a little tired. Wu Heng just wanted to ask them to find a place where no one was to take a nap. Ranger Marta said, Captain, there is something going on over there. As soon as the voice fell, the city wall was immediately alerted. Although the guards on the watchtower did not sound the alarm, they also shouted loudly that there was something special. Looking down along the city wall, I saw a large number of torches rushing out from a location outside the city. They rushed directly into the building and started to chop anyone they saw. The sound of fighting and killing instantly sounded below. A large number of Iron Guard Knights and gang members quickly rushed up the city wall, all looking towards the location of the battle outside the city. The flames were connected, and people kept falling to the ground and being killed. But they were only fighting in the distance. There was no plan to get close to the city wall. It's the Warhammer party. Coming to kill the residents outside again. Chapter 197, waiting to return to prison. These damn bandits. The swordsman Galbraith said angrily. The others followed suit and cursed. But no matter how the people on the city wall cursed, they could do nothing about the people outside the city. Soon, there were already many corpses lying on the ground in the distance. The people holding torches began to loot the things in the residence, carrying various spoils, and quickly disappeared from sight. Wait for everything to return to darkness. Only by listening carefully can you hear the painful groans in the dark night. After those people left, soon another group of people came over with torches in hand. Some began to treat the wounded, while others took the opportunity to take some things away. It was a mess. On the city wall, some of the Iron Guard knights and gang members stayed behind, and the rest went down the city wall. "Captain, they're all gone. What should we do?" Duke asked. Wu Hung looked around and said, "Let's find a place to rest for a while. It's going to be dawn soon. There will be nothing to do today." "Oh, let's go to my house," Duke said. "It's too far. Let's hide in the corner for a while. Take turns on duty. Don't fall asleep," Wu Hung said. "Okay." Several people simply cleaned up a wall under the city wall, took turns to guard, and then closed their eyes to rest. Until dawn, nothing happened. Wu Hung climbed up the city wall and looked into the distance. The members of the other teams began to evacuate. Wu Hung waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Get off work. Go home. We don't need to patrol during the day. We will meet in the lounge at night." "Okay, Captain." Everyone dispersed and yawned and went home. Wu Hung came back from the outer city. Pushing open the door, the smell of food came from the living room. Minnie said, "Master, you must be tired. Breakfast is ready." Wu Hung nodded, washed his hands, sat down at the dining table, and began to eat breakfast. Anvir served him a bowl of soup, put it on the table, and asked softly, "Master, nothing happened last night, right? There was a battle in the outer city, and many people died." "Warhammer party?" Anvir asked. "It shouldn't be. It looks like a gang taking the opportunity to seek revenge, or taking advantage of the situation. It's hard to say," Wu Hung said while eating. Anvir looked a little worried. "Then wait. Minnie and I will go by the person back to avoid any problems." Wu Hung nodded and handed her the captain's emblem of the association. "Well, take my badge and go out. If there is any problem, just say it's from the association." "Thank you, Master." After breakfast, the two of them simply packed up and left the house. Wu Hung went back to his bedroom and slept until noon. After washing up, he opened the gate and headed for the zombie world. He opened the curtains of the hotel. He saw that the convoy had already stopped outside. Wang Chungang and his friends were gathered together, smoking and chatting. At this time, Li Yong came out with Bassin, seemingly arranging tasks for them. Wang Chungang and Xiangzi and his friends nodded to show that they understood, and walked towards a building on the side. Soon they came out again, and began to move supplies into the carriage. Wu Hung pressed the intercom and said, "Li Yong, come over here." Li Yong heard the voice on the intercom, and immediately looked up. When she saw Wu Hung behind the window, she couldn't help but smile with joy. Then, she immediately restrained her smile, calmed down her mood, pressed the intercom, and said calmly, "Okay, I'll go over now." Then she walked into the lobby of the hotel. Wu Hung came down from upstairs, and Li Yong ran all the way and threw herself into his arms. Li Yong looked up, her eyes full of tenderness. "I miss you so much." Wu Hung lowered his head, and the two kissed each other. He subconsciously reached out, pulled open the other stab-proof suit, and reached in to rub it gently. Li Yong's figure is relatively fit. After all, she used to do some physical work, and you can feel the mermaid line and muscle lines on her body. The steamed bun is slightly larger than Minnie. It is very elastic. Li Yong's skin is getting redder and redder, and her breathing is getting more and more rapid. Wu Hung picked her up and walked towards the room upstairs. "Now?" Li Yong's eyes were a little evasive. "What's wrong?" Li Yong hesitated and said softly, "I am willing to give myself to you, but we have to do some serious work later. This is not good." Looking at Li Yong's clumsy appearance, I should be his first man. It is not good to proceed so hastily. He grabbed the plumpness under his waist and said, "When do you want? I will listen to you." "Wait until we return to the prison. There will be plenty of time then." Li Yong's skin was originally a little wheat colored, and now it was a little red. "Then I will have to wait for a long time." Li Yong rolled her eyes at him, complaining, "You are a weird person. I hinted at you before, but you didn't react at all. I thought you liked men, but now you are so anxious." Woo woo. Wu Hung pressed her against the wall again, blocking her mouth with force. Li Yong hung her arms on the other's shoulders, responding enthusiastically to the attack of her lover. After a long time, the two separated again. Li Yong grabbed the other's hand that was rubbing her buttocks with her backhand, and said with a flushed face, "Okay, there will be plenty of time in the future." Wu Hung nodded. "Then let's do business first." He took out the map and opened it, saying, "I have cleared these locations yesterday. When the time comes, you can let Xiangzi and others go there to carry the supplies by themselves." "Okay." Li Yong nodded, and continued, "What are the plans for today?" "We need to clear these areas today," Wu Hung said. "The red circles near the hotel have been cleared. There are a few more places that are a little further away, and it is not convenient to drive back and forth." Wu Hung selected a few places that have not been marked, which means that the people who marked the map have not been there yet. The main purpose is not to kill the deformed zombies, but to level up. After all, the threat of the Warhammer party is getting bigger and bigger. If you want to protect yourself, the level is still very important. Li Yong looked at the map and frowned slightly. "So many to clear? Is it necessary to be so anxious? It's a bit urgent. Try to improve the progress as much as possible so that you can return to the prison faster." "Really?" Li Yong hit him lightly again, and said in a low voice, "I'll listen to you." Wu Hung patted her perky buttocks and said, "Well, let's go." "Don't pat my buttocks when you go out. After all, I am the eldest sister now." Li Yong rubbed her buttocks. "Okay. Then when no one is around, let me take the photo." Li Yong, blushing, began to straighten her clothes. She looked in the mirror again, confirming that she was just blushing and there was nothing else wrong. The two of them walked out of the hotel. Li Yong went to talk to Xiangzi and the others. Then she followed Wu Hung and walked to one side. Dongmen bus station. The dense group of corpses began to attack. The entangled vegetation of the dead plant monster formed a thorny terrain on the ground, slowing down the progress of the corpses. At the same time, dense spears fell from the top of the head again and again. The zombies fell to the ground one by one. "Attack! Kill them all!" Wu Hung ordered. Crash! The skeleton army directly launched a charge, knocking over the zombies on the opposite side in an instant, and fighting in a group. Then, several skeletons transformed from deformed zombies also rushed out. Large groups of zombies were blown away. They were smashed into meat paste. Li Yong looked at the figure beside her with some doubts. Although she had never commanded a skeleton battle, but the fighting style of the skeletons in front of him was completely different from before. It was no longer defending first, then counterattacking. After throwing all the javelins, the skeletons charged directly, more aggressively, and soon, the battle was over. Wu Hung began to let the skeletons clean up the battlefield, and he also released Dead Corpse Battlefield. And when he had enough mental strength, he increased the number of skeletons. "All the buses here can be used, and there should be keys inside," Li Yong said, looking at the rows of buses in the distance. "There are more than 10 buses parked in the bus station. The keys of these public buses are usually kept in a nearby building for unified management. As long as they are found, they can continue to be used." Wu Hung glanced at the building next to him and said, "Let Xiangzi and the others come and take care of it later. Let's go to the next location first." "Oh, okay." Li Yong didn't say much. They moved to the next location together. It was a little after 4 p.m. Wu Hung and Li Yong finished killing zombies today. The skeleton team kept moving back and forth to carry the bodies. Li Yong took Xiangzi and a few others to the bus station to drive the buses. Wu Hung stood in front of the door and looked at his experience. Level 825882/48,000. The battles in the past 2 days have had significant effects. I just reached level 8 yesterday, and I have already reached half of the experience today. The population of the city is still dense. No matter where you go, you will see a sea of zombies. Now it has become my own experience for upgrading. Soon, several buses drove back. They were parked on the main road. Li Yong ran over and said, "We don't have enough people today. We'll take these buses away next time." "Well, it's okay to leave them there. No one will steal them." "Who said they were stolen?" Li Yong carefully glanced behind her. Xiangzi and others were getting on the truck. She said softly, "I'm going back." Come back soon. Go back. Be safe. Okay. Li Yong waved her hand, got on the bus, and left with the convoy. Wu Hung came to the corpse and continued to release dead corpse battlefield. And when his mental strength was a little insufficient, he returned to the hotel and opened the door, rested on the 3rd floor for a while. The sound of the door opening came from downstairs. Walking downstairs, Minnie and Anweer came back with some things. Seeing Wu Hung coming down, they all bowed. Master. Well, how are things arranged? Wu Hung asked. Anveil bowed again, and said gratefully, Thank you, Master. I have bought back the tribesmen and settled them in the store. After a short pause, she continued, I have explained it clearly to them. They will be in charge of the store in the future, and will never cause you any trouble. Minnie, how is your side? My friends have also been rescued. Master, let them be maids too. Why do you insist on them being maids? Minnie hesitated. They have no jobs, and they are clumsy at doing things. Apart from being maids, they can't do anything else. Wu Hung and Anveil were speechless. Why does she feel that maids can be stupid? Wu Hung glanced at Anweer, who lowered her head to hold back her laughter. Wu Hung thought about the words and said, We only have this little space here, so why do we need so many maids? We only have this little space, so why do we need so many maids? Wu Hung sat down on the sofa and said directly, For daily life, one maid is enough. Anweer's role is actually needed by the store. Really, if we hire 2 more maids, there is no need for such a small place as mine. Minnie looked frustrated after being rejected. Wu Hung added, Let them help in the store first, and when we have a big house in the future, let them come over. Yeah, okay. The 3 of them sat in the living room and chatted for a while. Minnie went to prepare dinner. After dinner, Wu Hung said goodbye to the 2. He walked out of the house and headed for the association. The team came to the lounge. Pushing open the door, several members sat in the room and chatted. Captain! Several people stood up and saluted. Wu Hung nodded, looked at the people who all brought blankets, said, I'll help you put away the blankets. If someone sees us, they might think we're going to be lazy. Hee hee. Duke scratched his head and laughed. The others also handed over the blankets. Wu Hung put it in the space ring, said, Let's go, let's not be late, so that people won't find fault with us. Several people nodded, stood up, and followed him out of the association. Walking on the road, Duke quickened his pace, walked to Wu Hung and said, Captain, a lot of people died in the outer area of the city last night. I heard that the leader of a gang had his head chopped off. Was it done by the Warhammer party? Not sure, and no one is going to check it. Duke whispered, At this time, who will check these things? Death is death. Gang members disbanded, and were recruited by other gangs. Chapter 198, Special Killing of a Person. There are 2 possibilities for the current chaos. One is that the Warhammer party and the gangs are colluding, and they are constantly making trouble and harassing. The second possibility is that the gangs take this opportunity to start looting. They take things for revenge. After that, they put the blame on the Warhammer party. Based on the current situation, people in the city don't have time to care about these. No matter which one, the gangs will probably start to imitate. It will only make the chaos worse. Wu Hung continued to look at the others and asked, What news do you have? Marta said as she walked, Many people have left here, planning to go out and hide, and come back when things are stable here. Outside the city? Wu Hung asked. The whole city is like this. I heard that the masters in the inner city have almost all left. People are also leaving the outer city, and the outer city. Marta continued. Didn't the Warhammer party block the road? Blocking the road only restricts the entry of caravans. The territory is so large that it is not difficult to leave. That's right. The Warhammer party set up roadblocks, mainly to block the main road. If you want to leave, you can take a detour, or the Warhammer party will not block others at all. Let everyone escape, and it will be easier for them to occupy the city. Yeah, that's right. Wu Hung nodded. He came to the area he was patrolling. He started patrolling with his team. Late at night, just like last night, a battle broke out in the outer city area. With shouts and screams. There was also a small-scale battle in the outer city area. But it was stopped by the Iron Guard Knights at the beginning. And it did not cause any chaos. Wu Hung and his friends brought blankets and found a new place to sleep. They waited until dawn. After get off work. Go home, Wu Hung said. Everyone waved goodbye to him. Wu Hung walked towards his residence. As soon as he reached the door, he saw several tall figures, standing at the door waiting. The orc boss of the Mao Liao armor shop, Grask. Wu Heng walked over. Boss, you are here to see me? The orc boss looked up at him and immediately smiled. Captain Wu Heng, you were not here just now, so we waited at the door for a while. Is there anything you need from me? The city is a bit chaotic recently, and the shop may be closed for a while. The warehouse has made some armor you need, and we want to deliver it to you in advance. The boss took a careful look and said, Is it convenient for you? It seems that the people in the armor shop are also planning to evacuate here. The armor that Wu Heng ordered from them has been partially produced. No one knows what will happen later, so they want to deliver it to him in advance. Boss, do you think the city will fall? Wu Heng said directly. I dare not say that. The boss immediately denied it, and then said, We are just doing some small business. The taxes and protection fees in the city have not been in arrears. It's time to go back to the tribe to hide. Wu Heng glanced around, pulled him aside, and whispered, I won't stop you from leaving. But we are also friends. Show me a clear way out. The boss whispered, As long as it's not a caravan. The Warhammer party will basically let you go after collecting some money. If you want to leave, it's best to go through the woods, either north or south. It will definitely be over after hiding for a month or two. Okay. I understand. Wu Heng nodded. Those leather armors. How many other goods do you have left in your warehouse? Wu Heng continued to ask. There are also dozens of sets of iron armor and leather goods such as saddles. Based on the information you just gave me, if you offer a reasonable price, I will take them all, so you don't have to sell them everywhere. Wu Heng said directly. The orc boss' eyes lit up. He calculated in his mind, and said, 5 gold coins, a total of 112 sets of leather armor, more than 80 sets of iron armor, and more than 100 saddles and leather shields. I will give them all to you, but I only want gold coins. Gold coins are easy to carry. Silver coins are too heavy. It's hard not to attract attention if you carry silver coins with you when you flee. Okay. I'll take it. The boss smiled even more and said gratefully, Thank you. Captain. When business recovers, I'll make you a better set of armor. I'll have someone go get it and send it to you now. I'll go with you. Bringing so many armors here may cause trouble. Wu Heng took 2 steps and continued, You can have someone notify some weapon shops and herbal medicine shops. If they want to sell at a low price, they can come to your shop to find me. I can help them clean up the goods. Okay. I'll have someone do it right away. Outside the city, an abandoned castle. Inside the dim and moldy building, sat a middle-aged man in a black suit, and several guards. They were silent, waiting silently. Soon, footsteps were heard outside. Several followers came in, with several strong and tall orcs. One of them was wearing iron armor, with a long sword hanging from his waist, and took off his hood, revealing his orc image and huge fangs. If someone from the association was present, he would recognize the identity of the person in front of him at a glance. A core member of the Warhammer party. A reward of 700 silver coins. And a 3rd level merit. How is the plan going? The leader has urged us several times. The orc said directly. The man in the suit said softly. 3 nights later, someone will attack inside, and open the north gate. You will attack directly then. Have you arranged it? It was arranged by the masters, and the people stationed in various forces were called. There will be absolutely no problem. Those old guys can only do these sneaky things. The orc said coldly. The man opposite had a slightly cold expression. Watch your words. Don't forget, after you were besieged by the Iron Guard Knights, who supported you. Don't make yourself sound so great. The orc put one leg on the chair. Each of us wants what we need. You want to change the city lord. We want to enter the city. We will cooperate normally in the future. The man in the suit took a deep breath, and didn't want to get angry with the bandits. He continued, After the master lets you enter the city, you have to do something special. Say it, don't waste time. After attacking the city, arrange people to kill the captain of Team 12 of the association. Don't touch his things, and send the body here. The orc raised his eyebrows. You merchants don't have good brains. Once the war starts, how can you tell who will go to whom, let alone find the captain? It's easy to identify. He's wearing the captain's armor of the association, black hair, black pupils. He's the only one who looks like this in the whole city. Okay, I got it. The orc nodded and emphasized. 3 nights later, remember your arrangements. Don't make any mistakes. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. Mao Liao Armor Shop. Inside the store, Wu Heng sat on one side, and there were humans or orcs sitting below, at least 80 or 90 people. They were all the owners of various stores in the outer city, and some of their followers. Boss Mao Liao said directly, "This is Captain Wu Hung of the association. When I called everyone here, I also told you about the matter. If you are willing to sell goods at a low price, Captain Wu Hung is willing to accept it, so you don't have to run around everywhere, and it's settled in gold coins, which is easy to carry." All the bosses looked at Wu Hung. They began to discuss in a low voice again. Wu Hung said directly, "Everyone, those who are willing to sell can tell us the type, quantity, and price of their goods." Chapter 199, Getting the Goods at a Low Price. Everyone present, at the same time, looked at the figure in front of them. Rentham City is no longer safe. The Warhammer party may come in at any time. People can leave, but the goods in the city cannot be taken away. If the Warhammer party attacks the city, these goods cannot be kept. Even if they don't enter the city, they leave, and if no one is watching over them for a long time, the goods still cannot be kept. This is the city of Rentham, where there are many gangs and mercenaries, an unattended warehouse, just like the property lost on the street, will be stolen within 3 days. The best way is to sell the squeezed goods before leaving. Change it into money, and take it away. These days, various shops have also been wandering around this matter, but they all choose merchant groups, and the other party is also selling goods. Now I finally met someone who is willing to buy, but it sounds like he wants to lower the price. "Captain, can you take the goods of so many of us?" someone asked doubtfully. Not to mention that the Warhammer party is closed now. Even in the past, it is difficult for someone to take so much goods. That depends on what price you offer. If the price is favorable, I will naturally help you share these burdens. If the price is not suitable, I can't do anything. Wu Hung said directly. "Captain Wu Hung, my store sells cloth. The best cloth materials. I am willing to give up 30% of the profit and sell this batch of goods to you." A human boss sat on a chair and said with a smile. Wu Hung reacted to what the other party said. "Give up 30%. That is, give a 30% discount. This price is like a profit margin. When I ordered goods in bulk from Mao Liao Armor Shop, the discount was similar to this. It should be the price they usually charge for bulk shipments." Wu Hung glanced at the other party, shook his head and said, "It's expensive, and you have no sincerity. When I bought goods normally in the past, I would give more than you are giving now." The cloth shop owner smiled awkwardly. Seemingly he didn't expect that. A new captain of the association had experience in buying goods in bulk, and immediately explained, "Our cloths are all top quality goods, and those ordinary ones are." Wu Hung stretched out his hand to stop him, and said, "This boss will think about it for a while, and we will talk about the price later." The cloth shop owner's face turned red, and he hesitated to speak, and sat back down amid the snickers of other shop owners. Crossing his arms and legs, he looked like he was waiting to see what price others could offer. There was silence for a few seconds. An orc stood up and made an orc salute, and said in a deep voice, "Captain Wu Hung, I still have some weapons and shields left, and I can sell them to you." Wu Hung had seen this orc boss before. He was the boss of the weapon shop opposite the Mao Liao Armor Shop. Wu Hung had gone to ask about the style of javelin before, and it was this shop that Duke took him to. They had met each other, but they were not familiar with each other. Of course, it depends on whether there is a discount. The owner of the weapon shop said directly, "I'll give you a 40% profit. Weapons are sold normally to mercenaries, and the quality can be guaranteed. Cloth and the like, I didn't need them. If the price is cheap, I will take it. If the price is not much discounted, I will not take it." However, weapons are relatively speaking one of the directions Wu Hung buys. After all, Skeleton has been using kitchen knives for a while. And now, I want to exchange them for a batch of weapons if I have the chance. Although kitchen knives are easy to use, they are still different from real weapons. "Give me 60%. I'll take it." No. It's too much of a loss for us. Anyway, you are all leaving. And these things can't be kept. It's better to take the money, and go back to the tribe to live a good life. Wu Hung continued. The reason why they dared to lower the price was that the other party was anxious to leave. The orc boss still shook his head, pondered for a moment, and said, "Captain may not know that our people have been recruited by the city lord's mansion. They can't leave even if they want to. They need to rush to make arrows and repair weapons in the city. People will not leave." As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene was stunned. Then, some people began to sweat on their foreheads. Their legs shook violently, and they began to become uneasy. The craftsmen in the weapon shop were detained to rush to make arrows. Which means that this battle is definitely going to start. Those people in the inner city, the intelligence is more accurate. Even if we stay, the goods will be lost once the war starts. You give me a reasonable price in the end, I will take it if I can after all. We all knew each other before. Wu Hung said directly. The orc boss narrowed his eyes slightly, and glanced at the owner of the Mao Liao armor shop not far away. He still said, 50%. Wu Hung didn't intend to waste time with him anymore. Okay, I want all the goods in your store. The orc boss nodded. Then I will go back and count the goods, and give you an accurate price. Okay. Wu Hung nodded. The orc boss stood up, and without paying attention to the others, turned around and left. At this time, the boss who was selling cloth just now, immediately said, Ahem, Captain, I just thought about it, and I'll give you 50%. Wu Hung said directly, You give 80% for the cloth, and I'll give you 20%. This is a bit too low. Before he could bargain, other shop owners stood up immediately. Captain, I have a batch of new furniture here, including magic tools etched with runes. Would you like them? I'm from the herbal medicine store, and I have some herbal medicine in the store, which can also be sold to you. Jewelry is hard currency. You will definitely not lose money if you buy it. Instantly, the store began to become noisy. It was a mess. I could only hear people quoting prices, but I couldn't tell who was from which store. Wu Hung waved his hand and said, We will buy weapons, protective gear, medicine at 50%, and cloth, food, magic tools, and sundries at 20%. Bosses who are willing to sell can go back and prepare. Give me the list when the time comes, and I will pick up the goods myself. Magic tools refer to some furniture etched with runes, which are somewhat different from props. They are used in daily life. After a short silence, the scene became noisy again. Captain, jewelry should be counted as 50% anyway. Captain, don't you want girls? Why don't you count slaves? They are all young girls. Squeak. While arguing, the door was pushed open. Several mercenaries wearing armor and long swords on their waists walked in. Glancing at the people present, Squeaked a smile on his serious face, said, We are from the Lyle Merchant Group. Is there anyone here buying the goods in the warehouse? Yes. What do you have in your warehouse? Wu Hung asked. Cloth and spices. Wu Hung hesitated but still said, I will buy them at 20% of the original price. If you can accept it, you can keep them. The mercenary looked embarrassed, hesitated for a long time. Okay, I'll sell them. Then he said, Do you want horses and carriages? You want carriages too? They were originally put in the city to transport goods. The horses are all strong. If you need them, I'll sell them to you at a low price. The mercenary continued. Okay, I'll take them too. Go and count the quantity of your goods. I'll arrange someone to check it then. Wu Hung said directly. Okay. The mercenaries came quickly. And left quickly. He turned around and left here to go to the warehouse to count the goods. The mercenaries just left. The door was pushed open again. Several shop owners and mercenaries from other blocks came in. Are you collecting goods here? Wow, the hall was even noisier. I'll sell you the cloth. I'll go back and count the goods now and send them to you right away. I have a few carriages over there. I'll sell them to you too. The bosses who were just bargaining began to step forward immediately and confirmed with Wu Hung that they wanted to sell goods. Rushed out of the store to count his goods. 9 o'clock in the morning. Wu Hung exchanged gold coins at the Snake Emblem Consortium. With Andweir, he began to purchase goods from the stores that he had recorded in the Mao Liao armor shop. Wu Hung received the goods, and the store received cash. Both parties achieved their goals. Basically, Wu Hung paid and put the goods into the space ring. The boss immediately closed the store and prepared to leave with his people. No one knew when the war would start, or if the city gates would be closed directly to prevent people from leaving. We should leave as soon as possible. Looking at the whole street with all the shops closed, it was desolate and bleak. Andweir looked up. Master, you think the Warhammer party won't attack? Right. The others were selling goods at low prices. Only the master was exchanging gold coins, sweeping all the shops. They would buy any goods, even the most unpopular ones. This made her start to guess. Wu Hung had some inside information and would not start a war. Wu Hung shook his head. I don't know, but judging from the current situation, this battle is unavoidable. Each force has its own source of intelligence. The first group of people in the inner city had almost left. And now the owners of all the shops had also left. When we went to the Snake Emblem Consortium just now, they were also on alert inside and outside. It was obvious that the situation had reached a very serious point. Anweir's face began to get a little nervous. And she whispered, "Master, why don't you accept these goods?" Without waiting for Wu Hong to answer, she continued, "Master, why don't we go out and hide for a while? Even if we live outside for a while. Minnie and I can take good care of you." In her and Minnie's eyes, the master must be from a big family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous. He is the captain of the association at a young age, and has a good relationship with the person in charge of the consortium. He must be afraid of hardship if he doesn't leave the city. But it's better to suffer a little than to get involved in this battle. Wu Hong raised his hand and touched her little head. Her 2 fluffy ears trembled gently as he stroked her. It's not that bad yet. Some things, the position, determine the responsibilities he needs to bear. They are businessmen and mercenaries, and they can leave everything behind. I am the captain of the association, but I can't run away when I hear the wind. Anweir seemed to understand the meaning of it. She nodded. Then listen to the master. Don't worry. Even if the war starts, I can take you away, Wu Hong said. The two continued to go to the remaining shops. They bought all the goods in the warehouse. Along the way, some merchants still came to ask him about the price, and sold all the goods to him. Wait until everything is over. Wu Hong looked at Anweir and said, Buy some daily necessities for your people. The shops are closed recently, and they should try not to go out. If there is any danger, go to Wen Man Shah of the Spike Gang. Okay, I'll do it now. After settling down, go home as soon as possible, and don't stay outside. Yes. Anweir nodded and walked quickly towards the shop. Wu Hong took the goods and returned to his residence. Chapter 200, Skeleton Soldiers Change Clothes. Return to the residence. After a simple wash, Wu Hong opened the boundary gate and went to the zombie world. The hotel on the other side was already full of goods shipped several times in succession. This time, the money saved from the last gold shop was squandered again. But the harvest was still significant. In addition to the weapons and armor he used, cloths, spices, various daily necessities, and other resale afterwards could also make him a lot of money. No matter how you think about it, it is not a loss. Before, Wu Hong had thought about waiting for the chaos in the city, and then taking the skeleton to rob and buy for free. But he gave up after thinking about it. If the war really started, he would not know whether he would have the energy to search the warehouses. Even if he could go, it would damage his reputation if he was seen by someone. After all, he still had the identity of the captain of the association. He hoped to be promoted to deacon, but he would get paid without working. He could not make any mistakes because of this. Wu Hong had the mobile business hall and bookstore next to the hotel cleaned up and moved the goods in batches. After everything was done, Wu Hong pointed to a skeleton wearing leather armor and holding a spear and said, Come here. The skeleton took a step, walked up the steps, and stood straight in front of him. Wu Hong looked up and down and found that it had reached level 6. It was the top-level skeleton among the transformed skeletons. The higher the level, the more experience is required. Level 6 is the highest level of ordinary zombies transformed into skeletons. Among the skeletons, there are already quite a few level 5 skeletons, and their number is still increasing rapidly. They are the backbone of the entire skeleton army. Take off the leather armor on your body. The skeleton put down the spear in his hand and began to take off the leather armor on his body, revealing the originally empty white bones. Wu Hong walked around the pile of armor and pulled out a set of human plate armor and handed it to it. Try it on. The skeleton took the plate armor and began to put it on. Plate armor is a kind of protective gear. It is metal on the outside and has a thick leather side on the inside. There are also some requirements for wearing. For those who do not meet the strength and physique standards, it will be a burden to wear it. Moving is like carrying a heavy object on the body, not to mention fighting. In the profession, most swordsmen will not wear this kind of full coverage plate armor, but will protect part of the leather armor. The skeleton warrior put on the plate armor and stood upright again. All parts of his body were covered with silver iron armor, only under the helmet you could see the dry bones. Take 2 steps. Tat, the skeleton warrior took 2 steps forward. Go over there, and then walk back. The skeleton warrior moved forward, walked to the wall, turned around and walked back. There was no problem with the action. Continue to command the skeleton to pick up the spear and point it into the air twice. There was no problem. In the attributes of the undead, there is no such thing as endurance. There is no need to worry about exhausting all the physical strength. Call out all the higher-level skeletons, take off the leather armor on your body, and replace it with this plate armor. Wu Hung said directly. The big-headed skeleton gave the order. Amid the sound of bones rubbing against each other, a large group of skeletons came out, and began to change their leather armors, and put on plate armors. The Mao Liao armor shop gave him only 40 sets of human-sized plate armors. But the armor warehouse that Wu Hung bought was not the only one. After the skeletons changed their plate armors, they roughly counted them. And the number of people wearing plate armors reached more than 130. Wearing silver armors, holding spears. Standing at the bottom of the steps, they suddenly became more powerful. Next, Wu Hung continued to let the ordinary skeletons wear leather armor, and replace the kitchen knives in their hands. There are 5 types of weapons in total. Iron swords, maces, one-handed battle axes, and shields. The bows and arrows in the weapon shop were all requisitioned by Rentam City, leaving only these melee weapons. After all the skeletons were equipped, they reorganized and stood at the bottom of the stairs. Standing on the stairs, the original queue had a new look. At the front was a skeleton holding a spear and wearing plate armor, standing in the sun, shining brightly. Behind them are the sword and shield skeletons, and behind them are the battle axe and warhammer skeletons. The rest are still the kitchen knife team. They still account for the majority of the skeleton team. Wu Hung looked at his team and nodded with satisfaction. If the warhammer party really threatens him, he can fight them. He may not lose to them in terms of numbers and momentum. He stood on top and took a look. He continued to walk down and release dead corpse battlefield on the pile of corpses. A large number of skeletons stood up from the ground. Continued to instruct them to pick up the replaced kitchen knives and stand in the queue. Wait until everything is almost done. Wu Hung continued to open the map, found a place that had not been cleaned up, and approached with the skeletons, preparing to clean up the zombies. 5:30 p.m. The third wave of cleanup location is a place called Fujingan Community. The zombies, like a flood, gathered from the road in the distance and rushed to the skeleton group that appeared in front. Iron spears fell from the top of the head like raindrops. Crackling into the zombie group, the corpses fell in pieces, and before they could stand up, they were trampled to the ground by the zombies behind, and they were silent. After the spear throwing, Wu Hung gave an order, the skeleton army began to charge. In bright silver armor, holding spears, they rushed into the zombies first. They pushed the zombies in the front row backwards, and made them fall to the ground. At the same time, the maces smashed the skulls, and the axes and machetes cut off a large number of heads. The skeleton army showed unprecedented lethality. It was like a killing machine. The zombies fell one by one, without much power to fight back. Wu Hung stood in the back, and continued to observe the battlefield in front. Somewhat surprised, nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the money was not wasted. A large number of zombies were killed. The system prompt appeared again. Your level has been upgraded to level 9, Physique +1, Intelligence +1. Unlocked expertise, Magic Sense. Magic Sense. You have a strong 6th sense for the magic around you, and can sense the existence of magic aura, Perception +3. The level has been upgraded, and another expertise has been unlocked. It seems that starting from level 6, every time you upgrade, you can unlock some features or expertise. This time it was Magic Sense. You can have a strong 6th sense for magic aura. Wu Hung released a dancing light himself, and felt it, but didn't feel anything. I don't quite understand what this 6th sense means. The specialty also adds 3 points to perception, which is actually pretty good. The attribute is still very important. Soon, the battle in front ended. Wu Hung commanded the skeletons to start cleaning up the battlefield, and a large number of corpses were carried back to the hotel. He transformed the corpses for a while, and returned to his residence. Association. The atmosphere in the meeting room was a little strange. 2 of the team leaders were not present, and there was no explanation, but everyone knew that they were leaving without saying goodbye. No one would be stupid enough to hand in a resignation letter and leave. By then, people might not be able to leave. Wu Hung didn't care about these things. If it didn't work, he could just hide back in the zombie world. There was nothing to be afraid of. Wu Hung stepped forward to draw lots. This time he was lucky. He was assigned to patrol the inner city. He returned to the team. All 4 of his team members were sitting in the room. Wu Hung glanced at the others and said, "Let's go! It's easier to be in the inner city today." The others stood up and followed him out. Duke stepped forward and said, "Captain." Grask didn't leave. Grask was the owner of the Mao Liao armor shop. He sold all his inventory from Wu Hung today. What happened? He was recruited by the Iron Guard Knights to repair leather goods. It's better to leave early, Wu Hung said. I guess he's been targeted. If he moves, he'll be arrested. There aren't many people left in the city, Duke continued. Wu Hung had no other options. It's not certain that they will really fight. Just do our job well. Several people left the association and patrolled the designated city walls. Find a place to sleep late at night. Go home to rest at dawn, and head to the zombie world in the afternoon. The convoy returned. Chong Zi, Wang Chenggang and others watched the skeleton army that had changed its equipment from a distance. They were full of surprise. Why are you wearing armor and weapons? What's going on? Wang Chenggang asked in disbelief. Damn, it feels like the Battle of the Lord of the Rings. If they said the ability to summon skeletons was a supernatural power, they would believe it. Now even the weapons and equipment have been changed. Isn't it a bit too much? This kind of armor and weapons, even the prison can't make them, and they equipped such a large number of them. Xiangzi was also a little surprised, but after all, he had seen the skeletons equipped with leather armor before, so he quickly accepted it, shaking his legs and saying, What's the big deal? The underworld gave me equipment. Damn, it really has something to do with the underworld. How would I know? Sister Hong doesn't let me talk nonsense. The others were even more surprised.